In the endless chaotic void, a mysterious and powerful world loomed. This world was known as the Sky Spirit Continent, a cultivation world where strength was honored. Here, the realm of player strength is divided into several tiers such as Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Desolate, Flood, Zeus, Yu, Emperor, Saint, and Tao. I was reborn and crossed into the cultivation world of the Heavenly Spirit Continent. I thought I could start a magnificent and legendary life. Who would have thought that although I was lucky enough to become the head of a clan, the size of this clan is simply unbearable to look at. The whole clan is just 2 people plus a big yellow dog. Alas, how can the word sad describe this life? What was even more pathetic was that tomorrow, that first sect of the Falling Star Mountain Range was going to come and smash the scene. As for me, my cultivation level is only the 4th level of the yellow rank, and I belong to the bottom end of the cultivators in this world where strong people are like clouds. I've often lamented that I'm such an embarrassment to my fellow travelers. Just when I was full of worries, suddenly, ding! Detected that the host traveled successfully, the system is activating the binding. At that moment, my eyes lit up and endless joy welled up in my heart. Haha, crossing over really comes with a superpower system. All the gods honestly don't deceive me. Soon, the summoning female emperor system was successfully activated, and this system could actually summon female emperors from all realms to serve me, and it could also help me capture the female emperors' bodies and minds. Because the system was 5 years late, the system also rewarded me with the freedom to choose the type of empress to summon. Hehehe. So I chose the furry empress. Just after choosing, the system prompted that the summoning was successful, and that the furry empress was on her way here, and also urgently rewarded me with the 9 Suns True decision. With the strength to summon the empress, I knew that my Yi Che's destiny was about to change forever. After only a few minutes, the empress I had first summoned arrived in this world. She was the 9-tailed empress. Interestingly, when the 9-tailed empress saw me for the first time, her heart could not help but rise a wave of sadness, not realizing that she had kept her virginity for 1,000 years, and in the end, she had cheapened this mortal in front of her. I couldn't help but exclaim, so there's such a good thing as summoning an empress. The dim light of morning poured in through the muslin curtains, and I awoke from my sleep to feel what seemed like an extra warm, soft weight in my arms. I looked down. The 9-tailed empress's stunningly beautiful face was close at hand, and her slightly closed eyes looked incomparably serene. However, the moment she opened her eyes, those phoenix eyes were suddenly filled with coldness and anger. She suddenly struggled up, her body weak but still carrying an air of determination. My heart sank as I remembered the system's hint that the empress had actually entertained the idea of killing herself. This situation, if I let her continue, not only will she be in a world of trouble, but I will also be in even more trouble. Just when I was at a loss, the system's voice rang in my head, and immediately afterward, information about an ancient Gong Fu surged into my mind. I instantly understood that this was a way to help her regain her cultivation, but the feat was too direct and awkward. Helpless in my mind, I took a deep breath and felt the strange stream of qi surging out of my body and touching the empress's body. Her expression instantly froze, and she glared at me angrily, as if she wanted to tear me into pieces. I could only reveal a bitter smile. Empress, believe me, I'm doing you a favor. Her eyes shifted from anger to confusion, followed by shame and indignation. She even tried to raise her hand to strike me, but was unable to move due to weakness. I knew in my heart that she would never be able to trust me so easily, but time waited for no one. So I could only continue to channel the qi flow in my body to help her eliminate the toxin that had plagued her for so long. Slowly, her cultivation began to recover, which made my heart happy. Sure enough, this gong method is effective. The empress's eyes gradually became complicated, as she seemed unable to understand why I had this ability. She tentatively dropped her defenses while I tried to maintain my inner calm and not let her notice my nervousness. The sun was rising high in the sky as the day wore on. The empress' face gradually regained its rosy color, and the toxins in her body were gradually guided out by me. Her cultivation was slowly rebounding, and although it hadn't reached its peak yet, it was clearly much better than before. Just when I thought things could end for the moment, she suddenly pushed me away, anger flaring in her eyes once again. A sword of cold light swept by. I only felt a coldness in my throat. The blade of the sword was only a few millimeters away from me. I held my breath and said in my heart, "Is this woman trying to kill and silence me?" However, she didn't do it after all. The sword stopped in the air, her eyes complex and confused, seemingly torn about something. I immediately gained some confidence in my heart, knowing that she would not kill me for the time being. I sat up and pretended to be relaxed as I said to her, Empress, last night was my first time. You have to be responsible. As soon as my words came out, the Empress' face instantly turned shy and angry, her chest rising and falling violently. I know that's a bit of a bummer, but it's the only way to break the animosity and wariness of me in her mind. She was obviously furious with me, but in the end, she just glared at me fiercely and gritted her teeth, shameless. The atmosphere became a bit awkward, and just as I was pondering how to defuse the situation, the nine-tailed Empress's attribute information suddenly flashed in my mind. It was a bit depressing that her favorability was only 1, but what concerned me more was the strong desire for revenge in her heart. Just as I was about to say something to ease the atmosphere, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Brother, the Spirit Flame Sect's people are coming to smash the venue. Quickly hide. I frowned as the visitor was my adopted sister, Huang, who rushed in panting and full of anxiety. I immediately stood up, patted her little head, and comforted her. Don't be afraid, with my brother here. No one can bully you. However, the Empress was quietly watching Red Lin from the side, a hint of surprise suddenly flashing in her eyes. She seemed to have discovered something, staring at Huang with a hint of uncertainty in her voice. This little girl is actually the legendary Bloodshed Saint Body? I was shocked in my heart. Bloodshed Saint Body. That is the legendary heaven-defying physique that can absorb the killing breath and turn it into its own power. Little did I know that I would inadvertently adopt such an amazing woman. The Empress was obviously very interested in Huang. She gathered her usual cold arrogance and showed a rare hint of gentle smile. Little sister Huang, do you want to worship me as your teacher? Huang shook her head, no hesitation. She looked up at me, then winked mischievously. Unless, pretty sister, you promised to marry my brother. A flash of dismay appeared on the Empress's face, then she helplessly shook her head and softly snapped, Little girl, do you know what it means to marry someone? Right at this moment, a loud bang suddenly came from outside the mountain gate, shaking the entire mountain peak slightly. Huang's face changed drastically, and she turned violently and rushed out. My heart tightened and I ran after her to the mountain gate. Outside the mountain gate, Spirit Flame Sect's young master Lin Yan was leading a large group of people who were frantically attacking the sect protector formation. I stared at him dead in the face. This man. I had heard of him long ago. He is a notorious playboy. I don't know how many good women he has victimized. This time, he even sought out the Heavenly River sect. I stood within the large formation, burning with rage. Although the Heavenly River sect had long since fallen, and there were only 2 living people, Huang and I would never let this group of scum get away with it so easily. Huang stood in front of me and opened her arms. Her childish voice was full of determination. Bad man, don't bully my brother. Lin Yan laughed coldly and waved his hand to signal his men to continue attacking. I was anxious in my heart, knowing that this patriarchal formation simply couldn't hold out for long. Just then, the 9-tailed Empress appeared behind us, looking at our siblings with a complicated gaze, seemingly weighing something. I took a deep breath and clenched my fists. No matter what, I wouldn't let these people hurt Huang. The arrogance of the Spirit Flame sect, I have long since been unable to tolerate it. It's time to let them see that I, Che, am not a lamb to be slaughtered either. Lin Yan looked at Huang's slightly tender yet gradually revealing her delicate curves. A hint of lewdness flashed in his eyes. He stared at her and couldn't help but lick his dry, cracked lips, the knot in his throat rolling slightly as he swallowed the saliva that welled up to his mouth. Little Huang, don't be afraid. Lin Yan's tone was teasing. How about you come with me and become my concubine? And I won't bully your brother. How about that? I was so angry that my forehead veins popped. This bastard Lin Yan dared to molest my sister in public. A hint of anger and unwillingness flashed in Huang's eyes, and her voice trembled with rage. You're dreaming. I belong to my brother. Lin Yan laughed out loud, his voice filled with endless mockery and contempt. Ha ha ha, I did dream last night. I dreamt that you were crying in my arms with pearly blossoms while your punk of a brother could only stand by and watch. You are shameless. Huang's voice was mixed with aggression and anger. I was burning with rage in my heart, and as I looked at Huang's appearance, which was forced to the point of tears, I cursed an asshole in my heart and immediately stepped forward and blocked in front of her. Huang, back off, brother, come. I shouted, then pointed at Lin Yan's nose and cursed, bastard calf, daydreaming without looking at what you are? Lin Yan obviously did not expect me to counterattack in public, momentarily froze, but then reacted with a scowl. You dare to scold me? I laughed coldly and pointed at him and continued, at your level. You're not even as good as a guard dog, and you're still yelling here? Is that thing in your pants as big as my fingernail? How dare you show it to the world? Lin Yin was poked and prodded by me sentence by sentence. His face turned blue. He obviously hadn't encountered such direct and unforgiving insults from me. His mouth was open, his face was suffocating red, but he couldn't say anything for a while. Lin Yin was burning with rage. The veins on his forehead jumped straight up as he gritted his teeth and said, You dare to scold me like this? I looked at the way he was so angry that he couldn't speak, and became even more energized, pointing at him and continuing to sneer. What's wrong with me daring to scold you? If you have the guts, come over and try. I'm going to stand here today and curse you to death, so that you can understand what it means for a person to be shameless and invincible. My unrelenting insults caused Lin Yin to turn blue, tremble, and even bring tears to the corners of his eyes. The faces of the two elders next to him also turned ugly, obviously furious. My heart tightened. This old man's cultivation was much higher than Lin Yan's. Surprisingly, he was at the peak of the Xian rank. He looked at me coldly, and when he raised his hand, a surge of Xian power surged up. Die! The old man let out a low shout and slapped his palm out, the powerful airflow ripping the air apart. I only felt a sharp pain in my chest as the protector formation shook violently and a tiny crack appeared. Lin Yin looked at my agonized appearance and laughed madly. Yiche, aren't you a tough talker? Didn't you curse so much? Today, I want you to kneel in front of me and beg for my mercy. I clenched my teeth, cold sweat broke out on my forehead. The protector formation can no longer be supported. I'm afraid that one more slap will completely shatter. I was anxious in my heart and kept calling out to the system in my mind. System, quickly think of a way. Protect me. However, the system's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Host, this system only knows how to flirt with girls and is not good at martial arts, so it can only provide you with help related to the Empress. My heart sank. This dog system dropped its chain at a critical moment. It then said, it is recommended that the host go and beg the nine-tailed Empress. Although her cultivation has temporarily declined, she is still more than capable of dealing with these mole crickets. I froze for a moment, begging for an Empress? As a man, how could I possibly do such a thing? But when I saw the patriarchal formation shattering inch by inch like a mirror, I could no longer care about my dignity. Empress, help. I clenched my teeth and violently pulled up Hong Lin's small hand, quickly running in the direction of the nine-tailed Empress, so fast that even the Xian-ranked Lin Yin couldn't catch up. The nine-tailed Empress stood quietly in the distance, looking at my wretched appearance. The corners of her mouth rose slightly and a hint of playfulness flashed in her eyes. She grunted softly, "Stinky man, finally you know to beg me?" I ducked behind her, showing only half my head, and said cautiously, "Empress, beat him up." She raised her willow eyebrows lightly and gave me a smirking look. "You're teaching me how to do my job?" I immediately smiled and said, "No, please, you're the best." As the Empress looked at my pleading appearance, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, clearly satisfied with my attitude. However, before she could make a move, Lin Yan's gaze had already landed on her. His eyes instantly widened when he saw the Empress' stunningly beautiful face. His eyes filled with infatuation. This fairy. He licked his lips, a humble and pleasing smile on his face. Kid Lin Yan. I wonder if the fairy would like to return to the Spirit Fire sect with me and be my just by you. The Empress's icy voice interrupted, and a chill instantly swept across the room. Lin Yan was so shocked by her endless pressure that he couldn't speak, his entire body trembling slightly. In the next second, the Empress waved her sleeve, and air currents swept out like a gale. The crowd didn't even see her movements before Lin Yan flew out like a kite with broken strings, falling heavily to the ground as blood gushed out of his mouth. The scene was instantly silent, and everyone was scared out of their wits by this scene. I poked my head out from behind her, looking at Lin Yan's wretched appearance. My heart was unbridled. This guy, how dare he molest the nine-tailed Empress? He really had no patience. The second elder's face changed drastically, and he just wanted to step forward, but he was coldly glanced at by the Empress, so scared that his legs went soft and he didn't dare to move at all. I was so happy. This feeling of being guarded was so refreshing. Just then, the Empress lightly glanced at me and lightly opened her vermilion lips. Go, kill him. I froze for a moment, not expecting her to ask me to make a move. This Lin Yan's cultivation wasn't as good as hers, but it was still a big enemy for me. She glanced at me, with a hint of impatience in her voice. With this emperor here, what are you afraid of? When I heard that, a wave of bravado surged through me. I clenched my fists and slowly walked towards Lin Yan. He was currently lying on the ground, his face covered in blood, his eyes flashing with fear and unwillingness. Yi Che, you dare, he hissed. Why wouldn't I dare? I sneered and slammed my fist down hard. The punch, which struck him in the chest, caused Lin Yan to scream miserably and curl up in pain. With a hard heart, I swung my fist again and slammed it down without hesitation. Asshole, you asked for it. I threw punch after punch at him. As soon as the nine-tailed Empress's words fell, I only felt the pent-up anger in my chest explode. Lin Yan's rampant and smug face flashed before my eyes, and I couldn't hold back any longer, my body rushing out like an arrow off a string. I was so excited that I rushed to Lin Yan and lifted my foot to deliver a vicious nesting kick. Lin Yan's mouth opened wide in pain before he could make a sound. My two slaps had already slapped him in the face. Snap, snap. Crisp sounds echoed in the air, and I looked at Lin Yan's swollen and deformed face that had been beaten. My heart was filled with pleasure. You blocked my door, and you dare to hit on my sister? I cursed angrily while kicking Lin Yan's crotch hard, using my full strength with each kick. I watched him curl up into a ball in pain, and the anger I'd been suppressing in my heart for so long was finally given vent. The crowd of onlookers were dumbfounded, and many even subconsciously clenched their legs as they watched in a cold sweat. And those two elders in the distance finally couldn't help themselves when they saw that the young master was about to be beaten by me. Stop! He let out a stern shout, a powerful pressure in his voice. My family's patriarch is an earth-ranked powerhouse. If you dare to touch the young lord, the patriarch will definitely not let you go. The two elders persuaded. However, before his words fell, the nine-tailed empress gently waved her sleeve robe, and the second elder's entire body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, ruthlessly breaking an ancient pine tree behind him, and blood gushed out of his mouth. When I saw this, my heart was relieved. The empress was indeed domineering. I completely let go of my heart, reached out and lifted the half-dead Lin Yan like a chicken cub, and choked his neck. A deeper despair surfaced in Lin Yan's eyes. He knew that if he died here today, the status and majesty of the Spirit Flame sect would suffer a great blow. But he really wasn't willing to die like this at the hands of a guy he thought was a waste. My father will not let you guys go. He will break you all into pieces. Ah! Lin Yan hissed madly, but before his words could fall, my hand violently exerted force and directly snapped his neck. A click rang out clearly. Lin Yan's screams came to an abrupt end. His eyes were wide open, full of unbelief. The crowd was silent. All gazes fell on the corpses of Lin Yan and I. They couldn't believe that I actually dared to kill the Spirit Flame sect's young lord. For a while, a sound of sucking in cool air resounded around them, and a look of shock and fear appeared on everyone's face. Yi Che had killed Lin Yan, which meant that between the Heavenly River sect and the Spirit Flame sect, an undying hatred had been formed. The surrounding small sect cultivators rushed to spectate, all of them with gloating expressions on their faces, obviously waiting to see the good show of the Tianhe sect being exterminated. I listened to the jeers and whispers. Although the nine-tailed empress was powerful, her cultivation had not yet recovered. So what if she really wasn't a match for the Spirit Flame sect's old ancestor? Sweat began to break out on my forehead as my mind raced, contemplating how to run away with Hong Lin and the big yellow dog. But just when I hadn't come up with a countermeasure, all of a sudden, there was a roar from the sky, and a figure suddenly appeared from the clouds. A huge wave of sound shook the surrounding mountains and rocks, and when I looked up, the figure stepped into the air, exuding a terrifying pressure. Everyone let out an exclamation of shock as the news of the Spirit Flame sect's old ancestor breaking through the heavenly stage was like a thunderbolt, causing the entire Falling Star mountain range to shake. My heart sank and I clenched my fists. This old man didn't break through earlier, didn't break through later, and happened to break through now. What a bad luck. Hong Lin, run. I pushed her into the distance with force. Remember to bring Big Yellow with you. The legacy of the Heavenly River sect can't be broken. I turned back to the nine-tailed Empress with a serious expression. Empress, you should go too. I'll block him. After saying that, I took a deep breath, desperately summoned up my courage, and gritted my teeth as I charged towards the spirit fire sect's old ancestor. I knew there was no way I could stand up to this kind of powerhouse, but I had no choice. The lives of Hong Lin and the nine-tailed empress are more important than mine. I must buy time. When the old ancestor of the spirit fire sect saw this scene, his eyes were filled with anger. He didn't even bother to talk nonsense with me, and when he raised his hand, a terrifying aura swept over like a tidal wave. I only felt an irresistible force pressing me down to the point of almost suffocating me, but just then, a cold voice rang out. "You old fellow, looking for death?" As soon as the words fell, the figure of the spirit flame sect's old ancestor unexpectedly stalled in midair, seemingly caught in a death grip by an invisible force. The spirit flame sect's old ancestor's face instantly turned pale, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. How is it possible? The spirit flame sect's old ancestor's eyes widened. How can there be an existence stronger than me here? The nine-tailed empress looked at him indifferently with disdain in her eyes. "You're just a heavenly rank one, and you dare to act recklessly in front of me?" Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the spirit fire sect's old ancestor, but he still braced himself and said, You little girl are bluffing. I don't believe you can have such a cultivation level at such a young age. Also, if you can really kill me, why bother talking nonsense here instead of just doing it?" As soon as his words fell, my heart snapped. Was the empress really bluffing? I looked at her with a little more tension in my gaze. As expected, the nine-tailed empress frowned slightly, her face somewhat ugly. The spirit flame sect's old ancestor was right. If she really had the strength, she would have already made her move. Seeing this, the spirit flame sect's old ancestor immediately reacted and became even more certain in his heart. "Haha, so that's how it is. You little girl is just colorful, trying to scare the old man? Dream on." Before the words fell, he violently raised his hand and slapped his palm towards me. The palm wind was so strong that the air seemed to be torn apart. I only felt an irresistible force come crashing down on me, and my whole body was shaken and flew out. My eyes went black, and my consciousness gradually blurred. Just when I thought I would be directly slapped to death by this slap, suddenly, a soft force held me up and slowly placed me on the ground. I struggled to open my eyes, only to see the nine-tailed empress standing in front of me with a hint of complex emotion in her gaze. "Stupid man," she whispered. "Did you really think I would let you go to your death?" My heart warmed and a small smile played at the corners of my mouth, but I couldn't speak. Her figure became a little blurry in front of my eyes, and the furious voice of the spirit fire sect's old ancestor came from my ears. The nine-tailed empress was unmoved as she slowly raised her hand, and a majestic power erupted from within her. The moment that deadly palm wind approached, I only felt a sharp pain in my shoulder, and my entire body was thrown out by a powerful force. Before I could react, the scene in front of me shifted instantly, and I was thrown hard to the ground on the far side of the room, nearly suffocating with a dull pain in my chest. When I barely managed to open my eyes, I saw that the nine-tailed empress had already stood where I had just been. Her figure was thin, but her body exuded a hauntingly powerful aura. "Since you want to die, this emperor will fulfill you." Her voice was cold and chilling, as if it carried a solemn killing aura. As her voice fell, the air suddenly became incredibly stagnant. The spiritual energy aura surging from the nine-tailed empress swept out like a gale, instantly pressurizing the surrounding space to distort it. A terrifying pressure enveloped the surroundings, and I even felt it was a little difficult to breathe. "God of the heavenly fox!" She let out a dainty cry, and the 9 large tails with brightly colored fur behind her flared in the air like the descent of a heavenly god, and terrifying spiritual energy instantly coalesced and took shape. My eyes widened as I watched this scene, my heart shaking. This power was so powerful that it shook heaven and earth. The body of the spirit fire sect's old ancestor seemed to be frozen in front of this force, unable to move a single bit. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that a seemingly young woman possessed such a powerful force. "This is impossible," the spirit flame sect's old ancestor muttered, but before his words fell, the terrifying white light had instantly enveloped him. "Ah!" The miserable screams of the old ancestor of the spirit fire sect came from the white light, but soon, the sound disappeared into the air, and the sky and earth returned to calm. That white light swept across dozens of miles of space, tearing everything along the way to shreds, leaving behind only a deep gully. As I watched this scene, all that was left in my mind was endless shock. I was shocked, The strongest person in the Falling Star mountain range was destroyed by the nine-tailed empress with a single strike. How terrifying is such a power? I couldn't even imagine it. The nine-tailed empress was suspended in the air, her figure looking incomparably majestic and beautiful in the light. Her gaze was like a knife, coldly scanning the surroundings, her voice cold and merciless. "You guys, why don't you get out?" Those small sect cultivators who had gathered around were scared out of their wits by these words, and each one of them rolled and crawled as they fled as fast as they could. The venue, which was still boisterous, instantly became empty, leaving only me, Hong Lin and Big Yellow standing at a distance, staring at her in disbelief. However, before my shock dissipated, I saw the nine-tailed empress's body suddenly soften and half kneel on the ground. Her face was as pale as paper, and she was breathing heavily. I hurriedly ran over and held her body, anxiously asking, "Empress, are you all right? How can I help you?" The nine-tailed empress looked up at me with complicated eyes. She gritted her teeth and seemed to have made some sort of determination as she coldly said, "Help me back to my room." I didn't dare to slow down and carefully assisted her back to her room. She had just collapsed on the bed when she coughed violently, blood running down the corners of her mouth. Her face grew paler and paler, and a wave of panic went through me, not knowing what to do. "System, what's her situation with the Empress? What should I do?" I shouted urgently in my head. "Host, the Empress' current injuries are very serious. You can use the dual cultivation creation scripture to heal her." The system's voice carried a hint of teasing. "As long as you're not afraid, any injury can be healed." I was stunned, and then I thought of the special healing effects of this dual cultivation creation scripture. Is that really the only way to solve this situation? The nine-tailed empress saw my hesitation and coldly glared at me, her voice carrying an unquestionable command, "Hurry up, I don't want to die here." I took a deep breath and cursed myself for being so unlucky, but I couldn't care less at the moment. Gritting his teeth, he silently said sorry in his heart, and then began to run his energy for the nine-tailed empress to heal her injuries. I fixed my mind and tried not to think about those distracting thoughts as I put my hand on her spine and began to heal her according to the techniques of the Dual Cultivation and Creation Sutra. With the input of spiritual energy, I could feel the injuries in her body gradually healing and her cultivation slowly recovering. The nine-tailed empress slightly closed her eyes, her expression gradually becoming soothed from pain, as if she was feeling the changes within her body. Outside the house, Hong Lin had apparently noticed the commotion inside. She hovered anxiously outside the door, her expression growing more and more worried as she heard voices faintly coming from inside the house. "Brother wouldn't really be bullying nine-tailed sister, would he?" she muttered in a small voice, a trace of anger flashing in her eyes, clenching her small fists tightly as if she was ready to charge in at any moment. Just then, the big yellow dog, Huang, suddenly scurried over from the side and bit Hong Lin's pants leg. Hong Lin froze, looked down at Huang, and said somewhat angrily, "Huang, this is not the time to make a scene. I have to go save Sister Nine-Tailed." Huang shook his head vigorously, making whimpering noises from his mouth and biting down hard. There was a hint of cunning and helplessness in its eyes, as if it was telling Hong Lin not to disturb the important business inside the house. Hong Lin was so angry that she stomped her foot. "You dead dog. You actually helped your brother bully your sister. I'm going to punish you for not being allowed to eat shit for a day." When Huang sniffed, a trace of resignation flashed in his eyes, and he let go of Hong Lin's pant leg and turned to leave. Red Lin looked at its departing back, somewhat puzzled, and was about to continue barging in when she suddenly realized that she couldn't move her body, and even her voice wouldn't come out. Her eyes widened in shock at once, and she looked at her hands with confusion and disbelief. Huang seemed to have cast some spell that imprisoned her movements. And at this moment, the nine-tailed empress's cultivation and injuries were rapidly recovering with my help, and she even felt that her roots and bones were gradually improving as well, which caused huge waves to rise in her heart. How is it possible that the breath in his body can enhance the quality of the root bones? The nine-tailed empress was shocked in her heart. The root bone was crucial to the nine-tailed empress, and it determined the limits of future strength. If she could enhance her root bones, it would no longer be a distant dream for her to break through the Saint Realm or even the Skyfox Supreme Realm. Just as she was secretly shocked, my movements suddenly stopped. My body trembled, seemingly from overexertion, and I was about to pull away. You're just going to leave?" There was a hint of coldness and displeasure in the nine-tailed empress's tone, and her eyes were like sharp swords as she stared at Iche. I was obviously a bit abashed, He smiled awkwardly and whispered, "That, I am not afraid that you do not want to do it. Or we take a break. Rest?" The nine-tailed empress let out a cold laugh, suddenly reaching out and yanking Yi Che back onto the bed, a hint of determination in her eyes. "You just said you would help me, and now you want to run away? No way." Before I could react, the nine-tailed empress had already rolled over and pinned him down, coldly saying, "If you don't want to, then I'll do it myself." As she did so, a soft yet strong spiritual energy once again flowed between the two of them. I just felt a jolt, and that long-lost strength filled his body once again, giving him the urge to roar out loud. Creak, creak, creak. The bed couch made an unbearable sound, as if protesting that we had tossed and turned too much. I lay on the floor, weak, feeling physically and mentally exhausted. I can't remember how many times this is. The spiritual energy in my body is almost drained, leaving only endless irritation and weariness. Benefiting from the powerful effects of the Nine Suns' true decree, I never had any problems with my body and energy, but the continuous cultivation made me a bit tired. The breath in my body surged like boiling, and I looked at the nine-tailed empress with a bitter smile and a helpless face. "You think I'm a stallion?" The nine-tailed empress also seemed to know that it was a bit excessive, and quickly blushed half of her face, but she then resumed her cold and arrogant appearance, tilted her white neck, and said arrogantly, "This is your honor." I sighed helplessly. Her righteous look gave me an indescribable feeling of powerlessness. To be honest, when facing a strong woman like the nine-tailed empress, sometimes there was really nothing I could do. Just as we were each calming down, there was a sudden rush of footsteps outside the door. Hong Lin finally regained her freedom and rushed in. "Nine-tailed sister, are you all right?" Her small face was filled with anxiety and concern, and the first thing she did after coming in was to scrutinize the nine-tailed empress. However, the nine-tailed empress didn't look any different other than her face being slightly flushed. "What can I do?" The nine-tailed empress had a puzzled look in her eyes, not understanding why Hong Lin was so nervous. Hong Lin, however, puffed up her little face, raised her pink fist, pointed at me who was lying listlessly on the ground, and questioned in a serious tone, "Dead brother, did you or did you not bully nine-tailed sister?" I helplessly covered my face and sighed weakly. "It's her who's bullying me, ah." As soon as these words left my mouth, Hong Lin's eyes were filled with doubt. "Really? But if you didn't bully nine-tailed sister, why does she keep screaming and making that strange sound, as if it's hard and strange?" The nine-tailed empress's face instantly reddened like a ripe apple, obviously realizing that the two of them had just been heard by this little girl. She coughed lightly and explained in a calm manner, "Actually, we were just practicing." "Cultivation?" Hong Lin tilted her head, clearly a bit confused. She had been cultivating for many years. How did she not know that cultivation would also make that kind of sound? And just then, she seemed to have sensed something and looked at me in surprise, pointing at my chest and shouting, "Brother, you've broken through," and also broke through two weights at once. I froze for a moment before realizing that I had actually reached the 6th level of the yellow rank without even realizing it. In my heart, I secretly sighed at the magic of this dual cultivation creation scripture, which was able to raise my cultivation level in such a short period of time. Although the process was a bit awkward, the effect was truly amazing. Hong Lin looked at me and the nine-tailed empress with a face of adoration, suddenly revealing a bright smile. "Nine-tailed sister, I want to cultivate with you guys too." When the nine-tailed empress heard this, several black lines immediately sprouted on her forehead. She quickly waved her hand. "You're not suitable for this cultivation method. It's getting late. Quickly go rest." After saying that, she quickly pushed Hong Lin out. Hong Lin stood outside the door, looking at the closed room door with a face full of discontent, muttering, "Nine-tailed sister is really, why is it that you guys can cultivate together but I can't?" I looked at the beaming Hong Lin outside the door and couldn't help but shake my head. Although this little girl was innocent, she also had her own stubborn side. Once she decides on something, I'm afraid it's really not easy to persuade her. I was just about to get up, but the nine-tailed empress pressed me back onto the bed. There was a determined gleam in her eyes. "Where do you think you're going? It's not over yet." I laughed bitterly in my heart and could only let her have her way. As night falls, the sound of running water in the mountains becomes especially clear. As the night passed, I only felt sore and weak, but the spiritual energy in my body had filled up a lot. The nine-tailed empress's aura was also obviously much more solid. Her cultivation had completely recovered to the 9th level of the earth stage, and most of her previous injuries were also healed. I braced myself to sit up, and the system's voice suddenly rang in my head. Detected the nine-tailed Empress inner mood swings, hereby rewarding the host with the Bijin Heart Sutra. The Sutra of the Blue-Blooded Heart? What is this thing? Before I had time to react, a large amount of information about the technique flooded into my mind, and I immediately understood the magic of this technique. It was a cultivation method that specialized in severe poisons and internal injuries, and could quickly repair damaged meridians, as well as enhance the roots and bones. I looked at the contemplative nine-tailed Empress to the side, and was secretly glad that this technique was exactly what she needed the most right now. I propped up my arms and moved to her side, deliberately flirting. "Empress, why are you looking so sad this early in the morning? Are you homesick?" She glanced at me without responding, a faint sadness in her eyes. My heart fluttered, knowing that she must be worried about the Sky Fox clan. She had fallen from the immortal realm to this point, and must have unspeakable pain and resentment in her heart. "I know you have a great unavenged revenge in your heart, but you can't rush it. You have to take it one step at a time." I tried my best to make my tone seem calm. "Right now, we're on the same boat. If there's anything I can do to help, just say it." The nine-tailed Empress laughed coldly, her eyes filled with mockery. "Help me? You can't even defend a broken sect. What can you help me with?" Her words pierced my heart, but I took a deep breath, and instead of being enraged, I nodded seriously. "Indeed, I'm not strong right now, but I have a technique that might be useful to you." As I said that, I pretended to take out a jade slip from my bosom and actually gave her the Blood Heart Sutra that the system had just imparted to her. She took the jade slip with some confusion and scanned it casually. However, when she saw the words Blue Blood Heart Sutra, her entire expression instantly froze. She stared at me with wide eyes and a face full of surprise, her voice trembling a bit. "Is this really the Blue Blood Heart Sutra?" I nodded, a few moments of renewed gratitude in my heart for the wonders of the system. This Blood Heart Sutra clearly had an extraordinary significance to the nine-tailed Empress. "How did you come to have this legendary divine Tao technique?" Her voice was filled with shock and disbelief, and her eyes glittered with disbelief. "Picked it up on the road." I shrugged my shoulders and said, in a mock-relaxed manner, "You can keep it if you like it." The nine-tailed Empress looked at me, the complex emotions in her eyes gradually turning into an unspeakable gratitude. She took a deep breath, her voice much softer. "Thank you." I waved my hand and smiled. "You're welcome. We're allies now, and by helping you, I'm also helping myself." The nine-tailed Empress gently nodded, then fell silent, seemingly pondering something. Looking at her, my heart was also somewhat touched. I was overwhelmed by her strength and loneliness, and it gave me an urge to protect her. I silently vowed that no matter what kind of difficulties I encountered in the future, I would never let her face them alone again. She is my ally, and someone I would give my life to. The light outside the house is brightening. A new day is about to begin, and our fate, perhaps, is quietly changing. After this short but long night, my body was a little tired, but my heart was unusually calm. The nine-tailed Empress closed her eyes in contemplation, her breathing became steady and strong, and it was clear that the Blue Blood Heart Sutra had played a great role in restoring her cultivation. There was some relief in my heart as I watched her gradually calm down. I looked at her and couldn't help but speak. "Empress, what are you going to do next?" She opened her eyes, and a hint of determination flashed in her deep eyes. "I must recover my strength as soon as possible. Only when I am strong can I avenge my clan." There was a heavy determination in her tone, an undisguised hatred and pain that sent a slight shiver down my spine. I gently patted her shoulder, my tone soft. "I'll help you, whether it's the Sky Fox clan's revenge or anything else." She looked at me and didn't say anything, but I read a hint of trust and gratitude in her eyes. It gave me an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, as if all the effort was worth it. At this time, the system's voice sounded once again. "Host, establish a deep relationship of trust with the nine-tailed Empress, rewarding the chaotic thunder skill." I froze for a moment. What kind of kindness did this system suddenly show? But before I could think about it in detail, my mind was already filled with information about the chaotic thunder technique. This was a powerful lightning attribute technique that was extremely terrifying in its power, especially when facing groups of enemies. It could be described as destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. I was secretly surprised in my heart. This technique had undoubtedly greatly improved my combat power, and I had one more point of confidence when facing stronger enemies in the future. "Empress, I just obtained another powerful technique." I smiled and told her about it. The nine-tailed Empress looked at me and raised her eyebrows in some surprise. "What kind of technique?" I didn't sell myself short, and directly outlined the chaotic thunder technique to her. After she heard this, a flash of awe flashed through her eyes. This lightning attribute technique is rare, especially the power of chaos. Once it is cultivated to a great extent, it is infinitely powerful. I nodded, my heart growing more and more excited about this technique. But the most important thing right now is the recovery of the nine-tailed Empress. I have to help her get back to her peak faster. Should we make a plan next? I looked at her and asked seriously. For example, cultivation resources, enemy movements, and possible news about your clan. We need to get hold of them all. The nine-tailed Empress nodded thoughtfully. She quietly looked at me and slowly said, my enemy, the ink-toed old demon, is not only good at using poison, but also good at hiding his tracks. I'm not sure where he is now. But the ink-toad clan that he controls is spread all over the place. Once I expose my whereabouts, he will definitely come after me. Her words tightened my heart. It seemed that the enemy was trickier than I thought. After she mused for a moment, I spoke. We need a reliable force that can not only handle the ink-toad's pursuit, but also be ready to counterattack at all times. The nine-tailed Empress looked at me with a hint of relief and appreciation in her eyes. You've thought farther than I have. I smiled bitterly and spread my hands. Without a strong power, our fate can only be controlled by others. Just as we were discussing what to do next, Hong Lin's voice suddenly came from outside the house. Brother, nine-tailed sister, you guys come out quickly. The Spirit Flame sect is coming. My heart shook. Could it be that the Spirit Fire sect's people had sensed some movement and had come to seek revenge? A cold light flashed in the nine-tailed Empress's eyes as she gently patted my shoulder. Go out and take a look first. Don't act rashly. I nodded and quickly got up and straightened my clothes, pushing the door and walking out. Hong Lin was anxiously wandering around the courtyard, and when she saw me come out, she immediately rushed over. Brother, there are a lot of people outside. They say they're from the Spirit Flame sect. My heart was in my throat. These guys really wouldn't stop. Although the old ancestor of the Spirit Flame sect was beheaded by the nine-tailed Empress, their power was still not to be underestimated, especially in this falling star mountain range, where their influence spread to almost every corner. I took a deep breath and tried my best to calm myself down. Turning to look at the nine-tailed Empress, she slowly walked out of the room with a cold majesty in her eyes. Empress, what do we do now? I asked in a low voice. She glanced at me, the corner of her mouth hooked up in a cold smile. Soldiers come with water. If they dare to come, let them have no return. A shock went through me, and I knew she had really moved in for the kill. Although the nine-tailed Empress's current cultivation hadn't fully recovered, it should be more than enough to deal with these unusual Spirit Flame sect disciples. I clenched my fists and resolved in my mind, no matter what happens, I won't back down. With that, I said softly to Hong Lin, take out Huang and hide in the back of the mountain first. There are hidden caves there. Don't come out for the time being. Although Hong Lin was reluctant, she finally nodded her head when she saw the serious expressions of the nine-tailed Empress and I. Brother, you guys have to be careful. I nodded and looked at her departing figure, my heart softening. Turning back, the nine-tailed Empress had already walked to the center of the courtyard, and she stood in the light and shadow of the morning sun, exuding an inviolable majesty. Let's get out, she said faintly. I nodded and walked out of the yard side by side with her. Just as we arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, we saw a group of cultivators wearing Spirit Flame sect costumes blocking the outside, led by a burly middle-aged man with eyes full of grimness. You guys finally came out? When he saw us, he revealed a sardonic smile. Killing my young master and still daring to stay here. You're really looking for death. I looked at him and laughed coldly. You Spirit Flame sect acted overbearingly and indiscriminately in the first place. Are we not allowed to fight back? The man snorted coldly. Cut the crap. None of you will leave alive today. I was about to open my mouth, but the nine-tailed Empress slowly stepped forward. Her voice as cold as ice. I see you've come to die. As soon as her words fell, a powerful pressure erupted from within her, and the air seemed to freeze instantly. Those Spirit Flame sect disciples instantly turned pale and retreated. Do it. The nine-tailed Empress gave the order, and she and I struck at the same time. As I swung out my palm, lightning flashed in the sky, and my chaotic thunder skill directly released a huge pillar of thunder that blasted and slashed at the enemy formation. Violent explosions rang out, and the place where the lightning swept through was a mess. The nine-tailed Empress, on the other hand, transformed into a white stream of light and instantly rushed into the enemy group, her terrifying spiritual power fluctuations instantly tearing apart the enemies that stood in front of her. The battle instantly fell into white heat. My figure shuttled between the lightning and the sword light, and the spiritual energy in my body was like a raging river, constantly flowing towards my limbs and bones. The nine-tailed empress danced in midair, and with every wave of her hand, she would bring up a powerful storm of spiritual energy that would send her enemies flying back. Thunderclap! I roared, the spiritual energy in my body surging wildly, and the power of the chaotic thunder skill was pushed to the limit by me. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a thick thunderbolt descended from the sky, splitting the spirit flame sect's cultivators to the point of wailing. The nine-tailed empress's figure also became blurred, her movements swift as the wind, as if each strike carried the force of 10,000 pounds, instantly inflicting heavy injuries on her enemies. The battle continued for a short while, and the spirit flame sect's cultivators had already been beaten to a standstill. The leading spirit flame sect man looked at the tragic situation in front of him, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. I looked in the direction of the heavenly river sect, my heart rippling. That was the last image left behind by the old ancestor of the spirit flame sect before he was born, and now the black-robed old man was hanging in the air, his killing intent spreading out across the sky. The surrounding crowd was talking, many people whispered, but as soon as the words fell, those few talkative guys immediately bled from their 7 orifices and fell to the ground dead. The Mo family's supreme elder merely coldly swept a glance at them. The remaining people were all so scared that their faces were as white as paper, and they no longer dared to make a sound. The black-robed old man snorted coldly and took a step towards the heavenly river sect, his voice rolling out like thunder. Shrinking head turtle, dare to do but not dare to admit? The gazes of the crowd were all cast towards the heavenly river sect, and I secretly felt that the situation was a bit bad. I'm afraid that it would be hard for the heavenly river sect to escape from the fate this time. He walked outside the small courtyard and stopped, his eyes cold. Suddenly, his eyes twitched slightly, as if he sensed something was wrong, but did not take it to heart. I'm taking a nap in a Taiwanese chair while Hong Lin squeezes my shoulders. Hearing the commotion, I slowly opened my eyes and saw the old man with an angry face, slightly puzzled in my heart. This old man, are you lost? The expression on that old man's face instantly became distorted as his anger shot straight to his head. Can't you guess what the old man is up to? Did you kill my godson? His voice was so cold that it sounded like it came from hell. Before I could say anything, Hong Lin muttered, "Brother, this old man is so fierce. No wonder there's not a single hair on his head." I pretended to be contemplative and blandly said, "Well, the external fire is so vigorous because of the lack of kidney essence." Hong Lin looked at me adoringly. "Wow, you're so smart, brother." As soon as these words came out, the old man couldn't hold back, his aura instantly exploding as he roared, "You can kill my godson, but you can't say that the old man can't." Just then, the nine-tailed empress walked out of the house, frowning slightly at the sight, and reminded, "Yi Che, he's a desolate rank." My heart immediately tightened. Desolate rank? This isn't right. When did a big man of the desolate rank pop up in the Falling Star Mountain range? When the old man saw my color change, he laughed coldly and said, "Old me, Mo Shenglin, the supreme elder of the Mo family in Linjiang City. How dare you offend the Mo family?" I pretended to be shocked and said, "You're the Mo family's supreme elder?" Hee, it's exactly the old man. Mo Shenglin revealed a smug look, clearly very proud of his identity. He continued morosely, "Old me has always done things without a drop of water. Today I want you to know what happens when you offend the Mo family. You must have a treasure in your hands. Hand it over, and I might still be able to leave you alive." This old guy was really after my wonders. The greed in his eyes was exposed. The surrounding area had another group of cultivators pouring in from nowhere, all of them looking excited and stating that they wanted to side with Mo Xiongling. "Elder Mo, all of our clans in the Falling Star Mountain Range have learned that Yi Che dared to offend the Mo family and have come to help." Mo Xiongling sneered, "Fine, then you guys go first and see how loyal you are." The group of cultivators rushed towards me like mad dogs, but unfortunately, before they could touch me, the nine-tailed empress waved her sleeve and instantly turned several people into blood mist. Mo Xiangling's face changed slightly as he stared at the nine-tailed empress and said in a cold voice, "This woman must not be kept." My heart sank as Mo Xiangling unexpectedly crossed over the empress and lunged straight at me. "Old thing, if you want to move him, go through me first." The empress shouted angrily and instantly met Mo Xiangling. Mo Xiangling roared. His palms launched out, and a thick fire dragon flew out from his palms. The nine-tailed empress took my hand and flew out of the way as the fire dragon landed and exploded a huge, deep crater. The empress' face sank into a stony expression as she turned back to me. You go first. I'll deal with him. Don't worry. I have an immortal artifact. Although the cost is great, it's enough to deal with him. After saying that, a blue light flashed in her hand, and an ice-cold longsword emerged, the air around her instantly freezing. When Empresses saw this, he exclaimed in horror, Dig trough. This is an extreme spiritual weapon? The empress looked at him coldly, the long sword in her hand chilling. Empresses, however, frantically yelled, This sword is mine. Chapter 9. This dog is so horrible. Empresses is getting more and more alarmed. This girl can use her earth rank cultivation with this sword alone to go 50-50 with him at the 3rd level of the desolate rank? This sword, I will take it. Empresses let out a fierce smile. If he had this sword, with his strength of the desolate rank, wouldn't he be able to dominate Linjiang City? Boom. Empresses seized the moment when the nine-tailed empress's aura was insufficient within her body and struck at the nine-tailed empress's left shoulder, violently sending her flying. Seeing this, Yiche, who was hiding in the back, immediately flew to catch the nine-tailed empress and was heartbroken when he saw that her left shoulder was scorched black and bloody by the flames. Why don't you run? Do you want to die that badly? The nine-tailed empress pushed Yiche away with all her might and roared in a low voice. Run? None of you can escape. Die together. Empresses released desolate rank pressure, directly enveloping Yiche and the nine-tailed empress. Die? No, it will only be you who will die. Yiche slowly stood up, flames burning in his pupils, and his tone was morose. The nine-tailed empress disregarded her life and desperately protected him, and if he couldn't afford to use the life preservation card, it was too beastly. Bastard. You're the one with the toughest mouth in the whole body. Go see the king of hell. Empresses snorted disdainfully and coldly as a palm fell. Boom. And just then, woof woof. Suddenly, a dog barked from the field, milky, but it landed in the hearts of the crowd, shaking everyone's souls as if they were being torn apart by countless severe ghosts. In a flash, a small, plain, yellow dog appeared in front of Yiche. It only glanced at Empresses. In the next second, Empresses' expression froze. All of his spiritual energy was actually imprisoned, unable to mobilize a single bit of it. Noticing this, Empresses' body trembled slightly, and his killing intent dissipated, leaving only fear. Huang. Yiche exclaimed in disbelief. At this moment, Huang only used 2 dog paws to support the ground. The upper half of his body stood like a human being, and when he heard Yiche shouting, the dog's head tilted, and his small claws rubbed the dog's nose in a very flirtatious manner. Unlike Yiche's shock, there was absolutely no marvel in Empresses' eyes. Instead, they were filled with endless fear. It was because with the appearance of Huang, the space around him felt like it was frozen, leaving his entire body unable to move a bit. This kind of appalling situation could only be done by a strong person above the Huang rank who could communicate the power of heaven and earth. I didn't expect this big yellow dog in front of me to be as terrifying as it was. It is a holy beast. The nine-tailed empress's pupils contracted violently. Having been an immortal emperor, she could see the nobility of Huang's bloodline at a glance. Yiche revealed a thoughtful expression. A holy beast? It's supposed to be a pretty dang good existence, right? At that moment, Yiche continued to return to the chair to recline very leisurely. Aren't you going to do it? Go on. I'll watch you perform. The corner of Yiche's mouth pulled out a faint smile. Cold sweat seeped from Empresses' forehead. Misunderstandings, all of them. This time, one seems to have kicked the bucket. Empresses let out a strong smile. My rebellious son is usually arrogant and domineering, and does not know how to restrain in the opinion of my old son. Late generation, it must be that he offended the seniors, and only then he got into trouble. How dare he talk about revenge now? He only hoped that Yiche would leave him alone and let him live. It's fine, don't be nervous. After all, who doesn't have a few uncontested offspring in their family? Yiche cheerfully said. Empresses' face immediately rejoiced. There was still hope of survival. Just go down and teach him what to do again. Yiche suddenly changed his tone. The hope that Empresses had just ignited was doused in an instant. Huang would have understood, and instantly sneezed, and all of a sudden, the heaven and earth's mighty pressure surged, and in just one instant, Emotionally was crushed into bloody foam. A desolate order powerhouse couldn't even resist a sneeze from Huang. Seeing this, all the people present immediately softened their knees, some timid people, but also one did not hold back. A stream of hot water from the file clattered out. They can't even dream of a big yellow dog that watches the gate of the Tianhe sect, but it is so horrible. What the hell is this heavenly river sect? Yiche looked at the crowd and smiled wryly. Folks, it's not all fun and games these days. Huang immediately blinked, and the dog's paw swung towards the void, and all the people who came to watch the fun instantly turned into blood mist, with none of them surviving. Crowd. Haha. Eat melon to eat seed. Also really vomit. After handling the matter, Yiche walked over to Huang and wondered. Huang, you? Call your sister Huang. I've been putting up with your kid for a long time. Call the dog Emperor. Huang directly jumped with a jerk and jumped up to give Yiche a brain crash. Dog Emperor. You? Yiche opened his mouth for half a day but didn't know what to ask. How could he not dare to connect this domineering puppy in front of him with the previous shit-loving Huang? Silly boy. Help this girl with her injuries first. I'll tell you about your doubts later. Yeah. Hearing the dog Emperor's reminder, Yiche remembered that the nine-tailed Empress had suffered another considerable injury this time, and immediately carried the nine-tailed Empress back to her room. The nine-tailed Empress's left shoulder had been dripping blood, and underneath the blood and flesh, white bones were faintly visible. Don't worry, little Qingli, it'll be fine in a minute. In order not to touch his injuries, Yiche deliberately chose a convenient position. After understanding Yiche's meaning, the nine-tailed Empress glared at him angrily. The pose. How so shameful? After a while, the nine-tailed Empress's left shoulder injury had basically recovered as before. Seeing this, Yiche gently put down the nine-tailed Empress and shook his somewhat sore arms. So exhausting. There's a place to bathe. The nine-tailed Empress asked gently. The blood on her left shoulder was very piercing, causing a few moments of discomfort to rise in her heart. Yes, here's a wooden bucket. Yiche found a small wooden bucket and poured water into it. The nine-tailed Empress nodded her head and slowly removed her clothes, tall, with skin as white as snow and icy all over. The barrel was a little too small to accommodate her long legs. The nine-tailed Empress had to coil her straight and slender thighs, bare ankles and wrists, surplus to requirements. 3,000 green silks were casually draped over the fragrant shoulders, very alluring. Just a glance at the back made Yiche associate it with a lot. Little Qingli, let's wash together. Cultivation can't be delayed. Unlike the coziness within the Heavenly River sect, on the other side, the Mo family in Linjiang City was not having a good time. The Mo family head was in the hall, anxious. My father has been gone for so long. How come no news has come over at all? It's not, something's wrong, is it? As he was talking, a disciple suddenly rushed in a panic. Seeing the visitor, the Mo family head's face changed. Because this disciple, who was the one who guarded the soul lamp, once he appeared here, it was bound to be no good. Report. Something big and bad has happened. The Supreme Elder's soul lamp is extinguished. Hearing the disciple's report, the Mo family head's face changed dramatically. As if he couldn't believe his ears, he asked again in horror. What? What did you say? Whose soul light went out? It's the Supreme Elder's soul lamp that went out, just now? That disciple shivered and reported. Next, a violent roar that resounded through the clouds came from the Mo mansion. Father. Chapter 10. Bathing and training, hiding your identity? Meanwhile, the double bath in the house began. No, I can't. This barrel is too small to hold two people. It's okay. You can sit on my lap and you? The nine-tailed Empress let Yiche break in under a half push. At this moment, the nine-tailed Empress's cheeks were flushed, and her blush spread to her chest. Although she had many in-depth exchanges with Yiche, this was the first time she had experienced such a thing as bathing together in close proximity. Being honest is a completely different feeling than being intimate under the covers. At the moment, the two of them were naked and unreserved, and they were all in full view. The nine-tailed Empress was ashamed and angry, so angry that she fiercely hammered Yiche's chest a few times. This man, why is he so bad? However, as the barrel gradually shook, accompanied by a muffled grunt from the nine-tailed Empress, a burst of strange sounds continued to echo through the room. Barrel, is it my turn to suffer? When I was first built, I didn't say it had this feature. Well, I'll just move. Don't you move. Well, the nine-tailed empress tried her best to restrain her voice, as she knew that this room was poorly soundproofed and was afraid that she would be heard by Hong Lin again. But the more you fear something, the more it comes. Worried about her nine-tailed sister's injuries, Hong Lin had just reached the door when she heard that strange voice once again. This time with the sound of chugging water. It puzzled her beyond belief. What kind of practice, exactly? It can make this weird sound. Sounds so twisted. Hong Lin knocked on the door. Sister Nine Tails, brother. What on earth are you doing? The sudden words caused the movements of the two to come to a standstill, and the nine-tailed empress even placed her hands against Yi Chei's chest, signaling that he must not be impulsive. She had always wanted to take Hong Lin as an apprentice, and had to keep up her high-flying image in Hong Lin's mind. Are you guys practicing again? Nine-tailed sister, you're injured. You can't work too hard. Why don't I help my brother cultivate? You rest for a while? Hearing Hong Lin's childish talk, the nine-tailed empress couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. It was really humiliating. It's a double fix. You're a hairless girl. What can you do? No need. I'm healed. The nine-tailed empress lowered her voice and said, making her tone as calm as possible without revealing anything unusual. Then, well, outside the door, Hong Lin pouted and sulked, her mind so full of doubts that it was about to explode. Why can't she? No way. She would have to ask her brother about it someday. Phew. Hearing that the door was finally quiet, the nine-tailed empress had just breathed a sigh of relief. Who would have expected Yi Chei to suddenly move? Well, what are you doing? Don't do that yet. The intense feeling of excitement made her speak with a slight tremor, and if she hadn't covered her mouth and tried her best to restrain herself, she probably would have cried out long ago. Yi Chei let out a bad smile. Little Qingli, do you think the situation we were in just now is like cheating? Just shut up. The nine-tailed empress glared at Yi Chei, her face full of shame and anger. And then, she was really angry and reached out to vigorously pinch the soft flesh around Yi Chei's waist. Painful Yi Chei bared his teeth. When you're done. The nine-tailed empress changed into a long blue dress, which was a bit small and perfectly outlined her bumpy devilish curves. Yi Chei, on the other hand, continued to sit dashingly in the wooden barrel and soak in the bath, whistling a few times every now and then. The nine-tailed empress looked at Yi Chei, her gaze complex and otherworldly as she asked out loud. Just now, why didn't you run? Don't you realize that I can't stop him anymore? Do you think I look like someone who is greedy and afraid of death? Yi Chei smiled and asked, pointing at himself. Like, and especially like a rascal, a fool, a fool? The nine-tailed empress said quite a few words to describe Yi Chei, but of course none of them were too positive. Yi Chei shrugged his shoulders and said, non-committally, I am indeed afraid of death because I haven't lived long enough, and because of this, I have always stayed in the Heavenly River sect, not daring to leave the Falling Star mountain range at all to go out and see the big world outside. But, compared to my death, I'm actually more afraid of you dying in front of me, which is more painful than killing me. Hearing Yi Chei's words, the nine-tailed empress's beautiful eyes blinked repeatedly, and rather condescendingly, she turned her head to look away, coldly snorting. Am I important in your mind? That's for sure. First time, If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have accomplished the transformation from a boy to a man. How important is this? As Yi Chei spoke, he suddenly realized that the nine-tailed empress face had darkened, and even the way she looked at him had changed a lot. Frightened, he hurriedly clicked on the Q version of the nine-tailed empress message board to check. Name: Qingli, Nine-tailed Empress. Cultivation: 9th level of the Earth Order, originally cultivated as an immortal emperor. Favorability: 30, plus 10. Current wish: revenge, plus find an excuse to beat up Yi Chei. Hiss. Yi Chei stopped talking. Carefully, he stood up and stepped out of the barrel, intending to go out and hide from the wind. Next, the nine-tailed empress's cold voice rang out. Who gave you permission to land left foot first? Bang. Before Yi Chei could even react, he was directly slapped out of the room by the nine-tailed empress. The intensity is controlled just right, and the riposte doesn't hurt your brain. This woman, I'm convinced. Yi Chei got up helplessly. He finally realized that he absolutely could not reason with women. It simply did not make sense. You kid, your family status isn't too good. Are you not satisfying people? Hee hee hee. The dog emperor suddenly appeared, baring his large teeth in a crunching, gleeful manner. Hey, dog emperor, what exactly is your origin? Could it be that you are a hidden divine dog? You will know the identity of this emperor later. Now it's time to tell you something. The dog emperor mysteriously said, Kid, the Heavenly River sect is no ordinary sect. There's a big secret here. Now you're qualified enough. Go to a place with this emperor. The dog emperor cocked his doggy head and walked towards the Tianhe sect's back mountain with his nostrils turned skyward. In fact, it's the back of the Falling Star Mountains. It's a bit of a backwater, and even the geese don't look forward to nesting here. The dog emperor led Yi Che to a valley, and the dog's nose sniffed towards the ground for a while before stretching out his two dog paws and starting to dig up the soil. The nine-tailed empress who had been following Yi Che slowly approached. She bare a pair of small feet, but all the way did not stain a trace of dust and dirt. Snow-white delicate let a person look at, will give birth to a strong impulse to caress and play. She stopped in front of Yi Che, her eyes looking at the dog emperor with great scorn. It's the legendary sun-swallowing beast, a natural-born saint beast. Holy beast. Legendary level existences, above the living beings of the heavens. At birth, he had the heaven-defying cultivation of the saint rank, but the nine-tailed empress couldn't figure out why a holy beast would run to the mortal world and pretend to be a big yellow dog, watching the gate for people. The dog emperor glanced at the nine-tailed empress and said in a light tone, Little fox, for you to meet this foolish boy of my family, count your blessings of several lifetimes, as much as you can cultivate, if you can grasp it. Not to mention the emperor realm, even the saint realm will be a breeze. When Yi Che heard this, his heart immediately surged with intense excitement, and his eyebrows lightly raised. Dog emperor, could I still have any special identity? Don't worry, it's coming soon. Chapter 11. Blood of the True God, Perfect Fusion. The words. The dog emperor then plowed something out of the ground, and to Yi Che's astonishment, the dog emperor slowly raised his right paw and pointed it upwards. In the area of its pointed claws, with the flash of an eerie light, a bit of reddish-black water droplet-like object slowly reflected and hovered above its fingertips. This is... Yi Che moved a little closer and gazed. That seems to be, like, a drop of blood? Compared to Yi Che's doubts, seeing the blood beads of the nine-tailed empress, she actually disregarded her usual high-cool image and screamed out loud, This is actually the blood of the true god. The dog emperor looked at the empress and said with slight surprise, I didn't expect that you, this little fox, had quite a bit of insight. In the ancient times, the 5 true gods emerged and overrode the heavens, and this drop of blood is the indestructible blood of that last fallen true god, which contains the power of his true god. If anyone can obtain this drop of indestructible blood and infuse it into his body, then his roots and bones will undergo a radical change and awaken the power of a true god. You kid, want it or not? The dog emperor handed this drop of true god's blood to Yi Che's eyes and waited for Yi Che's reply. How could I not want such a good thing? Yi Che looked a little excited, his eyes filled with longing. Well, but this emperor made it clear to you in advance that if the true god's blood enters your body but is unwilling to merge with you, you will explode and die. That is to say, when the true god's blood enters your body, you are left with only 2 destinies. Either you step through the 9 heavens and override all beings, or regret bursting your body and scattering your soul. Do you, indeed, choose to fuse the blood of a true god? Yi Che nodded without hesitation. Fusion. The nine-tailed empress wanted to speak out, but when she saw Yi Che's gaze that was filled with determination, she silently retracted those words. Good, then it's up to your own luck next. As he spoke, the dog emperor's eyes suddenly flashed, and his fleshy dog claws violently drove the dark true god's blood to stab at Yi Che's chest. Yi Che's chest was immediately broken open with a blood mark, and the drop of reddish-black blood bead, when it touched Yi Che's overflowing blood, as if it had been attracted by something huge, instantly surged into Yi Che's body. Ah! That moment stung like being pierced by a million arrows. An incomparably intense pain sensation came madly from every corner of his body, causing him to let out an agonizing roar as his entire body trembled drastically. His immediate vision also suddenly became blurred until it became completely dark. Immediately afterward, an intense burning sensation came from within him. Black smoke suddenly rose from Yi Che's body and he fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, the dog emperor sighed, looks like this kid can't do it either. Yi Che. The nine-tailed empress clenched her shell teeth as a chill ran through her heart, wanting to rush over and help him up. Don't ever go near him. or you won't survive either. The dog emperor solemnly lowered his roar and whirled around to imprison the nine-tailed empress. The true god's blood is unwilling to fuse with him, eh? It's a pity for this kid. Senior dog emperor, what can we do to help him now? The nine-tailed empress said anxiously. Well, I'll dig the grave for him later. You're in charge of erecting a monument for him. This kid loves decency. The monument should be written as domineering as possible. Empress Nine Tails. At this moment, Yiche was suffering from pain that surpassed the limits of human beings. It was simply impossible to describe it in words. Every second was like spending it in hell. Did the fusion fail? Yiche asked himself in his heart. System. Life preservation card. Launch. Ding. Life preservation card. Used successfully? According to your situation, the system will force the blood of the true God to fuse perfectly with you. The system voice falls. Boom. Another wave of power abruptly erupted from Yiche's body. Extreme invincibility. In just one instant, the true God's blood was crushed to the core, hiding at Yiche's heart and shivering. Yiche regained his consciousness and felt his existence again, and also felt, at the same time, the power that was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Host, hold back. The fusion begins. The system said. Suddenly, the true God's blood began to actively devour Yiche's original spiritual root, and after it was devoured, a brand new kind of spiritual root appeared, which shone with a golden light and emitted a divine radiance. But the process is extremely painful, equivalent to someone taking a knife and cutting your flesh and blood piece by piece until the white bone is exposed. The terrifying pain caused the nerves in Yiche's entire body to twitch violently, but inside, he couldn't suppress his exhilaration, because the more and more he truly felt the existence of power, that absolute power that dominated the heavens and overrode the heavens. The dog emperor, who had always been concerned about Yiche's situation, suddenly violently opened its titanium alloy dog eyes, and a pair of dog mouths opened greatly, revealing rows of yellowish teeth. This. Fused. It's really fused. Ha ha ha. So the blood of the true God can really fuse. The dog emperor seemed unusually excited, jumping back and forth in place, and occasionally woof woof, howling a few times to the sky. By the looks of it, it's still perfectly fused. Ha 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 ha. With the enhancement of the true God's blood, in less than 3 years, this kid will surely be invincible. Little fox, you've really gotten lucky. The nine-tailed empress tilted her head in confusion. This true God's blood hadn't fused with herself, so how had she gotten lucky? The dog emperor slowly narrowed his dog eyes, revealing a meaningful look, and said, in the future, you guys will be more effective if you double cultivate. Hee hee hee. Hearing the dog emperor's flirtation, the nine-tailed empress's pretty face was instantly covered in frost, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at the dog emperor with a deadly glare, and in her heart, she couldn't wait to slap and swollen its dog's head. The dog emperor smiled carelessly and continued to focus on Yiche's physical changes. At this moment, the sweat on Yiche's body disappeared, the spasms of his muscles stopped, and even his face became calmer. Fusion process complete. Yiche slowly opened his eyes and exhaled slightly, feeling his newly born spirit root with delight. He tried to absorb the aura and Shasta. Countless heaven and earth auras immediately drilled into his body, so fast that a vortex of auras even formed around Yiche. The dog emperor was shocked and said incredulously, is this the power of a true god? It's truly terrifying. Even it did not have such a terrifying aura absorption ability. Just based on this aura absorption speed, Yiche's cultivation speed in the future would be 1,000 times faster than other people, or even 10,000 times faster. Who among his generation can be compared to him? I didn't expect that you really succeeded. Congratulations, soon you will be in the world of kings. The dog emperor walked to Yiche and reached out his paw to pick at Yiche's pant leg twice. Now listen carefully and keep every word I say next in your mind. The most powerful thing about true God's blood is not to enhance your cultivation speed, but to allow you to possess the legendary, divine techniques. Every divine skill is the most powerful existence in the world. Chapter 12, brother, I want to try too. When he heard the term divine skill, Yiche was puzzled and wasn't sure what it meant. In his mind, it seemed that the heavenly spirit continent only had cultivation techniques, and he had never heard of any divine techniques. First, take a look at the new spirit root in your body. Notice anything different? Yiche unfolded his inner vision and carefully examined his new spiritual root, which was golden and transparent and exuded a dignified aura from the inside out. However, very soon, Yiche discovered something unusual. One could only see that above his spiritual root, there were 8 small black dots arranged in a distributed manner, like 8 ants clinging to it. Dog Emperor, why are there 8 black dots on my spiritual roots? It's not 8 black dots, it's the sealed 8 supreme ferocious beasts. For everyone you unlock, you will have a heaven-defying aptitude for one item, and it doesn't need to be cultivated, so you can use it when you bring it. As for how strong it is, I can't tell you. I can only rely on you to comprehend it yourself. So how do I unlock it? I can only seem to sense the first black dot. Usually, the higher your cultivation level, the more divine techniques you unlock. Since you can already sense the presence of the first black, unlock it and see. The Dog Emperor nodded slightly, his heart excited. Even though he was a holy beast, he had never seen the power of the legendary true god. Nothing will happen to me, right? Yiche asked uneasily. No, even if something goes wrong, this emperor can save you now. Hearing the Dog Emperor's assurance, Yiche no longer dwelled on it, and after taking a deep breath, he immediately opened the first black spot. Almost instantly, a black shadow ran out from among the black dots, drilling straight into Yiche's mind. The black shadow was odd, resembling a tiger or a bull, and had a pair of wings on its back. Immediately following, a monstrous breath, falling from the sky. Boom! The terrifying aura shook the falling star mountain range. I didn't expect that the first layer was a legendary ferocious beast Por Chi. The Dog Emperor marveled. After unlocking it, Yiche's first feeling was that his body had an inexhaustible amount of strength. His eyes fell on a 100-year-old beauty pine not far away, and he came to the tree with a single jump, clasped his hands around the tree, and with a slight force. Next, the entire beauty pine was directly uprooted by him. Seeing this scene, the 9-tailed Empress was shocked and covered her mouth in disbelief. Without using the slightest bit of spiritual energy, he had hard-pulled up a tree that was 50 meters tall with his strength alone. What kind of power is this? Compared to the 9-tailed Empress, the Dog Emperor appeared calm. Rumor has it that the power of the poor man is enough to shatter the heavens. Right now this kid is only at the yellow rank. When his cultivation increases, his power will only get stronger. By the time that time comes, he won't even need to utilize his spiritual power. He'll be able to smash people into meat patties with just his physical strength. Yiche threw away the beauty pine in his hands and looked at his hands with the same great shock, unable to hold back his laughter. Ha ha ha. So this is power. The Dog Emperor looked at the incomparably excited Yiche and barked in a serious tone. In the future, when you go out, keep a low profile and don't make waves if you can survive. The blood of a true god, not to mention in the mortal world, even in the immortal realm or even higher realms, once it comes out, it will cause countless bloody storms. So, before you have absolute strength, you absolutely cannot reveal to anyone about the fact that you have the blood of a true god, understand? The people of the mortal world are not in the eyes of this emperor, but if you are targeted by the immortal realm, or even those of the hidden sacred lands, this emperor may not necessarily be able to protect you. Don't worry, Dog Emperor. I will be amiable and kind to people when I go out. Yiche nodded his head in assurance. It's getting late, go back. The Dog Emperor said. It looked at Yiche, who was gradually walking away, and a hint of anticipation showed in its eyes. Then he turned around and went to the graves of the successive patriarchs of the Heavenly River sect. The Dog Emperor looked at the dozens of stone tablets in front of him and lamented. Dozens of you have seen it. This emperor didn't lie to you. This true god's blood can really be fused successfully. You can't blame me for your deaths now, oh. Successive patriarchs, Back inside the house, Yiche still had a hard time suppressing the excitement in his heart and repeatedly jumped horizontally across the room. Little Qingli, look at me lifting the whole bed with one finger. Then, not controlling his balance, the wooden bed fell straight to the ground. Look again. I can crack the ground with one punch. The 9-tailed Empress sat on the chair next to her, her hands resting on her cheeks as she quietly watched Yiche go crazy with a speechless expression. To think that when she was at the peak of her cultivation, one palm was enough to destroy a small world. Cultivation, you recover quickly. The 9-tailed Empress sighed in her heart. In the end, she couldn't bear it anymore and grunted coldly, You're so energetic now, you don't need to sleep tonight, do you? Heh heh heh. Yiche laughed badly, then tap on the Q9-tailed Empress info bar. Name: Qingli, Nine-tailed Empress. Cultivation: ninth level of the Earth Order, formerly cultivated as an immortal emperor. Favorability: 30. Current wish: revenge. Restore cultivation. Little Qingli, let us start practicing. The nine-tailed Empress didn't say anything, and her gaze fell on the broken bed, unspoken. Yiche scratched his head awkwardly. Just lay some clothes on the ground. Humph. Heh heh heh. In the process of cultivation, the nine-tailed Empress was shocked in her heart. On the one hand, she sighed at how much fiercer Yiche had suddenly become. On the other hand, the recovery speed of her cultivation was simply almost 3 times faster than usual. One night passed. The nine-tailed Empress's cultivation had directly recovered to the first level of the heavenly rank. Yiche had even broken through to the ninth level of the yellow rank, breaking through 3 realms in a row. Now, he was only so close to the first level of the Xian rank. Morning, the dog emperor passed by and lay down in the doorway to take a look and found the little wooden bed lying forlornly on the floor. Seeing the red-faced nine-tailed Empress again, she immediately revealed a meaningful smile at Yiche. Sample. That's a good one. The bed is collapsing. Hong Lin didn't think so and rushed to Yiche, pulling him outside the house with one hand. Yiche was puzzled. Hong Lin, what's wrong? Why do you look so bad? Didn't you sleep well last night? Hong Lin tilted her head and looked at Yiche grudgingly, pouted her fragrant little mouth and complained. It's not all because of you and nine-tailed sister. Last night's cultivation was too loud. I've covered my ears in the quilt and I can still hear. Nine-tailed sister screams. It's really so strange. It feels enjoyable and painful. Brother, what exactly are you guys practicing? I want to try it too. Hong Lin pulled up Yiche's arm and gently shook it, pampering herself. The soft and cute girl is right in front of you, looking at you with her big, clear, innocent eyes, occasionally tilting her head with her mouth and pleading with you in a delicate voice. Just this once, just this once, just this once. Who can stand up to this? Anyway, Yiche can't. He stroked Hong Lin's forehead dotingly and said softly, Good girl, you're still too young. You'll get your chance later. Che bad brother, if you don't say it, you don't say it. Hong Lin disgruntledly smacked away Yiche's hand and ran away with an angry grunt on her jade feet, but with a new plan already in mind. So what if you don't tell me? I'll sneak a peek at it tonight. Yiche shook his head and lost his smile. This girl. Can't do anything about her? Then, turning around, he walked towards the mountain gate. Yiche estimated in his heart that after such a big incident yesterday, a lot of people should come in front of the mountain gate today. Chapter 13. In fact, there's another way. As he expected, at this moment, a large group of people stood outside the Heavenly River sect's mountain gate. When they saw Yiche, they quickly bent down and lowered their posture. Patriarchy, you're here. Look at this sun overhead, it's really bright. Sky, cloudy and light rain today. Yiche smiled and said, What are you guys doing here in my Heavenly River sect so early in the morning? Patriarchy, it's nothing important. It's just that I had an apprentice come to you yesterday. Yiche scratched his head and pretended to look at the crowd in confusion. There is? No one has been coming from the Heavenly River sect yesterday. It was especially quiet. Hearing this, the corners of the crowd's mouths directly twitched. Quiet? Do you want to listen to what you were saying? Yesterday, the Falling Star Mountain range was almost collapsed. It was so damn quiet. However, they didn't dare to say these words to Yiche and could only silently spit them out in their hearts. Seeing Yiche gradually lose patience, the crowd hurriedly left. Of course, there are those who continue to hide in the shadows, observing the situation. Some even plan to run to Linjiang City to find the Mo family to explain the situation. But in response to this, Yiche didn't care in the slightest. With the dog emperor around, who would come that wasn't looking for death? These days, dog legs smell good too. Back in the room, the nine-tailed Empress was sitting alone on the edge of the bed, her eyes not blinking as she looked straight ahead at the wall, actually dazed. Even Yiche didn't notice when he walked next to her. Cough. Yiche lightly coughed. Ah. The nine-tailed Empress was so frightened that her delicate body trembled and she couldn't control herself from screaming out. She chortled. What are you trying to do by sneaking around? How did I sneak around? It's just that you didn't notice me when you were dazed yourself. Yiche said helplessly. The Empress was vain. This Empress would be dumbfounded? Heh. I was just practicing. Cultivation? Hey, let me help you. Forget it today. Not in the mood. The nine-tailed empress kicked Yiche away, her expression once again high and cold. Yiche hurriedly tapped on the Q version of the nine-tailed empress message bar to check the situation. Current status of the Empress of the Nine Tails. In the midst of homesickness. Seeing this, Yiche sighed in relief. So it was just homesickness, and he thought he didn't love it anymore. It's natural to go to the system for this kind of thing. System, little Qingli is homesick. What should I do? Ding. System boost. Kunlun Divine Mountain model. The Sky Fox clan lives on the Kunlun Divine Mountain all year round, and you sending her a model of her hometown will surely enhance her feelings. As the tone fell, a model of the Kunlun Divine Mountain that was about 50 centimeters tall appeared in Yiche's hands, and there was also a powerful spiritual power fluctuation attached to it. Snowflakes and clouds. There was also a lazy nine-tailed white fox lying on the snowy ground at the top of the mountain. Yiche secretly sighed. Systematic publishing, the absolute best. This model is made to be simply more Kunlun Shanshan than Kunlun Shanshan. Carefully hiding the Kunlun Divine Mountain model behind him, Yiche once again came next to the nine-tailed empress. Get out. The nine-tailed empress coldly said. Just get out. Humph. I was going to get you a gift, but now? Yiche took out the model of the Kunlun Divine Mountain behind him as he spoke, pretending to raise it high to smash it. The moment the Kunlun Divine Mountain model appeared, the nine-tailed empress seemed to have a sense in her heart and immediately turned back, glancing at the, "Oh, this is my hometown? Yiche, stop it." She immediately cried out and rushed to Yiche, staring blankly at the model of the Kunlun Divine Mountain that was emitting an ethereal light, and a look of longing flowed from her beautiful eyes. Like, really too much like. The nine-tailed empress reached out and carefully took the Kunlun Divine Mountain model from Yiche's hands, gently rubbing it. Like it? Yiche spoke softly. The nine-tailed empress subconsciously nodded her head, but immediately reacted. How did this little woman's posture fit her high and cold image? So, immediately put away his smile, tried to keep his face, and said arrogantly, "It's average." The nine-tailed empress intentionally put on an appearance of, "I don't see it," yet she held the Kunlun Divine Mountain model in her arms. Looking at her like this, Yiche laughed with joy straight in his heart. It turns out that the empress has a contrarian side. Don't like it? Then I'll take it and throw it away. Yiche smiled and reached out to take back the Kunlun Divine Mountain model. Not allowed to move. Although, it's average, but this emperor remembers your peace of mind, so I'll reluctantly leave it behind. After saying that, the nine-tailed empress was afraid that Yiche would back out, and immediately received the Kunlun Divine Mountain model into her storage ring. Seeing this, Yiche smiled faintly and looked into the nine-tailed empress's eyes, confidently and affectionately saying, "Little Qingli, I know you miss home and your people. Don't worry, I'll make sure that you'll be able to return to your hometown soon, and from now on, as long as I'm around, no one will be able to bully you, and everything will be fine." It had to be said that Yiche's confident look was so handsome that it confused the nine-tailed empress. Her beautiful eyes revealed a strange emotion as she looked at Yiche in fascination, unable to stop herself. But very quickly, the nine-tailed empress sensed her thoughts and hurriedly turned around, turning her back to Yiche and quickly calmed down. "You should still cultivate first." Cultivation? Come on, little Qingli, together. Yiche hemmed and hawed and laughed. He looked at the back of the nine-tailed empress and that tight bodice showed perfect curves because of the tightness. Black and thick hair, casually sprinkled on the shoulders, through the hair, can see the ears next to the face, delicate and small. Especially the small earlobes, some red, like ripe cherries, let a person have a impulse at a glance. Yiche couldn't help but grab the empress's soft and boneless waist from behind, and their bodies clung together without any gaps. Perhaps sensing something, the nine-tailed empress's face swished red, and her body was slowly softening. "Well, it's still daylight." The empress's voice was as thin as a mosquito fly, and her pretty face was flushed. There seemed to be a layer of mist clouding her eyes, and her delicate red lips were slightly open as she kept gasping for breath. "It will be heard." Yiche ignored her gentle resistance. "It won't work. Wait for the night. Actually, there is another way to keep you quiet," Yiche said with a bad smile. The nine-tailed empress was puzzled. "All you need is..." Yiche came to her ear and whispered a few words, and all of a sudden, The nine-tailed Empress's face reddened a large portion of her face, just like a peach blossom in full bloom. How could she, as the nine-tailed Empress, use that to go that? Being able to secretly promise to double cultivate with him was already the limit. How dare you get an inch? Get out. The nine-tailed Empress noticed that Yi Chei's eyes were becoming more and more abnormal, and immediately drank coldly, her tone merciless and without the slightest room for negotiation. Yi Chei sighed. Reluctantly leaving the room, he was thinking in his mind, now the good sense is only 30, then wait until 60? There is still hope. Chapter 14. Brother, what goodies have you hidden? After Yi Chei left the room, he just walked into the yard and saw Hong Lin hiding behind a tree, sneaking around, not knowing what she was doing. She perceived Yi Chei's gaze and fussed with her arms, trying to shrink her body together, her little head tightly hidden behind the sapling. Yi Chei was speechless. Redline, stop hiding, it's too obvious. Humph. Hong Lin wrinkled her nose at him, really showing off her girlish naivety. Who told you not to tell me how you and Sister Nine-Tails practice every day? I'm going to figure it out myself. Little girl, your hair hasn't even grown. Believe it, or not I'll spank your ass. Yi Chei swung his fist in a threatening manner. Hong Lin disdainfully spat out her tongue, and also provocatively popped up in front of Yi Chei. Quirky, brother is really bad. You instead hit ah? But before she could finish, she suddenly realized that Yi Chei's robe was a little uneven. That is, there was a piece of raised underneath. Hong Lin couldn't help but be curious and asked with her finger, Brother, what are you packing here? Something delicious? As she spoke, she even reached out to grab it, but Yi Chei's quick eyes dodged her dragon grip palm. Not hiding anything. Yi Chei's old face reddened, pretended to be calm and tried to press the robe down, but it quickly rebounded and even shook a few times. It's more obvious. Yi Chei was helpless. It was all because the nine-tailed Empress had just stirred up that fire in his heart, and he didn't care to vent the fire. Abominable. Yi Chei slightly sidestepped and turned his back to Hong Lin, pretending to be calm. There's nothing inside. Just clothes? That don't quite fit. Lying. Cheating. Brother, you've changed. There's good food, but you don't give it to me. Self-recognized broken, all the red Lin angry hands folded, pouting small mouth, but also stomped hard on the jade foot, stomping hard ground. So not cute. Yi Chei thought to himself, you are really a snacker. See what can be associated with eating on? But wasn't a bad guess. It's indeed edible. Hong Lin was particularly interested in the bulging piece of Yi Chei's clothes, her gaze sweeping over every now and then. She was more and more certain that her brother was hiding something. So obvious. Do you really think you can't see it? Hong Lin's gaze, which was clearly tinged with salivation, caused the heart of Yi Chei, who was pretending to be calm, to burn with a blazing fire that was hard to resist. This young girl's breath, the temptation is just too. Yi Chei hurriedly shook his head and pulled away from the topic. He wrinkled his eyebrows and put on a serious look. How is cultivation these days? Has there been any progress? Cut. I'm already at the 6th level of the yellow rank. Hong Lin raised her little face rather proudly, waiting for Yi Chei's praise. Yi Chei, however, said indifferently, cultivation speed is still too slow. You have to be more diligent in the future, understand? Look at patriarch me. I'm already at the 9th level of the yellow rank. Saying that, Yi Chei released his breath. Hong Lin was instantly shocked and stared wide-eyed, full of unbelief. How can you be so fast, brother? She knew best how poor Yi Chei's cultivation qualifications were. 5 years to break a realm is just too much to say. But now, it was surprising that 5 realms had been broken in a row within a few days. It's unbelievable. In her little head, Hong Lin suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a reason. Tonight, she'd have to squat in a corner and see how her brother and sister Ninetails actually practiced. Your brother. I have outstanding natural talent, but I was just deliberately hiding my clumsiness before, building up my strength. Yi Chei saw Hong Lin's worshipping and envious eyes. His heart was secretly happy. His hands were behind his back and his head was uncontrollably raised at a 45-degree angle, with the face of a master falling down. But this feeling didn't last more than a few seconds before it was broken by the nine-tailed Empress. Hong Lin, don't pay any attention to him. For so many years, you've actually been cultivating in the wrong way. That's why your progress has been so slow. If you choose a method of cultivation that matches your physique, the rate of progress will definitely be considered the most terrifying existence in the world. Hearing the nine-tailed Empress words, Hong Lin blinked and asked curiously, Nine-tailed sister, then what kind of cultivation method is suitable for me? Devour the blood chi. The nine-tailed empress said with a solemn expression on her face. You're the legendary blood fiend saint body. You don't even need to cultivate. You just need to devour your enemy's blood chi and killing to keep getting stronger. Sister Ninetails, is everything you said true? Why does it sound so suspenseful to Linner? Redline wrinkled her nose in a look of suspicion. The nine-tailed empress didn't explain, but instead grabbed the old hen basking in the sun in the yard with her hand. You try killing this chicken. This is not too good. Chicken, you rest in peace. Although Hong Lin said no with her mouth, her hand was not slow at all, and she pulled out her short knife to seal her throat. All of a sudden, a stream of blood spurted out of the wound, but then something strange happened. Only to see that when the chicken blood was about to splash on Hong Lin's body, it immediately turned into a drop of blood and melted into her body. In the next second, Hong Lin's cultivation immediately refined a few points. After feeling the changes in her body, Hong Lin was shocked and dumbfounded, and froze for a while before slowly speaking. Nine-tailed sister, my cultivation has really gotten stronger. And that's just ordinary chickens. If the higher the cultivation of the people you kill, you'll improve even faster. One step to heaven isn't even strange. The nine-tailed empress casually threw away the dead chicken and explained to Hong Lin with slight envy. The holy body, a heaven-defying existence among the human race. In addition to the lower, middle, and upper, extreme spiritual roots, sacred bodies and Tao bodies often only existed in legends, and it was hard to come up with one in 10,000 years, and everyone who possessed such a physique was invariably an overwhelmingly strong person. That was why the nine-tailed empress wanted to take Hong Lin as her disciple so badly. The level of cultivation in the mortal world is too substandard. No one knows that the bloodshed sacred body this physique exists, and thus there is no record of it, and Hong Lin has an empty physique, but it has been wasted for more than 10 years for nothing. Nine-tailed sister, Hong Lin wants to progress too much. Can you teach Hong Lin to cultivate? Hong Lin pulled up the nine-tailed empress's cuff and asked weakly. Of course you can, La Hong Lin. Come on, let's go to the back of the mountain to see if there are still any wild beasts. Good Hee hee hee. Only after the two had left did Yi Che walk towards the old hen that had been killed by Hong Lin, and wailed with a heartache in his heart. My old hen. Chicken, you're too miserable. What should the eggs in the clan do after you're gone? Ooh-hoo. They're so brutal. Evening. Huh. Brother. Is today some kind of special holiday? Why is there suddenly meat to eat? Yi Che concentrated on nibbling on the chicken wings and said without lifting his head, just be responsible for eating. Don't ask so many questions. 2 chicken drumsticks, you and little Qingli will split one each. Hong Lin picked up a chicken leg and said as she nibbled on it, Nine-tailed sister, aren't you really tired of practicing with your brother every night? If you're tired, Linner can help brother cultivate for you. Cough, cough, cough. Those innocent words directly caused Yi Che, who was eating, to choke hard. Oh my God. At this rate, I can't help it. The nine-tailed empress also helplessly held her forehead, once again patiently explaining, Hong Lin, it can't be like this. Only I can cultivate with your brother. You can't. Why? Well, I want to help my brother too. Hong Lin's little head was spinning, fluttering her clear eyes. She is still too small and does not understand what the cultivation in the mouth of the nine-tailed empress means. The nine-tailed empress vaguely said, I will tell you later. Humph. If you don't say it, you don't say it. Hong Lin's little face huffed, then angrily ate 3 bowls of rice. Chapter 15. Fighting in the Grove, sending a horse's ass 1,000 miles away. After the meal, Yi Che and the nine-tailed empress returned to their rooms, while Hong Lin went back to her room alone. As he was preparing for a sweet double row, Yi Che suddenly thought of something in his head and said to nine-tailed empress, Xiao Qingli, Hong Lin is likely to squat in the corner tonight. What should we do? This girl doesn't have to be like this, right? The nine-tailed empress said with some disbelief. You don't know her, but I know her character too well. On the surface she is good. On the inside she is dark, squatting in a corner and eavesdropping. She definitely does this kind of thing. What then? The nine-tailed empress frowned slightly, and just when she didn't know what to do, Yi Che spoke up, cough, cough. We can go to the grove? There's no one over there, so we don't have to worry about the sound being heard by Hong Lin. Wild. The nine-tailed empress showed displeasure. How honorable is her status, going to the wilderness to do such a thing? Wouldn't it be a dead joke if it was spread out? Seeing the hesitation in the nine-tailed Empress's eyes, Yiche hurriedly induced, "Little Qingli, first of all, the grove is extremely hidden, and the surrounding barren grasses are lush, completely able to cover our bodies. In addition, emotionally died in our place. Linjiang City will definitely send someone over to investigate. Maybe they are on their way here now. Therefore, little Qingli, you must quickly recover your cultivation. Tonight's time is incomparably precious. Not a bit of it should be wasted." Hearing Yichei's words, the nine-tailed Empress also felt that it made sense. Thinking of this, the two of them took advantage of the hazy night to sneak into the grove at the back of the Heavenly River sect. Almost as soon as Yichei had left, Hong Lin, clad in a black robe, tiptoed and crouched by the room's window. She pricked up her ears and listened to the movements in the room, but soon furrowed her eyebrows. Huh? Why isn't there any sound at all tonight? Could it be that it hasn't started yet? On the other side, Yichei picked a good spot and carefully laid a few clothes on the ground. "Little Qingli, let's get started." The nine-tailed Empress clutched her sash, her beautiful eyes looking around, her pretty face both shy and worried. "Really won't anyone come? In case you get caught?" "Definitely not. Just relax and act like you're in the room." Yichei pulled over the nine-tailed Empress and gently patted her back in relief. But as she patted, the nine-tailed Empress realized that her clothes had already been unloaded clean by Yichei. White as sheep's fat, with a complexion like snow, the nine-tailed Empress was still uncomfortable, her hands clasped in front of her chest, covering the towering scenery, and her pair of rounded and slender thighs were nervously clamped together. A blush soon spread across her cheeks. Yichei was so mesmerized by what he was watching that he was in a trance for a few seconds. Even though he spent time with the nine-tailed Empress every day, he would always, at some point, involuntarily marvel at the other party's beauty. A true worldly beauty, that's what it is. The features were as delicate as ceramics, and the skin was fair and hydrated and glossy, as if it could be blown away. Her body was even more impeccable, and the word concave was simply customized for her. There is also that sense of unearthly coolness that just makes people want to stop and burn with evil fire. Yichei gently touched the nine-tailed Empress's skin, and his touch was soft, as if he was holding a handful of clear water. "Mm. Gently this time." The nine-tailed Empress closed her eyes and gasped sharply, her petite body trembling even more instinctively. "Mm. Ah. Listen, it's the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves." The woods, previously silent, came alive this night in a rare way. The next morning, Yichei and the nine-tailed Empress returned to their room, only to find that there was a person lying at the door. It was the girl, Hong Lin. She leaned her head against the door, her body curled up slightly. Along with his breath, his thin eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Yichei was dumbfounded. What good thing did this girl dream? Sleeping and smiling so happily. Yichei doted on the still sleeping Hong Lin and gently carried her to the bed inside the house before covering her up. But the cozy scene didn't last long. At this time, the dog emperor walked into the small courtyard and said to Yichei, "Kid, there's a fool outside. Go to the mountain gate and take a look." Stupid. Yichei and the nine-tailed Empress glanced at each other before they both rushed to the mountain gate. In the meantime, in the sky above the Heavenly River sect, there was a middle-aged man in rags, lying on a cloud with a sad face, drinking wine and constantly whining. "Ugh, it's too hard. It's too hard. It's harder than heaven to break through to the Hong rank. Could it be that I, Summer E, can only be stuck at the 9th level of the desolate rank in this life?" Obviously out of the door before counting a fortune, said today out of the door will have a chance, but the old man looking for a day there is a bird of chance? The middle-aged man pulled out the crotch of his pants and looked down, realizing that he had already reached the Falling Star mountain range. Remembering the summons from a few days ago, Summer E got up and patted his, but as he slowly floated down from above the clouds. He wanted to see what this Heavenly River sect had to hide that even Emotionally had folded here. Landing. Summer E then saw a man and a woman standing in front of the mountain gate, and when he saw their faces, his heart was shocked. What a handsome man. What a playful beauty. With just one glance, Xia Yi decided that these two were by no means ordinary panhandlers, or else they would never possess such an aura. He arched his hand and said, "The old man is Linjiang City Lord Summer E. I don't know you too." "Yichei, Heavenly River Sect Patriarch." Yichei said back, "You're the sovereign? Only the 1st level of the Xian rank?" Surprise flashed across Summer Yi's face as he subconsciously exclaimed, "It's me. Is there something the city lord wants here?" Eh. All right, all right. Summer Yi smiled a few times. His eyes rolled, and even directly turned to leave. This action caused a pang of doubt in Yi Che's heart as he watched. What the hell is this old din doing? After leaving, Summer Yi flew at fire speed to a small sect near the Heavenly River sect, grabbed a person, and asked drunkenly, "About this Heavenly River sect, how much do you know?" Under the terrifying pressure of the desolate ranks, that disciple stammered and told Yi Che all about the changes in these days. After hearing this, Summer Yi frowned tightly, habitually pulled out the bird again, rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, "It seems that this Yi Che has gotten a not-so-small chance. I'm afraid Emo Xiongling died to take this son's chance." Summer Yi's gaze flickered for a while, and after thinking about it for a while, he immediately came to a decision. This son has not yet gained power now. If this time the old man sends charcoal in the snow and makes good karma, in the future maybe, there can be a great creation. After Summer Yi figured out the pros and cons, he quickly flew to the Heavenly River sect. As soon as he saw Yi Che, he immediately arched his hand politely and even flattered him a bit. "Patriarch Yi, old me observes your face. You are a person of great wealth, a submerged dragon, never that of a pool. City Lord, what exactly do you want?" Yi Che listened to a head of water, but really couldn't guess his purpose. Couldn't have come all the way here just to give him a compliment. However, all comers are guests, so Yi Che arched his hand and said, "City Lord, come in first." Chapter 16 Hiss. He must be a hidden master. The three had just walked to the mountain gate. Suddenly, boom, the tall mountain gate collapsed without warning, slamming straight into several people. Summer Yi was just about to make a move, but who would have expected Yi Che to directly raise his arm, and the power of the poor chi erupted, directly flinging the boulder away. What? Am I blind? He didn't need to utilize his spiritual energy and flung away thousands of kilograms of boulders with just his physical body? This terrifying physical strength, what realm did he have to reach? Summer Yi couldn't help but be shocked inside. Subsequently, the entire group couldn't help but tighten up as they wondered inwardly. Nope. How can he, a Xian rank 1, possess so much strength and be so relaxed? Even I, the peak of the desolate rank, can't do it without utilizing my spiritual power. Hiss. I get it. He must be some absolute great man who has returned to his roots and is secluded in the mountains. And the strength is definitely at the Huang rank. No, it might even be above the Zeus rank. Summer Yi thought of many things within a split second, and a few moments of resourcefulness appeared in his gaze as he looked at Yi Che again. As expected, the great hidden in the mountains, some strong people with abnormal brains like to pretend to be ordinary people. Obviously a super strong person, but pretending to be a little munchkin of the Xian rank. Ah shucks, how shameless. Summer Yi's heart was happy. Fortunately, he was smart and not confused by appearances. Otherwise, he was bound to end up in the same situation as Emo Xiongling, dying in the barren mountains with no bones left. Oh, small sample. You want to play a pig and eat a tiger? The old man will never be fooled. Summer Yi arched his hand respectfully at Yi Che and followed Yi Che's ass as he walked inside. When he walked to the entrance of the courtyard, Xia Yi was again attracted by the dog emperor lying in the courtyard with all four paws facing the sky. Obviously, this dog is not good looking, and the dog's mouth is also stained with a little yellow, but how to give him a good feeling of horrible. When Summer Yi's gaze landed on the dog emperor, his body couldn't help but tremble. A power as terrifying as a tsunami came towards him. At this moment, a feeling of invincibility actually rose in Xia Yi's heart. Ta-da-da-da-da. Summer Yi was shaken backwards several steps, and his mouth even roared in shock. Dig it, what is this dog thing? It's actually so powerful. Summer Yi quickly stabilized his stance, patted his chest with palpitations, and hurriedly closed his eyes to experience that power. If he could comprehend a few points from this, his chances of breaking through the Hong rank would become much greater in the future. This is a really great opportunity. But after a few seconds of physical realization, he realized that he couldn't catch that metaphysical feeling at all. When he opened his eyes and tried to take another look, the dog emperor had long since patted himself on the back. Summer Yi's heart was incomparably sorry, and he respectfully came to a triple bow to the dog emperor's back. Awesome. Just a single look can erupt with such terrifying power, forcing me to be unable to fight. You know, old me, I'm the #1 strongest person in Linjiang City. an existence that can traverse the northern region, but today I can't even fuck a dog raised by Senior Yiche. I still underestimated Senior. Summary sighed in his heart, not knowing whether it was a blessing or a curse to meet such an absolute great man. At this moment, he was more and more glad that he didn't act impulsively, otherwise, at this time. I'm afraid that he had already finished walking the Yellow Springs Road. City Lord Xia, why are you frozen at the door? Come inside and sit down. Don't be polite. Yiche was now very puzzled and didn't understand why Summer E, such a desolate rank powerhouse, was so polite to him for what? Is it really the quality? City Lord Xia, what exactly do you want to do this time? Let's get straight to the point. Summer E was incomparably humble and said, Patriarchy, in fact, there's no big deal, just want to come to see you. To admire your overwhelming elegance. At those words, Yiche froze for a few seconds. This was very unsettling to hear. Don't fuck around, dang. Immediately after, Summary continued, Patriarchy's cultivation is worldly. Why do you choose to stay in this desolate place of the falling star mountain range instead of going to the outside world? In style? The corner of Yiche's mouth tugged as he couldn't figure out Summer Yi's true intentions, so he had to go along with it. In the mountains, actually, is quite good. No one is disturbed, there is no hooking up, and you can listen to the cicadas and birds every day. Cultivation, as long as you're happy, it's the same everywhere. Hearing this, Summer Yi's face was solemn as he rose and arched his hand. Patriarchy has a good heart. Mr. Xia admires it. I've never seen anyone in the world who can think like that before. Summer Yi was inwardly ashamed. Is this the mindset of the world's top powerhouses? Obviously invincible in the world, but still not arrogant, not to compete with the world. Compared to his predecessor, his own state of mind was not a bit worse. He was so proud of himself for only being at the desolate rank that he looked at everyone as if they were incompetent rats. But what is he in front of his seniors? Even the dogs people have can't match that. Summary had a lot of thoughts in his mind, and his state of mind unexpectedly took a leap at this moment. And hearing the compliment, Yiche sighed helplessly. How is he in a good state of mind? He is completely forced to do so, traveling through 5 years before awakening the system, only a few days ago to harvest the heaven-defying plug-in. If his strength hadn't been so poor, he would have long ago slipped outside to drink flowery wine and look for beautiful women to dash off. This falling star mountain range, dogs don't even stay. It's too much to say. City Lord Xia, don't leave today, let's drink some later. Yiche sighed, rarely meeting a person who was in his taste and willing to brag about each other. Yiche was also in a drunken mood. Upon hearing this, Xia immediately trembled with excitement and nodded his head repeatedly, good. Since Patriarchy doesn't mind Mr. Xia will definitely have a good drink with Patriarchy. Yiche smiled with satisfaction, while at the same time he couldn't help but roar in his heart, can there be more strong people like Summary who know how to be polite and have quality? Yiche got up, ready to go to the kitchen to cook, suddenly found that the clan is nothing but green vegetables. Looks like no wine either. Yiche's heart thumped. He was a fucking pauper, what to entertain people with? But soon, he came up with a great idea. System, deliver the wine. Yiche contacted the system and said, no, don't be petty. This is all to enhance my relationship with little Qingli. Think about it. In case little Qingli gets drunk, will I be able to open my heart to her and have a good heart-to-heart? The favor must have skyrocketed. After hearing Yiche's words, the system was silent for a few seconds before saying, that makes sense. Ding. Reward the host with a jar of immortal drunkenness. Chapter 17 Worry. Seniors, this wine is not? Yiche, who had a drink, wanted to continue to trick the system into sending some food, but found that the system, which had been wool-gathered, said that it wouldn't send anything. However, this could not be difficult for Yiche. He picked up 3 bamboo sticks, cleaned them, and set them on the fire. Sprinkle with a little more salt and pepper and grill to taste. When you drink later, take a few licks and have some flavor. However, when Xia Yi saw Yiche place the 3 bamboo sticks on the table, both of his eyes stared in disbelief. This predecessor is also too poor. The 9-tailed Empress covered her eyes in disgust, unable to bear to look at her. Yiche, however, did not think so. Anyway, it was for drinking. What kind of dish could not be used as a downer? It's okay to have wine. Yiche pulled out the immortal drunk gifted by the system, set it on the table, and couldn't wait to lift the lid of the wine. In an instant, the strong aroma of wine wafted throughout the entire courtyard. Intoxicated by the scent of wine, and with only a shallow sniff, he was already 7 or 8 points drunk. Summer E was immediately gluttonous, mouth-watering, eyes straight out of the green light. Yiche poured a small cup and handed it to the other party. City Lord Xia, please. Summer E was flattered and hastily accepted the wine cup. Many thanks to Patriarch Yi. Looking at the other party's respectful demeanor as he received the wine, Yiche nodded in relief. Polite people are just cool to look at. Patriarch Yi, for this first drink today, I, Mr. Xia, toast you. After Summer E finished speaking to himself, he picked up his wine glass and drank it all. But the moment the drink entered his mouth, Xia Yi's entire body froze as if it were a wooden chicken, and his face was full of shock and disbelief. I blew a tart just. This wine won't be the very best spirit wine. Summer E vigorously smashed his mouth, as if he had drunk the wrong thing, and under his fine senses, he found that the wine contained the power of the law. This shocked him to no end, something that he himself, a desolate rank expert, hadn't mastered. Stepping on a horse was mastered by the wine altar first? What a day for the second dog. But what virtue and ability do I, Summer E, have? How can I be worthy of drinking Senior's extremely high-quality spirit wine? This is not ginseng fed to a pig, a waste. Summer E's heart roared wildly in shock. Even the hand holding the wine glass was trembling violently. After Yiche finished drinking, he also realized that this wine was not simple. The wine coalesced at the dantian. It was warm, just like the feeling of doing an essential oil massage in his previous life. But he didn't know about any extreme spirit wine. He only felt that the things given by the system were always of crunchy quality. Yiche saw Summer E finish his mouthful and hurriedly poured him another cup. This moved Summer E to the point where he nearly burst into tears. Woohoo! This time, Summer E didn't choose to finish it in one gulp, but instead took his chopsticks and dipped a few drops of wine, sending it into his mouth for a closer look at his senses. At once, he revealed a look of enjoyment, as if a beautiful woman was serving him down there. Yiche looked confused, thinking that this person drinking is not refreshing even if, how the amount of alcohol is still so sub. Drink a cup and start playing drunk? Shao Qingli, let's drink. Yiche saw that the nine-tailed empress never drank, so he hurriedly urged the wine. You do not drink, the system that how I can explain. The nine-tailed empress glanced at Yiche and raised her cup to drink. Boom. In the next second, her heart shook violently, and her beautiful eyes were filled with unbelief. Her eyesight can be much higher than Summer E, which is an extremely high-quality spirit wine. This taste, this efficacy, is clearly immortal brew. She had the honor of drinking it once in the immortal world, and now this wine seems to be even more advanced than the last time she drank it. Yiche was confused by these two's reactions and scratched his head. Is there a problem with this wine? I think it's quite good. It's almost the same as the usual wine. It's not too hard to drink, right? Hearing Yiche's words, Summer E couldn't help but think seriously. This wine was brought out by his predecessor, so how could he not be aware of the value of the wine? There must be a deeper meaning to this. Could it be that Senior is trying to use this to tell me that wine is wine, even if it is an extremely high-quality spirit wine of great value? It is still no different from ordinary wine in general, just for people to taste. Thinking of this, Summer Yi's state of mind seemed to improve by a few points. The thoughts were clear. In the end, I am too worldly, too easily mesmerized by appearances and unable to see through to the essence. Elder, this is to mention me. Hiss. Seniors really do have good intentions. Enlightened. Senior's great kindness. I, someone Xia, will not dare to forget. Summer E respectfully rose and saluted. Yiche froze, confused, looked at Summer E, and then looked at the wine glass. Out of the blue, Yiche then waved his hand generously and said carelessly, Hey, it's not a big deal, it's just buying you a drink. No need to be so polite. City Lord Xia is the city lord of Linjiang City. It's an honor for me to be willing to come to my heavenly river sect as a guest. Summer E was grateful beyond measure, and looking at Yiche valuing himself so much, his heart was extraordinarily unfavorable. People invited themselves to drink the best spirit wine, but he didn't prepare any gifts. It's really so not going to come to life. Xia Yi overreached and said, Patriarchy, may I ask if you lack anything? I didn't prepare any gifts for my trip to you. Yiche waved his hand and laughed. This is not even called a thing. Just eat and drink well. However, if you really want to give it away, what kind of spirit stone, spirit weapon, precious spirit grass, I don't mind. Seeing that Yi Che was really prepared to ask for a gift, Summer E was clearly stunned. I'm just being polite. Why are you so serious? But the word was out, and if he didn't give it any more, he'd be unintelligent. Summer E pulled out his carry-on storage bag from his pants, and with a direct heartbeat, he took out one of the most precious treasures inside. Patriarch Yi, please look, this is the Xuan Bagua formation, which I obtained in a lost cave. It is a lower-grade spirit weapon. The defense is extremely strong, and once the formation is activated, even the desolate rank can't help it. After listening to the explanation, Yi Che's eyes flashed with brilliance. What he liked the most was treasures with strong defense. Raw not. You say old Xia Ui, come just come, bring what gift? Yi Che said politely with his mouth, but his hand was not slow at all, and he directly snatched it over. Summary shook his head and lost his smile, and couldn't help but exclaim, Patriarchy is truly a man of nature. So is Lord Xia City. Ha ha ha. Come on, drink. The nine-tailed empress was helpless as she listened to these two people bragging about each other, and when she saw Yi Che squandering the immortal brew in such a manner, she was even more furious. She decided that this immortal brew must have been given to Yi Che by the Dog Emperor, and with the Dog Emperor's strength, having a jar of immortal brew was not difficult. But it can't be that extravagant. Loser man. And just in this bout of blind thoughts, the nine-tailed empress had already lost half of the wine in the wine altar, and she immediately got up, poured herself a cup, and clunked it, not drinking for nothing. But what the three didn't know was that this immortal drunk didn't have much intoxication when he drank it, but after 3 rounds of drinking, the strength of the wine would become tremendous. Not even the Emperor realm could resist it. Soon, the 3 people on the table all felt dizzy in their heads, and their bodies were even more lightheaded, walking 1 step at a time. Sister Nine Tails, slow down. Why are you as drunk as that drunkard, my brother? Redline spat in a small voice, assisting the nine-tailed empress and sending her back to her room. When she gets back to the yard again, Summary was already lying on the floor, snoring loudly, and Hong Lin kicked him angrily a few times to the side, then slowly picked up Yi Che and brought him back to her own room. Chapter 18. Brother, you've mistaken me for someone else. Brother, how are you doing? Drink some water. Well, can drink again. Yi Che muttered that although his consciousness was somewhat comatose, his cultivation was skyrocketing. In just a few breaths, he broke through 4 realms in a row, breaking through to the 5th level of the Xian stage. However, the crossing of the 4 realms was still not the end. Yi Che's golden spirit root continued to shimmer with brilliance. The spirit root that had been remodeled through the baptism of the true God's blood did not have any upper limit. The spiritual power contained in the immortal drunk is being absorbed by the golden spiritual roots, and his spiritual power has been surging madly all the way up. It directly climbed to the 9th level of the Xian rank. When Hong Lin, who was on the side, discovered Yi Che's change, her small mouth was about to close in shock. Even for a genius who grew up in a large clan with tons of resources, it would take at least a year to break through from the 1st level of the Xian rank to the 9th level of the Xian rank. He, on the other hand, took less than even 5 minutes. This was more than breaking Hong Lin's perception. It was simply completely subverting the cultivation rules of the Tianling Continent. Yi Che himself hadn't yet perceived all of this, and his mouth yelled as he continued to drink. Brother is so powerful. It must be because of that cultivation. Hong Lin stared at Yi Che and affirmed in her heart. Suddenly, when she saw Yi Che drunk, a good idea came to her mind. Brother is now drunk and unconscious? Wouldn't that make me? Hong Lin came to Yi Che's ear, exhaled hot air, and gently asked, Brother, how exactly do you and Sister Nine Tails cultivate? I'm going to try. Yi Che was in a daze and only felt his ears itching, and as the alcohol got the better of him, a blazing fire immediately ignited in his abdomen. Cultivation? That's going to undress first. Hong Lin froze, her little face blushing all of a sudden. What does cultivation have to do with stripping? Brother, what? To take it all off? Hong Lin shyly said. Strip naked. Yi Che struggled to get up and hugged Hong Lin, muttering, Little Qing Li, how? Did the bear get smaller? Yi Che, who was overwhelmed by hot blood, mistook Hong Lin for the nine-tailed empress. He took in Hong Lin's soft red lips and also stuck out his tongue. Soft, tender, fragrance. Redline's mind buzzed and she froze on the spot. Brother, what are you doing? Finding that Yi Che's hand was about to reach down, Hong Lin immediately broke away from Yichei's embrace and hid on the other side of the bed, a touch of panic spreading across her pure and lovely pretty face. Yichei heard the young girl's screams. Instead of converging, he became even more excited, and with a bad smile on his face, he said, "Little Qingli, you're really good at even role-playing with me. Hey, 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 hey. Brother is here." Yichei was like a big gray wolf, pouncing on Hong Lin. Next, snap. Hong Lin slapped Yichei's face angrily. After this slap, Yichei's entire body froze in place as if he had been immobilized, and the burning flames were immediately doused with cool water. Consciousness instantly cleared. Red line? How is it you? Yichei hurriedly organized his clothes and took a few steps back, nervously asking. He thought it was his little Qingli. "It's me, brother." Hong Lin pouted and looked at Yichei complainingly, her heart shy and angry. This dead brother actually took her for a nine-tailed sister, and what's worse, even said she had small breasts. Hong Lin, brother just now? Didn't mean it. It was all a misunderstanding. Yichei covered his somewhat swollen face and smiled awkwardly. "I blame it on the aftertaste of the wine. Almost. And it was a big disaster." Hong Lin hummed, her face red, fluttering her clear big eyes, and asked curiously, "Brother, is this how you cultivate with nine-tailed sister on weekdays?" "Pretty much." "Huh." The young girl gave a surprised cry. "But brother, you and sister Nine-Tails aren't husband and wife? That's too degrading." Hong Lin's brows furrowed, her small face serious. Just because she was simple didn't mean she was stupid. After the accident just now, Hong Lin had vaguely guessed in her heart what exactly was going on with the cultivation Yichei was talking about. Yichei's old face blushed as he flew around in his head looking for a reason to explain. He had always set up a tall image in Hong Lin's mind. "In fact, your nine-tailed sister and I are in love with each other. Our love is as deep as the sea. Although we are not husband and wife, we are better than husband and wife." "So, it's nothing, it's just love." Hong Lin pouted her little lips and crossed her arms. "Brother, but you're not a couple." In her perception, only couples can sleep together. Otherwise, it's hooliganism. Yichei shook his head and smiled bitterly. He knew that Hong Lin was still too young and had been staying in the Falling Star Mountain range and knew very little about love affairs, so he didn't explain too much. "Anyway, you'll understand later. Brother, since this is the case, wouldn't we be unable to cultivate?" Hong Lin wrinkled her nose, slightly dissatisfied. "Of course not." Yichei shook his head. "I'm your brother. How can I do this?" At those words, Hong Lin nodded. But, for some reason, her heart was slightly lost. Inexplicably, another voice bubbled up in the back of her mind. "You don't have any blood between you and him. You can talk to him at..." Frightened, Hong Lin hurriedly shook her head, pushing such crazy thoughts out of her mind. "Brother, tonight this thing. Just pretend it never happened." Yichei knew the young girl's concern, so he nodded to her. "Okay, it didn't happen." Seeing that he agreed, Hong Lin felt bad again in her heart. Boobs touched, kissed on the mouth too, and he reached. The more Hong Lin thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. 2 firsts all gone. Brother is an abomination. Seeing that Yichei had already walked to the door, at some point, Hong Lin's small mouth slightly pouted. Even she didn't know why that was. Yichei came to the center of the courtyard. After the misunderstanding just now, he had completely sobered up from the wine. Although Hong Lin said that this matter should be treated as if it had never happened, it was hard for Yichei to let this matter pass just like that in his heart. As soon as he recalled just now, he put his arm around Red Lin. He had a wolf brother and ghost father feeling of guilt. Drinking is harmful. Just as Yichei was thinking about how to face Hong Lin next, the nine-tailed Empress's petulant voice came from the room. "Where the hell have you been? Come back to bed." There was an endless flavor in this one sentence, regal and irresistible. Yichei quickly went back to the house. The nine-tailed Empress looked at him with bright eyes, and that coquettish look directly ignited his fire. Yichei had already stirred up a blazing fire at Hong Lin's place, and at this moment, seeing the nine-tailed Empress' appearance of exerting herself to make demands, how could he still hold back? As soon as he swept her into his arms, the nine-tailed Empress immediately let out a petulant hum, her body twisting uncomfortably in Yichei's arms. "Don't. There's someone in the yard. Throw him away or I won't be able to put it away." The nine-tailed empress pressed down on Yi Chei's palms that were constantly rubbing together and forced her voice to say. Yi Chei nodded his head and immediately ran to the courtyard, and like picking up a dead dog, he threw Summer E into the woods outside the courtyard. When Yi Chei returned, the nine-tailed empress had already taken off her outer clothes and was only wearing a blue muslin bodysuit that barely covered her proud figure. Seeing this scene, it was as if there was a blazing flame burning in Yi Chei's throat, and in the next second, he pounced on the nine-tailed empress like a hungry wolf. Chapter 19. Big Brother Yi Chei, please accept our knees. The room was soon filled with more intense screams than ever before. Hong Lin, who had already guessed the cultivation method at this time, when she heard the nine-tailed empresses shout again, she was suddenly so shy that her face turned red and hid in the comforter, a small heart thumping. Why did nine-tailed sister scream? Is it painful to do this kind of thing? But if that's the case, why? Didn't Sister Ninetails rebel against her brother? It's so weird. Wait, if my brother and I practiced, wouldn't I scream out too? Oops. How can I think like that? So shameful. Hong Lin's mind was wrapped up in all kinds of thoughts, and it wasn't until the second half of the night, when the sounds from Yi Chei's room gradually became smaller, that she fell asleep in a daze. The next morning, Yi Chei saw Hong Lin, and both of them didn't mention last night's misunderstanding, as if nothing really happened. The nine-tailed empress changed into a white dress and became more and more beautiful. Red Lin stared blankly at her nine-tailed sister, looking at the other party's high-cooled and serious appearance. How could she not figure out why her nine-tailed sister could scream so loudly at night? The world of adults. It's so strange. Outside the yard in the woods. Chirp. Snap. Birds fly by and leave a trail to prove they've been here. Summer E, who was asleep, suddenly felt a coldness on his face and subconsciously touched it. Sticky. There's also some strange flavors. I woke up in a daze, surrounded by trees and birds. Huh. Wasn't I in Senior's courtyard? Why did you run here? You my back hiss? That hurts. Waking up, Summery covered his waist and staggered back into the courtyard. Too old to sleep on the floor. Patriarchy, you're already awake. Returning to the courtyard, Summer E greeted respectfully. Old Xia, why are you sleepwalking in your sleep? It's all running outside the yard. Yi Chei opened his mouth. Upon hearing this, Summer E touched his head in confusion. Is he sleepwalking? I've been alive for more than 200 years. Why do I only realize I'm sleepwalking today? But before he could think about it, Yi Chei pulled on him and said, Old Xia, go. I'll take you around the Falling Star Mountain Range. Soon, the other clans in the Falling Star Mountain Range saw a big brother of the 9th level of the Desolate Stage actually walking together with Yi Chei, talking and laughing, and occasionally bowing their heads, just like a small day. The eyes were glazed over. Oh my God, am I still dreaming? Come on, slap me and see. Snap. It hurts, this isn't a dream. The crowd's expressions were instantly complicated. Shock, surprise, and disbelief. A series of expressions appeared on their faces. Your Excellencies, I have something to say. At that moment, among the crowd, a man with rather clear eyes stepped forward and said, Earlier, Yi Chei had an additional fairy powerhouse by his side, and then, the Mo family's old ancestor even mysteriously disappeared within the Heavenly River sect, and now, even the Xia City Lord is treating him with immense respect. Therefore, I assert that Yi Chei, he must be a hidden powerhouse, and his strength is at least above the Hong rank as well. The man said with great confidence. True or false? He used to be wasted. 5 years to break one realm, known as Falling Star Mountain. How can he be a hidden big brother? You guys are still too short-sighted. Is the mind of a big brother something that the likes of us can guess? Remember, every Jedi big brother, more or less, has some quirks. Maybe big brother Yi Chei likes to pretend to be a weak chicken? So what's he up to? After pondering for a while, the man came to a sudden realization. I get it. Big brother Yi Chei definitely has a masochistic fetish. By pretending to be weak, he can trick us into bullying him, thus satisfying his inner masochistic pleasure. Ha ha ha. Must be it. Once these words came out, the doubts in the hearts of all the people were immediately cleared, and they couldn't help but praise them. Patriarch Zhao Buju is truly worthy of being my Falling Star Mountain Range's Mr. Crouching Dragon. He's just smart. That's right, that's right. Then according to Patriarch Zhao, what should we do now? Zhao Buju smiled confidently. Don't look at Big Brother Yi Che's current surface happy. In his heart, he is designated to scold Summer Yi for not understanding his heart at all. Next, watch me. After saying that, Zhao Buju jumped directly in front of Yi Che and blocked his way. Yi Che and Summer Yi were both startled in unison. What was he doing? Next, Zhao Buju yelled, "Rubbish Yi Che. Why don't you roll over and kneel down to lick your grandpa Zhao's stinky feet?" After cursing, Zhao Buju raised his head triumphantly with a look of waiting for a reward. Sample. I've scolded you so well that you can't even reward me? And hearing this, Yi Che's brain went black, and in his heart, he said, in the past, when you scolded me, I endured it. Now that a desolate rank powerhouse is standing right next to me, you still dare to scold me? I think you're really a rat licking a cat's pussy, looking for a thrill. Yi Che directly gave Summary a look, and the latter understood and slapped out his palm. Boom. Zhao Buju didn't even think of a reward before he was blasted into slag and drifted away from heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, the crowd that had intended to follow suit immediately braked, not daring to speak. How is this? Not quite what was expected. This Zhao Buju is such a loser. He fucking loves to analyze blindly. I don't know if Big Brother Yi Che is cool or not, but he's definitely cool anyway. All fucking cool to dust. One person cursed. After that person cursed, he immediately made a super far sliding knee, unusually silky smooth, and steadily knelt in front of Yi Che. And then with tears in his voice, he said, "Big Brother Yi Che, it's all because my juniors used to have eyes that didn't recognize MT Tai. Running to blow up your family's outhouse, shooing your family's big yellow dog, and often greeting your family. I know it's wrong. You give me another chance. I'll show you what it means to be loyal, what it means to say one when you say one, and I'll never say five." The man finished. Bang, bang, bang. Hard kowtowed 3 times. That loud voice, when the people heard it, they were afraid that the earth would not be able to bear it. Seeing him do so, Yi Che nodded his head slightly and assumed an expert stance with a proud face. "Get up. I have always been generous and forgive you." "Thank you, Elder." "Elder, there's me. I'll kowtow to you as well. You don't need to say anything. Just listen to me kowtow loudly or not, and it's done." I'm coming too." Seeing so many people suddenly lining up and kowtowing to Yi Che, Summary was anxious. Grass. When did the ass-kissing, thigh-flattering track become so rolled up? Don't you have any dignity at all? Where's the face? Patriarchy, I think. It's going to rain soon. We'd better go back first. Summary pointed at the clear sky and said without blushing or jumping. He decided that when he returned to the Heavenly River sect, when no one was present, he high and low had to kowtow to Senior Yi to defend his position in Yi Che's heart. Yi Che nodded reluctantly. In fact, he didn't want to go in his heart. He hadn't heard enough horse's ass. Why hadn't he realized before that these guys were so much fun? All are talented and well-spoken. The ass-kissing was soothing to him. Back in the compound, Nine-tailed Empress is in Honglin's room. I do not know what is talking about. I saw Honglin's ear roots read a large area. Yi Che just wanted to go in and eavesdrop for a few moments. But just then, a bellowing cry suddenly rang out in the sky, followed by a silhouette shooting from the clouds. Who killed my father? I'm Mofa imperative. Yi Che was shocked in his heart. It's broken. That old thing's son found it. Old Xia, he's your Linjiang city's man. You settle it yourself. I won't intervene to save you from losing face. Patriarchy, don't worry. He Mofa is just a grandson in front of Lao Fu. Chapter 20. Haters at the door. Don't hit me in the face. As soon as Summer Yi's words fell, a sudden majestic spiritual energy descended from the sky. Rumble. Bang. The gate to the yard, as well as the fence wall, was instantly destroyed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Even the dog emperor's favorite kennel was not spared. This scene stunned Summary. Mofa, this iron head baby, actually dared to be reckless here in the seniors. He is finished. The Mo family is completely finished. As the dust settled, an arrogant laugh resounded in the middle of the sky. Jia. Dared to kill my father. Today, I'm going to torture you to death and then throw you into a cesspool to soak for 7 days and 7 nights. A silhouette appeared out of thin air, and that desolate rank 1 cultivation fully erupted, looking extremely berserk. Mofa had already thought about it. He had to come out as an absolutely suppressed image to make Yi Che die in shock, in despair. However, in the next second, the look of pride on his face solidified. Why does this ragged old man in front of him look so familiar? It seems like the city lord of Linjiang City. However, Mofa was only puzzled for a moment. After all, Linjiang City Lord Summer Yi was a strong person of the 9th level of the Desolate Order. How could he come to this shithole of the Falling Star Mountain Range for no reason at all? Looking at Mofa, who had a cold smile on his face, Yi Chei's face turned ironic. At this moment, he didn't care how high the other party's cultivation was. Not cursing a few times was not enough to quell his anger. Pussy boy, I grass you horse. You fucking eyes grow to the ass? I worked hard for more than half a year to build a good yard. Motherfucker just so by you destroyed? You fucking. Watching Yi Chei lose his temper, Xiai was silenced, fearing that the other party would blow up in anger and accidentally wipe him out as well. On the contrary, it was Mofa, who was not far away, who laughed out loud, not taking Yi Chei's curses to heart at all. Oh, this grandpa just smashed it. What's the matter? Have the guts to come over and hit me, you little scum. Still not quick enough to obediently hand over the chance you picked up. Mofa was disdainful to the extreme, and after a cold laugh, another powerful spiritual energy erupted out, rushing towards Yi Chei's house. Yi Chei's eyes went cold as he yelled at the top of his lungs, Dog Emperor. This old turtle blasted your nest into slag. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't be able to endure it. The words, Dog Emperor wailed, for pause wind, blink of an eye from the back of the mountain ran to the courtyard. It saw his beloved nest at the moment, but turned into slag. He was furious and shook his neck to get his claws out. Seeing this scene, it was as if Summery had seized the opportunity to perform, and his body's aura erupted in full force. Master Dog, wait. How can I let you do this? I'll take care of it. Dare to offend Senior. Death is not enough. Today I, Summer E, will clean up the door for Linjiang City. After saying that, Summer Yi's peak desolate rank aura shot straight up into the sky, and at this moment, even the sky of the Falling Star Mountain Range seemed to be dyed black, extremely depressing. Summer E waved his hand, not only intercepting the attack, but also counterattacking in the process. Looking at the sudden fierce attack, the smile on Mofa's face froze, his face changed violently, and his eyes almost stared out. Dig it, peak of the Desolate Order. How is this possible? Nope, he's really Linjiang City Lord. It's finished. Why would he show up in such a shitty place? Mofa realized that something was wrong and backhandedly pulled out a dozen or so defensive magic treasures to put on his body before pulling out his legs and running. If he had known that Summery was here, he wouldn't have come even if it killed him. But how could he, who was only at the first level of the Desolate rank, escape the palm of Summer E, who possessed the cultivation of the peak of the Desolate rank? It was instantly enveloped. Snap. Like swatting a fly, it was swatted from the sky below, embedded into the ground a full half-meter deep. It was as if Mofat's bones had been slapped apart. He struggled to get up from the ground, and before he could even spit out the blood that had accumulated in his chest, he was slapped back into his stomach by Yi Chei's big slap. Slap. Soon, Mofa's face was as swollen as a pig's head. Oh, wrong. Don't hit me in the face. Thanks. Mofa is about to cry. He flew from thousands of miles away, all the way to the dust, originally thought that he could kill the 4 directions and take away the chance that Yi Chei picked up. Who would have thought that Summer Yi would actually be here? At this moment, he also realized that he had hit the muzzle of the gun. Xia Tianyi stood aside, snorting coldly. Mofa, you kid is really an old turtle hanging himself, tired of living. To actually have the courage to come to Patriarchia's house to spread wildness, and dare to break Patriarchia's house. Not even the dog master's litter. You are truly guilty of the most heinous of crimes. Woof woof. The iron is right. Listening to Summer Yi's intimidation, Mofa's body shook nonstop, the same as if he had a seizure. There was no longer the arrogance from earlier, and the cold sweat on his forehead, drop by drop, fell to the ground. He hadn't been afraid in years, and the last time he'd been this afraid was the last time. Xia City Lord, do you believe me when I say that this was all an accident? I believe you, but gutter. If you dare to be rude to Patriarchy, you'll die. Patriarchy, dare I ask? What to do with him? After Summery finished, he immediately bowed toward Yi Chei, and that gesture was more filial than to his own father. At those words, Yi Chei immediately took on the 9-tailed Empress cold and arrogant stance, showed a look of superiority, and waved his hand in disbelief. Little thing, let him pay. Attention in his next life? Yes. When Summer Yi was instructed, his body immediately exuded a thick, murderous aura. Frightened, Mofa fell to his knees and cried out, "Xia City Lord, you can't kill me ah! If you kill me, our Linjiang City's 3 cities meeting competition in 5 days. We'll have no one to participate." Mofa panicked. The Tri-City competition, once a decade. The winning city has first priority to enter the ancient battlefield for treasure hunting. It's a big deal for Linjiang City. Mofa was certain that Summer Yi would definitely not make a move to kill him for the sake of this. But alas, Summer Yi, who heard this, directly coldly snorted in disdain. Joke. The 3 cities race is not as important as Patriarch Yi. Daring to disturb Patriarch Yi's purification, you deserve to die. Mofa's heart in fear. He didn't expect that this Yi Che, in his eyes, was only a dregs of the Xian rank, but surprisingly, he had such a high status in Summer Yi's heart. Something's wrong. 10 out of 10 has to be 12 out of 10. Could he have hidden his cultivation? But no matter how he probed, he was at the 9th level of the Xian rank. Unless he is a legendary Zhou rank big brother, able to control his own spiritual power at will and hide and change his cultivation at will. And just then, Summer Yi suddenly raised his hand, ready to end him. After Mofa recognized who the real big brother was, he immediately knelt and crawled to Yi Che's feet. Not saying anything, just kowtowing. Bang, bang, bang. Looking at the ground was knocked out of the pit by him. Yi Che's heart was shocked. This person has a good hard head. Wanna die or live? I wanna live. Wanna live. Yi Che sneered. Well then, take the money and buy your life. Big brother, I'm willing to take out 30% of my Mo family's property. 50%. No, 70%. Mofa quickly changed his words when he saw Yi Che's face turn cold. Yi Che nodded. Just go back and send the money to buy your life to the Xia City Lord's residence. Get lost. Waiting for Mofa to leave, Summer Yi was visibly stunned and asked with some confusion. Patriarch Yi, you really let him go? He was going to kill you. Yi Che rolled his eyes and looked at Summer Yi like an idiot. How could it be? All of them, old and young, tried to kill me. I'd be merciful if I didn't exterminate his entire family. When his stuff is delivered, old Xia, you take my place and exterminate him? Yi Che, of course, understands the reasoning of cutting off the roots and must adhere to the principle of, if you don't deserve to die, do I deserve to die? The principle of mother's heart is not to be taken for granted. By the way, old Xia, what is this 3 cities competition he was talking about just now? It's like this, Summary said. Chapter 21, Elder. Are you planning to come out? The 3-city competition is a rule set by the Northern Zhou dynasty. With 12 cities under the dynasty's rule, each of the 3 neighboring cities will compete, and the winning city will enter the ancient battlefield in search of treasure. Senior, there are countless opportunities in this ancient battlefield, but getting one is enough to soar to the heavens. Summary said, his fists unconsciously clenched together. Yi Che nodded. The Tri-City Council was more knowledgeable than he was. But he knew that the women of Linjiang City, all of them were soft, good at interpreting people's clothes, and skilled in all 18 postures. So, the heart can't help but yearn for the. However, the strength did not allow it, which prevented certain evil thoughts in his heart from being put into action. But now, Laozi had the Linjiang City Lord on his left, the Empress of the Upper Realm on his right, and even a drop of true God's blood in the center of his chest. Invincible. Why don't we go to Linjiang City? Yi Che looked at the compound that had been blasted into crumbs and became even more certain of the idea in his heart. Old Xia, what do you say? About our friendship? Patriarch Yi, you are more like my father than my father in my heart. Xia Yi affirmed. Hearing these words, Yi Che seemed to understand something. No wonder someone else, a peak, desolate order big shot, was willing to make friends with a scum like him. It turned out to be because he looked like his father. This old Xia, what a filial son. Yi Che coughed and said, since this is the case, then I will go to Linjiang City to take a look. Don't mind me. Really? Patriarch Yi is willing to come out? Summer Yi's heart beat wildly. A surge of blood rushed straight to his head, and he came out with a direct scream. He was trembling. He had never been so excited in his life, even more so than the day of his first cave-in. Looking at Summer Yi's appearance, Yi Che frowned. I don't know if this guy has a heart condition. It would be bad luck if he died suddenly in front of me from excitement. Old Xia, I'm not kidding. Let's go now. But when we get to Linjiang City, you have to show me around. Those hidden alleys. Summer Yi's eyes immediately flashed a brilliant light and nodded repeatedly. Hey, patriarchy, I understand, I understand. No what? Right at this moment, the nine-tailed empress suddenly walked over and coldly asked. Yi Che and Summer Yi's bodies trembled, quickly putting away the smiles that only men understand each other, and once again getting serious. Little Qingli, old Xia, and I will go to Linjiang City to do some business. You stay here. I'll go with you. Time is precious and cannot be delayed. The nine-tailed empress faintly said. Upon hearing this, a touch of bitterness appeared on Yi Che's face. With her, you can't explore some secrets, ah. It's sad. Linjiang City was located in the north of the Falling Star mountain range. The most famous are the large and small Smokies Alley, with the flavor of undressing attracted many cultivators from the surrounding area to come. The sun sets at dusk. Yi Che and the nine-tailed empress entered Linjiang City. At a glance, the streets were filled with pedestrians, bustling with prosperity and clamor. It was the first time he had traveled out of the mountains and into the city since he crossed over. Yi Che couldn't help but drip his eyes and look around. Oh, this town is so full of beautiful women. Look at the river, standing in a row, all white and long legs. The surging river is even less dramatic than their waves. Clothes seduction, so you can't help but want to get it all off. Soon, Summer Yi then brought Yi Che to the city lord's mansion. So lively, drums and gongs. Old Xia, you threw a banquet? I'm not sure. I haven't been back for almost a year either. Patriarchy, go in first and take a look. Summer Yi said uncertainly. As a result, just as we reached the door, the unexpected appeared. The city lord's mansion gate guard stopped Yi Che and the others. No entry without an invitation. Yi Che looked at Summer Yi, and that look was saying, aren't you the lord of the city? How come you can't even get into your own house? Having lost face in front of his seniors, Summer Yi's face turned blue as he walked directly to the doorman and said in a deep, cold voice, Dog, do you recognize who I am? Don't know, what? The doorman's nose was turned up in the air, full of disdain. This appearance of the doorkeeper gave Summer Yi a whole laugh. You are good. I think you just entered the city master's mansion, got in yesterday, why? Then go inside and ask the others to tell you who I am. Summer Yi forced his anger and said, just don't go, what the hell? You dog, who gave you the guts? Summer Yi shouted violently. That's how I am. How? Snap. Before the doorman could finish his sentence, Summer Yi directly rewarded him with a slap, knocking out half of his mouth's teeth. What's up? I think you want to die. Old me is Summer Yi. Damn, you dog even dare to block my door. Hearing the commotion coming from the doorway, a few guards immediately ran out from the mansion and surrounded Yi Che and the others. They looked at the pudgy, tattered Summer Yi, feeling both familiar and unrecognizable. Hiss. Old Lu, do you see how this beggar looks so much like Lord City Lord? That's right, it's very similar, especially the face shape. It's exactly the same as the horse face of the Lord of the City. I look like your father. What the fuck? I haven't been back in a year. You're all blind. Seeing that Yi Che's gaze at him was becoming more and more contemptuous, Xia Yi's heart sank and he roared and yelled at the doorkeeper. His peak, desolate rank aura erupted and shook the crowd with a boom. It was only at this moment that the doorman realized that you've got a mouth like that. It must be the lord of the city. There's no mistaking it. The doorman was so scared that his legs were soft, and he fell to his knees with a flutter and hastily begged for mercy. The city lord? Adults, spare your life. Didn't he recognize it for a moment? Spare your life, ah. A bunch of losers who deserve to die. Summer Yi's gaze was cold. Then he respectfully looked at Yi Che and said in a low voice, Patriarchy, you have the final say on how they should be dealt with. They have offended you, damn it. Yi Che waved his hand in disbelief. Forget it. Go in first. Hearing that Yi Che would not pursue the matter, the several gate guards instantly sighed in relief and kowtowed again and again to thank him. Patriarchy, you stroll around by yourself first. I haven't been back for too long. I have to go to the back to ask about the situation. Summer Yi respectfully said, Go. Yi Che waved his hand casually. Soon, he then arrived with the nine-tailed empress at the banquet table in the inner hall, and at this time, there were quite a few people at the banquet. Everyone's attire was gorgeous, and the least of them were lower-grade treasures. Yi Che saw the wide array of food on the table and instantly pounced on it. This is much more delicious than the celestial river sect's green vegetable noodles. When the nine-tailed empress saw this image of Yiche, she couldn't help but shake her head, go out and at least pay attention to the image. However, very soon, under Yiche's coercion, the nine-tailed empress helped him take plate after plate of dim sum and put them all on the table in the corner. Eat, eat, eat. Eat you to death. The nine-tailed empress huffed and puffed. Sometimes she really couldn't do anything about Yiche. Free food. No food for nothing. Nah, little Qingli, you try it too. It wasn't long after the two of them had feasted that there was a sudden sensation at the banquet. Everyone was flocking towards the door, men and women alike, screaming like crazy. What's the situation? Who's coming? Yiche was also curious and followed the crowd to stand up. Chapter 22. Keep eating. No one dares to touch you. The Mo family's young master is truly a dragon and phoenix among men, instrumental talent. That's right, this child of Yulong is really getting more and more powerful. Almost everyone at the party gathered around the man called Mo Yulong and greeted him with smiles. This was the position of the Mo family in Linjiang City, the first of the four great families, except for the city lord's residence, which was number one. Nine-tailed Empress squinted and lost interest with just one glance. Not only is she tremendously ugly, but she also has a waxy face, and her feet are weak, and she has a weak kidney at a glance. She took another look at Yiche, nodded slightly. The more she looked at it, although this goods eating is not elegant, but this look is really handsome, and the kidneys are also particularly great. Full marks. And Yiche, who was concentrating on drying his rice, suddenly a system sound rang out in his head. The nine-tailed empress has increased her favoritism towards the host, rewarding her with an extremely high-quality immortal artifact. Phoenix Dance Neon Feathered Clothes. You can change your shape at will, and can withstand all attacks below you rank. Ahem. Yiche choked and looked up, only to find that the nine-tailed empress was staring at him with gentle eyes. That swooning look is so beautiful. Yiche didn't expect that the original high and cold nine-tailed empress would also reveal such a tender side. Little Qingli, I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to stare at me all the time. Yiche said with a bad smile. Nope. Who's watching you? The nine-tailed empress' face changed at those words, and she turned her head immediately afterward. But staring at a man like this and being caught red-handed, even though she was the empress of the Sky Fox clan, she felt a little embarrassed at this point. Damn. What the hell was she thinking just now? How did it come to mind that you want to rub Yiche into your body so that you can intermingle with each other? For 1,000 years. It was the first time she had ever had such thoughts about the opposite sex. The nine-tailed empress' pretty face was slightly red, and in her mind, she kept admonishing herself that she was only dual cultivating with Yiche in order to recover her cultivation. How could I have fallen in love with a human man? It must be an illusion. Yiche smiled carelessly and continued to eat with his head down. This whole bonding thing is like boiling a frog in warm water. You can't rush it. It takes the right amount of distance and coldness from time to time to keep the other person wanting more. Otherwise, would be a lickspittle. The nine-tailed empress was annoyed with Yiche's silence and immediately prepared to teach him a lesson. But just then, Mo Yulong suddenly and inadvertently glanced at the nine-tailed empress and was instantly attracted by her stunning face. Eyeballs are going to fall out. How can there be such a beautiful woman in this world? Then looking at those women who made an effort to squeeze over to his side, Mo Yulong only felt a wave of revulsion. Vomit. Bunch of shit. Spit it out. Mo Yulong immediately pushed aside the people next to him and quickly walked towards the nine-tailed empress, and when he got close, he was completely unable to pull himself away. The nine-tailed empress's face and temperament directly crushed his heart. Even the fairies and paintings were not as beautiful and bewitching as this. Mo Yulong said with fiery eyes, "Dare to ask the name of this fairy? I? Get out." The nine-tailed empress didn't even look back at him. Mo Yulong still didn't die. Following closely, my father is Mo Fa, the head of the Mo family. The nine-tailed empress directly didn't even bother to reply this time. Mo Yulong saw that the nine-tailed empress ignored him and was not embarrassed, but he even had the cheek to ask Yiche to leave. You, fuck off and let me sit here. In his opinion, Yiche was a straw bag. How could he be worthy of sitting next to the nine-tailed empress? Yiche also felt very amused at Mo Yulong. Were all the people in this Mo family oddballs? Your dad is Mofa? Oh, not long ago. He even kowtowed to my old man. But Yiche didn't intend to say it out loud, as he pretended to have an innocent face and said, Why should I give this seat to you? I want to sit next to the fairy too. Mo Yulong smiled disdainfully and directly pulled out a storage ring and threw it in front of Yi Che, saying, "Look at you. You're just a poor cultivator. I don't know how you mixed in. There's 100 lower-grade spirit stones in here. Take it away and roll." Yi Che blinked, not even looking at it for a moment, staring at the nine-tailed empress. "This fairy, you are so beautiful. I just want to sit next to you. Just seeing you makes me feel comfortable all over, as if you are my son. Without you, I can't even breathe or live." Yi Che spoke quite affectionately. Even his eyes were filled with love. The nine-tailed empress froze, and then the corners of her mouth involuntarily rose. Although she knew that Yi Che had said this on purpose, she still rejoiced in her heart. This guy said so meaty why. There were so many people watching. But hearing Yi Che's words, Mo Yulong's face completely darkened. What this horse said are his words, a waste of Xian rank, giving face. Someone come, kick him out. Mo Yulong said to the surrounding attendants. Yes. The crowd immediately stepped forward and were about to drive Yi Che away. Who dares to touch him? At this moment, the nine-tailed empress suddenly bellowed, her heavenly rank aura instantly releasing. Her gaze was incomparably sharp, coldly scanning everyone present. A powerful aura of pride in the world shook the crowd, immediately froze in place. The mind is appalled. This beauty is surprisingly a heavenly order. There's nothing wrong with that. Even if you're evil-looking, your talent is so unbelievable. The nine-tailed empress was only 20 years old in their eyes. At the age of 20, one could never find a second heavenly rank in Linjiang City. For a while, the crowd didn't dare to move easily. Yi Che just wanted to get up, but was pressed back by the nine-tailed empress. Keep eating. No one dares to touch you. When he saw this scene, he could envy Mo Yulong to death, and his back teeth were about to be gnawed by him. The fairy actually touched him. Cut. Talent is high, so what? Without resources, at most, it will be a heavenly rank. The Ren family's eldest daughter has arrived. Suddenly, a voice came from the entrance of the banquet, and the crowd gazed at it and immediately swarmed up like bees. Missy, you're finally here. Ms. Ren Mushiwe, after not seeing you for a few days, you're really getting prettier and prettier. Yi Che looked along with the crowd, and after one glance, he lost interest. Although she also has some poise, compared to my little Qingli, she is simply not even a rouge. This Ren family's eldest miss had a smug smile on her face, enjoying the crowd's bragging. She walked up to the nine-tailed empress, and when she saw that the empress' appearance was surprisingly beautiful, her heart immediately burned with anger and jealousy. Renmu Shui said in a conspiratorial manner, Che, where did the poor girl come from? She can't even afford to wear the cheapest mortal weapon, and she dares to come to the city lord's banquet? Have you seen the dress I'm wearing? It's a top-grade treasure weapon. As soon as Renmu Shui's words fell, the crowd immediately chimed in and quipped, the Ren clan is truly worthy of being one of the 4 great families. Their financial strength is really strong. We can't even afford to buy lower-grade treasure weapons. Miss Renmu Shui actually wears upper-grade treasure weapons as daily clothes. This is really envious of us. Feeling the envious and jealous eyes cast by the people around her, Renmu Shui even directly tilted her head to the sky. What's the use of being born good-looking? At best, you can be a man's plaything. Seek death. Hearing these words, the nine-tailed empress could no longer control the anger in her heart, and the killing intent in her gaze flashed past, and the people present didn't react to it. The empress had already choked Renmu Shui's neck. It can be twisted off with only a slight force. This turn of events scared everyone into shouting, Bold, you are crazy. This is the Ren clan's great miss. What's wrong with the eldest miss of the Ren clan? My little Qingli is still a female emperor. Yi Che said disdainfully. Then he gave the nine-tailed empress a reassuring look. And just as the empress was about to make her move, a sudden stern cry came out. What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble at my city lord's banquet? As the words fell, an old man dressed in black robes walked quickly with dozens of armored guards. The looks of the people watching were getting more and more agitated. I didn't expect even Deacon Huang to come. These two seem to be dead. Chapter 23. Steady. This wave of good feeling is greatly improved. Not only did these two offend the Ren family, they also dared to cause trouble in the city lord's mansion, so they're definitely not going to be able to finish their meal. Deacon Huang, are the gate guards of your city lord's mansion all for food? How dare you let these two beggars mix in? Shame on you. Renmu Shue's face flushed red as she also kept struggling. The nine-tailed empress snorted coldly and instantly flung the woman away, saving her from dirtying her hands. When Imo Yulong saw Deacon Huang, he purposely preempted the banquet. Deacon Huang. This banquet gathers all the forces, big and small, of Linjiang City. It's to discuss the next 3 cities competition. I didn't expect that you'd let certain underhanded people mingle in. It's really a big disappointment. Deacon Huang immediately froze. The Imo family's position was too big in Linjiang City for a deacon like him to dare offend, and he hurriedly apologized. Young Master Imo, I'm really sorry. If someone really mixes in, I'll never be lenient. Afterward, he instantly turned to Yi Che, his expression becoming visibly cold. Please take out your invitation sticker. Yi Che coldly snorted. You're asking me to take the invitation sticker just based on his words? It's not like he's from the city lord's mansion. Young Master Imo is the young master of the Imo family. Of course his words cannot be ignored. As a deacon of the city lord's mansion, I naturally have to find out your identities. Deacon Huang said rightfully, besides, I have never seen you, and your clothes do look like beggars. At this time, Renmu Shue suddenly yelled, they're just beggars who mixed in. They can't even afford to wear mortal weapons. Quickly drive them away. She just wanted to see the nine-tailed empress driven out in full view of everyone. That would be a great pleasure, so that she could vent the hatred in her heart. Yes, look at the clothes this woman is wearing, coarse cloth and miscellaneous clothes. So what if she looks good? A beggar. Get out of here, and quit dirtying our eyes. As soon as Rin Mushua opened her mouth, many women from the surrounding people chimed in. They can't compare their looks, and their talent and cultivation is even worse, so they can only find superiority in terms of their family history. However, they didn't know that the nine-tailed empress's body was the empress of the immortal realm's nine-tailed Skyfox clan. What an honor this is. How can they be compared to a bunch of brain-dead women? It was only that all of this was now known only to Yi Che, and as he looked at the nine-tailed empress, he couldn't help but feel some heartache. However, the nine-tailed empress did not utter a single word since the beginning, and her face did not change at all even in the face of a crowd of cold words and mockery. Just high and cold. Standing beside Yi Che. This time, Yi Che couldn't bear it anymore completely and shouted, all the uneducated dirtbags. A mere top-grade treasure weapon makes you guys lick it like this. Are the 4 great families of Linjiang City all this kind of goods? The moment Yi Che said this, the scene was in an uproar. Kid who doesn't know the heights of heaven, today I will have to thwart you. Imo Yulong said sinisterly, his eyes not hiding his contempt for Yi Che at all. The man is indeed good-looking. But so what? No status, no position, ultimately just a bottom-of-the-barrel scum. How can you compare with him, young Master Imo? Speak out of turn. Without an invitation sticker, get out of here. Deacon Huang said angrily. At those words, the corner of Yi Che's mouth lifted up a cold smile, and then he looked straight into everyone's eyes with a sharp gaze as he slowly pulled out the Phoenix Dance neon feathered clothes. As soon as Hajime appeared, the shining light instantly illuminated the entire hall, directly blinding everyone. The feathered clothes emitted a sacred, supreme atmosphere, like ferocious ocean waves crazily impacting the souls of everyone present, shocking the hearts of the people. At this moment, everyone didn't even dare to gasp loudly under this aura, let alone speak. The nine-tailed empress also slightly side-eyed, her pupils showing surprise. Extreme immortal weapon. How did he have immortal weapons? And so gorgeous and pretty. In full view of everyone, Yi Che handed the Phoenix Dance neon plumage to the nine-tailed empress and laughed, saying, how many times have I told you to pay attention to your clothes when you go out? And look at today, you're actually being despised by a bunch of rednecks. The nine-tailed empress looked at the immortal weapon that Yi Che handed over and was shocked beyond belief. Is he giving it to me? I know you have a high opinion. It's too much for you to wear this, so just make do. In an instant, the nine-tailed empress understood Yi Che's meaning, and immediately afterward, her heart trembled violently, and even her breathing became chaotic at this moment. It had been a long time since she had experienced the feeling of being cared for. The nine-tailed empress nodded, and in just an instant, she put the Phoenix Dance neon plumage on her body. Next, hiss. Beauty. This aura is so like a dynasty princess. Can there really be such a stunningly beautiful woman in this world? Now, I feel like it's a sin for me to breathe together in front of her. In the middle of the hall, thunderous exclamations and breaths of cold air rose and fell. Because the beauty of the nine-tailed empress completely exceeded everyone's imagination, and it was simply impossible to use words to describe what kind of overwhelming splendor this was. She was like a princess coming out of a royal palace, and wherever she walked, everyone scattered like commoners. Even Yi Che, at this moment, when facing this face, his mind appeared to be disoriented for a short period of time. The Phoenix Dance Nei Shang feather clothes seemed to be specially customized for the nine-tailed empress, perfectly setting off her high and proud temperament. The nine-tailed empress had calm eyes, and had long been accustomed to these compliments, as she looked towards Yi Che, and actually took the initiative to smile at him for the first time. Smile like a flower. Yi Che's heart was immediately delighted. Steady, steady. That favorability mustn't go up by 20 or 30. Yi Che coughed lightly, and the people present immediately shifted their gazes to him. In his mind, he frantically guessed the identity of the other party. After all, this treasure of unknown grade was taken out by him. At this moment, no one felt that Yi Che was an ordinary person anymore. Gentlemen, who is the beggar now? When they heard Yi Che's words, the crowd immediately lowered their heads in vain, not daring to breathe a bit more. But at this time, the crowd suddenly burst into Mu Shue's voice again. They are thieves. This extremely high-grade spirit weapon is my Rin clan's town treasure. Deacon Huang, quickly take him down and help me recapture my clan's greatest treasure. There will be a great reward. On one side, Mo Yulong's eyes also lit up when he heard Ren Mu Shue's words. This woman is pretty smart when it counts. Who says what's in your pocket is necessarily yours? It still depends on whether I, Mo Xiao, agree or not. Mo Yulong immediately laughed out coldly. That's right. I can testify that this treasure is indeed the Ren clan's greatest treasure. The little thief has a lot of guts. It's just that he dares to steal from the Ren clan, but he also dares to run here to show off. Deacon Huang, take him down. Hearing this, Yi Che was infuriated and laughed. These guys are really good at making excuses. He'd had a long day. Deacon Huang, where is Deacon Huang? Mo Xiao, Deacon Huang he left. What? The deacon said that the matter was too big, and that he would have to report to the city lord first. Mo Xiao's face darkened. Useless thing. I'll come myself. After saying that, Mo Yulong's Earth Stage 5 cultivation level exploded, but before he could even get close to Yi Che, the nine-tailed empress blasted out with a palm, and the terrifying power instantly shook him away. With this Immortal Artifacts Edition, below the Huang rank, there's no need to put it in your eyes. The nine-tailed empress came close to Yi Che and spoke. Little green glaze is awesome. There you are. Yi Che didn't finish his sentence. Suddenly, a violent shout rang out from behind the crowd. Shit! Which ungrateful one dares to touch my son? Mofa, who had just rushed back from the Falling Star mountain range, walked through the gate and saw a figure fly to his feet. When he looked, he realized it was his own son. It pissed him off. The fire that was already being held in the Falling Star mountain range completely exploded at this moment. Shit, who is it? Stand out. He would like to see who it was that dared to be so arrogant. Chapter 24. The whole place was shocked. Who the hell is he? Seeing the Mo family head personally arrive, the originally crowded crowd actively dispersed. The figures of Yi Che and the nine-tailed empress, who were standing behind the crowd, were revealed. Mofa's gaze turned to Yi Che, just about to open my mouth. But in the next second, he looked stunned. His throat moved, and he just couldn't speak. Mofa's eyes gradually widened, and his expression became brilliant for a moment. It was an expression of shock mixed with fear that appeared on the face. Mofa, it's been almost a day since I've seen you. Are you well? Yi Che smiled contemptuously and snorted towards Mofa. This time Mo Yulong was not happy, struggling to stand up and roaring at Yi Che. Daring? Who do you kid think you are? Dare to call my father by his name? Why don't you kneel down and confess? Dare to touch me, Mo Yulong? You're dead today, dog. Right, Dad? Bearing in mind that Mofa was there, Mo Yulong looked arrogant and finished with an adoring look at his own old man. However, unexpectedly, Mofa's face was unsightly to the extreme as he grabbed Mo Yulong's collar and pressed his palm on his head so hard that his skull was almost crushed. Mofa came close to his face, staring at him with an almost murderous gaze, and said, in a hateful voice, Rebel son, what the fuck are you babbling about? Is it trying to get me killed? Trying to get my Mo family killed? Do you realize who is in front of you? Stupid pig. It's you, my father. Even though his skull was on the verge of cracking from the pain, Imo Yulong forced himself to endure the pain and replied, I don't mean me, idiot. Imo Fa was so angry that he fought to press Imo Yulong's head into the ground, and the entire earth shook with a loud boom. This blow went down. Imo Yulong is already dying. Until this moment, Imo Yulong hadn't understood why his own old man was so angry. He had been born until now, and Imo Fa hadn't even bothered to scold him, let alone laying his hands on him now. Father seems to be afraid of the man in front of him? What the fuck is going on here? Even the people present were stunned. The number one family in Linjiang City, the head of the Imo family, would actually feel fear for the man in front of him? Immediately after Imo Fat cleaned up Imo Yulong, he did a super long distance sliding knee, his knee nearly sparking on the ground. His body trembled as he kowtowed to Yi Che. Imo Fa, pay respects to senior. At this moment, Imo Fa had a lot of fear in his heart, fearing that if Yi Che was unhappy, he would wave his hand and exterminate the entire Imo family. In his heart, he cursed Imo Yulong for being a stupid pig. How could he not hold back and give birth to such an idiot son back then? The people present looked incomparably shocked as they stared blankly at Yi Che. This man in front of him was actually called a senior by the Imo family head? Imo Fa was a desolate rank powerhouse. This was something that the entire Linjiang city knew. Then the senior in his mouth is at least a Huang rank. There can be no mistake. If the other party didn't have enough strength to crush Imo Fa, how could Imo Fa put down all his status and willingly kneel on the ground? After reacting, the people present hurriedly fell on both knees and kowtowed, trembling. At this point, everyone's hearts were ashen and filled with remorse. Did they just humiliate a Hong rank powerhouse? This is not an old bastard hanging himself, tired of living. Yi Che waved his hand and said with a disgusted expression, Don't call me senior, I'm very young. Yes. Seniors are always young. Always that 18-year-old freshly dressed young man. Yi Che was speechless. He was really 18 this year. It's just more mature looking. Imo Fa, you're doing it again. Still dare to run to me and provoke patriarchy. This time, I can't let you go even if I say anything. Summer Yi's roaring fury resounded throughout the banquet hall, his face grim as he quickly rushed to Yi Che's side. A leg kick immediately followed by Imo Fat. Yi patriarch, I really don't know that this happened. I just have been in the secret room to discuss with someone. Summary stammered his explanation, his hands trembling. And this almost fawning deference from Summer directly scared the crowd silly. The man in front of her. Even the Xia city lord had to curry favor? Who the hell is he? How come I've never heard of it in Linjiang City? The crowd looked at Yi Che in shock. A horrified thought arose. Could it be that he is from the Imperial City? The crowd that had just laughed at Yi Che and gloated at the good show had their cheeks instantly heat up. Who would have thought that this shabbily dressed Xian rank would have such a huge background? When Renmu Shui saw this scene, her brain had lost the ability to think. Imo Fa, who was kneeling on the ground, was even more afraid to make a single sound. Yi Che waved his hand in disbelief. Old Xia, I don't blame you. Don't be nervous. Thanks to patriarchy, this Imo family, destroy it and destroy the Ren family along with it. Can you do that? Old Xia, Yi Che said indifferently. Unbeknownst to him, this sentence had already scared the guts out of Imo Yulong and Renmu Shui. Imo Fa snapped his head up and fought to cry out, Senior, the three cities competition still needs me. Not now. The nine-tailed empress coldly said, directly grabbing Imo Fa's throat and pinching it off with a gentle force. Seeing this scene, the mouths of the entire crowd were wide open, unable to close for a moment. A powerful man of the desolate order, killing him just like that? After this scene, it was as if the entire room had fallen into a cold ice cave, and everyone was in danger. Summer also eyelids jumped. This predecessor S-woman's hand is also too ruthless. The three cities competition, I'll stand in for him, and the Imo family can be destroyed. The nine-tailed empress looked at Summer and could not be denied. Line. Everything listened to you, senior. Summer how dare to refute, immediately called out to Deacon Huang, Go, bring the guards army to copy the Imo family. Yes, city lord. Deacon Huang hurriedly nodded his head, and now he was incomparably glad that he had just made a smart decision and slipped away fast enough. Otherwise, he'd have to die here today too. Seeing that everyone's attention was on Yi Che and the nine-tailed empress, Renmu Shui wanted to sneak away. But who knows, The next second he was shouted at by Yi Che. Miss Run, where do you want to go? I. Spare my life. Elder, spare my life. As long as I'm spared, I'm willing to do anything. With your appearance, I wouldn't even be willing to let me do it. Yi Che snorted. Old Xia, can this Ren family be copied too? It's all a little thing, Summary said. He thought to himself, even the Mo family, the top of the four great families, had been copied. So what was the Ren family? Yi Che nodded and purposely instructed, be careful when copying the family and don't spare any details. Patriarchy, don't worry. This matter of plagiarizing a family, I didn't do it a lot when I was young. Summary said confidently. Back in the day, people in the jungle gave the nickname Copy King. Seeing this, Yi Che no longer cared much and continued to go back to the table to eat. Taking the opportunity, he clicked on the Q version of the nine-tailed Empress small hand puppet. Name: Qingli, nine-tailed Empress. Cultivation: second level of the Heavenly Order, originally cultivated as an immortal emperor. Favorability: 50, up 20. Current wish: revenge. To find out if I like Yi Che or not. Seeing this current wish, Yi Che couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise slightly. It's finally going to work. It wasn't a waste of his efforts. Sure enough, when a beautiful woman is in trouble, domineering out to help her is the best way to capture her heart. At this time, the nine-tailed Empress sat next to Yi Che, and several times she wanted to speak. Yi Che saw through her small mind and said without caring, this dress looks really good on you, so I'll give it to my family's little Qingli. Hearing these words, the joy in the nine-tailed Empress's eyes couldn't be hidden at all. After all, this was an extreme immortal artifact, which even she had never possessed. But soon, the nine-tailed Empress couldn't help but frown. She suddenly realized that what she owed to Yi Che was getting bigger and bigger. The two city lords of Cloud River City and Star River City have arrived. Suddenly, a low voice rang out from the sky above the city lord's mansion. Immediately afterward, two middle-aged men walked in broadly with 7 disciples. City Lord Xia, goodbye. I wonder if you're ready to make a fool of yourself in this 3 cities competition? Himph. Summer Yi's face was unsightly as he snorted coldly. Then he looked at Yi Che with a rescuing look. Yi Che immediately returned a reassuring look. Little green glaze? You lie down. I'm invincible. Chapter 25. This senior likes old cows to eat young grass. Hearing these words, Yi Che's heart fell back into his stomach with a whoosh, and he got up nimbly and stood behind Xia Yi. Summer Yi was even more backed up, his head raised, and he looked at the 2 city lords walking with contempt through his nostrils. 2 old pikers dare to speak out in front of me, too. Don't even look at how thick a thigh I've got on my side now. Ha 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 ha. Summer Iya, you've been scared silly, haven't you? Dare to talk to us like that? Summer E, why don't you Linjiang City just surrender and save yourselves the humiliation? The faces of the two were all teasing, looking at Summer E in front of them as if they were looking at a mole cricket. Nothing but barking dogs. Summer E snorted coldly through his nostrils. You'll all have something to cry about in the meeting competition 5 days from now. Now, see off the guests. You are not welcome in my house. Summer Yi's emboldened appearance caused the 2 city lords to become uneasy in their hearts. It's hard to believe that this old guy really embraced the thigh? Thinking of this, the 2 city lords immediately turned on their spiritual vision and searched the entire field. Even the ant holes under the tree roots refused to be spared. But after 1 lap, there was still no sign of abnormality. Immediately concluding that the old pikey is bluffing, Star River City Lord Wei Wuxian immediately said with disdain, Old thing scaring me? I think you are a toad following a turtle around, pretending to be a fucking bastard grandson. Heh heh heh. Scare you? Dare to advance, the day will be more than. You'll see if lousy chipped you layer of skin is it. Yo-ho. Advance on advance. Lousy afraid of you? Cloud River City Lord Luo Guantong crossed his arms and tilted his tactics back before disdainfully saying, then starting in 3 days, whoever wimps out is a son. No. Wei Wuxian stared at Xia Yi dead in the face. No, tomorrow. The competition will be tomorrow. Xia Yi glanced at Wei Wuxian and said indifferently, yes. Luo Guantong suddenly said angrily, no. Now, right now. Such a calm Summer Yi caused a trace of uneasiness to rise in his heart. Shit. Can't give this guy any chances. Luo Guantong beckoned and called out to the disciples behind him. Luo Bai, get on. Win this and I'll marry my daughter to you. Don't worry, City Lord. Within the heavenly ranks, I'm invincible. Luo Bai nodded confidently. Immediately afterward, he walked towards Summer E and said in a nonchalant tone, Summer E, who did you send up to be abused? Seeing that even a junior dared to act recklessly in front of him, Summer E was so angry that he was trembling, and then he turned his head to look at Yiche. Patriarchy. What's the best thing to do? The first game is about morale, so in order for there to be no surprises, I'll come personally, Yiche said in a deep voice. The opponent only had a cultivation level of the 9th level of the Earth rank, and with his poor strength, it should be enough to deal with it. Xiai froze. Hiss. Ye patriarch you want to personally go on the field? Isn't it too bullying? Old Xia, you should know that when a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. Summer E immediately came to a realization and gave a thumbs up, worthy of being a senior, doing things as steady. Yiche smiled and rolled his eyes as he turned around. Shit. At a glance, there was only one Earth rank, Luo Bai. If he didn't fight him, could he fight those two desolate ranks? Seeing Yiche take the stage, the faces of the people from the previous banquet suddenly looked odd, their small heads greatly puzzled. Isn't he a senior? Why did you run off to compete with someone from the Earth Order? Is that all? Seniors are good for? The crowd exclaimed in amazement. What's the difference between that and an old cow eating young grass? However, Luo Guantong didn't know what had happened earlier, and when he saw that Yiche was just a Xian rank 9 scum, he immediately smiled in contempt. Is there no one left in Linjiang City? A Xian rank dares to fight my disciple who is at the peak of the Earth rank. Ha! Luo Bai, fight to the death, try to waste him, and properly take out my anger for me. On the side, Yiche hesitated, then said, Luo City Lord, all know each other. There's no need to be so desperate. Let's cut a little. Who knows you? What kind of asshole are you? Luo Guantong coldly looked at Luo Bai. Do not stay hands. To the smoke beat. I will bear the consequences. Yes. Luo Bai immediately showed a ferocious face. Seeing this scene, Xia Yi looked at Luo Bai sympathetically. This poor baby. It's an old sin. Luo Bai walked in front of Yiche, and without saying a word, he directly struck out. This palm was extremely fast. The Xian energy was thick, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Yiche. This kid Luo Bai deserves to be the first genius of Yunjiang City. I've been optimistic about him since I was a kid. That's right. This hit from Luo Bai is enough to waste half of this man's life. Luo Guantong and Wei Wuxian let out a sigh of admiration. Die! Luo Bai was confident that this strike was enough to waste Yiche, but what he didn't know was just how heavenly the divine skill that came with the blood of the true god was. Even though Yiche was only at the Xian rank right now, the power of the poor man was enough to blow away a heaven-ranked cultivator with a single punch. Not to mention him. In the next second, Yiche casually blasted out a punch. A silhouette was blown away from the stage immediately afterward. The speed was so fast that the people present didn't see it. Pest! It wasn't until a splash of blood soared through the air that Luo Guantong came back to his senses and fixed his eyes on the person who had landed on the ground, who turned out to be Luo Bai. Seeing this scene, Luo Guantong was dumbfounded. Blasting away Luo Bai with a single punch. Did I miss my eyes? Wei Wuxian also rubbed his eyes and exclaimed incredulously. And besides these two men present, the others were clearly not making any waves inside. It was as if he had known the end. Yiche stepped on Luo Bai's abdomen and said with a smirk, You lost. Then, all the crowd heard was a few clicks and Luo Bai's hands and legs were then stomped off by Yiche. The first person to come back to his senses was Luo Guantong, who hurriedly said, Stop. Yiche turned his head to look at Luo Guantong and laughed. What for? Luo Guantong trembled. Oh no, please leave. Your hands. Yiche blinked. Who knows you? I'm just the goods that came out of some but ditch. Who? Are you in the end? Luo Bai, who was already on the verge of fainting from the pain, asked with a horrified face. Yiche didn't answer, but picked up Luo Bai, slapped him hard a few times, and asked, Do you know who I am now? No, I don't know. Pat. 2 more slaps. Now what? Know who I am. A great fear had arisen in Luo Bai's gaze towards Yiche, and he hurriedly gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, and kept nodding his head. I know. Immediately, Yiche slapped his hand again and knocked that Luo Bai into a fainting stupor. It's bullshit to ask when you know. Hearing Yiche's words, the hearts of the people under the field were speechless. Good man. That's a good. Clear reason for punching someone. Yiche kicked the already wasted Luo Bai to Luo Guantong and winked, City Lord Luo, your disciple is not resistant to being beaten. You. Luo Guantong's body trembled, pointing at Yiche, but all of a sudden, he was so infuriated that he couldn't speak. Just as he was about to strike to teach Yiche a lesson, Wei Wuxian, who was on the side, suddenly stopped him. Old Luo must not be impulsive. Didn't you realize that he didn't use spiritual power from beginning to end? Chapter 26, Elder, please help me. Hearing Wei Wuxian's words, Luo Guantong's pupils contracted violently, and his heart was even more unnerved. He didn't use his spiritual power, so how did Luo Bai get sent flying? Is light based on amazing strength? Then how powerful his physical strength must be. Old Luo, have you ever heard of using force to prove the Tao and becoming a saint in the flesh? Wei Wuxian said with a grave expression on his face. The flesh of this type of strong person has extreme strength and speed, and has long surpassed the limits of the human body. Without the use of any external force at all, one can exert astonishing power, and a single punch can even shatter mountains and rivers. I'm afraid this person in front of me is this kind of strong person. No way. He looks. Don't believe? Then look at Summer Yi's emboldened face. If he hadn't flattered this type of powerful person, even if he had 10 more guts, would he dare to talk to us like this? Luo Guantong swallowed his saliva, and at this moment, his heart had already believed a large part of it. At the same time, he couldn't help cursing I'm not a good guy. I'm not a good guy. An old immortal, actually running here pretending to be young to beat up the younger generation. I'll be damned. Shame on you. However, Luo Guantong's face is smilingly arching his hand at Yiche. Senior, this would be inappropriate for you, right? You are so old, bullying a small disciple of mine. It is not like words to pass out. That's right. I'm big, but I'm 22 years old. Yiche blinked and said. Hearing this, Luo Guantong's face darkened and he cursed in his heart. Where's your face? 22 years old can have this strength. The old man shits upside down in public and poops. Ha ha ha. Seeing Luo Guantong and Wei Wuxian embarrassed, Summer Yi's old face immediately bloomed into a smile like a chrysanthemum. Let's not talk about useless things. The second match continues. Come on, both of you together. I have to beat the shit out of you. Summer Yi, you're pretending to be a chicken. If it wasn't for the face of my seniors, I would have to beat you back into your mother's womb. Luo Guantong said angrily. Then try it. Summer Yi leapt to the stage in one step, hands behind his back, extremely pretentious. Then he looked at Yiche, and his small eyes even blinked pitifully a few times. Yiche then looked at the nine-tailed empress and coughed a few times. Cough, cough. Little Qingli, you. Himph. The nine-tailed empress snorted coldly before standing on the stage. As soon as Wei Wuxian saw that the one who came up was a woman, and that Yiche was not going to make an appearance, ecstasy immediately welled up under his eyes, and he immediately snorted coldly and, Summer Yi, without your senior, you're nothing. Old Luo, we'll teach him to be a man today. My big knife has long been hungry and thirsty. Luo Guantong roared, pulled out a 2-meter-long greatsword, and slashed at Summer Yi. Wei Wuxian followed closely behind, drawing a dragon with his left hand and a rainbow with his right. A strong aura continued to solidify in the air, locking Summer Yi firmly in place. As for the nine-tailed empress, the two chose to ignore it. What kind of combat power can a female doll of the heavenly rank have? Looking at that earth-shattering attack, the people present all showed despair. They couldn't understand why their own city had to come and die. What are you pretending when the thigh you're hugging isn't even next to you? In the face of that powerful attack, Summer Yi was not shocked but pleased, his robes fluttering with the wind, like a worldly superior. Then, with a nimble little walk, he dodged behind the nine-tailed empress. In his opinion, if the senior was so strong, the woman following him would definitely not be weak. His vision, as always, was spot on. With a pious expression on his face, Summer Yi yelled out as if he were on a pilgrimage, Senior, please also help me. Boom. Next moment, the nine-tailed empress's dress danced, and the golden light of the phoenix dance neon plumage directly ignored all attacks below the emperor realm. Immediately after that, the empress pulled out the blue longsword, which was also an immortal weapon. She flicked out a sword and this powerless, seemingly unkillable sword that couldn't even kill a chicken caused those two people who were originally at an absolute advantage to have a huge change in color. When a sword came out, time seemed to stop, and the furious attacks of the two of them were as fragile as white paper under this sword. It was directly torn into pieces and annihilated into oblivion. Wherever the sword light passed through, space collapsed inch by inch, and the duo could even see spatial cracks. A terrifying and incomparable sword intent shot straight up into the sky, killing towards the two of them at great speed. Wei Wuxian and Luo Guantong looked at each other, their pupils filled with shock. A sense of powerlessness hit the bottom of their hearts, and at this moment, in their minds, only one thought remained. Run fast. If you run slow, you'll lose your pants. Two people want to escape, but was locked escape cannot escape. Strong desire to survive, so that the two people again swung several strikes, but were crushed by the sword light to destroy the momentum. What? How is this possible? What kind of grade of weapon is this, and why can it emit such terrifying sword intent? The two were powerless to resist, and could only watch the sword light gradually enlarging in their pupils. Bang! As the sword light cut through, the shoulders of the two men were instantly chopped off, and one of them dropped an arm, blood spraying out like a fountain of nuisance. Ah, my arm! In the next second, the entire city lord's mansion was silent, and only the duo's agonizing wails could be heard. Watching this shocking change, the crowd in the arena all changed color. Chopping off the arms of two peak, desolate ranks with a single sword was still effortless. How powerful and overbearing this must be. Yi Chei's eyes widened, and his heart was also filled with shock. Now the power of the nine-tailed Empress was beyond his expectations. Simply, God stops killing God, Buddha stops killing Buddha. Summer Yi, who was hiding behind him, was even more excited with his neck reddening as he roared repeatedly, "Ha ha ha! Two old pikers, know what kind of thigh I'm hugging. In the future, do you still dare to be arrogant?" The two of them, Wei Wuxian, who had been seriously injured by the chopping down of a blade, nodded repeatedly on their bodies and managed to stop the bleeding. When he looked at the nine-tailed Empress again, his eyes were filled with scorn and panic. To be able to erupt such a shocking strike and even kill two of their peak, desolate rank powerhouses in seconds, what exactly was her cultivation level? How could it be just the heavenly rank? Another pig in a poke. Shit, no martial arts. The two of them didn't dare to think, how could a strong person who was at least at the beginning of the Huang rank look at this dog, Summer Yi? Damn it, how come they couldn't meet this kind of chance? The two were incomparably jealous in their hearts, and both of them understood at this moment that with the presence of these two predecessors who were pretending to be pigs and eating tigers, they were simply unable to fight against them. Summer Yi, you are at least the lord of a city. Do you only hide behind others? Dare to fight me one-on-one. That's right. Do you dare to compete with me on your own strength? I'll let you have an arm. In the face of the two men's agitation, Summer Yi laughed shamelessly. What? You can't beat me and want to morally kidnap me? Then I'm really sorry. I, old Xia, have lived so long that I don't know how to write the word morality. The old man is illiterate, you don't know. There's no point in talking more. As long as you guys don't admit that this three cities competition, it was Linjiang City that won, you'll have to die this. You, old piker, you bully people too much. Luo Guantong wailed helplessly. Wei Wuxian's eyes flashed with a touch of ferocity, but he quickly lowered his head and said, Admit it, I admit it. This time Linjiang City is number one. The quota for exploring the ancient battlefield is yours, that's fine. Lao Luo, let's go. After saying that, Wei Wuxian gritted his teeth and pulled Luo Guantong away, fleeing Linjiang City in haste. Looking at the back of the duo as they left, the nine-tailed Empress's willow brows furrowed, intending to chase after them and cut off their roots. Xiai hurriedly stopped. Senior. They are all the lords of a city. If we kill them, the northern Zhou dynasty will definitely trace them down. At that time it will not be easy to deal with. Hearing this, the nine-tailed Empress only stopped. Yi Chei hurriedly ran to her side and laughed heatedly. Little Qingli, you're really getting stronger and stronger. It's not in vain of my hard work. Timph. Chapter 27. Why do you have a nosebleed? Patriarch Yi, Patriarch's wife, you've labored all day today. I'll arrange a room for you to rest. Xiai stepped forward and said. Who knows that as soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chei laughed out loud. Sovereign's wife. Old Xia, you really know how to shout. Ha ha ha. The nine-tailed Empress even glared at him angrily, her eyes looking like they wanted to kill. Who is his wife? If you talk nonsense again, I'll destroy your city lord's mansion. I. Summary Eye was immediately so frightened that he couldn't speak well. Fortunately, Yi Che pulled the nine-tailed empress in time, patted Summer Yi's shoulder, and pacified. Old Xia, you say how you're so timid. She's just scaring you a little bit. Look at your body shaking, it's embarrassing. All right, little Qingli, let's go back to our room. Yi Che smiled cheerfully. Summer Yi, who was following behind, couldn't help but spit in his heart. You're the big man. Of course you're not afraid. Just my little body. It's not even enough for her to cut with a sword. Can I not be scared? Senior, can you control your daughter-in-law? Summer Yi deliberately picked the most luxurious room in the city lord's mansion, which was perfect to the core. Just about anything you can think of is in the room. Yi Che randomly opened a cabinet, and it turned out that it was filled with all kinds of erotic inners. 3.1 style tulle skirt, transparent small belly pocket, red lace-up back crotch skirt, free of ancient style temptation dress. For a while, looking at Yi Che, he was simply dazzled up. This old Xia deserves deep friendship, Yi Che affirmed. What are you looking at? Seeing Yi Che standing in front of the cabinet and giggling all the time, the nine-tailed empress couldn't help but ask curiously. It's fine, it's fine. Yi Che hurriedly closed the cabinet door, his face overflowing with an uncontrollable smile. Sick. I'm going to bathe first, the nine-tailed empress said in disgust. She looked at the huge hot tub inside the house and was delighted. Finally, no squatting in that barrel. She then looked at Yi Che and realized that the other party hadn't even expressed anything, so she couldn't help but frown and repeated, I'm going to bathe. Go on. I mean, this spa is big enough. Ah, I know, Big Ah. Little Qingli, you go quickly, Yi Che said back. You. The nine-tailed empress didn't know what to say for a moment. Sulking alone, he viciously closed the bathroom door. This dead man. Did the brain lose its way today? Couldn't this be heard? But soon, the nine-tailed empress was self-doubting again. Could it really be that I didn't hint enough? Naturally, it wasn't that she didn't imply enough that. Rather, Yi Che was immersed in the conversation with the system and didn't think about the nine-tailed empress's words. Didn't even hear it. He had just read the mess back. System, the good feelings are 50. Why don't you give a reward? Host, you have to speak with a conscience. Isn't the Phoenix Dance neon feather clothes a reward given to you by this system? Xiao Tongzi, I'm warning you, nah, that's all I earned with my skills. What do you mean you gave it to me? Don't talk nonsense. The system exploded with anger. Day? Give it, or I won't coax the Empress from now on. Count on it. Rewards. Stop. This time, I'm going to choose my own reward. Yi Che interrupted the system casting the spell and said, Boing boing. Too much bullying of the system. You stiffed me the last few times. Can't I just choose for myself this time? Little Tuzi, it's a democratic society now, and you're still engaging in this old-fashioned authoritarianism. Add some cultivation to me, preferably straight to full. System, hear thou, do men speak? But the system still did as it was told. Who made Yi Che its master? If it doesn't spoil, who will? Next, Yi Che only felt that his golden spiritual root suddenly became active, and a huge suction force emerged. In a flash, all the surrounding auras surged towards him. Boom. Next, the entire city lord's mansion was shaken. Summer Yi, who was having a beautiful dream, suddenly woke up and subconsciously shouted, Earthquake? As the vibrations continued to sound, Summer Yi was so scared that she ran out of the house and suddenly realized that there was something she hadn't taken. Risking being buried by the house again, he ran into the house at a rapid pace, grabbed his beloved pillow, and fled to the clearing. Why is there an earthquake for good reason? Odd. Summer Yi felt the violent shaking of the ground and was puzzled. City Lord, it's not an earthquake. It's the movement coming from the room where Senior lives. What? Summer Yi exclaimed, immediately probing. Soon. So it's Senior who is absorbing the aura. Hiss. This terrifying suction power, truly worthy of being a legendary U-rank powerhouse. Wait, but what is Senior cultivating in the middle of the night? Summer Yi, who always liked to make a few more turns when thinking about problems, immediately speculated about Yi Che's mind. Could this move by the Senior be an attempt to tell me that he's so unhappy with the room I picked that he can't sleep most of the night? When he thought of this, his face became extremely grave. His thighs were angry. Wasn't he about to be kicked? But what is it that displeases the Seniors? Summer Yi stared at his eyebrows and asked Deacon Huang, who was beside him, what do you think is missing from the room? Well, In the next thought, still missing. Women. Summary sniffed and was enlightened. Go, find them for me. Call out all the beautiful women in Linjiang City. Elder originally meant this, but it was me who was unintelligent. On the other side, after Yi Che absorbed countless auras, he took a step directly into the heavenly stage. This terrifying speed was enough to shake the entire continent. But Yi Che wasn't quite satisfied yet. Hey, little Tuanzi, why are you only at the heavenly rank? At least give me a rise to the holy rank. Oi, 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 oi. Little Tuanshan? Where are you? Jerking off? The system, who had recognized Yi Che as a person at this moment, chose to be silent and play dead. Suddenly, an induction came from Yi Che's heart that the second black spot could be opened. Ha ha ha. Let me see what this second divine skill is. Yi Che immediately opened the second seal. In an instant, a red shadow flew out from the black dot and drilled into Yi Che's mind. After seeing it clearly, Yi Che was stunned. Human face and snake body, red all over. More outrageous is that the eyes of this ferocious beast, even vertically long. Seeing Yi Che's doubt, the system warmly gave a hint. Candle Dragon. Eye of the Candle Dragon. Deduce all things. Knowing the future and understanding the past and present, approving the yin and yang and breaking the five elements. Yi Che frowned, unsatisfied, and said, how is this divine skill so abstract? It's useless. It can't be beaten or eaten. Candlewick, /_ the great injustice seed. What? I'll have a bloodbath? Yi Che counted with his fingers. Put that fucking shit on. At this time, the nine-tailed empress walked out wrapped in a bustier bath towel, her thighs completely exposed to the air afterward. Freshly bathed, her shoulders were draped in hair, her wet green silk shimmered brightly as it fell down to her waist, and her delicate face revealed a flushed aura. The white and tender skin, moisturized by the water vapor, looked extraordinarily delicate, as if it was carefully polished jade. She stepped on the floor with her bare jade feet, a few drops of fresh water dripping slowly down her thighs, her ankles. When Yi Che saw this scene, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and his little heart actually fluttered indisputably at this moment. The nine-tailed empress approached, and a strong scent hit her nose. She had a flirty smile on her face. The moment those shallow dimples appeared, it was truly tantalizing. Yi Che looked at the nine-tailed empress in a daze. Next, instead, inexplicably, the fragrant image of the empress bathing just now surfaced in his mind. The hiss. She's actually using her hands. Seeing this scene, Yi Che's nose couldn't stop bleeding. Why do you have a nosebleed? The nine-tailed empress walked to Yi Che's body with a worried face and inquired. Yi Che twisted his head in rare embarrassment and explained, it's fine, just a little on fire. Candlewick, Blackie, speak up. Chapter 28. Little Qingli, try this on. He's so fragile. It's just fire and it's bleeding so much. The nine-tailed empress picked up the handkerchief on the table and wiped Yi Che's nosebleed. But in the next second, the bath towel accidentally fell off on the ground, and a luscious and exquisite, ink hair draped, stunningly beautiful carcass was exposed in front of Yi Che's eyes. Yi Che's eyes looked at this perfect to the core body with dead eyes, and he suddenly lost the ability to blink. The nose couldn't help but bleed again. This Linjiang City is really dry, making people's fire, haha. Yi Che excused. The nine-tailed empress didn't scream, and although she was a bit stunned, she still said calmly, how come you didn't see? You looking so serious before? Hearing this flirtation from the empress, Yi Che's heart was immediately ecstatic. Ha ha ha. It's just not the same after 50 good feelings. Little Qingli, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Let's quickly cultivate. The nine-tailed empress nodded shyly. Suddenly, Yi Che remembered something and pulled out a relatively cool dress from the cabinet. Handing it to the nine-tailed empress's eyes, she tried to ask, Little Qingli, try wearing this. The nine-tailed empress glanced at it. Her willow brows immediately furrowed, her eyes grimacing. Is this dress worn by decent people? What should be covered is not covered. What should not be covered is not covered. The main one is convenient. Try it. Yi Che spoke out once again. Seeing his pleading look, the nine-tailed empress was shaken inwardly. She herself didn't even realize that without realizing it, she had already begun to care about Yi Che's thoughts. Just once. The nine-tailed empress squirmed for the first time. Soon, She was dressed in the clothes Yi Che had picked out. With just one glance, Yi Che could no longer move his gaze. The nine-tailed empress had a curvaceous figure and was wearing a thin as cicada wing red nightgown that clung to her body, her perfect curves unobstructed. Her round, slender legs were even dressed in black silk similar to that found on the blue planet, which was simply to die for. The nine-tailed empress was obviously trying this style for the first time. Her fair face was heavily colored with a layer of redness at this time, dainty. She eased onto the bed and stretched out. That pink, pouty face, that rising and falling chest. For a while it all blindsided Yi Che. Seeing Yi Che frozen in place, the nine-tailed empress couldn't help but open her red lips slightly and gasped softly. A pair of jade feet slowly reached out to Yi Che, and those 10 little pink toes seemed like plum blossoms in the snow. It actually makes you want to lick it. Roar. Yi Che's veins rose and cracked at this moment, and he roared, frantically tearing off his clothes and pouncing on the bed. Boing boing. Soon, the nine-tailed empress noticed the anomaly. Little Qingli, aren't I fierce? A smug look appeared on Yi Che's face. The empress spat low and scolded, Dead man, that's not what I meant. How is your cultivation? At the heavenly level? The nine-tailed empress was stunned, but what shocked her even more was the speed of her cultivation recovery. It was almost like moving a few times would raise a small realm. Compared to the past when one night of no sleep could barely raise a realm, it was like a heaven and a hell. When you were soaking in the hot spring just now, I cultivated a little and broke through, Yi Che said without thinking. The empress smiled and was secretly shocked. Was this the power of true God's blood? When really? Scary as hell. This night, Yi Che was like falling into the clouds, completely experiencing once the extreme gentleness of the empress. Odd poses added to the list. The only thing I can say afterward is that I sigh. Practice makes perfect. Certain miniatures painted with actions that simply can't be finished. Next morning, Yi Che woke up first. Suddenly, I realized that there was something cold and clammy on top of my chest, and I looked down. It's actually the empress who's drooling. It also flowed a whole lot. Yi Che looked dumbfounded for a while. This empress is really treating him as one of her own now. Yi Che didn't move around, just quietly looking at the stunning beauty in front of him like this. The empress's lotus root arms tightly hugged Yi Che's waist, her head buried deeply in her chest. Like a lazy kitten, Yi Che clicked on the Q version of the nine-tailed empress. Name: Qingli, nine-tailed empress. Cultivation: 9th level of the heavenly order, originally cultivated as an immortal emperor. Favorability: 50 in heat. Current wish: revenge. Stay with Yi Che. After reading it, Yi Che immediately protested and, What do you mean by rutting, little Tengja? Can you use words? Leaning north. She's a fox. Does this system have a problem with using estrus? You illiterate. Hurry up and take this little fox so that this system can summon a new one for you for a change. Yi Che was speechless. For the first time, I think. The original system can be so crummy. He was a man who regarded love as quite sacred and solemn. Blame the system for being bad later. Boing boing. At that moment, the nine-tailed empress groaned a few times and reluctantly opened her eyes. He also rubbed his little head on Yi Che's chest, back and forth. Awake? Sleepy, still want to sleep. The nine-tailed empress pouted her lips and said without opening her mouth, Hee hee hee, then I'll help little Qingli refresh herself. Yi Che let out a bad smile. Then, it directly suppressed the nine-tailed empress. The bedding tumbled again, and some strange, yet depressing, sounds resounded through the room once more. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Yi Che and the nine-tailed empress arrived within the garden of the city lord's mansion. Summary had already prepared everything, wine and beauty, everything. At a glance, beautiful flowers, full of spring color cannot be shut off. Seeing Yi Che, Summer immediately trotted over and respectfully said, Patriarchy, did you rest well last night? Ha ha ha. Nice. The bed is big and soft. Yi Che said happily. Summer E, however, heard a different emotion in these words. Why did the senior mention the bed? Senpai must be using this opportunity to knock me down. Why is there only a bed and no bed warmer? Summer sighed in his heart. I have been studying the licking path for many years. How did I forget about this in a moment of confusion last night? Thinking of this, Summer hurriedly made a wink at the many beauties. The crowd understood and immediately pounced on Yi Che like butterflies pouncing on flowers. For a while, the sound of gongs and drums beating in the garden and the joyful laughter of warblers and swallows resounded continuously. Yiche was so happy that he couldn't help but dance in a slow motion with his left hand and right hand. Looking at the scene, I was just about to say the maxim, then play the music, but suddenly, a sword chi swung out. It directly decimated the wigwam not far away. Scram! The nine-tailed empress had an unpleasant expression on her face as she stared at the three beauties who had wrapped their arms around Yiche, her eyes almost spitting out fire. His arms, are they yours to hold? This turn of events scared the people present to death, and they were in a state of panic. Yiche immediately pushed away the people around him and stood beside the nine-tailed empress, saying in a serious manner, "Ahem. What are you guys doing? In broad daylight, what's going on? Don't worry, little Qingli. I will help you punish them severely." The empress glared angrily at Yiche and gritted her teeth. "You also roll over and stand in punishment." Yiche, stand on it. Chapter 29. Old Xia, I heard you've got a big leg? At dusk. Patriarchy. We've been standing face to face for an afternoon. Can we take a break? This old cold leg of mine is a little too much to carry. Yiche pretended to be profound. Old Xia, this is actually a kind of refining. At those words, Summer skimmed his mouth. He counted to see that this senior was strong, no doubt, but he was afraid of his daughter-in-law. You say you're afraid of your daughter-in-law, so what kind of beauty are you implying I'll find for you? My old Summerhead is also convinced. And just as he was secretly spitting, above the sky, several voices he was familiar with suddenly came. Old Xia too, you're not being generous. Knowing a hidden world powerhouse, you didn't tell us old brothers. That's right, if you eat meat, at least give us a whiff of it, no? The voice fell, and immediately afterward, there were three silhouettes that leapt down from the clouds in a single bound. The man at the head of the group was plain-looking, but he had two surprisingly large ears that hung down to his shoulders. The second one, with a full beard and very small eyes, could barely see a slit. The third one, although a strong man, had a body of just 1.5 meters and was particularly lewd in terms of his looks and temperament. Seeing these three people, Summer was instantly excited, a happy smile spreading across his face as he rushed over with a swoosh. Ha ha ha. Lu Dare, Chow Beard, Wu Da, why are you three here? Came to see if you were dead. What? Not welcome? If you don't welcome us, we won't take you peeking at the widow's bath. The trio laughed and flirted. These three were all at the peak of the desolate stage, and were the most prestigious loose cultivators in the northern Zhou dynasty, the Three Swordsmen. Another wife-killer and widow reaper. Their relationship with Summer is particularly good. When they were young, they were all old friends who stole chickens and dogs together and experienced many life and death catastrophes. Old Xia, where is Senior? You introduce us to them as well. Summery was puzzled. Where did you guys find out the information? What's the point of inquiring? Luo Guantong and Wei Wuxian, those two horseless things, have already issued a reward order in the entire dynasty, wanting to ask those Dana to avenge them. Old Xia, what do you say? Can you handle it? Lu Dare worried. Upon hearing this, Summer directly snorted in disdain. Those people are nothing in front of Seniors. The thigh I'm hugging this time is not ordinary thick. Oh? Then what realm is Senior in? I don't know, anyway. I only know that Senior is very, very strong. Xia rolled his eyes. How is he worthy of knowing the true realm of his seniors? Then where is Senior? Quick, let us see. Chowbeard couldn't wait. Looking at the several people's shockingly unseen appearance, Xia smiled so much that his eyes narrowed. Nah, Senpai is standing right there. Quickly go with me to greet us. If Senior is pleased and rewards us with some chance, it will be a blessing that we have cultivated for several lifetimes. The three of them looked in the direction of Summer Yi's finger and frowned. Chowbeard opened his mouth and asked in a small voice, Old Xia, are you kidding? He's only at the second level of the heavenly stage. What kind of senior is this? That's right. I can crash him to death with a single fart from Wuda. Old Xia, you're not being generous. On the contrary, it was Lu Dare who looked at Yiche's back, blinked, and raised his eyebrows. Well, ass is round and perky. This kid has a great body. What? Heavenly rank. Wasn't Elder Xian rank yesterday? You've changed to show yourself as a heaven rank today? It's still a senior. His control over his breath is really strong. Summer worshipped even more, sighing in his heart when he would be able to control his breath that will just like Senior Yi. Hearing the movement behind him, Yiche curiously turned around. Next, the heart is steeped in fear. Holy shit. How in the world was someone so ugly born? Nose like a mouth, eyes like a chin. Hey, patriarchy. These three are my good brothers, Lu Dare, Chow Beard, and Wu Da. I came here today because I wanted to properly admire your honorable appearance. Summer E hurriedly said to Yi Che. Oh, so it's one of our own. What's the saying? There are friends from far away, though far away must be killed. Or not right, is not happy. Yi Che laughed out loud and greeted the three of them warmly. Eh, la, la. The three of them returned the salute in a panic. They were now uncertain of the true cultivation of the person in front of them and didn't dare to be too reckless. But there was doubt in the minds of several people that, obviously a big man, but pretending to be a weakling, in this world, how can there be such a douchebag? Seeing how polite the few people were, Yi Che couldn't help but nod his head, revealing a satisfied little expression. To make friends with people of quality is to be happy in body and mind. Look, three big brothers, not a single frame, not looking down on him in the slightest as a scum of the heavenly rank. It is true that people are divided by groups. Old Xuan knows how to be polite, and this group of cultivators also knows how to be polite. Very good, very good. However, I just don't understand why I keep calling him senior. He himself was clearly only at the heavenly rank. Is senpai a common term of address in this world? Yi Che smiled at Lu De. Among the three, he was the only one who could slightly look at them. The other two were really hot. Meeting each other is fate, and old Xia has helped me so much, and these few people are also very polite to me. Why don't we help them? Yi Che secretly thought in his heart. Although his cultivation level was not high, he was able to rely on the two divine techniques, especially the eyes of the candle dragon. Under the deduction, all things can be seen. When Lu De saw Yi Che staring at himself, he couldn't help but panic in his heart and said apprehensively, Senior, what are you looking at me for? Do you want to know where Kongming grass is? Yi Che opened his mouth. Boom. Lu De's mind rumbled as he looked at Yi Che incredulously. Senior, how do you know that I need Kongming grass? Yi Che waved his hand in a pretense of sophistication, a slight calculation. Lu De was wildly shocked inwardly. This senior, could he be able to see through the workings of the heavenly Tao and deduce heavenly chances? Elder, can you tell Kongming grass where it is? At this moment, Lu De's eyes were extremely wide and his body was trembling as if he would faint at any time. Yi Che was shocked by his appearance. This person wouldn't have epilepsy, right? He said softly, far away in the sky, but close at hand. The grass is in the Wulong Gang, 300 miles outside Linjiang City. I see. Kongming grass, here I come. Lu De roared and stomped the ground violently, kicking up countless amounts of dust, then flew towards the outside of the city without looking back. His back was extremely dashing, but he suffered the other few people present, directly eating a nose. Cough, cough. Damn. Lu De, what kind of disease he committed, choking me to death. Vomit. Motherfucker, I should have known better than to bring him here. I say, old Xia, has your friend? Ahem. Really grown up? Elder rest his anger. He usually does not so. May go out today. His head was kicked by a donkey. Summary panicked all the way. The Wuda beside him spat and cursed. Bullshit. What being kicked by a donkey? It's clearly that he's been getting too much gay recently and his brain has gone wacky. Chapter 30. This senior. He still knows the way of deduction. That's all. I don't care about that too, fool. Senior. Let's go drink. Come on, people. Prepare a seat. Summer, he ordered his subordinates. Soon a table of wine and food was set up in the garden. A few people were seated, and just as the table opened, boom. Suddenly, there was a loud clap of thunder in the sky but in just a few minutes, Lu De was all red and flew back with his butt in the air. The look was as if he had climbed into the widow's bed. Summary got up and tried to scold him for a few moments. But unexpectedly, Lu De walked straight to Yi Che, and with a plop, fell to his knees, trembling. Elder, a great benefactor. Thank you for mentioning it and allowing me to find Kongming grass. Elder, on the way here I heard that you don't have a son yet. If you don't mind, I'd like to give you an old age. Lu De's words shocked the remaining four into spewing out a mouthful of fine wine. Summary was even more furious and kicked him with a flying kick in the air. Shit. I've known my predecessor for the longest time, and I'm not even a grandson yet, and you still want to be a son. Yi Che also resisted in his heart. The kid is ugly to boot. Old Lu, this Kongming grass is important to you? Chow Beard asked suspiciously. Lu De took a deep breath and said confidently, Of course, with it, in less than a month, I'm bound to break through the Huang rank. Upon hearing this, a few of Summer Yi's people cried out, "It's north of here. How is it that in the blink of an eye, the poor brothers are still flying high? Shit. I take care of widows every day. Why don't I have this luck?" Chowbeard couldn't help but blow his nose and stare. "It's not that I'm lucky. It's that Senior told me the location, otherwise with me, I might not be able to find it in my lifetime." After Lu Dare finished speaking, he gave Yiche another heavy kowtow. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, he no longer had any doubts about Yiche's strength. A single word of enlightenment, without heavenly cultivation, how could he do it? Yiche hurriedly picked up Lu Dare. "Brother Dare, don't kowtow anymore. I really don't want to accept you as my son. If you don't take a son, you can take a grandson." "Grandpa, dog stuff. For the sake of cultivation, really don't have any modesty at all." The Summer E trio cursed at the same time, then glanced at each other. Next moment, a loud roar rang out from the garden. "Grandpa, look at us too. You guys. My gosh, this is so scary." Yiche retreated back and directly executed urine escape, fleeing the scene at a fiery speed. He hid in the thatched toilet with a sad face, the four men, who looked more abstract than one another. He really didn't dare to recognize it. Outside, to be able to deduce where another person's breakthrough opportunity is by taking a glance, this kind of means is unheard of. I'm afraid that you rank powerhouses don't necessarily have it either. Chowbeard sighed heavily. Upon hearing this, it seemed as if Wu Da on the side had thought of something, and his gaze gradually became grave. "Everyone, I've heard my family Erlang mention before that people in the immortal world can deduce all the paths and know everything about you just by looking at you." Immortal world? The crowd couldn't stop exclaiming. "I suspect that Senior is not a U rank at all, but an immortal who ran away to play the world." Wu Da did not dare to say more. Hearing this speculation from him, the crowd all froze. These words were like a shocking thunderbolt that struck the minds of all the people. Seniors? The big man of the immortal world? Hiss. Thighs are getting thicker again. Good. Thinking of this, Chowbeard's mind became active. "No, I'll have to let my senior give me some pointers myself later." After a while, Yiche covered his nose and walked out of the thatched toilet. The next second, it was surrounded by four people. Seeing this, Yiche hurriedly said, "Everyone stop recognizing your father and grandfather. I think we are still better off as brothers. These people are both competent, funny, and braggadocios, and they blow my mind. I'm super into them." Hearing Yiche's words, the four of them were shocked to the core. "The big man of the fairy world wants to be brothers with me? Mom, I've made it." A few people's eyes suddenly got wet, and they cried a lot. Wu Da took out his summoning stone and sent a message. "Erlang, quickly go and see if smoke is rising from our family's ancestral grave." 1 second later, "Wu Erlang, brother, there's no smoke, but there's a lot of green broccoli growing." Wu Dai scratched his head. "Broccoli can still grow in a grave?" Chowbeard squeezed to the front at this time and looked at Yiche with bated breath, saying, "Elder, do you think I can break through?" Being watched by several people's scorching eyes, Yiche flung his sleeves out and thought seriously for a long time like a man of the world. At this moment, Chowbeard was breathing heavily and his eyes became eager. Back in his day, he had never been so nervous about going over the widow's wall in the middle of the night. Soon after, Yiche pointed at Chowbeard's head and said, "You hear, there's a meridian that's not working, and the spiritual energy can't reach here, so it's limiting your realm and preventing you from breaking through." At those words, the remaining 3 bung ports lived. Doesn't that mean that Chowbeard is missing a bone in his head? Chowbeard, however, had a happy face and respectfully arched his hand and said, "What Senior said is exactly right. Every time I run the gong method, I will always feel that my brain, as if it is in water. Also, please Senior guidance." Actually, it's very simple. As long as you cultivate the gong method in reverse, you'll be fine. When these words came out, they immediately scared Chowbeard's face. Practicing kung fu backwards? Isn't this pure and simple looking for death? If it's light, you'll lose half your body. If it's heavy, you'll explode and die. If anyone else had said this, Chowbeard would have had to slap and split the other person's head in half. Isn't it obvious that he's being victimized? However, now that the person who said this is Seniors, that is not necessarily the case. Senior, does it really have to be like this? Chowbeard swallowed his saliva and said with some inner fear, "Don't worry, there's no problem. Yiche confidently patted his chest and assured, "Good. I'll listen to Elder. Big deal. I'll be a good man again in 18 years." Chow Beard directly clenched his teeth and reversed his gong method in public. He had thought the barrier that had plagued him for decades would be difficult to break, but his head suddenly lit up after his spiritual energy had traveled in a retrograde circle. Shiny as hell. In just an instant, the spiritual energy in his body was like a stream running to the sea, and the meridians in his entire body were completely connected. After a few seconds passed, Chow Beard snapped his eyes open and his aura changed abruptly. The whole thing stepped into a new world. Feeling the majestic power contained within his body, Chow Beard was intoxicated and could not help himself. Is this the Huang rank? After the shock had passed, Chow Beard's face was solemn as he kneeled down on both knees at Yiche and heavily kowtowed his thanks. "Senior Chow Hu, I pay my respects to Senior for his great kindness. From now on, this life of mine is Senior's. Senior's affairs are my affairs. But if you have any orders, I will die." Seeing the other party move, Yiche instantly became confident. "I didn't expect that this divine skill, Candle Dragon's Eyes, wasn't fancy, but it was useful." Lu Dare and Chow Beard made breakthroughs one after another, but they envied Wuda and Xiaoyi on the side. Seniors, then we? There's no rush, let's eat first. Chat slowly on the table." Chow Beard grinned, "Right? Drinking first. Elder, I tell you, I'm quite knowledgeable about fine wine and human wives. That's Chapter 31. Afraid you'll catch a cold. I'll put a green hat on you." At those words, Yiche tapped his head. "Oh, right. Beautiful wine. It's rare that we have a feast today, so I suddenly have a feeling to recite a poem." "Oh, Elder still knows poetry well? Chant to chant to chant. Ha ha ha." The crowd cracked up. Yiche straightened his complexion, his eyes darting around. Anyway, this world was different from the blue planet, so borrowing from the wisdom of the ancients should be fine. Yiche opened his mouth. "Life's a good thing. Don't let the golden bottle be empty to the moon." "Bad. What's the next sentence?" Yiche suddenly forgot, hastened to cut the poem and speak again, and, "To wine and song, life is a matter of time. What can relieve your worries but dukong? Gentlemen, how is my poem?" Yiche picked up his wine cup and chanted poetry as he drank. When the crowd heard, they hastened to shout good poem. Especially Chow Beard actually resonated inside. It just felt like the poem, like it had something to do with him. "I didn't expect that. Senior not only has a world-class martial arts skill, but also leads the way in poetry and literature." Chow is convinced. Chow is convinced. "I don't know what the seniors have to say about human wives." Chow Beard got up and toasted with a look of adoration. Yiche drank it all in one go, scowled at Chow Beard, and laughed badly and, "Hey, the human wife is very moist. Only you can't think of it. No, she can't do it." The crowd's eyes lit up. Seniors are seniors. This is all from experience. Knowledgeable Summer E, at this time, has taken out a small notebook, carefully memorized. Senior's life sense, even if he or she participates in a little bit, future achievements, immeasurable. After 3 rounds of drinks, Wuda suddenly pulled Yiche. An old face suddenly wrinkled into a bitter melon and pitifully said, "Senior, enlighten me a little more. I, Wuda, also want to experience the exhilaration of a breakthrough." Little thing, bring your face closer." Yiche waved his hand carelessly, then narrowed his eyes at Wuda. "You're digging in." In the next second, Yiche suddenly exclaimed in shock. Wuda's heart sank, and he hurriedly asked, "Senior, could it be that I can't break through?" Yiche shook his head. His face was odd, and he asked tentatively, "Wuda, how is the relationship between you and your daughter-in-law?" "Very well. This woman, Jinlian, is most abiding. It's just that I've been enjoying feeding me pills lately." Wudai scratched his head, not quite understanding why his senior suddenly asked him this question. Yiche nodded slightly, and after a few seconds of contemplation, he said, "It seems so." Seeing Yiche in this state, several people looked at each other with increasing confusion. "Seniors, Wuda, Jinlian, she was afraid that you would catch a cold and put a green hat on you." Snap. Wuda instantly froze. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground. "Senior, what you said is all true?" Wuda breathed heavily. His entire face wrinkled together in an appearance of being on the verge of tears. "Jinlian stole a man behind my back? But when was this? Well, about 50 years ago. Yi Che counted with his fingers. The W cuckold is quite old. What? 50 years ago? Wu Dai roared. Lu Dare on the side hurriedly comforted. De Lang, 50 years is a bit long, but the good thing is that you know it now, and it is not too late. Endure it. Tolerating your mom's balls. Lousy just got married to her 50 years ago. This Nima. She caved in after just. Wu Da roared up to the sky. At those words, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. Looking pitifully at Wu Da, they are now tempted to ask, did you not wonder why when you were able to go in easily? But suddenly, Wu Da changed his decadence and said in an extremely deep voice, none of this is called a thing. Come, drink. Don't let a woman delay our pleasure. I'm fine already. Men have to be traumatized to grow. Let this past go with the wind and take everything away. Call me sad man from now on. Wu Dai spoke with particular emotion, especially with a bit of melancholy and vicissitude on his face. The room couldn't help but applaud. Bravo, Oro. Right, that's it, spirit up. Don't lose our three musketeers. Yi Che sighed and patted his shoulder comfortingly. It's something that really hits people hard. Understandable. De Lang, don't be a hard ass. It's not a sin for a man to cry. Cry if you want to, or I'm afraid your eyeballs are going to get watery. Even though Wu Da desperately looked up, Yi Che still saw the tears in his eyes. Woo 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 woo. Gaga. This dead woman, I Wu Da. So good to her, she? Woo woo woo. Elder, my heart is wowed. Wu Dai couldn't hold back after all, and sat down on the ground bawling his eyes out. Seeing his good brother in this state, Summer E and the others had a bad taste in their hearts. Hooks. This matter can't be let go like this. Elder, do you know who that adulterer is? I have to castrate him. That's too cheap for him. Let's rub honey on his bottom and throw it into a hornet's nest so he can taste what an intimate kiss means. That's right. Roast him again with fire and steam him in a cage, so that he will regret his trip to this earth. Hearing the words of several people, Yi Che couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. All a bunch of tough guys. Yi Che helped Wu Da up and said, actually that person Wu Da, you also know? I recognize? Wu Dai's eyes widened instantly and then he turned his head and stared straight at Chowbeard. The old thing loved his wife. He knew that. Dugout. What do you mean? I don't have slept with your pussy. Chowbeard had a nervous face. Elder, is that him? Of course not. Yi Che shook his head. That man's name is Dong Minxing, and he lives at the head of your village. Surprisingly, it is him. Wu Da's face grimaced and he gritted his teeth. Dong Minxing? Hiss. His father is not the dragging knife king Dongmin blowing blood. Summary exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the crowd revealed a difficult look. That would be difficult. Dongmin blow blood is a powerful person of the Zeus rank, and his blade technique has even reached the realm of the out of this world. I'm afraid that with just us? Yi Che, however, didn't think so, picking up a chicken leg and gnawing on it as he said, Wu Da, go find your family's penis he can help you take revenge. But senior, my family's Erlang is only at the Huang rank. You tell him that you've been greened and are about to break through the Zeus rank. Yi Che smiled. With the eye of the candle dragon, he could clearly see everyone's karmic threads. All right, I'll go back now. Elder, it's my Wu Dai's fault today. I'll be sure to have a good drink with you some other day. After saying that, Wu Da left in a hurry. Elder, these three people, you have mentioned them, then I this? Summer E looked at Yi Che with bated breath. Old Xia, don't be in a hurry, your breakthrough chance is in the ancient battlefield. When it opens tomorrow, I'll go with you. In fact, Yi Che had long since seen Summer Yi's karmic thread. However, there was something he didn't understand. When he was watching little Qingli this morning, why did she also have a chance in the ancient battlefield? Chapter 32. The louder the shouts, the more excited I am. Ha 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 ha. With seniors personally making a move, this ancient battlefield chance, it will definitely not be less. Summary laughed out loud on his back, as if he had already seen countless treasures waving at him. After the banquet was finished, Lu Dare respectfully bowed again to Yi Che with a sincere expression. Thanks to the great favor of today's seniors, in the future, if there are any dispositions, just instruct Big Ears to go through fire and water without hesitation. That's right. In the future, if you have any orders, just open your mouth. A few of us still have some power in the Northern Zhou dynasty, so there shouldn't be any problem in helping senior run errands. Chow Beard patted his chest and guaranteed. Hearing the several people's bold words, Yi Chei's favorability towards them also skyrocketed. These guys are pretty good to get along with. They just all look pretty shabby. But it's okay. I'm good looking as long as I'm good looking. On the face value piece, it's always taken to death. It doesn't leave any room for others to live at all. By the way, senior, also be careful of Wei Wuxian. He is now looking for people everywhere to try to assassinate you to avenge his broken arm. Huh. Yi Chei's hand holding the cup suddenly stopped in the air. He asked anxiously, do you guys know how strong an expert he can find? Can there be a Huang rank? It's hard to say. After all, money makes the world go round. As long as the bounty is high enough, there will always be someone's heart. Lu Diru said. Yi Chei's heart sank when he heard this. Mom, I'm going back to Falling Star Mountain. On the contrary, Summary on the side was full of concern and said, the two of them are nothing. If they dare to come to trouble Senior will definitely teach them to be human in minutes. Yi Chei laughed bitterly, saying that if you are bragging, can you not bring me along? What kind of senior am I? Even though you guys have been holding me up, I know exactly where I stand. Lu Dare and Chowbeard, however, didn't care and nodded with deep approval. With Senior's strength, we are indeed a bit overanalyzed. To be able to get acquainted with Senior, we are truly blessed with 3 lifetimes of good fortune. The crowd was overwhelmed with emotion and admiration, completely not giving Yi Chei a chance to open his mouth. Just as Yi Chei's group of people were saying their goodbyes, the 2 one-armed warriors, Wei Wuxian and Luo Guantong, found their way to the buried Blade Valley. As soon as the 2 entered the house, they immediately slipped to their knees in silk, kowtowing and crying. Senior East Gate, please also make a move and help us avenge our deaths. Hearing this, the man sitting in the chair, his eyelids raised without lifting, only focusing on slowly drinking tea. This person's eyebrows were vaguely domineering, and he carried a wide-backed sword in his hand with a powerful aura, so he was not a generalized person at first glance. I haven't been a bounty killer for years, and you guys are still? Elder Dongmin, there are a total of 10 million lower-grade spirit stones in here. It's considered to be the 2 of us honoring you. Wei Wuxian was like a seal, kneeling and crawling to the man's feet, respectfully handing over a storage bag. The man took the storage bag and waited a few times before speaking with a smile. Not bad. With the money in place, then this old man's big sword will be energized. Upon hearing this, Wei Wuxian's heart rejoiced and hurriedly sent another wave of rainbow farts. Elder Dongmen's sword technique is world-class, and a single blade out of it can be described as shocking to the world and crying to the gods. Wouldn't it be a handful to deal with those 2 contraptions that only know how to bully their juniors? That's right, Luo Guantong agreed. Ha ha ha. That's natural. Dongmen blowing blood stroked his beard and laughed wildly. I don't use my sword easily, but once I do, I must see blood. You guys go back and wait for the news first. I'll go with you to Linjiang City after I'm done with this side of things. Thanks a lot, Senior. When Wei Wuxian and the 2 left, Dongmin blowing blood quickly closed all the windows tightly, and then uneasily unfolded his divine sense and probed the surrounding 100 miles. After confirming that no one is there, he coughed just a little. Then, the Grandmaster of the East Gate. Slave is here. A dainty voice came from within the curtains of the door. Before he could see his face, a pair of thighs stretched out. Those legs, they're so long and white. You can't help but want to stroke and kiss it properly. Dongmin blowing blood rubbed his hands together, and with a monkey face, he said, Little Golden Lotus, you leprechauns have missed me, and you didn't come earlier to keep me company. It's still your son's fault for never letting me go. Ha 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 ha. What will that kid play? Today, old me will let you try new tricks. Dongmin blowing blood let out a loud laugh. Soon a strange sound rang through the room. Scream and scream. The louder you scream, the more excited old man will be. Ha ha ha. Yi Chei and the others were unaware of everything that happened in the buried Blade Valley. At this moment, he was happily soaking in a hot spring together with the 9-tailed Empress. He wrapped his arms around the Empress and kissed her several times on her face with abandon. In the meantime, both hands didn't even stop. The Empress' pretty face was flushed, and her hair on both sides looked a little messy. Dozens of breaths later. Dozens more breaths. In the end, the 9-tailed Empress still held back and let Yi Chei have free rein. Regarding this tacit approval, a not-so-mature idea suddenly rose in Yi Chei's heart. Hey! Yi Chei's eyes rolled, and he immediately said, "Little Qingli, how about you lie down on your back and I'll give you a massage?" "Hmm? You still know this?" The nine-tailed empress said in disbelief. "You'll see, it's going to be great." The nine-tailed empress willed herself to plop down on the waterbed in the center of the spa. Yi Che was excited. He gently kneaded the empress's smooth back end. At this time, it's only when you squeeze it in your hand that you realize what it means to be the best in the world. Excellent feel. The words smooth and tender are totally inadequate to describe it. Needles don't poke. Without realizing it, the night passed. Yi Che opened his eyes and realized that his cultivation had increased quite a bit again. Mezzo. But when he turned his head, suddenly catching a glimpse of a familiar figure, dig it. Am I still dreaming? What are you doing here, Redline? Yi Che rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Redline looked up at her brother in front of her in confusion. At the moment she was wearing a nightgown, and her little bare feet were standing on a stool with a resigned look on her face. Brother isn't a good brother, all but forgetting about Hong Lin. How could that be? Brother is out there fighting for Hong Lin. Yi Che got up and felt like defending himself. But Hong Lin, how did you find your way here? And got into the house unnoticed? Hong Lin frowned and thought for a long time before she cocked her head and replied weakly. I was cooking food for Yellow, and he cried as he ate it and then barked at me. When Lin opened her eyes again, she was somehow here. After you left, brother, Yellow became too misbehaved. Always wasting food, bad dog. Hong Lin huffed and crossed her arms and began to count all the evil deeds of the dog emperor. Yi Che was puzzled in his heart. Why did the dog emperor send Hong Lin in good time? Is there a deeper meaning in this? At this moment, the dog emperor, who was far away in the falling star mountain range, tilted his head up to look at the sky, tears flashing in his eyes as he yelled in aggravation, and, "Is this rice made by a human being? His mom, there's more salt in the soup than noodles. It's almost like I can't even take a shit." Yi Che come back quickly. Chapter 33. Little Qingli, there really is foxheart grass. Although Yi Che was puzzled in his heart, when he saw Hong Lin's aggrieved look, his heart instantly melted and he dotingly touched Hong Lin's head. Hong Lin, since you've come all the way here, let's go with brother to the ancient battlefield to take a look. The nine-tailed empress on the side also responded, the blood qi should be thick in the ancient battlefield, just right for Hong Lin's bloodshed saint body to cultivate. Hong Lin blinked and nodded curtly. It didn't matter where she went. As long as she could stay with her brother, she was happy. Soon, the group headed straight to the northern domain ancient battlefield. On the way, Summer Yi looked all excited, and almost every minute that passed, he had to lie on the side of Yi Che's sedan chair and ask once again where his breakthrough opportunity was. Yi Che was old-fashioned and said with an air of inscrutability, "You'll know when you arrive." Early evening, the two seated sedan chairs slowly landed in front of an ancient city. "Elder, it's here," Xiayi said respectfully. Then looking ahead, with a sigh of relief in his heart, he didn't know how many years it had been since he had entered the ancient battlefield. Yi Che in the sedan chair stretched comfortably and got up and down. After a glance, Yi Che was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that. The so-called ancient battlefield turned out to be a reference to a broken-down ancient city. The walls were almost half caved in, and the gates were even more rusted. Above that gate hangs a plaque, "Victory over Evil." A pattern between the lines of the words was so natural that one could not help but be immersed in it after taking a look at it, and it contained infinite mysteries that made it difficult to extricate oneself from. This ancient battlefield, it really isn't simple. Yi Che had a trace of gravity in his eyes. Under the deduction of the candle dragon's purpose, the roots of this ancient battlefield unexpectedly came from the immortal realm. Elder, the origin of this ancient battlefield is unknown. A few hundred years ago, a meteorite suddenly smashed down from the sky, and after the dust cleared, this ancient city appeared. Xiai reminded. In the beginning, there were countless treasures within the city, and I heard that a yellow-ranked slag went in and got a mysterious spirit talisman, and after a few years, he directly broke through the U rank and flew into the immortal realm. Elder, you say it's infuriating. It's also fortunate that my old Xia Tu was not yet born at that time. Otherwise, where could he get his turn? People have their own destinies. Yi Che smiled. That's the way it is with cultivation sometimes. Bad luck and all for nothing. Get in. Yi Che walked into the ancient city. By now, the other three winning cities had come in early. A couple of parties all skinned up and greeted each other. When they saw Summary coming through the city gates, everybody's shocked. How come it's not Singing River City? Yo-yo, who is this? I didn't expect to enter the ancient battlefield as well. A red-robed old man said in a strange tone. I'm your father, Summary said with a loud laugh. You don't think that if you hug the thigh, I, Qin Haiju, will be afraid of you. That red-robed old man was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes out, rolling up his sleeves to fight. Seeing this, the corner of Summer Yi's mouth curled up, and he waved his wide sleeves in a spirited manner, and made a point of sticking his face in the air. Ha ha ha, just you? Then you come instead. Now that I have the backing of my seniors, I'll see who of you still dares to bully my old Xia. From now on, Dynasty 12 cities, I am the boss. I'll make this sky no longer cover my eyes. I'll make this earth no longer bury my heart. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Summer Yi, who was laughing wildly up to the sky, Yi Che put his hand on his forehead and let out a long sigh. This old Summer's middle-aged bipolar disorder is acting up again. When Qin Haiju saw Summer Yi's confident look, his heart was weak and he silently put down his rolled-up sleeves again. I'm too lazy to bother with you. Let's go. My old Xia finally got a hard-on. Elder, this feeling of everyone being scared is so great. Old Xia, don't be silly and happy. Now comes your chance. Yi Che revealed a sunny smile. Summer Yi snapped his head up, his eyes gleaming. Seniors, go to the north. There is a fire-attributed 1,000-year-old spirit herb there that is suitable for you and can help you break through the Huang rank. Yi Che was like a divine magician as he pointed his finger in a dashing manner. Ever since he stepped into the ancient city, all the treasures in here could not escape the deduction of the candle dragon's purpose. This was only because Yi Che's current cultivation wasn't high enough, or else he wouldn't have to be there in person at all. Just pronounce the name once and you'll know everything. The power of divine techniques is beyond your imagination. Summary is shocked beyond words. Seniors. So Hang? This is all detectable? Do not delay. Go late and I can't guarantee the chance is still there. Many thanks to your predecessor. Xia Yi solemnly kowtowed. I, old Xia, will go now. The nine-tailed empress on the side was puzzled. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yi Che and asked curiously, when did you learn to tell fortunes? Little Qingli, fortune-telling may not always be true, but what I say can be real heavenly chances. Yi Che pretended to be profound, his hands behind his back, his eyes looking into the distance, his chin unconsciously raised. I've unlocked the second divine skill, the candle dragon's eye. Everything under the sky can be deduced. Wow, brother is so awesome. Hong Lin blinked her eyes a few times and clapped for Yi Che with a cheerful face. Although she didn't understand what the candle dragon's eye was in the past, when Yi Che made this gesture, applauding was quasi-correct. Compared to Hong Lin's naivety, at this moment, the nine-tailed empress had more shock in her heart. Deducing all things, that was a skill that only a great man of the saint rank could perform. And every time it was utilized, its own consumption was great. Today, Yi Che is only at the heavenly rank, yet he can use, without limitations. It's a real people-pleaser. The nine-tailed empress took several deep breaths before barely suppressing the fire of jealousy in her heart. Little Qingli, let's go to the center. Not going. The nine-tailed empress snorted coldly. She was now looking at Yi Che with displeasure. Why? He can be so lucky. He himself had taken the trouble to cultivate for 1,000 years, and in the end, he was still no match for an enlightened one. This made her heart extremely unbalanced. Little Qingli, there is a 1,000-year-old foxheart grass in the center, and in my deduction, this is your chance to break through the saint stage in the future. Yi Che said. The nine-tailed empress instantly froze. Even her breathing stopped for a moment as she looked at Yi Che incredulously. 1,000-year foxheart grass? You're not talking nonsense, are you? How could this level of immortal grass appear in the mortal world? Yi Che hemmed and hawed and said mysteriously, won't you know if you go and take a look? I don't care. The nine-tailed empress twisted her head arrogantly. Heartily. Damn it, how did we let this man take the initiative now? One still has to listen to his command. So angry. After a while, the nine-tailed empress really couldn't hold back her curiosity and reached out her small hand, gently tugging on Yi Che's coat corner. Lead the way. Hey! Yi Che raised his eyebrows and revealed a satisfied smile. Small sample, take a pinch. Soon, Yi Che and the empress arrived at the center of the ancient city. On the ground in front of them, the remains of countless crumbling attics lay, broken crumbs everywhere. Treasure hunting here. It's like picking gold out of a turd. It's hard to get down. The nine-tailed empress put her divine sense to the maximum, but she was unable to capture a single trace of a scent related to the thousand-year foxheart grass. Where's the foxheart grass? She turned her head and asked Yiche. That's right. Yiche pointed to a patch of barren grass next to the ruins and said. The nine-tailed empress gazed at her, instantly flaming, and for a moment she couldn't help but burst out foul-mouthed. Yiche, I grass you? Chapter 34. Why is this empress so hot-tempered? Nine-tailed sister, no hiding words. Hong Lin reminded in a small voice. The nine-tailed empress exasperatedly tugged at Yiche's ears, dragged him into the barren grassland, crossed her arms and stomped the ground violently, asking, Where's the grass? I'm asking you where the foxheart grass is. His sha. Pain, pain, pain. Yiche covered his ears and bared his teeth in pain. Cheat. The empress stared viciously at Yiche, her full breasts going up and down, simply about to explode with anger. Knew it. This guy is full of shit. Thanks to her, she had a little something to look forward to. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And it has to be mysterious. This man, so bad. The empress cursed. Seeing that the other party was really angry, only then did Yiche smile frankly. I didn't lie to little Qingli. If you don't believe me, go and move that rock. The foxheart grass is right underneath. Heh, still trying to trick me? This emperor is a dog for believing you one more time. The nine-tailed empress actually had the urge to kick this man at this moment. Yiche was helpless. Had to move the rocks myself. The heart speculates, this woman. How can she be so angry when she doesn't move? It wasn't like this before. Did ovulation come? Boom. Yiche swung his fist violently towards the boulder, and this powerful blow instantly shattered the stone. Phew. Get comfortable. Next. The boulder shattered. From the ground, a beam of green and ghostly light violently emerged, radiant and straight into the sky. There was even a terrifying aura emanating out, and the four directions were alarmed. The empress' eyes widened, her heart filled with shock. This familiar scent. It really is foxheart grass, and the vintage supremacy is also over 1,000 years old. Whoosh. Next moment, the nine-tailed empress immediately held the foxheart grass in her hands, feeling the familiar scent close at hand. The beating speed of her pulse quickened a lot. The appearance of the foxheart grass looked similar to that of a fox, and every leaf, every inch of the rhizome, contained the two characteristics of innate water and wood, and for the heavenly fox clan, it was an existence that was enough to change one's life against the heavens. Just this small plant was completely enough for her to impact the saint realm. Yiche looked at the disoriented nine-tailed empress, raised an eyebrow, and mimicked her tone just now, shouting, Where's the grass? I asked you where the foxheart grass is. You. The nine-tailed empress glared at Yiche, suddenly a little embarrassed. This place did have foxheart grass. Yiche wasn't talking nonsense. It was just that she didn't find it herself. And she's just been mad at Yiche. As the nine-tailed empress thought back on this matter, her face suddenly burned a little. For a moment, none of them dared to continue to stare at Yiche. It's really so embarrassing. Who is she? The empress of the Sky Fox clan. An immortal emperor powerhouse. Just now, he was actually cursing and raving like a little whiny bitch. Now that she thought about it, even she found it unbelievable. Blame it on spending a lot of time with this man. It must be. The empress decisively dumped Yiche. Yiche sighed when he saw this. Can't reason with women. When this nifty Confucius comes, he has to take a few punches before he can leave. Open your eyes, little Tuzi. This is the empress you summoned. This system thinks it's quite good, can be salty or sweet. How good a beautiful girl. Yiche, this system can't be wanted. Host, don't be angry. The nine-tailed empress has risen another 5 points in her feelings for you. Another 5-point rise, and you will receive your reward. No more coaxing, no more coaxing. Yiche decisively threw his hands up and quit. Just because he's so handsome, he has to coax women? Then my handsome face, isn't it fucking wasted? Host master, you calm down. This little fox doesn't know any better. Don't bother with her in general, oh. The system made a fawning sound. It's not easy for anyone these days. Look at that. Even the system has to play the grandson and beg. No sincerity, Yiche said darkly. Yes, 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 host grandmaster. I still have some private money here. You take it first and use it, oh. The tone falls. In Yiche's mind, there was suddenly an additional gongfu. The wind and thunder sword technique. When a sword comes out, wind and thunder follow, shaking the Qiankuan. Although there were only 5 stances in total, Each of them could communicate the power of the heavens and the earth with infinite power. The last stance was even capable of sword intent through the heavens, breaking all laws with a single sword. Yiche couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his heart somewhat shocked. Is this the legendary Supreme Gong method? Sure is bossy. I like it. Little Tuzi, is this wind and thunder sword technique difficult to cultivate? Host, who are you looking down on? With me around, do you still need to cultivate? Point full. Fill it up. Shasta. Yiche's body was soothed and refreshed that he directly reached the realm of sword intent. He felt like he was okay again. Although the time Yiche spent communicating with the system in his mind wasn't long, it was another matter in the eyes of the nine-tailed empress. In her opinion, Yiche's expression was first angry, then surprised, then angry, then ecstatic, and finally calm. The face is so unpredictable that one can't figure out what's going on here. The nine-tailed empress was weak in her heart. He wouldn't be angry and stupid by himself, right? Seeing that Yiche had been silent, the empress just wanted to open her mouth to apologize. But suddenly, from Yiche's body, a shocking sword chi violently rushed out. It was like a long rainbow, directly tearing the sky dome hard. Dig the groove. The sky is cracking open. Wait, what was that fleeting aura just now? So powerful. There must be an exotic treasure out there. Quick, go to the center. Everyone in the ancient city felt this terrifying sword chi, heading straight to the center of the ancient city. The nine-tailed empress, who was closest to Yiche, felt it most profoundly, and the moment the sword chi came out, surprisingly, fear rose in her heart. The empress's willow brows furrowed as she seriously sized up Yiche. This man, just how many more secrets does he have on him? It's so weird too. When the sword chi dispersed, Yiche's entire aura instantly changed drastically, revealing a domineering aura between his eyebrows. Undoubtedly, it became more attractive. Walking down the road, it belongs to the existence of 80-year-old grandmothers who can't help but turn around. The prettiest boy of them all. Yiche smiled. Little Qingli, let's go. Let's go find a treasure. Uh-huh. The empress nodded her head and did not hastily ask Yiche what had just happened. Go? Go where? Hand over the baby. Suddenly, there was a yell from behind. It's the same Qin Haizhu I met at the city gate. At this moment, he had a murderous aura all over his body, and his aura was extremely ferocious. Who do you think you are, little Qingli? Go? Yiche coldly snorted in disdain. He didn't even bother to do it himself at the peak of the district's desolate rank. The nine-tailed empress was just about to draw her sword. Unexpectedly, Hong Lin, who was on the side, suddenly ran to Qin Haizhu's front. Her small hands crossed her waist, her small face puffed up, and taught her a lesson, saying, "This old grandpa, it's not right to rob others. Quickly apologize with my brother, or else, you'll turn into a puppy when you die." Qin Haizhu. Both of his eyes were almost glazed over. Sister, I'm robbing it. You're being a little disrespectful. Little girl, seeing as you're super cute looking, old Qin, will spare your life today. Go up to the side and stay there. After all, Qin Haizhu couldn't bear to lay his hands on such a cute girl like Hong Lin. The nine-tailed empress hurriedly pulled Hong Lin behind herself. The scene that suddenly happened just now almost scared her. At that close a distance, once Qin Haizhu lashed out, she wasn't at all sure that she could save Hong Lin. Good thing. The old man has some conscience. Chapter 35. Wait, do you want to break through? Hand over the treasures, and I can let you all live. Qin Haizhu said in a deep voice. He recognized that. These three people in front of us are the ones Summary brought with him. If it was in the past, it could have been a direct flurry of killing. But now that Summary had embraced the big leg, it was better not to offend or not to offend. Yiche made a wink toward the nine-tailed empress. Next, the empress drew her sword. With two immortal weapons in hand, even if one only had a heavenly rank cultivation, it would be more than enough to deal with a desolate rank. Still dare to take the initiative you were looking for? Qin Haizhu's face showed disdain, but before he could finish his words, a cold sword light killed in front of him. The terrifying sword intent instantly blocked off the surroundings. Boom. Sword blast on the body. Qin Haizhu didn't even have a chance to put up a resistance and flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. In the next second, a large mouthful of blood spurted out. Qin Haizhu suddenly realized that the long-legged beauty in front of him was simply an old six, obviously a bigot, but disguised as a heavenly rank. You should have used that sword earlier. I, old Qin, have been blinded by shit and came here to seek abuse. While spitting out blood, Qin Haizhu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Now, the world is going downhill. How is it that all people like to play the pig in a poke? You bigots screwing up like this makes it easy for me, a little scum, to be blindly confident and lose myself. You're all pretending, and I'm a real dish. Just as the nine-tailed empress raised her sword, intending to end Qin Haizhu. However, he was stopped by Yi Che. The empress revealed a puzzled expression and looked at Yi Che in disbelief. At this moment, Qin Haizhu's forehead had long been covered in cold sweat. Two big brothers, spare my life. Just treat me as a fart and let me go, okay? Please. This time, it seemed as if he had kicked the can down the road. Don't you want treasures? Yi Che faintly laughed. Qin Haizhu's face showed fear, and his body couldn't stop shaking. Treasures? All the treasures under the sky should belong to seniors. How does a scum like me deserve it? Where would he dare to mention the treasure now? He only hoped that Yi Che would not see eye to eye with him and let him live. Senior, this is a small token of appreciation for my junior. Just now it was my dog that barked a bit louder, scaring Senior. With a thought, Qin Haizhu took out a warhammer. The warhammer is covered in lines and is dominating. At a glance, it is as if you are in a sand field, with jingoism and war drums roaring in your ears. A top-grade spirit weapon? Yi Che skimmed his mouth. Why is this man so petty? It's only a top-grade spiritual weapon. It's a beggar's errand. Seeing Yi Che's look of disgust, Qin Haizhu roared in his heart. This is a top-grade spirit weapon. He stole taxes for over 100 years to buy one. It has always been treated like a treasure and has to be cuddled at night in order to fall asleep. When it comes to you, what do you mean you're fucking skittish? It's nakedly humiliating. Qin Haizhu nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood in anger. Although Yi Che couldn't look at it, he still picked it up and turned his hand to give it to Hong Lin. Hong Lin, don't have any handy weapon, do you? This one you will use. In the future, if you see anyone who is displeased, just take the sledgehammer and swing him to death. Redline took it and erected it in front of her feet. For a while, the picture became a little peculiar. A cute girl of 6'5" was holding a sledgehammer of nearly 1.5 meters in her hand. The hammerhead, in particular, was considerably larger than even Redline's small head. It is really hard to imagine how. Domineering the picture of Red Lin when he pulls out a sledgehammer and fights with someone. Anyway, Yi Che didn't hold back and burst out laughing. Elder, my milk is getting married soon. I will go to help her prepare for the preparations and leave first. Qin Haizhu bowed and wanted to leave. Wait. Yi Che opened his mouth. Qin Haizhu stopped his pace stiffly and turned back with a crying face, saying, Elder, that top-grade spirit weapon is already the most expensive treasure I have on me. You have received, cannot let me a horse. I don't have a son yet. My old Qin family doesn't have any offspring. I can't die. Seeing Qin Haizhu's look of being scared out of his wits, Yi Che couldn't help but shake his head and lose his smile. I didn't say I was going to kill you, so don't make up your own mind, okay? Then what does the senior command? Qin Haizhu asked as if he was walking on thin ice. Well, you've been stuck at the peak of the desolate rank for 100 years now, Yi Che said. Also, when you get up every morning to take a leak, do you feel an unusual amount of pain, as if your mouth is clogged? Boom. Qin Haizhu's mind roared violently as he looked at Yi Che incredulously. Senior, how did you know? You've said that I'm a senior. Why can't I know? Yi Che asked rhetorically. Senior, truly a man of God. Qin Haizhu subconsciously shouted. He had thought that Yi Che was at most a Zeus rank, but to be able to break through his cultivation status with a single word, this kind of strength could only be achieved by the legendary U-rank powerhouses who were able to pry into the heavens. The corner of Yi Che's mouth uncontrollably rose a few degrees. That's some ass-kissing. Shooting him is moody. Although he was only at the heavenly rank level now, he was able to make a group of experts bow down, and that was wisdom. Do you want to break through? Yi Che laughed. Huh. Qin Haizhu was first stunned, then he was ecstatic. Listening to the tone of the senior, this was to mention him 1 or 2 times. My juniors have dreamed of breaking through the Huang rank. Please guide me. I, Qin Haizhu, will willingly follow my senior's orders in the future. Qin Haizhu plopped down on his knees. Last time it was fear. This time it was sincere and earnest. There are quite a few ways, but you are a bit special, Yi Che said with a deep gaze. Qin Haizhu looked up at him and asked suspiciously, why? You practice Gong method named 7 Injuries Fist. Hurt people first hurt themselves. Hundreds of years, their own organs and bowels have long been deficient, especially your kidneys. Eh. Qin Haiju completely froze, kneeling on the ground as if petrified. Just one look. Everything about him is known. Then this person in front of him. Just how strong must he be? Seek guidance from your predecessor. Qin Haiju knocked heavily on the ground. Yi Che was absolutely right. He had become a desolate rank powerhouse with the 7 Injury Fist, but after hundreds of years, his own internal organs had long been weakened to the extreme, especially the kidneys. Every day when I wake up, my lower back always hurts for a while. At first I thought it was because of the nightly rewards, then I restrained myself for a few days, but eventually I realized that I was still getting weak. It was also the inability to get hard that earned him the reputation of not being close to women. But the heartache behind the scenes is known only to him. Am I not wanting to play with a beauty? No, I just have more than enough. Therefore, if you want to make a breakthrough, you must make use of water-attributed heavenly treasures to replenish your kidney energy. The latecomer knows it too. Qin Haiju let out a long sigh, looking disheveled, but the late generation searched for a long time, but found nothing. Either the attributes don't match, or the grade is too low. Now comes your chance. Qin Haiju snapped his head up, his eyes burning. Seniors, come with me. I know that somewhere in the ancient city there is a yang-locked spirit grass. After taking it, it will greatly benefit all of your organs and bowels, and it will help you break through the Huang rank. Yi Che pinched his fingers and said. Qin Haiju carefully followed behind, a little anxious inside. Senior, so nice? The nine-tailed empress was puzzled and came over to Yi Che's side, whispering, Are you that kind? Yi Che glanced back at Qin Haiju, then hemmed and hawed at the empress. You'll know when we get to the place. Qin Haiju's heart balked. He always felt that Yi Che's eyes were strange. Chapter 36. Elder. He's swindled. Along the easternmost edge of the old city is a broken wall. The city wall stretched for dozens of miles, towering majestically, but shockingly. From the center of the wall there was actually a huge crack that neatly bisected the wall. Even on the ground, a deep gully remained. It seemed to be split apart by a sword. It was unbelievable. What kind of realm was it to be able to break out this shocking strike? And in front of the broken wall, the ruins were full of the messy bricks and stones of the broken building. When the wind blew, it lifted the yellow sand rolling on the ground. The smell of dust was thick and extremely pungent. Yi Che approached and raised his eyes, his heart becoming more and more certain of the conjecture. Under the deduction of the candle dragon's eyes, a supreme treasure of super high grade was hidden above this broken wall. It was so high that even Yi Che could only feel its existence, but was unable to fully deduce exactly what it was. Senior, this ground is full of debris. Where should I look for the Lokyang grass? Qin Haiju respectfully asked. He really couldn't see how this shitty place looked like a place with treasures. Yi Che pointed ahead, at the half-collapsed small attic in the center of the ruins. You go and plow the debris on the ground, and then you will find a corpse, and the locked sun spirit grass is in the arms of that corpse. What? The body? Qin Haiju faced up, arched his hand and said, Seniors do not know. This ancient city climate is extremely special. Where left in the ancient city of the body, at most 3 days, will rot and dissolve. How can this be? Yi Che glanced at Qin Haiju. Are you a senior, or am I a senior? Qin Haiju was speechless, then walked stiffly to that loft and began to plow the earth. Seeing this, Hong Lin blinked her big watery eyes and swung her hammer, wanting to step forward to help. But he was stopped by Yi Che. Don't go, there's an emergency later. Dangerous? The nine-tailed empress instantly understood the meaning of Yi Che's words. The aura changed steeply. That body might. Yi Che hadn't even finished speaking. Qin Haiju, who was not far away, suddenly yelled, Senior, underneath the rubble, there really is a corpse. Qin Haiju looked very excited, and as he spoke, he searched the corpse with his hands, and in just a moment, he touched the locked yang spirit grass that was in Yi Che's mouth. The body was fiery red, with a shape like a burning flame, emitting a powerful aura. Qin Haiju's hands trembled. A few tears escaped from the corners of his eyes in excitement, as if he was treating a stunning beauty and holding it on his chest. Senpai, I found it. Qin Haiju twisted his head and yelled. But Yi Che didn't congratulate him. Instead, he hastily pulled Hong Lin and the nine-tailed empress back a few steps toward the back. Puzzled, Qin Haiju turned back to take another look at the body. This look does not matter. Scared body white hair sweat came out. The moment Qin Haizhu took down that sun-locking spirit grass, a fine layer of white fluff unexpectedly began to emerge out of that corpse's face. Not only his face, but his hands, and his neck likewise sprouted this fine white fluff. As soon as he saw this situation, Yi Che was instantly dumbfounded. Fraud? A moment later, the corpse's eyes suddenly opened. Qin Haizhu was very close to him, his body next to his. Seeing him open his eyes, he was shaken with fear. Because his eyes had all turned black, and there was constantly a black aura emanating from inside his eyes. What the fuck is this? Qin Haizhu wanted to run, but suddenly, the white-haired corpse stretched out his black gas-filled hands. Almost instantly, a thick black fog that landed like a sky. Qin Haizhu was trapped in it, and the black gas was so entangled that it was able to invade his body along his pores. Grandma, you think I, Master Qin, am easy to bully, don't you? Qin Haizhu roared, immediately running his spiritual energy, and blasted out with 7 fist shadows. In a flash, it shook away the black mist. A broken corpse. I'm afraid of you. Qin Haizhu turned towards the corpse and kicked that white-haired corpse a dozen meters away. But soon, it stood up again, and like a wild beast, with teeth and claws, it pounced on Qin Haizhu, while the man and the corpse are dry humping. Yi Che pulled down the 9-tailed Empress's sleeve. Go with me to the broken wall. This corpse is from the immortal realm. The 9-tailed Empress said with a grave expression. She sensed an aura from the other party that only those who descended in the immortal realm would possess. Who cares, nah? First go to the broken wall to get the treasure. It's just as well that Qin Haizhu stops him for a while, even if it's my payment for instructing him. Yi Che didn't care and said, seeing Yi Che leave him behind and go to the broken wall, how could Qin Haizhu not understand at this point? This move was a complete shot in the arm with him. Qin Haizhu couldn't help but spit in his heart. This senior. So bad. But it was good that the treasure was real, and it wasn't a waste of his hard work. Where the city wall broke, there was a huge gully, and even after hundreds of years, there was still a lot of sword energy stirring in it. The slightest mistake would result in serious injuries from the sword chi. This cliff was considered to be the most treacherous place in the ancient battlefield. The 9-tailed Empress pulled out her long sword and swung several sword chi in a row towards the front, which opened up the path ahead. What kind of treasure is in front of us? Why can't I feel a single breath? Yi Che shook his head. I don't know, but I'm sure that this treasure is definitely the most awesome existence in this ancient city. And just as Yi Che went deeper inside, the fight between Qin Haizhu and the white-haired corpse outside had also been almost divided. Boom! The moves clashed against each other, emitting a loud, earth-shattering sound that shook the surrounding ruins and caused many more bricks to fall. Dust rose in all directions, and intense battle fluctuations traveled dozens of miles away. It immediately attracted all the people entering the ancient city. Dig it, who is that white hair? To actually fight old Qin so fiercely? More than just intense, that guy Qin Haizhu's pants are about to be knocked off. Looking at the huge commotion, everyone's hearts and minds lifted, and they couldn't help but place their sights amidst the smoke and dust. Hiss! Qin Haizhu's 7-injury fist is indeed domineering. 1 punch is used as 7 punches. Massage and back pounding sure is a good one. Everyone, how do I feel? That old man Qin seems to be unable to dry that white hair? Can't be. When the person in question, Qin Haizhu, heard a group of people commenting behind him, his heart instantly ignited with anger, and he yelled. The damn thing is a corpse in an ancient city. Shit, I don't know how it swindled. Don't come and help me yet. The crowd was shocked. A body that's been dead for centuries comes back to life? Before the crowd could react. Next, a silhouette was blasted out of the dust and smoke and fell heavily to the ground. Pest! Blood was waving in the sky, and as the crowd fixed their eyes on it, it was actually Qin Haizhu. The white-haired corpse's strength was in the midst of a rapid increase, and almost within a few breaths, it had almost reached the Huang rank. It twisted its head to look at the broken wall and realized that Yi Che was in the middle of advancing deeper. There was a furious roar. An extremely strange and ear-piercing sound emanated from its throat. The people present all covered their ears. This roar actually contained a mental attack. Shit, who the hell is there ghosting and wailing? Noisy you Master Xia. Summer E, who had disappeared for some time, suddenly flew in from the north at extreme speed. Elder Xia, you're here, the crowd said. Huh? How did you guys know I broke through the Huang rank? Crowd. Seeing Xia Yi, Qin Haiju wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and hurriedly climbed up from the ground, saying, Old Xia, quickly! Elder Yi told us to stop that ghostly thing. Upon hearing this, Summer Yi stormed into a rage. That's my family's senior. You can't fucking call it that. The crowd squinted at him with disdain. This lickspittle, he's hopeless. Chapter 37. Congratulations, Elder, on your precious sword. At this moment, Qin Haiju didn't have the time to bicker with Summer Yi because the white-haired corpse had already pounced towards him. The nails on his hands, which had grown to a full dozens of centimeters long, were also exceptionally sharp, and there was no difference at all between them and spiritual weapons. Qin Haiju was no match for him now and could only run towards the crowd. Hopefully it'll spread the fire a bit. Let's see if there's any unlucky guy who can block for him. Above the broken wall, Yi Che had already walked to the innermost part of the giant pit on the ground. The light was dim all around, and the air was heavy with humidity. Here, I'm afraid that once upon a time, we experienced an amazing battle. The nine-tailed Empress looked at the remaining sword marks on the walls around her and said with an incomparable gravity, I suspect that the entire city was destroyed in that great battle. This kind of handiwork can only be done by those holy ranked powerhouses. Yi Che nodded his head. He looked to the stone monument not far away and read the engraved words on it. Victory over evil. Huh. This word, how is it exactly the same as the word on the plaque at the entrance of the city? Yi Che slowly approached, and even with the divine skill Candle Dragon's eyes, he was actually unable to deduce the origin of this stone tablet. Yi Che reached out and gently touched the stone tablet. The bone-chilling cold made him shiver. Roar! Outside the broken wall, the white-haired corpse suddenly went berserk and let out a roar of extreme anger. The entire ancient city shook with the roar. The white-haired corpse turned back its direction, towards the broken wall, flying at breakneck speed. He's coming. The nine-tailed Empress let out a low gulp as scorn flashed in her eyes. Old Xia, stop him! Yi Che roared out as he utilized all of his medium qi. Then, a fist blasted at the stone tablet. Elder, don't worry, this white-haired thing, Old Xia, don't put it in my eyes yet. Summer Yi was extremely confident, and immediately took to the air, like a cannonball, directly catapulted up and landed in front of the white-haired corpse, blocking the way. Next, snap, the white-haired corpse swung violently and Summer Yi was really righteous, and he took it hard with his face. And then whoosh, it was sent flying. Senior, Old Qin, have come to help you. Seeing this, Qin Haiju also rushed up. It's a great time to hold a leg up. Even if you can't beat them, the attitude must be seen by the seniors. Although the white-haired corpses were strong, they couldn't hold up against the crowd. Although the group of melon eaters didn't understand what was happening, they still followed Qin Haiju, the big brother, and rushed forward. A dozen or so desolate ranks struck at the same time. For a time, the sky was covered with all kinds of moves. It was a beautiful color. The white-haired corpse could not dodge at all, and took it all hard. The white hairs on his body, all of which had been beaten black, couldn't stop smoking out. Boom boom. Yi Che erupted with the power of the poor man, and continued to slam towards the stone monument, one punch heavier than the other. Each punch was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. After the ninth punch, on the stone monument, there was a sudden click and countless tiny cracks surfaced. Immediately afterward, it exploded into pieces. But before Yi Che could see what exactly was hidden inside, a terrifying aura then surged towards him like a tsunami. Yi Che was forced to take a dozen steps backward, and if it wasn't for the nine-tailed Empress pulling him back in time, he would have fallen on his butt. As if sensed, the white-haired corpses outside let out a loud, angry roar that, "Dug out! This damn thing's gone crazy! Back off! Back off! Back off!" The crowd panicked. After the white-haired corpse scared off the crowd, it directly turned its head to look at Yi Che and pounced on him with a low growl. "Little Qingli, stop him," Yi Che commanded. And then looking at the tablet, there was actually a sword hidden in this monument. The body of the sword was blood red, with a faint black gas permeating the periphery. On the sword, it unexpectedly emitted a very strong evil aura. It's gut-wrenching. This kind of evil aura was exceptionally pure, not at all like it was added after an external object. Instead, it was a special power that the sword itself possessed. The nine-tailed Empress also felt it, and she twisted her head and exclaimed, "Victory, evil sword!" A bad feeling suddenly rose in her heart. Senior woman, be careful, that white hair. Summer, he suddenly yelled. The nine-tailed empress quickly came back to her senses and flicked her toes to the ground, dodging the pouncing white-furred corpse. And then with one swing of the sword, boom, the majestic aura shook the ground, but it failed to leave a single scratch on the white-haired corpse. The nine-tailed empress was appalled in her heart. She was confident that with that strike just now, even the Huang rank would not be able to deal with it easily. This white-haired corpse, its flesh was unexpectedly so strong. Roar! The white-haired corpse roared in rage and charged like a brute, without any skill at all, but with terrifying strength. It instantly crashed through the empress. The crowd that had rushed over were incomparably shocked when they saw this scene. Especially Qin Haizhu, seeing that his senior, who had cleaved his own self with a sword, was not even a match for that white-haired corpse. His heart immediately panicked. What kind of ambition had he just eaten that he dared to fight someone? Who gave him the courage to? Liang Jingru? The white-haired corpse didn't care about those people as he turned his head and pounced on Yi Che. The long, sharp nails, towards Yi Che's back, ferociously grabbed. Senior, be careful. Summer Yi and Qin Haizhu simultaneously shouted. No one wants to fall behind the other. Yi Che didn't see the slightest bit of panic as he gripped the blood-red long sword in front of him that was evil in every way. In just an instant, the victory evil sword had feedback, and a flood of beast-like power passed through the hilt of the sword and into Yi Che's body. At that moment, Yi Che couldn't say what he felt. As if he was electrocuted, his body was numb. First, the victory evil sword itself diffused a powerful evil aura, and then that evil aura rapidly traveled throughout Yi Che's body. A thick evil aura instantly permeated Yi Che's entire body. At the same time, the white-haired corpse stopped its body in midair as if it had seen a ghost, and a thick fear came out of its eyes that were covered by black gas. Yi Che handed out a sword. The sword light was like the wind. The sword was like thunder. With the help of that monstrous evil chi in the Sheng evil sword, and with the wind and thunder sword technique, this sword was terrifyingly powerful to the extreme. Facing a dozen or so desolate ranks, the white-haired corpse that had taken the Empress's sword hard hadn't even been injured. At this moment, he was directly penetrated through his chest by Yi Che's sword. Instantly, the evil energy entered the body. It was as if countless parasites were devouring everything in the white-haired corpse. Almost in the blink of an eye, the white-haired corpse was devoured cleanly by the evil aura. So many white hairs, and not a single one left behind. Seniors, bullish. I, old Xia, admire you too much. Just as the crowd was so shocked that their brains went blank, the clever summary snapped his arms up and let out a cry. See, that's eye candy. It's no wonder people can eat the bowl of hugging. Yi Che nodded in satisfaction. Under the gaze of the crowd's 10,000 eyes, he shook the few strands of bangs on his forehead rather suavely. But a sword. Listen to this. This is the big man's push. Pretentious words, all so short and powerful. Senior, still low-key. Ha ha ha. Summary fawned and laughed, then seemed to provoke, and raised his eyebrows at Qin Haizhu, as if he was showing off his horse's ass. You're actually able to not be controlled by the victory evil sword? The nine-tailed empress stared at Yi Che and asked in great surprise. A mere sword can control me? Yi Che was disdainful, but the next second, even more intense evil chi suddenly surged out of the victory evil sword, violently invading Yi Che's body. A wave of malice arose from Yi Che's heart. At this moment, it was looking at anyone and wanting to slash at them. And in Yi Che's eyes, the scene looking around him was also covered in a layer of blood color. That evil force was controlling Yi Che's mind, making it unable to resist wanting to go berserk and kill. Chapter 38. Elder, we really want to enter the sect. However, right at this moment, from within Yi Che's deep sea of consciousness, two hideous roars suddenly resounded, instantly crushing the evil aura. It's the poor man with the candlestick. Even though at this moment, Yi Che still wanted to find someone to keep dry humping, he was barely able to control his body, not to be controlled by the Shang evil sword. At the same time, Yi Che felt a powerful force pouring in from above that Shang Xie sword, and his body was filled with an explosive power. A blood color in front of his eyes gradually faded away, and the Shang evil sword in Yi Che's hand was trembling, and the black evil aura that permeated out from it was very strong. Yi Che held it tightly and didn't let go, letting that powerful evil aura wash over his body over and over again. When the nine-tailed empress saw that Yiche had stayed where he was, his face switching back and forth between a grimace and confusion, she immediately spoke up and asked, Yiche, do you still recognize who I am? Recognize? My family's little Qing Li. Yiche looked at her and said. At those words, the nine-tailed empress's hanging heart relaxed. Luckily, it wasn't controlled. But soon, she realized something was wrong. What do you mean, your family's little green glaze? Humph. Shameless. Seeing that the crisis was lifted, Xiaoyi hurriedly ran to Yiche, and as he passed by Qin Haiju's side, he didn't forget to forcefully push him backward. Senior, truly a world-class martial art. If I, old Xia, can be as strong as one of Senior's little thumbs, I would be willing to blow up my family's ancestral tomb even if I had to. As the saying goes, 1,000 wears a horse's ass. These few well-timed horses' asses from summer had patted Yiche's mood to a great extent. This old boy. But Qin Haiju, who was on the side, was very unhappy and coldly grunted. All over. It's only my mouth that can talk. I'm not like some old thing called Summary who got slapped out of the way. But I have to say, you're really thick-skinned enough to take a big slap hard. Being exposed in public, Summary was furious. Old piker, life is already so hard, so don't say some things, okay? All right, I'll stop arguing. You've all found your breakthrough chances anyway, so this trip wasn't in vain. Come on, old Xia, let's go back. Yiche said. Elder is in such a hurry to leave? Well, back to the Falling Star Mountain Range. Others might have forgotten, but Yiche could remember it quite clearly in his heart. Wei Wuxian is looking for someone to assassinate him. Maybe it had already been found by now, and considering his own safety, Yiche decisively decided that he still had to return to the Falling Star Mountain Range and avoid the wind. Elder, I actually think so. To go to the Falling Star Mountain Range and meditate for a good period of time. Moreover, following by your side, under the influence of your ears and eyes, one can always learn a hint of your superior demeanor. Summary spoke sincerely. Qin Haiju, who was not good at speaking, saw Summer Yi's beautiful horses ass one after another, which could make him anxious. On the sidelines, he was huffing and puffing in anger, but he just couldn't think of any good words that he could slap on Yiche's ass. Let's go. Yiche intended to leave. The people around him, however, stopped him at once, and Yiche's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. What do they want? Killing for treasure? Yiche quickly drew his victory evil sword and took a defensive stance. I'm warning you guys, I am not one to be bullied. But the next second, a dozen people knelt in front of Yiche in unison and said with a respectful expression, Senior, you instruct us as well. From now on, we would like to look up to Senior. If you tell us to go west, we will definitely not go east. If you tell us to shoo the chickens, we will never shoo the dogs. Yiche was dumbfounded by the crowd. Are they recognizing themselves as big brothers? Could it be that he was overcome by the invincible gesture he had just made? But that was all the power of the victory evil sword. It had nothing to do with him, But on second thought, only if he doesn't say anything, who knows? Yes, that was my power just now. Yiche looked at the dozen or so desolate steps in front of him and had a plan in his heart. In the future, wherever he went, he would be followed by a dozen or so desolate order powerhouses. It was exciting to think about it and see who would dare to bully him. Moreover, as the 42nd generation patriarch of the Heavenly River sect, he shouldered the great responsibility of revitalizing the sect, and it was time for him to branch out for the sect. Ahem. Yiche waved his hand in a pretentious manner. Seeing this, Xia Yi directly let out a loud shout. All shut up, Senior is going to speak. Yiche looked at Summer Yi with satisfaction. Not bad. Guys, actually, I'm a very good person to get along with, and if you can't get along well, look for your own reasons. I am the Heavenly River sect patriarch. Since you want to follow me, I will let you be elders. Is that okay? When Yiche said this, it was inevitable that he was a bit weak. After all, he, the sect leader, is only at the heavenly rank now, yet he has a large group of desolate rank powerhouses as elders. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at each other with a hint of doubt in their eyes. Tianha sect? Which super sect is this? How never heard of it? But just based on Senior's strength, I'm sure it must be a great hidden sect. Inside, there must be strong people like clouds, and there are many geniuses. How could one dare to be an elder when one is a desolate rank? Maybe even a disciple under the door couldn't do it. Thinking of this, the crowd hastily shook their heads in rejection. This worried Yiche. Sure enough, people's desolate order bigwigs don't look at me. an elder from a small sect. Then I can't just give up my position as patriarch to them. Forget it. For the sake of the clan, what's the position of patriarch? Yiche was just about to open his mouth when a group of people immediately said, Senior allowed us to enter the sect. This is already a great favor. How dare we not know how to be an elder? We will just be an outer disciple. Uh-huh. Yiche froze, looking at the crowd with disbelief, and immediately rebuffed. No way. How can this be allowed? This large group of desolate ranks, only letting people be outer disciples. What does it look like to spread the word? Besides, I'm not sure what's going on in my mind when you guys are doing this. Hearing the other party's refusal, Qin Haizhu frowned slightly. In his eyes, this was the seniors disliking them for taking an inch. That's right, a U-ranked powerhouse's clan. It was already a great gift for them, this group of desolate rank little scum, to be able to go in. And how can one expect to have a proper identity? Qin Haizhu obviously read it. Arching his hand with a slight smile, Senior, my old Qin is the most knowledgeable. I do not expect you to give me an identity. I am willing to be your underground lover, Robadoi, Shirdi Shadizi. Just serve your tea. Yiche rubbed his forehead with his hand and glared at Qin Haizhu like a fool. Elders are afraid that you are too low. This old man still want to be a tea boy. This is not intentionally pit him. Seeing Yiche roll his eyes, Summer Yi's eyes narrowed. After secretly pulling out the city lord's order and surveying it, he made a decision in his heart and raised his head once again, looking at Yiche with extreme seriousness. Senior, how about this? In the name of the city lord, I will dedicate Linjiang City to the Heavenly River sect free of charge, and when you have nothing to do, you can also use it as an activity site. What do you think? The crowd was clearly shocked when they heard this. Each of them looked at Summer Yi in shock. The city is dynastic territory, so you're just offering it? The royal family. You didn't say hello first? Yiche was even more shocked that his eyes were wide. Not only the corners of his mouth twitched, but even his neck spasmed, causing his head to go little by little. Seeing Yiche nod his head, Summer Yi was overjoyed. He bet right. That's what the original predecessor meant. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Qin Haizhu, who was next to him, became ruthless in his heart, and with a clench of his teeth, he also pulled out his city lord's token. Senior, I'm the same. From now on, Red Flame City will listen to all of Senior. Senior, please let me enter the sect. Seeing the duo's faces full of urgency, Yiche was speechless. What do they want? Chapter 39. Open up the road. Seniors are going back to the clan. These two, they're really out of their minds to offer the city to me voluntarily? If you agree, can the Northern Zhou dynasty agree? The city is collected in the morning. The people are gone in the afternoon. You guys are so fucking mean. I can't fall for that. Is that? You guys serious? When true, it's truer than real gold. The two nodded their heads in unison, their gazes firm, with the air of if you don't take it, I'm going to shove it. I didn't expect that the two of them would have this kind of chance to be backed up by such a powerful expert, and whoever saw the two of them in the future wouldn't be able to call out Brother Xia and Brother Qin. Northern Zhou dynasty, it counts as a chicken. The corner of Yiche's mouth involuntarily pulled a few times, and weakly asked, First of all, I don't like to fight, and I don't like to cause trouble, and the day something happens, you guys have to go in front of me. Will you? Take it. Qin Haizhu and Summer Yi froze at the words. Something's wrong. Top of the seniors? But with elders' heavenly cultivation, what could have happened? What kind of tired old bastard dares to come and make trouble? No. This must be the final test set by the seniors. Testing our faithfulness. Summer Yi and Qin Haizhu thought at the same time, then smiled at each other and said in unison with a tacit understanding of arching their hands. Of course. Don't worry, senior. We don't like to cause trouble either, and we will never dishonor your clan's good name. Yiche scratched his head, very much having 12 points of incomprehension. What the hell do they figure? There's still one more thing, that is, the sect is relatively small right now. It may not be able to accommodate so many of you, or, Yiche politely said. Who knows that the next second? Summary waved his hand. I, Old Xia, will contribute 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. Renovate, all of them. Qin Haizhu nodded his head immediately after. I'm the same. All made of gold, pure gold. All pure gold. Yiche was helpless. He couldn't find any excuses. Okay, you guys can do whatever you like. Come on, people. Open up the road. Elder is going back to the sect. When Qin Haizhu saw that Yiche was planning to leave, he quickly covered Summer Yi's just open mouth with one hand. while yanking his throat and shouting, "Come, come, old Huang, don't you know how to play the Xuana? Blow it up, and those two over there, go beat the drums." Ta-ta-ti-ti-ti. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing the deadly commotion these people made, Yi Chei's entire face darkened. Why did he feel that it was the same as a funeral? Just as Yi Chei returned to the Falling Star mountain range, Wu Da also returned home. As soon as he entered the room, he shouted in anger, "Dead bitch! Get your ass out here and meet me." This roar directly startled Wu Er, who was walking his bird in the tree, and with a snap, he fell to the ground. "Big brother, what happened? What's going on? Tell me, and I'll avenge you." Wu Er, who was 5 feet 9 inches tall, made to lower his head, staring at Wu Da, and asked. Wu Da looked up and saw his brother with a puzzled face. He burst into tears and hugged Wu Er's thigh, burying his head and crying out, "Oh, Lao Er, the family is unfortunate. Your sister-in-law even stole a man behind my back." When Wu Er heard this, he immediately raised his eyes in anger. "Deceitful. Brother, just say who the adulterer is, and brother will do the rest." Yes, that. Dong Minqing. It's that Birdman? Wait for me to cut off his dog's head and take revenge for my brother." Wu Er roared, shouldered Wu Da, and was about to go to Dong Minqing at once. "Lao Er, don't be impulsive. His father Dongmin Blow Blood is not to be messed with, is Zeus rank." Wu Da, who was being resisted on his shoulder, discouraged. Who would have expected Wu Er to just snort out his nose, no matter who he is? "How can I? Wu Er, let him go if he dares to bully you, brother." In the next second, the aura on Wu Er's body changed abruptly. With the help of this harboring anger, the membrane that had plagued him for decades had snapped. When Wu Dai saw this scene, his eyes went wide. The former is truly a man of God. Can you even count on your dick's breakthrough? Convinced, Wu Er pulled out his own 3-meter-long spear and flew to a small garden that Dong Minqing had built at the entrance of the village. In the past, he wondered why this Dong Minqing preferred to run and live here. Now he understands. It turned out to be easy cheating. That's fucked up. When they arrived at the place, Muji kicked the door in the face. As it turned out, no one was there. Wu Da rushed into the inner room, rummaged left and right, and found a lot of women's intimate underwear in the cabinet. Each piece is cool. Wu Da went to the bed again and found a dark mass in the corner, picked it up and it was rubbed together in a ball of one-piece black silk. Wrinkled not to mention, there was a hole in the center, in the thigh area. It was even torn open, revealing several slits. Wu Da's heart ached. Isn't this fucking something you buy for yourself and intend to enjoy? What's going on here? At this moment, Wu Da could even imagine the scene of the adulterous couple letting loose on the bed. But as he touched it, Wu Da suddenly felt something was wrong. Why was his hand sticky? He fixed his eyes on the direct black silk-wrapped feet. There is so a streak of white grass. Bitch, I'll kill you all. Wu Da roared up to the sky. Brother, be careful of getting angry. Didn't you just say that the senior you know is proficient in deduction? Let's go. Let's find him and ask him to help calculate where that adulterous couple hid. Wu Er said in a deep voice. That's right. Elder is so divine that he must know, Elder. Quickly go with me to Linjiang City to look for Elder. At this moment, Yi Chei was sitting in the sedan chair. The nine-tailed Empress looked at the victory evil sword and said with some scorn, Do you really want to leave it behind? Although this sword is good, it is evil in every way, and I've heard that if one carries it around for a long time, one will be affected by the sword and become insane. Yi Chei stroked the victory evil sword and said with some disbelief, This sword is indeed a bit strange, but it's not as evil as you say. Then do you know that this sword is the last sword forged by the immortal realm Sanyuan Domain's #1 sword forging master, Ouyangzi, during his lifetime? It is said that when Ouyangzi was casting the sword, he realized that the sword was permeated with evil, and for every inch cast, the evil grew by 3 points, hence the name Victory Evil. And when the day the sword was cast, it was even more evil, and anyone who touched the victorious evil ended up going crazy. As a last resort, Ouyangzi could only use up all his cultivation to barely suppress it. I don't know what happened afterward, but the Victory Evil sword actually strayed into the mortal world. The nine-tailed Empress was puzzled, and just then, a low explosion suddenly came from the sky, and immediately after, there were two figures heading towards Yi Chei's sedan chair, shooting straight towards it. The two people, Summer Yi and Qin Haizhu, who were following the sedan chair, immediately sensed the difference and struck out at the same time. Boom. The two forces collided, directly toppling the top of the sedan chair. Yiche, who was sitting in the sedan chair, was dumbfounded. Why is it suddenly cool? Wei Wuxian Luo Guantong, it's actually you guys. Seeing the visitor, Summer E let out a low gulp. Hee hee, so what if it's us? Today, I'm going to avenge my broken arm, Wei Wuxian said with a face full of resentment. Wait, how did you find us? Yiche was puzzled. Looking? Shit. You've been playing Xuan and drums all the way. You're disturbing the public, don't you know? What the fuck is there to find? Wei Wuxian yelled. Today, you're all going to die. Chapter 40. My sword can break all laws. Hearing these words, Yiche's heart was immediately alerted, and he quickly opened his candle dragon's eyes to look around. Sure enough, there was a silhouette hidden among the clouds not far away. Dredge, it's the Zeus order. Yiche's eyelids fluttered furiously, and subconsciously grabbed the nine-tailed Empress's small hand to seek comfort. The Empress is not pleased. What's the rush? There are so many other people out there. Wei Wuxian, you're pretending to be a chicken. Dare to talk big in front of senior. I'll teach you to behave properly today. It's just as well to settle old grudges with new ones. Summary rolled up his sleeves. His Huang rank aura erupted violently, and he was about to fly to clean up those two. At this time, Yiche kindly advised, Old Xia, to not count. No way. Elder. I, Old Xia, have always had principles for doing things. A favor can go unrewarded, but a grudge is something that must be avenged. Don't steam the buns. Fight for your breath. Xiaoyi had a firm gaze and used his hand to signal Yiche to stay out of this. Then be careful. Yiche put his hand on his forehead and sighed helplessly. Almost the instant Summer E rushed out, the Zeus rank powerhouse hidden in the clouds took the initiative to strike. A knife slashed out with unparalleled ferocity. Rumble. In the next moment, the sea of clouds diverged and seemed to be split in half by a knife. Oh my god. Center point. Yiche seems to recall a deceased person from his previous life. This blade came straight at Summer E, with a terrifying blade intent that scared Summer E so much that his soul flew away. Elder, save. Boom. Before he could finish his words, Summer E was sent flying with a slash. In a perfect parabola through the air. Snap. It finally landed at Yiche's feet. Who is the visitor? Dare to block Senior Ye's path. Qin Haizhu shouted angrily, but he learned to be smart and didn't strike out rashly. The man coldly glanced at Qin Haizhu. Old man. Dongmen blowing blood. Dongmen blowing blood? You're the Blade King who claims that wielding a blade will result in blood and kill one person with 3 blades. Qin Haizhu couldn't help but exclaim in shock. That's right. It's none other than the old man. Why you? Aren't you in hiding? The faces of the crowd changed drastically, and a look of panic appeared on their faces. Dongmen blowing blood, but the Zeus rank powerhouse, a sword intent is even more accomplished. Its battle power could completely be ranked in the top 5 of the northern Zhou dynasty. Dongmen blowing blood stared at the crowd and said with a disdainful cold snort, saying, I had no intention of swinging my sword, but the bid was too high. So today, your dog's life, I want it. What kind of shit are you putting out, you old bastard? Don't even look at who's standing in front of you. Summer E, who had climbed up from the ground, snorted with the same disdain. Wielding a sword will see blood, but did not say see whose blood. You are not able to win the fight, just cut yourself a knife. Can also be called wielding a sword will see blood, right? Dare to be reckless in front of Senior. You old thing, dead. I don't know what to do. Dongmen blowing blood smiled morosely as his gaze landed on Xia Yi's body. However, he quickly looked at Yiche behind him. It's just one little scumbag of the heavenly order. I really don't know. Why do these idiots think he's a senior who hides his strength? Dongmen blowing blood's Zeus rank aura erupted as he slashed directly at Yiche. The terrifying blade intent instantly tore through the surrounding space, firmly locking Yiche, cutting off all his retreat. Clang. Right at this moment, the nine-tailed Empress decisively launched her sword. Even though she was only at the heavenly rank, with the power of the 2 great immortal weapons, she barely managed to receive that slash from Dongmen blowing blood. Hiss. Dongmen blowing blood was horrified in his heart. He didn't expect that a mere heavenly rank would be able to receive this blade of his. No, it's not the woman's power. It was the sword in her hand. A grave expression appeared on Dongmen blowing blood's face. When he looked at the sword in the Empress's hand again, His eyes were filled with fervor. To be able to emit such a shocking sword chi, and to be able to take a blade from a Zeus-ranked powerhouse even harder, what kind of grade of sword must this be? A spiritual weapon? You're kidding. It was at least a lower-grade immortal weapon. As a veteran Zeus-ranked powerhouse, Dongmin Blowing Blood, with just one glance, recognized the rank of the sword in the nine-tailed Empress's hand. Although I don't know where you picked up this immortal sword, after today, this sword belongs to me. Dongmin Blowing Blood let out a sardonic laugh as he whirled around and rushed towards the nine-tailed Empress. Boom. For a while, the air was covered with swords and shadows. Qin Haizhu, who was on the side, spoke out in a low voice and asked, "Senior, are you still not going to make a move? I think that fairy won't be able to hold out much longer." Hearing this, Yiche couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth a few times, extremely speechless. If I could fight, and I would hide in the sedan chair and not go out? It's not a fucking fight. Cough cough, this is also a kind of refining for her. Yiche said cheekily. It's just that I pity the Empress. After following Yiche for so long, either in a fight or on the way to one. It's a tough life. Yiche silently closed his eyes and began to pray to the heavens. Good heavens, for the sake of me being a son of Qi, send me a savior. After praying, Yiche opened his eyes and, no one is coming. How is it possible that no one is coming? It must still be on the way. No panic, no need to panic at all. Yiche reassured himself. As a result, just as his words fell, a violent shout rang out from the sky. Drink, bastard his father. Your grandfather has finally found you. Like a thunderous boom, the crowd looked at the sound of the voice and were all startled that, a large man, over 5 feet 9 inches tall, carrying a gun in his left hand and a child in his right arm, Masazumi was striding broadly towards the east gate Blowing Blood side. Everything was fine, except for the kid in the armpit, who wasn't looking too shabby. Like a fucking chimpanzee. Summer E was the first to recognize it, and excitedly shouted, "Wu Da! Old Xia, I'm coming." Wu Dai patted Wuji's arm, signaling to put him down quickly. As soon as he saw Yi Che, he cried out, "Elder, you counted correctly. That bitch really stole a man behind my back." Condolences, Yi Che said in relief. Not far away, when Dongmin Blowing Blood saw Wu Da, his heart couldn't help but feel a sense of weakness. His own father and son both rode his wife, and now they're coming after him. How is this going to work? Wu Er stared at Dongmin Blowing Blood, his eyes as sharp as a falcon's, seeming to tear apart the person in front of him. "You dog, you dare to disrespect my brother, die." Wu Er roared, and immediately pulled out a 3-meter spear, like a dragon out of the abyss. What a fierce gun! The crowd marveled. Dongmin Blowing Blood hurriedly swung his sword to block, and in his heart, he was shocked. You actually broke through the Zeus rank? Old piker, go to hell. Wu Er dashingly shook a gunflower toward the east gate Blowing Blood, straight stabbing, is bound to stab him through the heart. Ha ha ha. Kill me? Joke. If you precipitate a few more years, I will still fear you a few points, now well? Tender point. Dongmin Blowing Blood laughed out loud and immediately swung out 8 swords in a row. The terrifying blade intent directly split the void, as if it was opening up the sky. In just a split second, Wu Er was sent flying dozens of meters backwards. Seeing this scene, the crowd at the back, who were cheering for it, instantly closed their mouths. There are plans to bolt. Dongmin Blowing Blood's gaze landed on Yi Che and said disdainfully, "Kid, how do you want to die? With me around, you think you can hurt him?" The 9-tailed Empress crossed her sword in front of her chest, her aura climbing to the extreme at this moment. Turning his head to Yi Che, he said, "Quickly go. I'll use the Heavenly Fox Divine Forbidden technique and be able to block him for a while." Yi Che smiled bitterly. It's this similar plot again. Little Tuanzi, the Empress is going to be injured. Do you care? Summon Empress system. How could it not care about the Empress? The host may go ahead and leave the rest to this system. At those words, Yi Che's eyes lit up. Yoo-hoo. Little Qingli, why bother? I'll do it. You? Yi Che smiled confidently. Watch. This sword of mine can break all laws. Chapter 41. You're really a senior. Yi Che pulled out the Victory Evil Sword. In the next second, the aura of his body turned steeply. He knew that this was the system firing. Seeing that Yi Che had drawn his sword, Xia immediately stared with wide eyes, staring intently for fear of missing a single detail of his senior's strike. All of you watch out for me. Senior is about to make a move. Qin Haiju was also quite excited and said. Dongmin, blowing blood, looked at Yi Che and only felt amused. You little scum. After masters have been pretending for a long time, is it that you even believe in yourself? You're right. I'm a slag now, no less. But sorry. I'm hungover. Yi Che suddenly shouted, and the Sheng evil sword in his hand instantly erupted a brilliant cloud of sword awnings out, and his figure immediately followed suit as he also drifted and violently took a step forward. 1 step to wind and thunder, 2 steps to decapitation. Yi Che fiercely chopped out his sword, and between the sword chi, the surroundings were suddenly austere. In the face of this sword, Dongmin, blowing blood's face suddenly changed before the mockery from his mouth could be uttered, only to see that sword, as fast as lightning, sword momentum like a rainbow, the sword intent transmitted, is even stronger, ridiculously strong, as if under the bottom of the sky, unrivaled. Dongmin, blowing blood's face turned pale as a flash of shock flashed across his eyes. Surprisingly, he felt a strong sense of shock on this sword. He wants to fight back. He wants to run away. But he didn't have any time or opportunity to react at all. Almost immediately, the victory evil sword steadily pierced through his chest. Dongmin, blowing blood, froze there, glancing down at the victory evil sword that had pierced through his heart, his eyes full of incredulity. He looked over at Yi Che. You are really a senior. Dongmin, blowing blood, muttered under his breath. By the time Yi Che pulled his sword out, his body fell straight down. It all happened in the blink of an eye, and the crowd didn't even react to it. And the fight is over. Such an appalling scene immediately stunned everyone present into dead silence. Dead. Not to mention Summer Yi and Qin Haiju. Even the nine-tailed Empress was dumbfounded at this instant. The pupils were constantly contracting, as if they were seeing some great terror, and their bodies were trembling even more slightly. Eastgate blows blood. An existence that was enough to exterminate all of them was now being decimated like a mole cricket. What a mind-blowing impact this scene had on them. Worthy of being a senior, this kind of strength is too terrifying. Who's going to be the best in the world? Looking at Yi Che's dashing back as he retracted his sword, Qin Haiju couldn't help but murmur in the midst of his shock. Summer Yi, on the other hand, took advantage of the crowd's inattention and secretly took out a photo retention stone and moved in front of Dongmin, blowing blood's corpse, grinning and comparing Ye, taking a group photo. Prepare to go back and properly brag to those basement friends about how you forcefully defeated the king of drag knives. Brother, those 2 old grandpas tried to run. Just as the crowd was bragging, Hong Lin crossed her small hands and pointed one hand forward to Yi Che. Wei Wuxian, who was slowly backing away from the 2 of them, immediately revealed a dead mom expression and trembled his body and said, Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. I misjudged you, old hen. How dare you run away? Give me death. Summer Yi wailed from his mouth, waving his kitchen knife, and rushed towards the 2. Wei Wuxian and Luo Guantong saw the other party killing, looked at each other, and pulled their legs out. Where to run? Summer Yi, how willing to let go of the 2, with a knife, he chased after them. Yi Che, who was on the sidelines, couldn't even stop it, so he said to the crowd that, Forget it. Let's go back to the Falling Star Mountain Range first. Senior, please get into the sedan chair. A flash of joy flashed across Qin Haiju's eyes. Now that he was alone with his seniors, it was a great time to enhance his relationship. Ha ha ha. Summary, your position as the number 1 licking dog will soon be mine. Old Qin? On the other side, between the 3 of them chasing and escaping, they flew for a whole half a day, not knowing how far they had flown at all. The sound of the 3 of them battling in the air was unceasing. Summer righteousness battle is excited. This invincible feeling is too wonderful, simply ascended to the peak of life. Let you guys gang up on me before. How dare you? Today, I'll send you to hell. Xia Yi roared in excitement and immediately erupted with the power of the laws, blocking the back path of those 2 men from Wei Wuxian. Wei Wuxian saw that the other party was really going to lay a deadly hand on him and hurriedly shouted, Summer Yi, don't be too unbridled. We are the Northern Zhou dynasty's personally appointed city lord. Killing the city lord is a capital offense. You? Don't mess around. At those words, Summer Yi's movement of swinging his sword stalled in the air. Wei Wuxian and Luo Guantong looked at each other, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Sure enough, that old piker, he wouldn't dare. Ha ha ha, Summer E, do you dare to kill us? If you kill me, Dynasty will not let you go. Wei Wuxian roared. Come on if you dare. Ha ha ha. Looking at the two's gradually rampant faces, Xia Yi had a disdainful look on his face. At this moment, he could finally realize how his seniors felt when they looked at their group. Pure and simple clowning. Heh, you think you can scare off my old Xiao by moving out the Northern Zhou dynasty? You obviously overthought it. Northern Zhou dynasty, what is it now? I poo. You dare. Seeing that Summer E did not put the dynasty in his eyes at all, Wei Wuxian panicked. This old man, why has he become so brave? There's no point in talking more after settling you guys. I still have to rush back and serve senior. Xia Yi coldly grunted and immediately swung out his sword, the might of the Huang rank exploding, instantly chopping off another arm of both Wei Wuxian and Luo Guantong. Ah! Summary, you old piker, so vicious. Wei Wuxian roared in pain. Take it easy, this will send you on your way. Summer E swung out another blade, aiming straight for the two men's heads. Boom. However, right at this moment, a person suddenly flew from the sky and stopped Summer Yi's attack. The man had thick eyebrows and a long country face that made him look decent. What great guts. Dare to defy the dynasty. Summer E, are you trying to rebel? Dig the groove. Washo, what are you doing here? Seeing the person coming, Summer E couldn't help but shout out. What's he doing here if he's not staying in the Imperial City? You want to die? He Shangshu coldly said. Summer E, now kneel down and confess your guilt. This Shangshu to you can be lenient. Oh. Summer E faintly replied back. He Shangshu was shocked. What kind of attitude do you have? Do you really want to rebel? Upon hearing this, Summer E put away his sword and followed the past stance of Yi Chei's predecessor, with both hands behind his back, revealing an inscrutable expression. I, Summer E, an underground disciple of the Heavenly River sect, District Northern Zhou Dynasty. Ha ha ha. What did you say? And Shanshu is shocked. Heavenly River sect. Where did this sect appear from? Go back and tell that old emperor for me. Linjiang City, I made the offer to the clan. Let him be sensible. You motherfucker. Hearing this, Washo almost did a double take and fell through the air when he didn't stand still. You're still the fucking boss of the city? Who are you? Summer E, you're really looking for death. Hesheng's eyes grew cold as he slowly rolled up his sleeves and, today, on behalf of the Imperial Court, I will properly punish you, the extrajudicial fanatic. Hearing this, Summer E shivered and busied himself. Old mongrel, I'll see blood when I make my sword, and seeing as you're a handful of years old, I won't bully you. After saying that, Summer E turned around and ran, stacking a dozen or so more defensive spells for himself in the process. Mr. Shangshu, he's too bullying, do something for us. Wei Wuxian and Luo Guantong both lost their voices and cried. Now, the two of them, they actually couldn't put together an arm. This matter, it won't just be forgotten. I'll go back to the Imperial City first and explain this matter to the Emperor. You guys find a place to hide. Take care, Mr. Shangshu. Wei Wuxian was unable to wave goodbye and could only send off with a tearful salute. Old Wei, Dongmin blowing blood is dead. What should we do now? That guy is really strong. There's no rush. Go, let's go find Dongmin Qing. His father was killed. I don't believe he can do nothing. And just as Wei Wuxian and the others wanted to continue their demonic behavior, on the other side, Yi Chei had already returned to the Falling Star Mountain Range. Chapter 42. Fellow Taoist, would you like to come in and sit down? Elder, Dongmin blowing blood has died at your hands. Dare I ask his son? Where is he hiding now? Wu Er respectfully asked Yi Chei. Yi Chei waved his hand dismissively. Dongmin Qing? Don't worry, he'll find his own door. Just be patient with me. Yi Chei pulled Wu Er over and pinched his magnificent muscles, thinking that this was a genuine Zeus rank. With him here, who will dare to be reckless in the future? Wu Er scratched his head, looking very formal. Senior, can you not touch my muscles? I'm afraid of tickling. Ahem. Yi Chei was so embarrassed that he almost buckled out of the 3 rooms with his feet. At night, in the interest of personal privacy, Yi Chei drove everyone to the entrance of the mountain to sleep. Then he closed the door and rubbed his hands together and said, Hey, little Qingli, we haven't practiced for days. Tonight, I will make it up to you. Upon hearing this, the 9-tailed Empress's beautiful eyes glared at Yi Chei, and after humming a sound, the next second, the bodice slipped and, snow-white skin, slowly exposed to the air, the Seeing this perfect body with a convex front and curved back, Yi Chei's throat rolled a few times and his body was on fire. Soon the room, springtime. By the time the next morning rolled around, it was only slightly light. Yi Chei, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes and looked at little Qingli, who was still sleeping beside him, and a trace of tenderness flashed through his eyes. Lowering his head, he gently kissed her on her pink jade lips. Just last night, after tireless efforts, the Empress fulfilled one of his wishes. This caused a sense of conquest and pride to arise in Yi Chei's heart. And the fruits of last night's labor were there for all to see. Yi Chei tapped on the Empress message board. Name: Qingli, Nine-Tailed Empress. Cultivation level: 2 levels of the Desolate Order, originally cultivated as an immortal emperor. Favorability: 70. Current wish: revenge. Seeing this information, Yi Chei could not help but feel some excitement in his heart. It's still 20 short. It'll be time to summon the next Empress. Ha ha ha. He admitted that the Nine-Tailed Empress is very beautiful and very extreme. But men, they always like to change their tastes. It's also extenuating. After a while, the Nine-Tailed Empress woke up from her sleep and then took the initiative to wrap her arms around Yi Chei's neck, like a lazy kitten, pampering herself. A day's work is a day's work. Yi Chei didn't dare to slack off and rolled over to press down on the Nine-Tailed Empress. At this moment, Wei Wuxian had searched all night and finally found Dongmin Qing in a cave. At this moment, the other party was enjoying Jillian's service with a satisfied face. After seeing Wei Wuxian, he became even more excited. Hands held down Golden Lotus's head to keep it from looking up. Then he looked at Wei Wuxian and asked, Wei City Lord, what are you looking for me for? Dongmin Daoxiao, your father, is dead. He was killed by someone with a sword through his chest. Wei Wuxian said truthfully with a sad face. Is that true? How is this possible? Dongmin Qing asked incredulously. True, truer than real gold. I saw it with my own eyes. I'll vouch for it on my head. At those words, Dongmin Qing was so shocked that he shriveled up, completely losing his strength and falling to the ground, wailing. What? My father is dead? With a sword through his chest? To be able to kill my father, a strong person of the 6th level of the Zeus rank, then how powerful should this murderer's power be? Finished. I can't avenge my father's death. Dongmin Qing's eyes were desperate. Filled with pathos, he piled a small mound of earth on the spot to serve as a grave for Dongmin blowing blood. He squeezed out a few tears and couldn't help but cry, Alas! Father, I didn't expect you to have already left me. Our father and son haven't ridden the same horse. This revenge for killing my father is not shared by all. If this revenge is not taken, how can I, Dongmin Qing, be worthy of being your son? So I'll break off my father-son relationship with you today. And if you know what's in your heart, ask for something else. Seeing Dongmin Qing in such a posture, the corner of Wei Wuxian's mouth twitched. What a way to break off relations. What a way to get another job. You really don't want to fucking face. Jillian, let's go. Let's live somewhere else. At these words, Wei Wuxian hurriedly stopped the two men and said anxiously, That, Dongmin Daoxiao, you guys don't grieve first. In fact, the enemy isn't much stronger. But just by virtue of having a divine weapon in his hand, coupled with the shameless sneak attack, Senior Dongmin fell into their trap and died tragically on the spot. As a matter of fact, he's nothing more than a scum of the heavenly rank. What? Just one heavenly rank can kill my father? Dongmin Qing was suspicious in his mind and didn't believe it right away. Wei Wuxian's eyes stared, revealing a gaze that saw through everything. That's right, before I came, I poked around and found out everything about him. Just a few dozen days ago, he was still just the head of an unassuming clan, but I don't know what happened, but overnight, there was suddenly a skyrocketing change. I suspect that it was his accidental picking up of the supreme treasure that made him so. As for what senior humph, it'll just have to fool that stupid pig summary. Wei Wuxian told all that he had seen, as well as his own guesses. After listening to his report, Dongmin Qing felt that the analysis was very reasonable, with a beginning, middle, and end, and justified. I guess the truth is as good as what he said. Damn it. A loser of the heavenly ranks killed my father by sneak attack. I won't take this revenge until it's paid off. Thinking of this, Dongmin Qing's despair was swept away, and his heart was filled with anger. Suddenly, he raised his head, and killing intent filled the surroundings. Immediately, he threw out a long sword and pulled himself up, killing straight towards the falling Star Mountain range. At this time, within the courtyard of the Heavenly River sect, the people were talking to each other after 3 rounds of wine. One drank in a daze. Elder, I didn't expect you to be so profoundly learned. Not only are you proficient in poetry and song, but you can also write novels. In particular, this shuddering lock has benefited us greatly. When I go back in a while, I'll properly spar with my 108 concubines. Qin Haizhu was flushed and placed the secret book given by Yi Che into his arms as he arched his hand to thank him. Ever since he refined the locked sun's spirit grass last night, he immediately felt fine again. There was even a reaction this morning. This excited Qin Haizhu. Immediately, he ordered 108 concubines to be chosen for him, and that standards must be harmonized. Big boobs, long legs, nice ass. Just as the crowd was raising their glasses, only a thunderclap rang out in the sky. Immediately afterward, Dongmin Qing's figure was revealed and he landed in the middle of the courtyard from the sky, not even bothering to go through the gate. Sensing the movement behind him, Yi Che turned back in confusion. Seeing the visitor, Yi Che frowned. What does a big man of the Huang rank want with him? However, the visitor is a guest. Yi Che got up and smiled. This fellow Taoist, dare I ask what is the reason for coming to my sect? Why don't you go inside and have a seat? Chapter 43. Shocked, not even a corpse. Hearing his words, and then looking at the other man's weak appearance, Dongmin Qing was once again certain inwardly that this was a small scum of the heavenly ranks. If he was truly an expert, he would not have spoken to him so politely and would have already smacked him in the face. His face gradually turned gloomy as his aura exploded with killing intent. Do? You have to go inside? I didn't realize you were into men, but you're wrong. I don't do it with men. Humph. To tell you the truth, today I've come to take your dog's life. Dongmin Qing no longer hid his purpose. Seeing this, Yi Che's brows tightened. At this moment, he also understood, this is not a good person. He did not seem to have offended anyone, right? Want to take my dog's life? Nah, my 2 dogs are lying there. Take them yourselves. Fetch and go. You're not welcome here. Yi Che reached out and pointed at the dog emperor beside him. As soon as these words came out, the aura on Dongmin Qing's body stagnated, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The dog emperor also tilted his head and looked at Yi Che with those bright dog eyes, as if he was looking at a fool. It is tempting to ask, have you ever fucking read a book? What comprehension skills? Returning to his senses, Dongmin Qing stormed into a rage, yelling that the tramp, I'm taking your dog's life, not your dog's life. At those words, Yi Che skimmed his mouth and gave him a despicable look. Shit, there's something wrong. Didn't I let you take the dog's life? I didn't stop it. However, the other party's mouth spitting fragrance made Yi Che very upset. Yi Che had his hands behind his back, his robes were windless, and he gave an inscrutable cold snort, just like a supreme expert. Humph. Give you face, just let you take it, you don't take it. Now you want to take my dog's life? It's not so easy. I, Yi Che, am not one to be bullied. Seeing Yi Che in this stance of preparing to make a move, Dongmin Qing's heart flinched. Could it be that this guy is pretending to be a pig in a poke and I've misread him? In fact, he is a master? Men, fork him out. Yi Che turned his head and shouted to the crowd that was drinking high. Upon hearing this, Qin Haizhu and Summer Yi and the others seemed to have seized the opportunity as their auras erupted in full force. For a while, the sky changed color, the winds were fierce, and the electricity flashed and thundered. Looking at the several people rushing towards him, Dongmin Qing's face changed violently, his eyes almost glaring out. Digging the groove. 2 Hong ranks and a dozen desolate ranks. How is this possible? How could such a big shot show up in this place? Didn't Wei Wuxian say that the ones sitting inside were all drunkards? Realizing that something was wrong, Dongmin Qing backhandedly stacked dozens of layers of defensive shields on himself before pulling out his legs and trying to escape. Had he known there was such a group of people here, he would not have come even if he had been killed. What's the point of killing your father? If you can report it, it's a no-brainer. If I can't report it, it's not my own father. Dongmin Qing had just turned his head when he saw an odd combination of a tall and a short man blocking his retreat. When he got a closer look at the visitor, Dongmin Qing's face turned white, and he even stuttered in his speech. Fuck you, Wu Dai Wuji. Why are you guys here? Seeing the 2 brothers of the Wu family, each of them hated to eat themselves. Dongmin Qing is about to cry. He also understands that he has hit the gun, wanted to turn around and give Wei Wuxian, the pit bull, 2 slaps, only to find that the pussy-like thing had long fucking run out of sight. When Wu Da saw Dong Minqing, he was like an enemy in life and death, his fists clenched tightly. Hee, Dong Minqing. It's really true that if there's a way to heaven you don't go, there's no door to hell you don't go through. You're a steel pipe poking a frog, Tops. How dare you run away from senior here to be reckless? Let me ask you, where's that bitch Jinlian? Where is she? Tell her to get her ass out here and meet me. Wu Da growled and roared. Dong Minqing was so shocked that he snapped to his knees and cried tears. I repent, I'm not human. I shouldn't have broken up your family. I've sinned, Brother Wu. Let me go, okay? It's all because that woman seduced me first. You don't know, she is him. She likes to be abused. Ah, you shut up. Wu Da shouted hideously and slashed at Dong Minqing, splitting him in half on the spot. The balls are also split in 2 in a smooth manner. Looking at the crowd, it was numbing. I'm not surprised that when the 9-tailed Empress saw it, she immediately greeted Hong Lin and came over quickly. Hong Lin, this is the corpse of a Hung rank. Hurry up and take advantage of the heat. Next, Redline popped out of the crowd at once, an excited light in her eyes. Seeing this, a tactical backlash from the crowd. This little girl looks quite cute. Why does she have such a strong taste? Not even a corpse? But soon, they were too shocked to speak, only to see that Hong Lin drew blood through the air, and just a few breaths later, Dong Minqing's corpse was blood-dissolved and disappeared. Then, the aura on Hong Lin's body violently changed, directly breaking through to the desolate rank. It was a full span of 3 entire major realms. Why? Why is this happening? Where did these Xian, Earth, and Heavenly orders go? Qin Haizhu was incredulous. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Did something just happen? Suddenly, Xia Yi slapped Qin Haizhu in the face. Does it hurt? Fuck you. What are you doing? Qin Haizhu covered the right side of his face and shouted angrily. Your face is swollen. Do you think it hurts? Summary rubbed his hands and said, My hands also hurt. It seems it's not a dream. Old Qin, we've lived all these years to the dogs, haven't we? When did it become so easy to break through the desolate rank? Hong Lin sensed the changes in herself and ran to Yi Che with an excited face, crossed her arms and playfully said, Brother, I've finally broken through. The corner of Yi Che's mouth also twitched. Can a holy body be so unreasonable? This is outrageous. In order to prevent Hong Lin from becoming complacent, Yi Che deliberately pulled a face and said, It's average. It's finally half as elegant as me. But we still have to work harder. Don't be complacent. In truth, Yi Che's heart had long been happy. If Redline got stronger, wouldn't he have another mountain to lean on? Ha ha ha. Che. Slightly. Hong Lin wrinkled her agaric nose in dissatisfaction and spat her tongue out at Yi Che, displaying the vivaciousness of a young girl to the fullest. And at the same time that the people of the Heavenly River sect were playing music and eating their seats, the northern Zhou dynasty, in the imperial city, exploded. What did you say? Summary has defected? And defected to a sect called the Heavenly River sect? Yes, your majesty. He Shangshu knelt down respectfully and addressed a man in dragon robes, sitting above him. Someone passed the decree, send Red Flame City forward to quell the rebellion. Yes. 10 minutes later, a small, clean-looking eunuch walked in, and the dragon-robed man asked, Has Qin Haizhu departed yet? Emperor, he said. The little eunuch stuttered as a lot of sweat oozed from his forehead. The dragon-robed man was displeased and said in a cold voice, Someone, cut out his tongue. The little eunuch was terrified and crouched on the ground, crying out, Your Majesty, Qin Haizhu, he said, go to the side of your death. Don't bother him. You are bold. Drag him out and chop him up? It wasn't me who said that, Your Majesty. The dragon-robed man's face turned blue, and he said with a stern face, I'm going to go and see for myself what kind of god dares to rebel against me. Gather the troops at once. Chapter 44. The Empress is in seclusion. It's time to find the next one. Imperial City's movements were not known to Yi Che, who was currently helping the Empress undress. Every time I touch that smooth skin, my heart gets unconsciously excited, not letting go at all. Yi Che, I'm getting ready to close the door. The 9-tailed Empress pressed Yi Che's restless palm and said to him with a gaze, So fast? Little Qing Li's cultivation hasn't recovered well yet, Why don't we wait for some time before we close the door? Yiche hurriedly discouraged. You're closed. So how am I supposed to cultivate this goodwill? How am I supposed to get a reward if I don't increase my favorability? How do I summon my next redhead? The nine-tailed empress shook her head. These days, the toxins and injuries in my body have basically healed. Together with that 1,000-year-old foxheart grass, a year of my seclusion will be enough to break through to the emperor realm. While you have a point, I don't want to hear it. Yiche is still not dead-hearted to struggle. Closure, which is not as fast as double cultivation. Little Qingli. The nine-tailed empress interrupted Yiche and said softly, I know what you're thinking, but now that you already have so many desolate ranks, Huang ranks, and even Zeus ranks around you to protect you, there won't be any more danger. But those of my clan. Yiche, do you know? The immortal realm is treacherous, and once you lose the shelter of the imperial ranks, there is always the danger of exterminating your clan at any time. I have to go back, though. Seeing that the nine-tailed empress looked like her mind was made up, Yiche could only sigh, Little Qingli, since you said so, then I can only support you silently. But before that, can we make a deal? The nine-tailed empress' beautiful eyes blinked, puzzled. What agreement? Yiche coughed, then looked into the nine-tailed empress's eyes, and then said with deep emotion, Little Qingli, do you know? Even though there are 3,000 diseases in life, only lovesickness cannot be healed. We won't be able to see each other again for at least a year once you go into seclusion. But please remember that no matter where you are, my heart always belongs to you. Every day and night that I can't see you, I miss you and long to touch you again. Little Qingli is like that white angel in my heart, mesmerizing me. Looking at the woman in front of him, his eyes gradually softening, Yiche continued to put in more effort. Little Qingli, to you, it's 1 year. But to me, it's 365 days and nights, which feels longer than my whole life. I don't know how I'm going to get through this without you. Yiche's tone was smooth. His voice was magnetic, and his eyes were as full of affection as spring water. Hearing these words, the nine-tailed empress's heart and sea were instantly agitated and surging. With an sound, her arms and legs went limp, and she couldn't control her body and fell into Yiche's arms. Looking at Yiche's deep gaze from a close distance and hearing his words of love, her cheeks flushed slightly and she began to panic inside. Thinking of the times when the two of them stayed together in the past, the nine-tailed empress unconsciously bit her lip, not knowing what to say. Although she was the one protecting Yiche, it seemed like every time she got to the end, it was Yiche who made a move to help her. Restraining ink toads, blue blood heart sutra, extreme immortal weapons, and 1,000-year fox heart grass. Without realizing it, she owed Yiche quite a lot. Seeing the nine-tailed empress's appearance, Yiche knew that her heart had softened, and it was clear in his heart that at this time, he should step up his efforts and strike while the iron was hot. Must get the good sense up. Little Qingli, promise me that in a year's time, don't forget me. I will wait for you here. All the time, Yiche said pleadingly. At this moment, the nine-tailed empress was incomparably moved, and these words of Yiche's directly touched that softness in her heart. No one had cared so much about her in years. In how many years no one had opened their hearts to her for conversation. And tonight, a man actually told her that she was a white angel in his heart. The nine-tailed empress gaze towards Yiche gradually became unusually soft, as she gently rubbed the face of her beloved in front of her, showing her reluctance. I, Qingli, will never forget you, the nine-tailed empress firmly said. Yiche, I'm happy to have met you. After saying that, the empress gently snuggled into Yiche's arms, carefully rubbing her cheek against Yiche's chest, feeling that familiar warmth. At this time, the system was in Yiche's mind and sounded an alarm. Drip, drip, drip. Host, you're so damn talented. A few words, and your favorability has risen by 20. This system is ashamed of itself. Yiche narrowed his eyes slightly and tapped the Q version of the nine-tailed empress in his mind. Name, Qingli, nine-tailed empress. Cultivation level, 2 levels of the desolate order, originally cultivated as an immortal emperor. Favorability, 90. Seeing 90 on the system panel, Yiche couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'm slightly out of my league for this segment. What are you laughing at? The empress was puzzled. Yiche quickly changed his face, pinched her little face and laughed. I just didn't expect that little Qingli had such a cute side. You really look like a little lazy cat when you lie in my arms. I am a fox, the nine-tailed sky fox. The empress snorted coldly. Then he looked up at Yiche and said in a thin mosquito voice, "Tonight I am yours. You can do whatever you want." When Yiche heard this, he originally didn't have that mind, but he was aroused by the nine-tailed empress. "Little Qingli, then you have to be careful tonight." Yiche finished with a smile and picked up the nine-tailed empress as he hugged her, his hands begging up and down. The night sound battle caused Yiche to still be sleeping by the next day. The next day, early morning, the nine-tailed empress put on her long dress and walked out of the room, glancing back at Yiche who was sleeping. Without saying anything, he turned away and disappeared without a trace. No one knows where the empress goes on retreat. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Yiche woke up from a leisurely sleep and reached for his pillow, realizing that it was empty. One didn't need to think about it to know that the empress must have left early to go into seclusion. He cleaned up and walked out of the room. The maidservants that Summer E had found were currently standing at the door, for watery-looking maids. Grab a towel, carry a basin, hold your clothes, carry your shoes. As soon as she saw Yiche go out, she immediately lowered her head and, intentionally or unintentionally, she squeezed the snowy whites of her chest, hoping that Yiche would be able to see it. Yiche glanced at it, was seeing it, but wasn't interested. Now that the strength has become stronger, the demands have to be raised as well. Not an empress, I can't see it. At that moment there came a clanking and clanging from the doorway of the mountain. Yiche was puzzled, and after letting his maidservant wash his face, he flew to the mountain gate to check out the situation, only to see that a large group of people were dragging countless stones and stakes, with Summer E and Qin Haiju standing at the forefront, pointing at the open space in front of them and constantly gesticulating. "Old Xia, what are you doing?" "Elder, we thought last night. How can you live in a simple room with your honorable status? You wait, we'll build you a palace right away. Come on, no slacking off, get to work." At those words, the corner of Yiche's mouth twitched. What era is this? Still building palaces? Can't you have some taste? Yiche pointed to the open space in front of him and said, "Old Xia, change this piece into a large swimming pool, so that it will be convenient to have a pool party in the future." Hiss. Senior's high opinion Summer E worshipped. In an instant, he comprehended Yiche's meaning. There may not be water in the pool, but there must be legs in it. Just as the Tianhe clan started construction, the emperor of the northern Zhou dynasty, Yuan, came in person. "Men, exterminate all of these rebels." Yu Culture said indifferently. He roughly perceived that the strongest one, the big fool, was only at the first level of the Zeus rank. Where did they get the nerve to rebel? "Wait, Your Majesty, I've inquired about news." Just as the guards were planning to attack, Washo ran hastily to Yuan's side. "Your Majesty, they're pretending to be pigs and eating tigers. Be careful." Dongmen blowing blood. It was by that person called Yiche, who pierced his chest with a sword. From what I've heard, he's at least a U-rank big shot. Chapter 45. There's no U-ranked big brother, but there are immortals. What, a U-rank bigot? Erty boy. Yu Culture exclaimed in shock, so frightened that he jumped straight up from the dragon chair. His face clouded over and his lips turned a little white. The U-rank, having reached the pinnacle of the mortal world, had no more enemies. Even if he was the emperor of a dynasty, when he saw a U-rank bigwig, he had to lower his head as a human being. Yuan looked panicked and asked, "Heshengshu, what should this be?" "Your Majesty, I thought that if the situation is true, you had better abdicate and give way." Heshengshu returned in a serious manner. On the way here, he had thought of a way back. He had some friendship with Summer E, and it wasn't impossible to bribe the other party to temporarily change sides. As soon as Heshengshu's words fell, a beauty queen next to him immediately opened her mouth to retort. "Your Majesty, I don't believe that a U-ranked powerhouse can appear for no reason. There must be a trick in this. Why don't slaves go and poke around for a bit first to find out what's going on for you?" Meiji's words instantly made Ukin rejoice. "Right? Ifei is right, there might be a trick in this. Afe quickly go for me, to find out the news." Meiji smiled seductively and shook her resilient, beautiful buttocks as she fell from the sky above the heavenly river sect. There was still a stumble in the woman's chest as she hit the ground. She purposely took off her shoes, revealing her 10 toes painted with red nail polish. It looked crystal clear and perfect like a work of art, and even if you stepped on the ground, it wouldn't stick to any dust. Then upwards, the lamb's white jade smooth, without a trace of fat calves were revealed. Looking up her calves, it was a pink wraparound skirt that reached only to the base of her thighs, making her curious and unable to resist the urge to lift it all the way up and see what was going on. This was a woman who could arouse the animalistic desires of all men just by her figure and temperament. And as soon as she appeared, she also instantly attracted the attention of countless people, especially Summer E, whose eyes were glaring out of his head. Gulping, I just felt the waves coming in so chesty. He let out a wow and rushed over to Maggie. Wow, it's a ripe girl. That's what he's best at. Yiche was also attracted by the dead movement, but after a glance, he lost interest. Although the other party's body is very good, is ripe peach, but he prefers a little more youthful ignorant girl. Hello you. Guys, can I ask for a drink of water? At those words, Yiche froze. There are actually people who want to beg, saliva to drink. This young woman is so heavy. I can't believe I like to take a sip of water. Yiche looked at Summer E. I have a cleanliness fetish. Use your saliva. Summer Yi's face was joyful. Beauty, catch? Heh. T. Summer righteousness was particularly fast, and Maggie didn't have time to react, and that delicate face received a mouthful of water. Ayahawk, what are you doing? Maggie yelled out in anger, pulling out paper and frantically wiping drool from her face. Summery may have been a little on fire lately, spitting out phlegm that was yellowish and thick. Beauty, weren't you the one who wanted to ask for a drink of water? Summery scratched his head and asked in confusion. His eyes, however, were always on people's thighs. Those long legs, he could play with them for a year. Oh no, a lifetime. Although Maggie wanted to slap this brainless fool to death, but remembering the mission of this trip, she hardened a smile and said, Slave, thank you. Oops, you're welcome. Beauty, do you want more? I still have a lot here, enough for you to drink. Summery grinned out happily, intending to throw up a few more good spits. Seeing this action, Meiji was so frightened that she scrambled to hide in Yiche's arms. And very carefully, showing off the fullness of that chest. Yiche slightly estimated in his heart and sucked in a breath of cool air in his heart. Hiss. It's a scale that I'm afraid I can't control single-handedly. This handsome guy. Heard that there are U-rank powerhouses here, right? Seeing that her beauty was starting to pay off, Maggie immediately tried to ask. Upon hearing this, Yiche scratched his head, thinking, when did I have a U-ranked powerhouse here? It's not bullshit. People's nine-tailed empress was an immortal emperor, and the dog emperor was a sacred beast. Beauty, don't talk nonsense, okay? Yiche immediately shook his head. A U-rank powerhouse? Beauty, you're looking in the wrong place. I don't have any here. Huh. Hearing the reply, Maggie couldn't help but let out a surprised gasp. It's not the right plot. Shouldn't you be trying your best to hide that you're a U-rank powerhouse? How can you even voluntarily admit that you don't have it? You're out of line, and you've got me all over the place. It was Summer E who returned with a face full of disdain. U-rank? Who are you looking down on? In front of immortals, U-ranks are all little dregs. After saying that, Summer E looked at Yiche with eyes full of admiration, the kind with stars in their eyes. Yiche couldn't help but frown and said with some unhappiness, Old Xia, don't talk blindly, keep a low profile. Yes, yes, yes. Hearing these two men talk, Maggie was instantly frightened, and her little face turned pale. What? He's immortal? Maggie almost lost her breath, shocked to the point of speechlessness. The faces were even more unpredictable, sometimes surprised, sometimes fearful, sometimes incredulous, and wonderful for a while. There are no U-ranked powerhouses, but there are immortals. Is that something a normal person could say? She figured she could see that the man was just playing with himself. Lust for a fight. What a pervert. Maggie was wondering at the moment if the other party had already known about the ambush that was buried not far away. The reason why he deliberately said that there was no U-rank was to lure the emperor into attacking, so as to give him a reason to rebel and usurp the throne. If it wasn't for Summer Yi's slip of the tongue on the sidelines, she was afraid that she wouldn't have been able to recognize this person's treacherous plan. It's so devious. But I'm not a vegetarian. I'll never fall for that. With her heart full of doubts, Meiji squeezed out a few smiles and said thanks to Yiche. Handsome, I have something else to do, so I'll leave you to it. Yiche nodded his head to say goodbye. Summery Eye was very reluctant to chase after the person's ass and shouted, Slowly go beautiful girl, wanna leave a contact Night we exchanges can also After the other party left, Yiche couldn't wait. Little Tuanzi, can you summon the next empress? I don't ask for much. My body should be curvaceous and my face should be pure and attractive. Personality-wise, be gentle and considerate, sensible and elegant, lively and lovely. It's better to be a little more simple-minded, so it's easier to raid. Host, the nine-tailed empress has only just closed for a day. The system kindly reminded. At those words, Yiche blinked and let out a long sigh, somewhat melancholy. I don't want to, but I can't help but think about Aoshiri whenever I'm idle. It's such an ordeal to miss something that your personal machine wouldn't understand. So, in order to stop myself from rambling all the time, I had to find something to do to keep myself from being idle. System. Oh. Chapter 46. The second summoning, Empress Yao Qi. Ding. In the process of summoning a female emperor for the host. Ding. Summoning successful. The second female empress, Empress Yao Qi. As the tone fell, in Yi Che's mind, a second Q version of a small hand puppet appeared, looking so cute. Yao He Empress? Yi Che said with some surprise. Just by hearing that name, I know that she must be a gentle and sensible little woman. Ha ha ha. Yi Che cheerfully clicked on the panel and name, Yaoyin, Empress of Yao Qi. Cultivation, 9th level of Immortal Emperor. Favorability, 1. For more information, please expand. Yi Che was curious, and with a little bit of his small hand. Wow, there are actually more than a dozen high-definition photo shoots without yards inside? Looking at Yi Che, he could not stop his nosebleed from gushing. Be a good boy, little Tunguz, and send the man quickly. I can't wait. Yi Che wiped his nose and pressed his excitement. Sorry, host, I can't deliver it. You'll need to go up to the immortal world to find it yourself. Damn, what's the point of having you? Stand down. Yi Che instantly changed his face, and after cursing angrily, he then turned his head and went to the back of the mountain. System. Just now you praised me for being a good boy. Now you're calling people trash. Damn it. How did I get a host like you? And just as Yi Che went to the back of the mountain, Meiji also returned to Yuwen's side. Relieved to see the intact Mickey return, Yukyu asked in a hurry. What's the situation? Your Majesty, we've all been tricked. They don't have you rank powerhouses, but they have immortals. With a saddened look on her face, Maggie threw herself into Yukio's arms and just burst into tears. Dig it, immortal. At those words, Yuwen was so shocked that he staggered back and completely lost his strength and fell to the ground, wailing. Afe, is this statement true? Ukan tried to struggle a little more. Meiji nodded affirmatively and swore, Your Majesty, they do have immortals behind them, and although they tried their best to hide it, they were still recognized by me, one by one. Your Majesty, we can't afford to be foolish. What is the throne compared to life? Hearing these words, Yu Culture's face was ashen, but he did not doubt Meiji's words. After all, she was the person with the most delicate mind among the dynasty. What she said should be 8 or 9 times better. Yuwen pondered for a while and said in a deep voice, He Shengshu, quickly withdraw the army. I want to personally pay my respects to the seniors. Your Majesty, you're just going to go empty-handed? He Shengshu hesitated for a moment and suggested, In my opinion, I still need to prepare a gift to pay my respects. Yu Culture instantly brightened up and affirmed, Right. Didn't that way Wu Xin offend Senior? Go. Chop his head off and give it to Senior to make amends. Also, send someone to send that Yaoqi lotus flower along with it. I hope Senior can be generous and not be generally concerned with me. While Yu Culture was preparing to deliver the gift, Iche also arrived at the back of the mountain and met the Dog Emperor. At the moment, he was massaging the dog's head for the Dog Emperor. Dog Emperor, I've heard that after reaching the sacred stage, one can shatter the void and soar in the void, right? The Dog Emperor glanced at Iche and lazily said, Of course. Why are you asking? Hearing the Dog Emperor's affirmation, Iche's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, Dog Emperor, for the sake of me raising you for 5 years, can you move your little paw and send me to the immortal realm? When the Dog Emperor heard this, he directly froze for a moment, looking at Iche like he was a fool, and even touched his forehead uneasily. After confirming that Iche's brain wasn't broken, he lectured with an old-fashioned face. Is your head kicked by a donkey? You're only at the heavenly stage, and you want to go to the immortal realm? People can pop you to death even if they fart. Young people shouldn't be overly ambitious. Cultivation should be done one step at a time. Go slowly. Look at me. I was in my mother's womb for 300 years, and after I was born, only then did I possess a sacred rank cultivation. Therefore, by taking advantage of this matter, this emperor would like to tell you one thing. As long as you can live with it in the early stages, you will be able to transcend God infinitely in the later stages. The corner of Yi Chei's mouth pulled, thinking that you were really a dog. I can't believe I was able to stay in my mother's womb for 300 years. Your mother was a good mother too. I'm surprised she didn't think to have a C-section and cut you out. Dog Emperor, I went to the immortal world. In fact, it was the guidance of the true God's blood. It tells me that there is a mission for my life there, that I must fulfill it, that it is my destiny. Never back down. Yi Chei covered his heart and frowned as he looked towards the sky, rather like he was giving up his life. At those words, the Dog Emperor looked at Yi Chei's resolute side face and couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart. When did this kid become so ballsy? Took a trip out and seemed to grow up. Since you say so, then this emperor will give you a ride. The Dog Emperor stretched out his fleshy paw and flicked it toward the not too distant. Boom! The space collapsed in half. The Dog Emperor admonished, "This is the void tunnel to the immortal realm. When you get to the top, you have to be careful." Dog Emperor, I've always treated people amiably outside. I'm leaving. Yi Chei had just stepped in with one foot when Summer Yi's shout suddenly sounded from behind. Elder, someone is coming. Yi Chei didn't turn around and only said, Old Xia, I'm going to be away for a while, so you'll temporarily take over the affairs within the sect. But Senior, he also gave a gift. It's the legendary Yaoqi lotus flower. Summary ran in while taking out a particularly delicate gift box. From a long distance away, Yi Chei could smell an aroma. I think the grade is not low. When I go to see Empress Yaoqi later, I don't have any gifts. This one is very good. She should like it. Yi Chei thought, slowly retracting that foot and accepting the gift box. Senior, the person coming is from the northern Zhou dynasty. Old Xia, no matter who it is, since people come to my Heavenly River sect, they have to be treated with courtesy. Of course, don't let go of those who are looking for a fight. There are still people waiting for me in the immortal world, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Yi Chei stepped into the void tunnel and disappeared with a whoosh. Very quickly. This scene not only stunned Summer Yi, but even Yu Culture, who had secretly followed him here, was so frightened that his legs went weak. Shattering space and crossing the void. This kind of grand gesture can only be performed by an immortal in the immortal world. He really is immortal. The last trace of luck in Yu Culture's heart was completely shattered. After the shock passed, Summer Yi turned toward the sky and respectfully paid his respects again and again. Senior, go well? Then walked up to Ukin. Your Majesty? Don't call me Emperor. Brother Xia, just call me Little Yuzi. Yu Culture fawned and laughed. After Yi Chei stepped into the void tunnel, his eyes suddenly shook. When he opened his eyes, a fairy mist surrounded him. Ahead, immortal geese hovered in the air, and countless tall golden pillars, arranged in order, stretched out into the distance. A large group of people had gathered in the opulent palace where some sort of banquet seemed to be taking place. Each one of them had an appalling aura, enough to collapse heaven and earth. The ignorant Yi Chei saw the words Yaoqi Immortal Palace engraved on the palace plaque and walked into the immortal palace along with the crowd. Inside the golden and brilliant immortal hall. Today is the 3,000-year birthday banquet of the Yaohe Empress. Whichever guest offers a gift that can impress the Empress will be allowed to enter the Lord Empress's inner treasury and select a supreme treasure. At the sound of the maid's voice, the crowd in the great hall instantly stirred with anticipation on their faces. Right at this moment, outside the great hall, a middle-aged man with gray temples slowly walked in. Venerable Tsonglan, you've finally arrived. The Yaoqi Empress has an honorable status. Can I not come? Rather, it's you, Venerable Windwalker, who actually came out early. Venerable Tsonglan laughed lightly. Ha ha ha. What gift are you planning to give this time? Venerable Windwalker asked with a laugh. Chapter 47, Empress, I have a gift for you. I'm giving away the Sea Heart Stone from the Kanglan Sea. Venerable Tsonglan said indifferently. Sea Heart Stone? This is a supreme treasure. It is said to be condensed for 3,000 years and molded for 3,000 years. It can absorb the essence of the sea and seize the creation of heaven and earth. So precious, you actually gave it up? Venerable Windwalker couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Sea Heart Stone, this was a treasure that countless water cultivators dreamed of. Venerable Tsonglan smiled and asked rhetorically, what gifts have you prepared? The wind stabilizing bead I sent. Venerable Windwalker said indifferently. Yours isn't bad either. The wind stabilizing bead can control hurricanes and is also a 1 in a million supreme treasure. Venerable Tsonglan said indifferently. The two were both immortal palace exalted, and they naturally competed against each other in secret. Ha ha, you're welcome. Venerable Windwalker let out a laugh. After talking for a while, the two of them were guided by the maid to the seats to settle down and sip the wine. Within a short period of time, many strong and powerful people all gathered here. Some of these people were immortal palace reverends and disciples, while others were messengers sent by other sects. The immortal palace honored ones and the other clan emissaries were seated in the VIP seats, on the two sides below the throne, closer to the empress. The other disciples who had no status sat on either side of the door of the great hall, at a greater distance. In short, the stronger you are, the closer you sit. Yiche naturally blended in with the crowd, but only stayed in the corner near the gate. Soon, the empress has arrived. A loud bellowing voice came, and everyone rose to salute. Greetings to Empress Yaoqi. On the throne, amidst the immortal mist, Yaoi Empress Yaoyin, with one hand on her head, sat diagonally on the throne, somewhat disinterested. Be excused. The voice of Empress Yaoqi came out like heavenly music. There were only 3 simple words, but those 3 words echoed in the hearts of the crowd. Straight away, the crowd's hearts were in a frenzy. Venerable Tsonglan was the first to rise, taking out the sea heart stone and presenting it. Empress Sama, this is the gift of the sea heart stone that my subordinates have prepared for you. Please take in your eyes. The Empress's personal maid came down the steps, holding a jade disc and respectfully receiving the sea heart stone, presenting it to the Empress through the immortal mist. Unexpectedly, the Yaoqi Empress didn't even look at her. Her eyes didn't even bother to open. The maids had to carry out the sea heart stone, walk down the steps, and say to the expectant Venerable Tsonglan, Venerable, the Empress has not opened her eyes. This? A look of disappointment appeared on Venerable Tsonglan's face. Seeing this, Venerable Windwalker, who was on the side, immediately got up and respectfully said, Lord Empress, this is the wind stabilizing bead I prepared. Please also take a look. The maid took it and was about to present it. Empress Yaoqi spoke lazily, There's no need to send it up, I don't like it. She didn't like the name when she heard it. Yes. The maid returned the wind-stabilizing beads. Empress Sama, this is the lucky star fortune tree I prepared. I prepared the order of the bright sacred fire. The crowd of honored dignitaries and powerhouses had honored the supreme treasures they had brought with them, but there was never anything that could catch the Empress's eye. An hour had passed, and surprisingly none of the gifts had been seen by the Empress. Within the immortal hall, the atmosphere was dead, and not a single person dared to open their mouths to speak. They were silenced, wondering why the Empress was so picky, and what kind of gift would catch her eye. At this time, Yiche, who was leaning against the doorway and had already eaten and drank his fill, thoughtfully looked toward the immortal mist drapes. Through the system, he looked at Empress Yaoji's wish. Name, Yaoyin, Empress of Yaoqi. Cultivation, 9th level of Immortal Emperor. Favorability, 1. Current wish, to get a lotus flower from my hometown Yaoqi. Seeing this, Yiche took a deep breath and, slowly standing up, he walked to the center of the main hall under the astonished gazes of a group of reverends. Immediately afterward, he spoke aloud, Lord Empress, I have a gift here that is exactly what the Empress wants. The entire room exploded at these words. A large group of venerable masters were dissatisfied. Lord Empress can't even look at our gifts. How can she look at a gift from one of your disciples? Venerable Windwalker immediately broke off. Where did you come from? Who are you to talk here? That's right, disciples of which hall, so ignorant of the rules. Men, fork him out. There was a chorus of reprimands from the crowd, and the pressure they emitted all pressed towards Yiche. Yiche gritted his teeth and, against the pressure, took out the Yaoqi lotus flower that the well-wishers had given him earlier, arching his hand and saying, Lord Empress, please look. The maid spoke in confusion. What is this? Lotus. Yiche opened the gift package, and immediately, a light fragrance filled the entire palace. The crowd looked at this lotus of low grade and snorted. A piece of trash, and you dare to bring it out to embarrass people? Where are the law enforcers of the Palace of Punishment? Why don't you drive this troublemaker out of the immortal palace? Yes, your holiness. The guards that rushed up immediately tackled Yiche. Yiche couldn't resist, so he only shouted, Empress, open your eyes. Missy Chicken you 80,000, and you dare to rant about the immortal palace. Quickly fork out. Venerable Windwalker urged. The Empress, who was reclining on her throne, heard the noise and her slightly closed eyes reluctantly opened a thin slit. A casual glance through the fairy mist. This is Yogi Lotus? At this moment, the Empress's originally calm state of mind instantly rippled a little, and a trace of reminiscence flashed through her eyes. Looking at this lotus flower that was only 100 years old, it was as if she had seen her own past before she had been transformed and attained enlightenment. I didn't realize that in a few blinks of an eye, 3,000 years would have passed. Stop. This gift is what this emperor wants. These words instantly shocked the four seats. Several venerable masters were almost so shocked that they didn't stand still and fell to the ground. The crowd never expected that the Empress would turn a blind eye to all the supreme treasures, but look at it. Piece of trash. Yiche was relieved when he heard these words, and immediately broke free from his bonds and took a few more steps forward. He wanted to see the true face of Empress Yaoqi clearly, but the immortal mist was too big to see clearly. Empress Yaoqi also looked at Yiche through the immortal mist, her eyebrows slightly frowning in confusion. One has obviously never seen him, but why does one's heart feel familiar? It's really weird. However, Empress Yaoqi did not think much about it and spoke. You have been merited for offering a treasure. This Empress grants you permission to enter the inner treasury and choose one of your favorite supreme treasures. Many thanks to the Empress for the reward. But can disciple make a small request? Yiche arched his hand and saluted. Daring. You're a tiny disciple. You're already lucky to have the mercy of Lord Empress. How dare you make demands? Which hall are you from? Who is the hall master? Stand out. Venerable Windwalker jumped out directly and shouted as he looked around the crowd. But after waiting for a few seconds, the great hall was silent, and no one answered at all. Venerable Windwalker stood in the center of the great hall, but it looked a bit awkward. Yiche gave him a disgusted look. Then to the Yaohe Empress, he continued, Lord Empress, actually, I am not a disciple of the Yaohe Immortal Palace. But I've always admired the Immortal Palace, and I've always dreamed of entering the Immortal Palace to cultivate. So, disciples plead if we can change the opportunity to enter the inner library to become a disciple of the Immortal Palace. Then do you know that trespassing into the Immortal Palace is a capital offense? Empress Yaoqi spoke slowly. Venerable Windwalker immediately shouted, Push down and chop. Yiche's heart snapped. How is this different from the script? Chapter 48, Empress Yaoqi, Late Night Call. Empress, wait. Yiche shouted anxiously. At the same time, the mind flew to various reasons. What excuse should I make? We can't say we got lost and broke in, can we? At this moment, Yiche's brain couldn't help but ooze out a few drops of sweat. Scared. You're scared? Empress Yaoqi faintly said. Yiche subconsciously lowered his head and glanced at the two knives on his neck. Shit, who wouldn't be afraid of this? Windless Night in the future, he'll be considered a disciple of your Windwalk Hall. Lord Empress, this? Venerable Windwalker froze for a moment and was just about to speak. But Empress Yaoqi had already left the Great Hall and returned to her chambers. When Yiche heard this, his hanging heart finally dropped. Venerable Windwalker, please take care of me in the future. Yiche laughed. A scum of the heavenly ranks is also worthy of entering my Windward Palace. What a great shame. Venerable Windwalker coldly snorted and somewhat reluctantly led Yiche to the Wind-Walking Hall. In the bedchamber, the Yaoqi Empress was sitting on a bed that was more than 10 meters large, holding the Yaoqi lotus flower in her hands. After staring for several moments, he whispered, Go, get that man. When the maid heard this, her expression flashed with a hint of surprise, but she quickly calmed down and nodded her head back. Yes, Lord Empress. The Empress looked at the Yaoqi lotus flower in her hand and murmured, Why did you send me the Yaoqi lotus flower? In the Windward Palace, Feng Wuya pointed to a small courtyard and said, You will live here from now on. Yiche looked around at his neighbors and was viciously shocked in his heart. How come it's all flood order and Zeus order? If you live here, you'll be bullied to death every day. Yiche immediately refused. Venerable Windwalker, my current status is low. I'm not worthy of this place yet. Just find me a place that's a bit more out of the way. Windless Night laughed a few times. Hee hee. You also know that you don't deserve this place? But after all, you are also a person handpicked by the Empress. The grade is low, the Empress that I can't explain. Don't live. Resolutely don't live. Yiche shook his head decisively. Suddenly it came back to me that there seemed to be a little thatched cottage at the foot of the hill, and that would be nice. It was a little sketchy, but at least no one would bully them. It's just good for the early stages of the game, when you're trying to get a little bit of a head start. Venerable Windwalker, I'll just stay in the thatched hut at the foot of the mountain and save you the trouble. I'll leave first." After Yi finished speaking, he immediately buggered off. Windless Night froze in place for a while before speaking. "This kid is still strangely polite." In the thatched hut, Yi was lying on the wooden bed, looking at the roof that was leaking in all directions. Thoughts can't help but drift. I'm going back to pre-liberation again." Yi sighed helplessly. At this moment, how he wished that the two of them, Summer Yi and Qin Haizhu, would appear by his side. Listening to their asses always puts you in a good mood for the whole day. "Little Tuzi, now that life is unfamiliar, you have to give it a go." "Don't worry, host, packet sees." "That's good. Come out, Lord Empress wants to see you." Before Yi could finish his words, the voice of a maid rang out from outside the room. Yi couldn't help but be stunned after hearing this. Now that it was late in the day, the Empress was looking for herself. What's she up to? It's hard not to see the color. Thinking of this, Yi immediately walked out of the door, straightened his hair, and said to the maid, "Lead the way." The maid couldn't help but freeze when she saw Yi actually giving orders to her. Where does a heavenly rank get the guts to do that? The maid was speechless and led Yi to the female emperor's chambers. Outside the bedchamber, in the royal garden, Empress Yaoqi was sitting on a gold and jade chair, resting her eyes. The maid led Yi through the heavy corridors to the front of the Empress. "Remember not to speak out of turn, or you will incur death." The maid emphatically reminded Yi before meeting the Empress. Yi nodded and followed the maid to the Empress' side. "Lord Empress, the people have been brought." The maid saluted, and Yi also arched his hand and saluted. "Greetings, Empress." Without the immortal mist, Yi saw the female emperor's figure. With just one glance, he was completely shocked by the stunning beauty in front of him. With a quick mental appraisal, this woman's appearance and figure were not similar to Xiao Qingli's. Black long skirt covering the body, white slender jade neck, can see a piece of breasts, such as congealed white jade, half hidden, a pair of straight and slender thighs crossed and stacked, petite and delicate little feet, hanging in the air, can be surplus to requirements. Just one look at the figure made people Yi associate a lot. Empress Yaoqi looked up at Yi and said icily, "Is it pretty?" Yi looked at the Empress's delicate features. Her eyebrows and almond eyes were very moving, and he couldn't help but say, "It's very pretty. Most of the people who have seen my true face have been killed by me." Empress Yaoqi suddenly came to say, "What do you say? Should I kill you?" The Empress stared playfully into Yi's eyes and asked. These words caused Yi to fall into an ice cave, sending chills down his body. Is there a mistake? It's a giveaway right off the bat. How do I answer? Waiting online. Pretty urgent. System. Back up. System. Playing dead. Do not queue. I don't think the Empress should kill me. Yi said stiffly. Empress Yaoqi didn't say anything. Yi had no choice but to continue explaining. Empress, as the saying goes, everyone loves beauty. Your natural beauty is the first-class beauty in the world, and I'm afraid that both men and women, young and old, will not be able to help but look at you a few more times when they see you. The reason I was mesmerized by looking at you just now was entirely because I was overwhelmed by your beauty. I can't imagine that in this world, there could even be someone as florid as you, Empress. Besides, I went to see you with the full intention of admiring the beauty, without any bad intentions. Yi pointed to his eyes. Don't you feel clear and innocent when you look at me? Hearing these words from Yi, Empress Yaoqi coldly snorted. If you had evil desires in your eyes, you would have died a long time ago. Many thanks, Empress, for not killing me. Yi hurriedly paid his thanks. This Empress called out to you to ask you why you sent the Yaoqi lotus flower to me? The Yaoqi Empress asked indifferently. Because I can see what is in your heart. Yi muttered, but he didn't dare to say it, and after thinking of the wording, he smiled faintly and said, Empress Sama, truth be told, because at that time I only had that one gift. Can't give anything else away but it. Upon hearing this, Empress Yaoqi sneered, So, what you sent is really a piece of trash? Yi shook his head calmly and retorted, Lord Empress, why don't you think of it this way, that I offered the only valuable treasure on my body to you? This heart is much heavier than those honored ones. Heh, the Empress grunted coldly, waving her hand and, You go. Yi nodded and left with an arch. After Yi left, Empress Yaoqi stroked the lotus flower with one hand, the corner of her mouth slightly hooked up. The most valuable thing? Heh, this man. He talks funny. Quite handsome, too. The maid was shocked as she watched the Empress reveal a smile from the side. The Empress laughed? The Empress actually laughed. What was the magic of that man that actually made the Empress, who hadn't moved for thousands of years, smile? The maid's heart was filled with shock. Yi Che returned to the thatched hut. The system sounds. Ding. The Yaoqi Empress favorability has risen by 5 points. Reward the host's Grandmaster with the Lotus Seed of the Yaoqi Immortal. Chapter 49. So I'm so strong. Next. In his mind, the information presentation flashed. Yaoqi Immortal Lotus Seed. 5,000 years of blossoming, 5,000 years of fruit, containing the essence of the lotus. An absolute treasure. The lotus seed took on an oval shape. Its body was crystal white, and an arcane aura emanated from it. Little Tuzi, does this lotus seed help the cultivation of Empress Yaoqi? Yes. After receiving an affirmative answer from the system, Yi Che pondered slightly for a few seconds and instantly had an idea. The next day, early morning, a bell rang throughout the Windward Palace. Dang! All the disciples had converged on the martial arts field outside the hall's gates, waiting for the hall master to arrive. Today, it's the Windward Palace competition. It was also the day of the Yaoqi Immortal Palace's 4 Great Halls trials. In the martial arts arena, the crowd of disciples gathered together and talked enthusiastically about Yi Che. Have you guys heard? A new disciple came to our hall yesterday, rumored to be someone handpicked by the Empress. You mean that scum whose cultivation is only at the heaven stage? Humph. But it's just luck that the Empress Lord has taken a fancy to his gift. Do you think that person will participate in the competition today? What's a heavenly rank doing here? Looking for abuse? Funny. Just as the crowd was talking, Windless Knight walked over and the sound instantly disappeared. Windless Knight stood on the high platform, looking down on all the disciples as he opened his mouth. It's the same old rules. The disciple who captures first place in the Wind Walking Hall Grand Competition can represent the Wind Walking Hall in battle and spar with disciples from the other 3 halls. At that time, the Empress Sama will personally observe. Windless Knight's words instantly ignited the enthusiasm of many disciples. The Empress herself is watching. It's a great opportunity to perform. Flying high is just a thought away. Even the chief great disciple of the Wind Walking Hall was a bit agitated and said secretly, I must show the Empress that I, Lin Yiwu, am the Yaoqi Immortal Palace, the most outstanding disciple. Soon, several elders began to count the draws. And just then, a rush of footsteps and gasps came from outside the martial arts arena, only to see that a man with astonishing looks walked in from outside the grand hall, and this person was none other than Yi Che. Yi Che walked into the crowd and realized that many of them were looking at him with an oddly shocked look. He couldn't help but scratch his head and ask, Is there any more food? Actually, I can't be blamed for that. Who knew you guys had to gather and line up for breakfast? Upon hearing this, the group of disciples in the martial arts arena had odd expressions and were almost on the verge of going crazy. Breakfast? I'll eat your grandma's leg. Where did the idiot come from? Get lost. Delay the competition and I'll have your dog's life. Upon seeing Yi Che, Lin Yichio's jealousy was instantly ignited. Yesterday, it was this kid who got a reward from the Empress Sama. On what grounds? Isn't it just a billion points better looking than him? Hearing the incoming voice, Yi Che looked over, his brows slightly furrowed. This guy was making him very upset. I'm only a few minutes late. Why don't you let me eat? Yi Che quickly scanned his eyes around and launched his deduction through the Candle Dragon Divine skill. A few minutes ago, what happened in this place all replayed in Yi Che's mind. It turns out that, oh my god, there's a fight coming up. We can't stay here. Yi Che twisted his head and wanted to leave, but he had already been discovered by Windless Knight. Stand still. Even though you only joined my Windward Palace yesterday, you're still considered a disciple and you have to participate. Windless Knight stopped Yi Che, and without being told, he took his hand and pressed his thumbprint on the participation book. In Yi Che's heart, a large portion of it was instantly cooled. In the end, there were only 9 disciples that signed up for this competition. Although their numbers were small, their cultivation levels were all of the Zeus rank. The tallest, Lin Yuyao, had even reached the 9th level of the Zeus rank. 9 people, draw lots to pick their opponents. Number 1 versus number 2, number 3 versus number 4, and so on, with those who drew number 9 taking a straight turn. The elders of the Windward Palace came up with 9 bamboo sticks and gave them to the crowd to draw. Anyone who wanted to draw Yi Che, after all, persimmons have to pick the soft ones. When Yi Che took out his own bamboo stick, everyone froze. Yiche drew number 9 and took a direct turn. Yiche let out a sigh of relief and walked down the martial arts arena, thinking of buggering off, but nevertheless, this old thing, Feng Wui, had been watching him the whole time. The other 8 people watched with a pang of redness, anyone who wanted to draw Yiche, but he was pissed off when his turn was empty. Under the gaze of the crowd, those 8 people directly exchanged hands. Those who dared to participate in the competition were extremely strong, and just as soon as they struck out, they were as powerful as a rainbow, with various moves that were brilliant and dazzling. With a wave of his hand, Windless Knight placed a boundary around the martial arts arena to avoid the leakage of his breath and accidentally injuring others. A quarter of an hour later, the winner was divided. Rest for an hour and continue drawing lots. Windless Knight spoke. The 4 people who had successfully advanced all glanced at Yiche before finding a place to sit down. Someone grunted angrily, "I don't believe that you'll still be able to take a turn in the next hand." Yiche smiled and didn't reply. 1 hour later, the elder took 5 bamboo sticks out and made it a point to let the 4 people who advanced to the next level choose first, leaving the last one for Yiche. Yiche held the bamboo stick and said with some surprise, "Number 5, my turn is empty again." Liniwu and the 4 of them, looking at the number 5 bamboo stick in Yiche's hand. For a moment, they actually didn't know what to say. What makes this guy so lucky? The 4 of them could only walk up to the ring and continue their battle against each other. Yiche, on the other hand, leisurely sat under the martial arts arena and leisurely watched. The disciples watching the battle around them whispered, "This guy's luck is too unbelievable, isn't it? 2 full rounds. No strength, all luck." There's a reason why people are favored by the Empress. Just as the disciples were talking, the second round of the competition was quickly divided into results. The disciples who had advanced, one was the chief disciple, Lin Yiwu, and the other was Sun Buozhen, who was ranked second in the Wind Walking Hall. Both of them were very strong, being at the 9th level of the Zeus rank and the 8th level of the Zeus rank respectively. Next, it was still intended to be a lottery, but Windless Knight couldn't stand it anymore and said to Yiche, "You directly challenge Sun Buozhen. If you win, you have a final showdown with Lin Yiwu. If you lose, you're eliminated." Yiche reluctantly stood up and rather dawdled his way to the ring again. In the end, he didn't forget to instruct Palace Master Feng, "If my disciple's life is in danger later, you must step in and save me." Windless Knight was speechless, holding his forehead and saying, "Clan competitions, no one can die." After mounting the ring, Yiche opened his mouth and asked, "This senior brother, aren't you taking a break?" Sun Buozhen laughed softly, "There will be no delay. Against you, a heavenly rank, I still need to rest? I can defeat you with my eyes closed." Upon hearing this, Yiche took a deep breath before silently pulling out the victory evil sword. His heart thumped. He rarely dueled with people, let alone now with someone at the 8th level of the Zeus rank. At this moment, Yiche held his sword in one hand and took out a white towel in the other. Already made up his mind to wave his towel and surrender immediately after a sword slash. This is not embarrassing and not life-threatening. Sun Buozhen, who was on the opposite side of the table, couldn't help but laugh out loud when he looked at Yiche's nervous appearance. Solely not even using his sword, he coldly grunted, "I'll let you strike first." At those words, Yiche gratefully looked at Sun Buozhen. This senior brother is so nice, and he knows to let him be. "Elder brother, watch out." Yiche roared out, and while bracing himself, the power of the poor man burst out, spelling out all of his cultivation and injecting all of his body's power into the victory evil sword. Boom! The Sheng evil sword buzzed and erupted with a forceful cold aura, heading straight for Sun Buozhen. The speed is fast and the momentum is strong. The crowd watching the battle was all taken aback. What made them suck in their breath even more was the horrifying killing accidental dispersion of this sword, shrouding the surroundings and making people feel as if they were in an abyss. Before Sun Buozhen could react, that terrifying sword light had already killed in front of him. With a bang, the sword light impacted on the body. Sun Buozhen trembled violently. The close-fitting defensive spirit artifact was unable to block the sword light in the slightest, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely destroyed, becoming countless fragments shooting backward. All the disciples who were watching the battle only felt that their eyes went white, and they couldn't see anything clearly. Only Windless Knight saw it clearly, and his eyes were shocked beyond measure. That was invincible sword intent just now. Sun Buozhen, who was in the center of the ring, flew directly backwards, his mind reeling. All he felt was a flash of light in front of his eyes, and then his head went unconscious and he didn't even know what was happening. Yi stared blankly at the victory evil sword in his hand and muttered, "So, I'm this strong." Chapter 50. What? Yi has been adopted by the Empress? When the sword light dissipated, the crowd looked at the collapsed Sun Buozhen and simply couldn't believe it. Second senior brother, defeated by his sword? He's obviously only a heaven rank. How can he beat a Zeus rank? It's definitely because senior brother's son was careless. Otherwise, there's no way he would have lost. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. They didn't expect senior brother's son to be defeated by Yi with a single move. Windless Knight under the ring was somewhat shocked and surprised as he watched Yi performance. Although Sun Buozhen had been gullible, Yi, a heavenly rank, had defeated the Zeus rank. This battle power is unheard of. The sword in Yi's hand also caught Windless Knight's attention. This sword, although he couldn't tell the rank of the product, but just from the terrifying aura released just now, it was by no means unusual. He's a vagabond. Where did he get a sword? Hiss. Windless Knight remembered last night. The female emperor's maid picked up Yi to go to the immortal palace. Could it be that the sword was given to him by the empress? Lin Yiwu looked at Yi, who was standing in the ring, with a gloomy expression. He was careless. Since the beginning, he had never placed Yi in his heart. And now, this person actually defeated Sun Buozhen with a single sword. Although there was a reason why Sun Buozhen was gullible, but it was not so bad that he could not even receive a single sword. In his place, against Sun Buozhen, he would never be able to defeat his enemy with a single sword. Lin Yiwu slowly mounted the ring. Not being the least bit arrogant, he directly drew his sword and coldly said, "Kid, you don't really think you're strong, do you? The fact that you were able to defeat Sun Buozhen with a single sword is completely taking advantage of someone's danger and not speaking of martial virtues." When the disciples under the ring heard this, they immediately agreed and shouted, "That's right. It's taking advantage of people's danger. This kid doesn't speak of martial virtues. Eldest brother quickly teach him to behave." The crowd of disciples had the posture of watching a good show, waiting to see Lin Yiwu abuse Yi. Even those who had seen Yi defeat his enemy with a single sword earlier were all happy to watch the show at this moment. Hearing these words, Yi couldn't help but start to feel weak again in his heart. He did have an element of sneak attack just now, but who made Sun Buozhen react so slowly and not even dodge? Isn't that a silly egg? This time, Lin Yao took the lead with his sword, not giving Yi any chance at all. Dustbreaker. With a soft heckle, the sword in his hand immediately emitted sword light, carrying a terrifying power as it rushed towards Yi. The disciples on the stage, a gasp of surprise. I didn't expect eldest senior brother to use the flowing cloud sword technique as soon as he came up. This person is going to be finished. I thought that eldest senior brother was going to take his time and abuse the vegetables, but I didn't expect that he would go all out the moment he came up. This kid, he's going to suffer old age. The crowd burst into a sneer, as if they had already seen the end. The person who would be lying down and flying out later would definitely be Yi. Madaka. Yi subconsciously raised the victory evil sword, and in the next instant, evil light overflowed, directly shocking Lin Yiwu to the point that he stumbled and nearly fell. Seeing this scene, the crowd was appalled for a moment. Their blood pressure spiked, and their brains that were in a daze. What? Eldest brother almost got knocked off his feet? Windless Knight's face became grave. As an immortal emperor powerhouse, his vision was extremely poisonous. It was natural to see that in that strike just now, Yi had relied on not only the power of the sword itself, but also his sword intent. Pure and strong. This kid, could it be that he's a fucking kendo genius? Even Yi himself was shaken by the power of the victory evil sword, and as he stared blankly at Lin Yuyao, who was pale at the moment, he immediately laughed up at the sky. Ha 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 ha. So you are so weak? Eat my sword. Yi was invigorated as he realized that he was actually so much more powerful than Lin Yiwu, and he was immediately refreshed and went straight to Lin Yiwu as he laughed out loud. Yi gripped his sword with one hand and lightly shouted, "Shocking thunder fall." As soon as the words fell, Yi swung his sword out. The sword's momentum was 1,000 pounds, and wind and thunder surged forth. Feeling the pressure of this sword, Lin Yiwu had to mobilize the spiritual energy in his body and resist it with all his might. Clang! After a loud bang, the entire ring raised countless dust. Immediately afterward, Lin Yao immediately flew backwards, and the sword in his hand was even shattered into pieces. How is that possible? How could he have such a terrifying power for a heavenly rank? When he fought against the sword stance, Lin Yiwu only felt like he was chopping against a high mountain. When the smoke cleared, the crowd saw that in the ring, Lin Yiwu was kneeling on the ground with his sword on a pestle and mortar, and blood kept flowing out, as if he had been seriously injured. As for Yi Che, he was holding his sword in one hand and pointing it at Lin Yiwu. The highs and lows are clear, and it's clear who's strong and who's weak. The crowd didn't see what just happened, but Windless Knight saw it clearly. This sword, I'm afraid it's not an extreme immortal weapon. It must have been given by the Empress. Windless Knight said secretly. As a strong sword Taoist, he could tell that the sword in Yi Che's hand was an absolute treasure sword. It was even more evident that Yi Che's sword Tao comprehension was ridiculously high. That sword just now unexpectedly had the meaning of returning to the basics. Even if he had been enlightened for over 1,000 years, he had never possessed this kind of psychic sword intent. It was almost as if he had reached the realm of human sword unity. Windless Knight froze for a moment before announcing, Windwalking Palace Grand Competition. Yi Che wins. Tomorrow morning, Yi Che will replace Windwalk Hall and participate in the Yaoqi Immortal Palace's 4 halls competition. As Feng Wuye's voice fell, several disciples walked up to the ring and carried Lin Yiwu down. As Lin Yiwu was being carried down, he looked at Yi Che with eyes filled with unwillingness, indignation, and dissatisfaction. You're just relying on the sword in your hand. Yi Che waved his hand and put away the victory evil sword, rolled his eyes, and walked straight down the mountain. I won anyway. What do you care about the war? Feng Wuye stopped Yi Che and curiously said, This sword technique of yours, who taught it to you? Self-taught. Yi Che said, Don't go down the mountain, live in the temple. Windless Knight was somewhat in love with his talent. Yi Che said without looking back, No need. Living in the mountains. Are you kidding? Can't you see the way that whole bunch of people are looking at me? Why? Windless Knight said with great incomprehension. Yi Che thought for a while and said, My mind is more fragile. Just staying here for a while. Yi Che couldn't even remember how many people he had been scolded by. Shit. Who wants to stay here? Who likes to stay here? Windless Knight sighed lightly, shook his head, and turned to leave. Soon, the Yaoqi Immortal Palace suddenly spread a small piece of news. The heavenly scum holds the divine sword and defeats Lin Yiwu. Where do you guys think Yi Che's sword came from? It must have been given by the Empress Lord. Otherwise, with him being a heaven rank, how could he have that kind of divine sword? But why would the Empress Sama do that? It's not because Yi Che sent a gift that pleases the Empress. Hiss. Empress actually has joy for Yi Che? What? The Empress likes Yi Che. Dig. The Empress has adopted Yi Che? Oh my god. Lord Empress has actually adopted Yi Che. Quickly, the rumors spread and became more and more outrageous. At first, it was only within the Windwalker Hall, but later, for some reason, the disciples of the 4 halls of the entire Yaoqi Immortal Palace all heard it. In the meantime, a number of new versions have been spawned. It was the Empress Sama who chased Yi Che backwards? True or false? Empress Sama is pregnant. Rumors like this spread 10 by 10, 10 by 100, and soon reached the Empress's ears. After hearing the news, Empress Yaoqi was furious and immediately sent her maid to investigate. Go find out for me. Who's behind this rumor about me? Yes. The maid answered and left in a panic. After the maid left the Immortal Palace, she went forward to investigate the Windward Palace, and after sorting out the ins and outs, she warned the major venerables in the tone of the Empress, before going back to the Empress to resume her orders. When the Empress learned where the rumor had come from, she was a bit surprised. No wonder it was misunderstood. I didn't expect this person to be a sword Tao genius. Empress Yaoqi murmured softly. Thinking that tomorrow was the 4 halls disciple competition, she summoned her maid. She's going to change the rules of this contest. Chapter 51. Empress, your intentions are too obvious. The next morning, on the altar of heaven, outside the Immortal Palace, the honors of the 4 halls carried the last disciples to engage in battle, standing tall and enjoying the attention of all the people chasing after them. The disciples who were not able to participate could only stand under the heavenly altar and look up. Yi Che surreptitiously tugged on Feng Wuye's cuff and carefully asked, Hall Master, later on, if I can't beat you, I'll surrender. You don't have a problem with that, do you? Upon hearing this, Feng Wuyao had a look of hatred as he gritted his teeth and reprimanded. The Empress is going to watch the battle herself later. Don't you want to put on a good show? You still want to surrender? Shame on you. I'm warning you not to surrender to me, or I'll break your legs. You'll die on stage. Yi Che was speechless and secretly skimmed his mouth, thinking that if he couldn't fight but still fought hard, wasn't this sick in the head? It's just a competition. It's not a life and death situation. Seeing that Empress Yaoqi was slow to come out, Yiche opened his personal panel and took a look. Yaoqi Empress current status. In the process of formulating the rules for the competition? Setting the rules for the competition? Yiche frowned. Could it be that the rules were going to be changed for this competition? One instant later, a burst of immortal mist drifted in, followed by the Empress's figure appearing in the immortal mist, her figure graceful and blurred. When the crowd saw this, they hurriedly saluted. Greetings to the Empress. Be excused. The Empress spoke softly. When the crowd had risen, the lady-in-waiting beside the Empress stepped forward and announced, "The female emperor has ordered. In previous years, the 4 halls of the Immortal Palace Grand Competition was boring and tedious, so this year's competition, modify the rules of the competition. The competition has been changed from a sparring match to a barrier. Whoever succeeds in breaking through the barrier first will be the first place winner of this grand competition. In addition, there is no threshold for this grand competition. Any disciple can participate." This statement made the crowd completely freeze. What does breaking and entering mean? Never heard of it. Also, what the hell is it about all disciples being able to participate? What's the point of a big group of people fighting to the death yesterday when you're doing this? For a while, all of them were a bit dissatisfied in their hearts, but they didn't dare to speak out. Hey, this is good. Yiche was the only one who couldn't help but laugh. You don't have to cut, so you don't have to worry about getting accidentally karate chopped anymore. You're laughing my ass off. When the surrounding disciples looked at Yiche, who was snickering, they were furious. Just him? The Empress's rumored boyfriend? And just as the crowd was discussing, Empress Yaoqi waved her hand and released her own small world. Participating disciples, enter on your own. Then, the scene in the small world was projected on the altar of heaven. I only saw that in the small world. It was an ocean, the sea was rough, and the sky was raging with wind and rain. Yiche and the others had just gone in when they felt a deep suffocation, like the waves that covered the dome of the sky, splitting on their bodies as if their flesh was about to be torn apart. Crossing the deep sea, entering the Yao Pond, and capturing the lotus flower is considered a successful breakthrough. The female emperor's voice resounded in the small world. This deep sea we can break through? A single big wave lifting over would be enough to slap us to death. A disciple wailed. Yiche frowned and seemed to have thought of something, immediately taking out the Yaoqi immortal lotus seed. In the next second, the wave subsided, and by Yiche's feet, a path opened up. I almost forgot. I still have the Yaoqi immortal lotus seed. Yiche took the immortal lotus seed and ignored the roiling waves as he flew towards the front. The crowd watched as Yiche moved forward with the supreme treasure without any effect at all, and even managed to control the waves. The others, on the other hand, could only swim forward while filling their mouths with water. The difference, at a glance. He actually has a treasure that can be protected from the waves. Where did he get it? The waves in the Empress Lord's small world are the water of the Yaoqi, and that treasure can actually be easily manipulated. Folks, it occurs to me that the rumors that were circulating yesterday may have been, "Shoo, don't fucking talk, the Empress Lord can hear you." There was another murmur from the disciples. Last night, originally, after being warned by the Empress's maidservant, they did not believe in it and just thought it was a rumor. But now, when they saw Yiche holding the treasure and flowing freely within the small world, they had to believe it. I'd be damned if I'd say it didn't matter. Everyone else was having a hard time swimming forward, but he was the one with the most precious treasure, unimpeded, just like his mom who came in for a trip. How can anyone believe that there is no underhandedness? Most importantly, the rules of the Yaoqi Immortal Palace's 4 halls competition hadn't changed for thousands of years. What's with the sudden change this time? As the crowd watched Yiche's performance, they suddenly understood. They know it in their hearts, and they don't dare to say it. The maid looked at Yiche in the small world and couldn't help but glance at the Empress. They were also a bit skeptical that the Empress had secretly given Yiche a baby, and the rules were changed specifically for him. But this was too deliberate, and the Empress really didn't even know how to hide it. As Empress Yaoqi looked at the small world, the complacent Yiche, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, somewhat speechless. She was incomparably aware of what was in the hearts of the crowd, but she hadn't opened a back door for Yiche at all, much less given him anything. She was now also curious to know where Yiche had gotten that treasure in his hand, that he could manipulate his own little world. As for changing the rules of the competition, it was solely because she was tired of watching it and wanted to see something different. She also didn't expect that this would instead fulfill Yiche. How can she explain this? Empress Yaoqi looked at each skeptical gaze and helplessly held her forehead. Forget it. Don't explain. Let them guess. This emperor is not afraid of shadows. At this moment, Yi Che had easily crossed the deep sea and arrived in front of the Yao pond. Ding la la, ding. Upon entering the Yaoqi, a pleasant music played, along with a fresh breeze that gently brushed against the ears. All around, exotic flowers and grasses gently swayed, emitting a charming fragrance that refreshed the heart. Whoa shit, this is simply different from outside. Worlds apart. Yi Che couldn't help but sigh. Then while enjoying the scenery, he approached the lotus flower in the center of the Yao pond. He could imagine that the others would still be swimming hard in the deep. He's ahead now and doesn't have to worry about falling behind and being eliminated. Soon, there were a few people who had broken through the deep sea and also came within the Yaoqi. But just as they stepped in, countless vines wrapped around them. One of the disciples couldn't dodge in time and was wrapped around his neck, looking to be finished, when the Empress reached out and fished him out. Out, the maid said from the sidelines. This disciple's heart was resentful, but with the Empress present, he didn't dare say anything more. When he returned to the crowd and saw that in the small world, Yi Che, with the supreme treasure in his hand, was already lying on the lotus flower, he froze. This? Everyone else was struggling, but he was the only one, walking very easily, not even bringing his shoes a little wet. Are the rumors true? The disciple muttered. The Empress glanced at him, instantly radiating a powerful imperial might. This disciple immediately knelt down, not daring to speak again. The crowd watching from the outside also stopped talking. When they looked at Yi Che, who was lying on the lotus flower, they were even more speechless. At this moment, all they want to do is ask the question. Empress, if you want to give him a reward, just give it to him. Why do you have to make such a fuss? So all of us, we have to run for him. In a small world. After Yi Che rested, he plucked this lotus flower, intending to go out and collect his reward. Before leaving, he even took a special look at the Yaoqi Empress's current state. Current status of Empress Yaoqi. Being speechless. Yi Che couldn't help but stare at the situation. The Empress was speechless? She's speechless. What? Chapter 52. Yi Che is moving into the female emperor's chambers? After Yi Che picked the lotus flower, the winner was already divided. With a wave of her hand, Empress Yaoqi retrieved the small world and sent everyone out. Yi Che stood on the celestial altar and was not bothered at all. On the contrary, the other disciples were trembling and could not even stand. Yi Che smiled faintly and handed the lotus flower in his hand to the female emperor's servant. The maid took it, looked at Yi Che, and couldn't help but say in her heart that, so handsome indeed. The female emperor sat on her throne, looking down at Yi Che through the immortal mist, slightly raising her eyebrows, then indifferently spoke. You took first place in this grand competition. This emperor grants you a treasure. Say it. What do you need? Yi Che arched his hand and said, Lord Empress, I don't want a reward. I have something here that I want to offer to the Empress. After Yi Che finished speaking, he took out the Yaoqi immortal lotus seed and offered it with his hands. He had taken out the immortal lotus seed and used it during the competition, and Yi Che knew that the Empress would definitely suspect him. In order to avoid being suspected, Yi Che directly gave her the immortal lotus seed to dispel the suspicion and also sell the Empress a favor to bring the relationship closer. The best of both worlds. As for the Empress on the throne, as she watched Yi Che take out the immortal lotus seed, she directly froze. It was always her who rewarded her disciples with things, and no disciple had ever taken the initiative to give her something. Moreover, it is still given to the Yaoqi fairy lotus seed. Inherently as the Yaohe immortal lotus, Empress Yaohe knew better than anyone else how precious the value of this small, immortal lotus seed was. If it was in someone else's hands, it would be something that would restrain her, and if it was in her hands, her strength would rise once again by a large margin. Even impacting the Holy Order in the future would increase the chances of success by quite a bit. Honestly, the Empress wanted it so bad, but I was too embarrassed to say yes for the sake of face. So torn. Why don't we quietly call him over tonight? Yi Che could see that the Empress was hesitant and continued, Lord Empress, I picked up this treasure by chance. Although it's precious, I'm weak and can't hold it, and I'm afraid that my life will be in danger if someone tries to fight for it. So, please also accept it, Empress. Seeing Yi Che's sincere words, Empress Yaoqi reluctantly agreed. Then this Empress will accept it. After the Empress finished speaking softly, the maid took the immortal lotus seed from Yi Che's hands and handed it to the Empress. What do you want? Empress Yaoqi asked softly, She wouldn't take something from someone for nothing. As a disciple of the immortal palace, it's my honor to relieve the Empress of her worries. How dare I ask for a reward? Yiche arched his hand and said. The Empress couldn't help but nod at her words. Even though I knew he was kissing ass, it just sounded good in my heart. This emperor has not yet thought of what reward to give you for the time being, so go back and wait for the decree. Yes. Yiche saluted and left. The surrounding disciples, seeing this scene, couldn't help but twitch up at the corners of their mouths. The heart is even more straight 666. I have to say, what a great performance. This giveaway in return is really here to stay. Picked it up by chance? Come on, name a place and I'll try it. Picked it up and I stood upside down to dilute and wash my hair. Now, in everyone's hearts, they had already decided that between the Empress and Yiche, there was definitely that much between them. As for what leg it was, it's not quite clear. In the thatched hut, Yiche had just returned when the system sound rang out. Ding! Detected that the Empress's favorability towards the host has risen by 5 points, now issuing a reward. Good system and slow down. Yiche immediately bellowed, stopping the system's next words. I'm going to choose my own reward and fill up my cultivation. Hurry up. Oh my god. Did you hear that? They're all calling me a little scum of the heavenly ranks. Are you willing to let someone as kind as me suffer this indignity for nothing? If it wasn't for your face with my talent, I would have broken through all the way to become an emperor and a saint. Little Tuanzi, you've been given a chance. You need to be neutralized. System, you old six. Next. A puddle of essence suddenly appeared inside Yiche's body. It may seem like a small amount, but the actual number is just 1,000,000,000 points more. A few breaths later, Yiche's golden and noble true god spiritual root instantly absorbed it all. Few finally broke through. Huang rank. Yiche laughed out loud, feeling his cultivation, and thought beautifully in his heart. From now on, they can't call me a little scum of the heavenly order anymore. At most, I'll be called a little scum of the Huang rank. As his cultivation level increased, the seal of the third divine skill in the true god's blood could be lifted at this moment. Without hesitation, Yiche tapped on the third black dot. Just a boom. A black shadow drilled out, and immediately afterward, a terrifying aura filled the air, and the entire heaven and earth were affected. The weather, which was originally clear and sunny, was suddenly covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and the wind was blowing furiously, as if the end was coming. Above the sky, there were even countless strange shadows roaring and tearing through the clouds. In the face of this sudden and bizarre scene, everyone was confused. There's been an enemy invasion? The Empress, who was refining the immortal lotus seed, was also interrupted by this vision. Empress Yaoqi looked up at the sky, her almond eyes narrowed slightly, and she directly disappeared from her original location, flying 10,000 miles into the sky, looking for the black hand behind the scenes. She stood in the clouds, sensing the scent. Who's in the dark? Get out here. The Empress let out a light heckle, and a huge imperial might instantly envelop the entire Yaoqi immortal palace. All up and down the immortal palace sensed the Empress's pressure and bowed their heads, not daring to speak. Even his breathing was very slight, fearing that the Empress would notice and draw suspicion. The Yaoqi Empress stood high in the sky, and there was a delay in responding to her words. She covered the entire sky with her divine sense, making sure that no one existed before she returned with a cold snort. As for Yiche in the thatched hut, he was completely unaware of the commotion he had made by lifting the seal of the third divine skill. Only the black shadow quickly burrowed into his mind and merged into his body. The moment the black shadow entered his body, Yiche instantly felt his body become somewhat empty. It's as if you see something and you want to swallow it. The black shadow was shaped like a goat with a human face. Its eyes were in the armpits, and it had tiger's teeth and human claws. Taowu. Yiche recognized it. How's this gluttony beast? The mouth of the gourmand devours all things. The system said, devouring everything? What's the use of that? It's not as good as Candle Dragon's Eye. Yiche shook his head and sighed. Taowu, you're puritanical. You are marvelous. In the Palace of Immortality, Empress Yaoqi looked at the sky that was restored as before, her heart a little uneasy. This is clearly a deliberate attempt at manipulation. Who's behind it? And what is the purpose? Empress Yaoqi's eyebrows furrowed. Could it be that it was because of the immortal lotus seed? They're afraid that if this emperor refines the immortal lotus seed, his cultivation will rise even higher? After thinking for a moment, Empress Yaoqi suddenly ordered her maid to say, Go and see that Yi Che. What's the situation now? The maid sniffed, nodded, and turned to exit. On her way out, she muttered in her heart. The Empress Sama is too attached to this person, isn't she? Bad weather is a special concern. It wasn't that Empress Yao Qi was concerned about Yi Che, but she was worried that someone would know that Yi Che had the immortal lotus seed in his hands, and purposely create shenanigans to confuse her and make a move on Yi Che. She had taken Yi Che's immortal lotus seed, so she naturally had to ensure Yi Che's safety. After the maid left the immortal palace, she went to take a look at the place where Yi Che lived, and she saw that Yi Che was cultivating in a thatched hut, but the roof of the thatched hut had been blown away by the gale. This cultivation is too focused, right? The roof is gone, and you don't even know it. The maid shook her head and said, turning back to report. A moment later, the maid walked over to the immortal palace and said with an arch of her hand, Lord Empress, everything is fine with Yi Che. It's just that his thatched cottage was destroyed by the gale. When Empress Yao Qi heard this, she said with some surprise, he lives in a thatched hut? The maid nodded and said, yes, he lives at the foot of the windward palace. Good windless night. The person personally ordered by this emperor actually dares to arrange to live in a thatched hut. Is he challenging this emperor's majesty? Empress Yao Qi said coldly. Feng Wuyao, who was far away from the Windwalker Hall cultivating, suddenly had a heart palpitation and always had a bad premonition. I haven't seemed to have offended anyone lately, have I? Windless Night muttered secretly. After the empress cursed Windless Night, she commanded, go inform Yi Che and have him move into the immortal palace to live. The maid was horrified at his words and hurriedly discouraged him. Lord Empress, this matter cannot be done. The immortal palace is Lord Empress's place of cultivation, not to mention that it has never been inhabited by a man. Now, if a male disciple is allowed to move over, this will be spread out. It's damaging to the reputation. Chapter 53, The Hammer. Yi Che and the Empress really have a leg. Empress Yao Qi did not listen. The maid had no choice but to go to the windward palace and pick up Yi Che. At this time, outside the thatched hut, Yi Che had just come out when he saw the maid with a dark face, standing not far away. What's the matter with you? Oh no, it's the Empress, what's up? Yi Che asked curiously. The maid said with a dark face, Lord Empress has ordered you to move inside the immortal palace. When these words came out, Yi Che froze. The Empress actually asked me to move to the immortal palace? What does she mean by that? Aren't men not allowed to spend the night in the immortal palace? Could be the one. The passing Windless Night was also a bit confused when he heard the maid's words. For Yi Che to be able to obtain the female emperor's favor was already an unimaginable thing, and now it was even more important for Yi Che to move to the immortal palace to live. This wave of operation by the Empress really gave Windless Night a hole won't be able to. He walked over to the maid and asked archly, may I ask, why did the Empress ask him to move to the immortal palace? Isn't that not quite right? When the maid heard this, she glanced at Windless Night and said aggressively, it's not because of you. Although his cultivation is low, he's at least a disciple handpicked by Lord Empress. As a result, you let him live in a thatched hut, isn't this hitting our Yao Qi immortal palace face? If it gets out, what will the outside world think of my Yao Qi immortal palace? Mistreating the disciples? Judging people only by their realm? If it weren't for that, would Lord Empress allow male disciples to move to her immortal palace? The maid's words caused Windless Night to be dumbfounded and directly speechless. Windless Night's entire body was dumbfounded, completely at a loss as to what to say. Is this what I asked for? It was clearly this kid who was afraid of being bullied by the group on the mountain and took the initiative to move down the mountain to seek quiet. How come it's my fault? Fuck me. I'm sorry. Feng Wuya looked at Yi Che with somewhat complicated eyes, wanting Yi Che to come forward and explain. The lady-in-waiting of the Empress, following her for thousands of years. Although they were maids of honor, when placed outside, they were also a party of great power. After all, a flowing Empress, an iron maid. That's why Windless Night didn't dare to return the maid's accusation. Yi Che probably understood the words of the maid when he heard them. It turned out that the Empress felt that the place she lived in was so bad that it affected her face, so she asked herself to move to the immortal palace. Yi Che looked back at the thatched hut he lived in, and without looking at it, he simply couldn't look at it. Ragged, thatched roof, not even a roof left. Indeed not habitable. If we move to the palace and live with the Empress, in case of a fondness, doesn't the favorability level go up? What a heavenly help. Thinking of this, Yi Che immediately decided that it was better not to explain for Windless Night. That's right, I was driven down. I'm in desperate need of a female empress to rescue me now. Yiche looked at the maid and pretended to be polite. This little thing of mine. How can I bother the empress lord? So consuming, I? Stay in the thatched hut. Actually also? Fine. I'll go back and report to the empress that you're dead set against coming to the immortal palace. The maid said that she was going to go to the immortal palace to report to the empress. It's best if you don't come. But Yiche was quick on his feet and pulled the maid back, speaking rapidly. But for the sake of the immortal palace's face, for the sake of living up to everyone's trust, and for the sake of the empresses, what is my Yiche's personal wish worth? I will willingly go and live in the immortal palace. Yiche spoke in a serious and righteous manner. Hearing the maid and windless knight were dumbfounded. You just want to go, and you're making such a big deal out of it. The maid glanced helplessly at Yiche and said, Come with me. Yiche followed the maid and looked back at Feng Wui, saying, Don't worry, your highness, there will be a day when we meet. After saying that, Yiche turned around and carried his hands behind his back, with quite a sense of bravado. The maid was speechless. The wind-walking palace was not far from the immortal palace. With normal speed, one incense stick of time would be able to fly to. He's perfectly capable of coming back every day. Besides, it's not like he's going to blow up a bunker. It's just a different place to live. She was tempted to ask, As far as you're concerned? Windless Knight waved his hand, and his lips moved slightly as he said, Be sure to explain clearly with the Empress Lord. Yiche didn't reply and followed the maid, flying away. One incense stick later, the maid brought Yiche and flew to the immortal palace. The Yaoqi Immortal Palace was very vast and was divided into 3 major areas. The front area is a communal area used for fairy palace pilgrimages, as well as for banquets. The center area, also known as the core area, occupies half of the palace, which is the range of the empress's personal chambers, which are incomparably luxurious. The fringe area, where the maids of honor reside with their miscellaneous belongings. In the future, Yiche will live here. The maid brought Yiche to the most marginalized area and pointed to a small wooden hut in front of her and said, You can stay there. Yiche looked at the cabin, which was a dog kennel, and couldn't help but say with a black face, I live in a dog kennel? Shit, that's fucked up, right? Good news, out of the mountains. Bad news, another walk into the deep end. Yiche was tempted to leave now, and it wasn't like the thatched hut couldn't be lived in if it was repaired. What are you thinking about? That wooden house is where the empress's pet lives. You're staying in the room next to it. The maid didn't have the good sense to say. Next to the dog kennel, there is a small set of yard that looks like a courtyard. It was also filled with all kinds of flowers and plants, pine, bamboo, orchids and chrysanthemums, every kind. Phew, that's more like it. Yiche nodded. He also understood that it wasn't very realistic to live inside the empress's chambers right now, so he could only commiserate in the periphery for a while first. Don't walk around if you're not doing anything, and at night, don't go out even more. The maid barked a few words before turning away and going back to resume her orders. Yiche nodded his head and returned to tending to the courtyard. The other maids of the empress were surprised to see an additional man in the immortal palace. When they realized that it was Yiche, who had just been recruited, they were even more shocked with their jaws dropping. And the news that Yiche had moved to live in the immortal palace quickly spread among the many disciples. Public opinion, which had been suppressed, rebounded instantly. Yiche actually moved into the immortal palace to live? What? Yiche has taken up residence in the female emperor's chambers? Fuck. Yiche and the empress slept in the same bed? As the news spread, many disciples had their hearts broken on the spot, wishing they could replace Yiche. At this moment, Windless Knight stood at the edge of the cliff, looking up at the moon in remorse. If I had known that this kid was having an affair with the empress, I would have been nicer to him. The next morning, after a nice long sleep, Yiche stretched his back, refreshed, and only felt that he had inexhaustible strength all over his body. He looked at his neighbor, a big dumb dog. The fur was black and white and about half a man's height, extremely similar to the Blue Star Husky. Heh, still sleeping. Do you not have to work? Get the hell up. Yiche yelled, scaring the stupid dog so much that it directly bounced from its spot and took off. After reacting, that era immediately revealed a wise light in his eyes and bared his teeth at Yiche. This dog, Pooh, this wolf, is the pet of the hallowed Empress Lord. How dare you be rude to me? Seeing that Era even dared to show his teeth to him, Yiche was furious. Learning the moves of the martial arts patriarch Mamogwa, he jerked his body and struck at the dead dog. Seeing Yiche make a move, Era's two hind legs humanely stood up, while those two front legs were like they were fitted with an engine, and they also rushed Yi Che to madly plow. And so it was, one man and one dog both furiously plowing into each other, fighting back and forth. Seeing this scene, the passing maids were dumbfounded. This man-dog pair of planes? At this very moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Yi Che's body, sweeping in with an extremely strong sense of oppression. The face of Era, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, changed. Crap? What's going on? The smell of ancestors. Boom. Era flew straight backwards. The maid was shocked in her heart. Northern Plains Ice Wolf, are you all right? This dead dog is fine. Squire, let's get going. Don't keep the Empress waiting. Yi Che pulled up the maid and walked inside the female emperor's chambers. The maid said with a black face, "What are you doing in the bedchamber?" "Serving the Empress." Yi Che laughed. Chapter 54. The Empress is shocked. "You can still recite poetry?" The maid said with a black face, "No need for you to go." When Yi Che heard this, he immediately questioned, "Why don't you want me to go? You're a male, and you're not even professionally trained." The maid didn't take it well. When Yi Che heard this, he righteously said, "What era is it? You still have sexism. Not to mention the fact that the Empress has shown me great kindness. I have no way of repaying her, so I can only take the time and go forward to serve the Empress properly, to repay the favor." Yi Che's words made the maid not know how to retort. "Thou art not a maid, thou shalt not serve." "Although I'm not a maid, I have a heart to serve the Empress," Yi Che said in a serious manner. "Waitress, this man is a bitch." Between the two arguing, they had already walked into the Empress chambers. The outermost periphery was a huge imperial garden, with countless exotic flowers and herbs that were fragrant. The Empress is a keen admirer of flowers and poetry, and almost every afternoon, she comes to the imperial garden to enjoy the flowers and bask in the sun. The maid explained from the side. Yi Che nodded and memorized every word the maid said. Cool flower viewing and poetry. What a coincidence. I love it too. Yi Che followed the maid as she stepped onto the immortal bridge and walked to the inner hall, the palace where the female emperor slept, the Yaoguang Hall. When they reached the door, the maid stopped Yi Che and said, "Stay at the door. Don't go in." Yi Che didn't care about her and directly shouted loudly, "Lord Empress, I've come to serve you." Isn't serving the Empress now, in order for the Empress to serve herself in the future? The maid was startled and hurriedly stood on her tiptoes to cover Yi Che's mouth as she panicked, yelling and screaming in the female emperor's chambers, "You want to die." But the next second, a voice came out from within the Yaoguang Hall. "Come in." At those words, the maid instantly froze in place, as if she had heard some heavenly joke. The Empress let a man into her chambers to serve her? Could it be that Lord Empress had Yi Che come just to serve her? Definitely. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to arrange for Yi Che to live within the immortal palace. As the maid thought about it, it became more and more likely. "Come with me," the maid said. Yi Che smiled and followed the maid, his heart bursting with joy. Inside the Yaoguang Hall, the Empress was sitting in front of a bronze mirror, and a maid was behind her, brushing her hair. Since she had just gotten up, the Empress squinted her eyes slightly, and a lethargy permeated her body. The thin, silky nightgown hugged her body, outlining her diminutive figure. Yi Che stood behind the Empress. At this moment, there's only one thought. That's seeing Yi Che coming in through the mirror. The Empress frowned and said unhappily, "Who let you in?" Yi Che froze and hurriedly lowered his head to explain. "Didn't the Empress say something just now? Come in?" At those words, the Empress turned around, her eyes as frosty as a blade staring at Yi Che. "I told the maid to come in, not you. Get out." "Huh." Yi Che raised his head in surprise and ended up having a feast for his eyes. The Empress, who didn't wear a close-fitting lingerie, turned around and came over, her neckline breaking open a little bit, and the view inside was like the devil, almost sucking Yi Che's soul in. "Well then, I'll be right out." Yi Che lowered his head without a trace and left with quick steps. The Empress snorted coldly and instructed her maid, "Wanner, take him to the Imperial Garden, and leave that place in his charge from now on." "Yes, Lord Empress." Servant Wan Er nodded her head and turned to leave, going after Yi Che. The Empress continued to turn back to her maid to brush her hair. Looking at the bronze mirror, suddenly, the Empress' face changed violently and how the nightgown neckline got so loose. Then just now, wouldn't? In this moment, the body couldn't help but be covered in goosebumps. Damn it! The Empress secretly gritted her teeth, wanting to dismantle Yi Che, but she realized that he had already disappeared. At this moment, Yi Che followed Wan Er to the imperial garden outside. Wan Er admonished, "This is where the Empress often comes, so you'll be here to look after 100 flowers. Remember to sprinkle the flowers with spiritual water at all times, and never let them wither, or it will affect the Empress' mood." "Don't worry," Yi Che assured. Only after explaining everything did Wan Er leave the imperial garden and return to Yaoguang Hall to serve the Empress. Since then, only Yi Che was left alone in the imperial garden. Yi Che sat on the gazebo, thinking about what that Wan Er had said. Enjoying flowers and writing poetry. Flower viewing won't. But writing poetry. He doesn't know how, but he's got the 300 Tang poems in his head. Bai Du Su. There was no such thing as intellectual copyright in your days. Yi Che said softly, then walked to the river to fetch water, ready to water the flowers. The imperial garden is very large. Not only has a variety of exotic flowers and plants, there are also 4 pavilions, showing the scenery of the 4 seasons of spring, summer, fall, and winter. Standing on different gazebos, the views are different and distinctive. Yi Che maneuvered the water to sprinkle on all the petals, and the rain fell evenly, with each petal stained with a bit of spiritual water. All the 100 flowers were nourished by the spiritual energy, all bloomed and were fragrant. Yi Che took a deep breath and waited for the Empress to come and enjoy the flowers. Soon the sun was shining and the sky was clear. The Empress came out of the Yaoguang Hall, glanced at the weather and said, "Let's go to the Imperial Beast Garden. It's been a long time since I've brought the Northern Plains ice wolves and the others out for some air." As soon as she finished speaking, Wan Er hurriedly went forward to the Imperial Beast Garden to make preparations. Not long after she had just left the Yaoguang Hall, she suddenly smelled a flowery fragrance and suddenly changed her mind. "Never mind, let's go enjoy the flowers first." With that, the Empress headed back towards the Imperial Garden. When he entered the garden, he saw Yi Che lying on the gazebo, comfortably crossing his legs. On the Empress's forehead, she couldn't help but sprout a few black lines. Remembering again the incident of being looked at naked this morning, the Empress subconsciously wanted to slap Yi Che to death. At this moment, Wan Er spoke out, "Yi Che, why don't you get up and pay your respects to the Empress?" Yi Che was startled and immediately stood up, lowered his head, and quietly stood aside. Seeing this, the Empress snorted coldly and didn't bother to take it any further, going directly to the pavilion in the spring scenery. Just after sitting down, Wan Er took out a paper and pen. The Empress lifted her pen and admired the green and gentle willows, not knowing where to start. "Tell you what, if one of you can make a good poem, this emperor will grant her a wish. But only if the willow is chanted and if it reflects spring." When these words came out, the many maids around her instantly became interested and tried to think of poems. The ladies in waiting around the Empress were people who had been screened 1,000 times and were even more professionally trained. "I'm not saying I'm good at everything, but I'm extremely knowledgeable. The weeping willow brushes my face, the smiling peach blossom reflects the morning sun. The swallows are busy building their nests in the new mud, and the bright spring sunshine warms the heart." As the head of the maids, Wan Er instantly made a song. The Empress wrote her poem down, but looked at it and was still not satisfied. "It's missing a bit of meaning." And the poems that the other maids then composed, the Empress didn't even bother to write them down. Just as the Empress put down her pen and was about to give up, a verse suddenly came. "Jasper is made up of a tree, and 10,000 threads hang down the green silk sash. I don't know who cuts the fine leaves, but the February spring breeze is like scissors." As soon as this verse came out, the Empress' gaze instantly moved to Yi Che. Empress Yaoqi narrowed her eyes slightly as she looked at Yi Che, and with the pen in her hand, she had already written out the poem at some point. She repeated the poem in her mind a few times, feeling more and more that it was, like, all natural. That's exactly what she wanted. She was a bit surprised, not expecting Yi Che to be so literate. This poem, of all the poems she had ever heard, would rank in the top 5. "Say, what reward do you want?" "Lord Empress, granting me permission to come and reside in the immortal palace is already a great favor. How dare I ask for any reward?" Yi Che said respectfully. The Empress nodded with satisfaction and, "Not bad, there's awareness. In that case, this emperor grants you permission to enter as many places as you wish other than the bedchamber." When these words came out, the maids were shocked. Going in and out of all parts of the immortal palace at will, this treatment, but even they, the maids, didn't have it. Yi Che tried to suppress the corners of his mouth and once again arched his hand. Many thanks to the Empress for the reward. Empress Yaoqi sat in the imperial garden for a whole day, looking over the scenery of the four pavilions. It wasn't until evening that he returned to the Yaoguang Hall to rest. After the Empress left, Yiche straightened his back, hummed a small song, and also returned to the small courtyard. At the doorway, the Era from the morning was looking at Yiche angrily, with a look of revenge. Chapter 55. This dog is really good. He can massage. Yiche glanced sideways and was instantly infuriated. A broken pet dog. How dare you bare your teeth at me? Looking for death. Yiche pulled out the Sheng evil sword and stepped forward with a bad smile on his face. Seeing this scene, Era was startled and hurriedly wagged his tail up, grinning like a ghostly daydreamer and growling a few times. This big brother, I was just messing with you. Look at you. Why are you still drawing your sword? I'm just a dog. What's the point of fighting me? Seeing that the dog was soft, Yiche didn't bully the dog anymore and turned around to go back to the yard. He tapped on the Q version of the Yaoi Empress to see what the other was doing. Empress Yaoqi's status. Chanting. Poetry? Yiche looked at Empress Yaoqi's state and skeptically said, The Empress isn't still reading my poem, is she? In the Yao Guang Hall, the Empress sat in front of the case, looking at the poem Yiche had composed, and without realizing it, she had read it hundreds of times. Huan, who was on the side, silently looked at the Empress and said in her heart that it was true. The Empress was really attached to Yiche. A poem can take so long to read. Empress Yaoqi looked at the poem for a while longer before putting it away. The curiosity in his heart towards Yiche reached its peak. Both a genius of the sword and a man of letters. More importantly, he seems to know my heart. Where the hell is this man coming from? Huan reminded from the side, Lord Empress, in 10 days' time is the Tao Discourse Conference. Do you have any arrangements? Business as usual. The Empress waved her hand, clearly not too interested. She instructed Huan, go to the Imperial Beast Garden in the morning. Then, turning around, he went to take a shower. The next day, early morning. Phew, why is my back so sore? Yiche pounded his back and couldn't help but sigh. Ugh, it's all because I bowed my head too many times yesterday. If only I could enjoy some great health care now. How nice it would be to have someone to give me a massage. This otherworldly everything is good, just no one-stop service. Upon hearing this, Era inside the cabin, the 3 fires on his head flickered as realization dawned on him. Dugout, this guy actually got a one-stop service? Is he so honorable? When did the dragons become so spineless? Yiche looked back at Era. Sip, 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 sip. Era blushed and stifled a grunt. What does he sip me for? Does he want me to give him a massage? At this moment, a light of wisdom appeared in Era's blue eyes, and it felt that it had completely seen through all of Yiche's intentions. But as the royal son of the Northern Plains Ice Wolf clan himself, he was even the first favorite under the seat of Empress Yao Ji. How can you be a massage dog? Even if this man is great, he can't make me give in and put down my wolf's dignity to be a lowly, tail-wagging doggy. I, little Cyclone, am a man-eating ice wolf. In this life, I will die of thirst and hunger, but I will not be a massage dog. The little whirlwind had a firm gaze, and, thinking of it, could not help opening his voice and howling. Ow, wow. This voice managed to attract Yiche's attention. Yiche immediately showed a fierce light in his eyes and scolded, Little raggedy dog, you're the Empress pet alone. Forget about baring your teeth at me and screaming. How dare you stare at me with such evil eyes? Motherfucker, let's see how I'm going to fix you. Seeing Yiche rushing over with a murderous look on his face, Little Whirlwind was startled. Crap, what are you going to do? I'm not being mean, I already look mean. Finished, this man is infuriated. Could it be that I have been wise for a long time, and I can't avoid this calamity today? Originally, he had wanted to hold out a little longer and have a fish-out-of-water fight with Yiche. But after seeing the great sword in the other party's hand, it realized that things were not good and hurriedly abandoned the insistence in its heart. Then, licking his tongue and wagging his tail with a fawning face, a soft whimper escaped his lips. It's better to lose your modesty and become a dog than a dead wolf at this point. Pop said that when necessary, the knucklehead cannot be, after all, that thing is not worth money. I have to say, conceding is still useful. Seeing the Era in front of him wagging his tail and wimping out, the corner of Yiche's mouth curled up and he immediately smiled. Hey, you wimpy dog, you never lose an argument, you never win a fight. But I have to say, you still have a great face, you really look like a wolf model. Seeing that Era was completely on the ground, Yiche also retrieved the victory evil sword and reached out to jerk two dogs. Yiche's face was satisfied. The dog's hair was ice cold and quite smooth. The usual food must be good. Looking at Yiche's hands that were touching his head, little Cyclone couldn't help but show his teeth. I woke up in the morning without washing my hands, and you touched my head. I don't know if you did anything bad last night. After touching it for a while, Yiche reclined onto the chair. Little Whirlwind was very sensible and hurriedly stood up upright on its hind legs, gently waving its claws and massaging Yiche's back. In his heart, he said darkly, "Humph, I'll make a false pretense first, and when the Empress Sama arrives, I'll have to make her punish you properly. I, Little Cyclone, will turn over a new leaf." Seeing that this dog was so smart and had so much strength, Yiche was relieved. "Yo, you actually know how to massage? Your technique is good, come on. Use some more strength for me, and I'll reward you with a big bone tonight." Woohoo! Just as Yiche was enjoying the massage, Empress Yaoqi was leading her attendants, slowly walking towards the Imperial Beast Garden. Soon after the Empress arrived, seeing the sight in front of him, he froze. Your own beloved pet, who is helping people whack their backs, and smiling so obscenely, same as the greasy hunk. The Empress rubbed her eyes as if she couldn't believe it. Seeing that Yiche was still sleeping, Xuan immediately coughed and said, "Yiche, why don't you get up and pay your respects to the Empress?" Yiche opened his eyes and realized that the Empress was surveying herself with a face full of curiosity, and immediately got up and saluted. "Empress, why did you run to me? Didn't even say hello first?" Yiche said. At those words, the Empress was speechless. "What do you mean you're here? Obviously the entire Immortal Palace is the private property of this Emperor." Little Whirlwind couldn't help but shed a few tears out of the corner of his eye when he saw the Empress. With a wail, he was about to lunge at the Empress. But just as he flew in midair, he was taken down by Yiche with a throat lock. "Dead dog, you're also worthy of hugging the Empress. Get back." When the ladies-in-waiting heard this, they were immediately stunned and, "This is the favorite pet of the Empress Sama. How dare you?" Little Whirlwind blinked his aggrieved eyes at Empress Yaoqi, trying to seek comfort. Whoever expected it, the Empress snorted coldly, not even looking at it, and walked straight into the Imperial Beast Garden. "Yiche, you come in too." The Empress just walked to the door and said. Upon hearing this, Yiche immediately farted and followed. "Lord Empress, she's also too good to Yiche," Xuan secretly said in her heart. "Dredge, so you came here to compete with me for favor." The little Whirlwind that had been knocked out cold wailed. In the garden of the Imperial Beasts, when the crowd of rare pets saw the Empress, they immediately ran out of their litter and surrounded her feet. However, the Empress just glanced at them and went to the pond, taking out food to feed the phantom-colored koi in the pond. This phantom color koi is a special product of the Yaoqi. The whole body scales can change color back and forth according to the mood. The body possesses an abundance of spiritual energy that can be consumed as an elixir with infinite effects. Even if she eats it, it has an effect. But she couldn't give it up. This is because since the disappearance of the Yaoqi, the number of phantom-colored koi has become more and more rare, and they no longer give birth to children to reproduce. She had searched the entire Panlai domain to find these 13. Whenever she was homesick, she would come here to relieve her homesickness. After feeding, Empress Yaoqi got up and left. Before leaving, he instructed Yiche, "The Imperial Beast Garden is also under your control. Remember to feed them every day?" Yiche nodded his head. At noon, Xuan delivered the pet's lunch from the Imperial Beast Garden. Yiche took a look at it. "Woogie, the food is so good." Chapter 56. Empress, I've come to play the zither for you. There is everything that swims in the sky, flies on the ground, and walks in the water. An all top-notch cuisine. Yiche was dumbfounded. These precious ingredients that were enough to cause 10,000 people to fight for them in the outside world were only the daily meals of the Empress's pets? These days, it's really true that pets are better off than people. Yiche sighed, then silently took away the Kuan fish, black chicken, and demon tiger meat before throwing the rest of the food to the Empress's pets. The Empress's pets looked at Yiche taking their food and rushed up to bite Yiche. Yiche shook his head and sighed as he drew out the victory evil sword. At that moment, a miserable scream rang out from the Imperial Beast Garden. A few moments later, all of the pets all groaned on the ground, not daring to bark. Listen up. A cloud in the northwestern Xian sky. A phoenix fell into a flock of crows. From now on, I'm your boss, and if there's good food, I must eat it or I'll stew you. Yiche coldly threatened. The Empress's pet nodded repeatedly, not daring to retort. These pets, all of which are exotic beasts, are good-looking and of average strength. I'm a coward. The kind that shouts Tai Jun. Yiche couldn't help but burp when he finished eating. To his surprise, his cultivation level had broken through and, huh? How did you eat a meal and become a Huang stage triple? Yiche was puzzled, but on second thought, he figured it out. Tao Wu devours all things and eats heavenly materials and treasures, which can transform aura and enhance cultivation. Yiche smiled. This is dare to be good. In the future, you can cultivate just by eating. Thinking of cultivation, Yiche, who hadn't eaten meat for several days, somewhat missed his little Qingli. Would love to practice with her. Yiche sighed as his thoughts returned to the present and tapped on the Yaoqi Empress message bar. Name, Yaoyin, Empress of Yaoqi. Cultivation, 9th level of the Immortal Emperor. Favorability, 10. Current wish, I want to hear the sound of the piano. Yiche scratched his head, rather bereft. How come there's only 10 favorites? When he thought of it, he slept with Xiao Qingli. Good scents are raised a dozen. Sure enough, the fastest way to conquer a woman is still day to day. The piano? I don't know how to play the zither either. Yiche said with difficulty. A thunderclap sounded and this system shone. Without further ado, the old iron goes straight to the link, straight to the reward. Rakugo Comprehension Card. After using it, the host directly comprehends the full level of Rakugo. Blowing, playing, singing and licking everything. Upon hearing this, Yiche organized his hairstyle and then went to the female emperor's chambers. Empress, I'll play it for you. At this time, in the imperial garden, the empress sat in her chair, her pretty face chilling. In front of her knelt a row of court musicians, all of them shrinking their heads, not daring to meet the empress's icy eyes at all. A bunch of losers. Can't even play a tune full of killing intent? What use does this emperor have for you? Empress-sama, we really haven't practiced this kind of tune. How dare you argue? Pull down and behead. Lord Empress, spare my life. Yiche had just entered the imperial garden when he heard this burst of ghostly cries. Boy, for the first time, he suddenly realized that this empress was really cranky. Yiche planned to leave silently and come back to play when her anger subsided. But the empress has found him. Stand there. What are you doing here? The empress asked in an icy tone. Yiche saw that he couldn't hide anymore, so he had to walk to her and said stiffly, Actually, I know a little bit about the way of music, so I want to relieve the Empress-sama's worries. Upon hearing this, Empress Yaoqi froze in disbelief. You still know the way of music? Yes. Yiche nodded his head in acknowledgement. Then you play a song, and if you play it into this emperor's heart, there will be a heavy reward. Good. Yiche casually picked up the ancient zither on the ground and gently stroked the strings. The moment he touched the strings of the zither, Yiche's soul trembled violently. It was a spiritual sensation. Yiche played the king of Qin's breaking music. In terms of killing intent, in terms of aura, who can be compared to one of them? Clang clang, clang clang, clang clang clang, clang clang, clang clang clang, clang clang clang, clang clang clang. As Yiche plucked the strings of the zither, the solemn tone quickly spread throughout the entire immortal palace. Many people were greatly stunned inwardly when they heard this imposing melody. Goosebumps fell all over my body. The world seemed to have quieted down at this moment, with only this melody full of killing intent and bravery echoing between heaven and earth. At the sound of the voice, Empress Yaoqi's delicate body trembled, and she couldn't help but stand up, stunned to look at Yiche. How can he play so well? She herself was an expert in the way of music, and listening to the sound of the zither played by Yiche, the Empress' heart unexpectedly rose with a feeling of being inferior to herself. Ding 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 ding. Ding ding ding. Ding 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 ding. As the piano builds to a crescendo, at this moment, the entire immortal palace was filled with intense killing intent. Black clouds coalesced in the sky, covering the sky. Everything on the ground was silent, not daring to move. Yiche had his eyes tightly closed and was playing with a single mind, not noticing in the slightest the vision he had triggered. Ding dong, ding dong. When the song is over, Yiche slowly opened his eyes. It turned out that everyone was looking at him, the kind where your eyes don't roll back in your head. Even the Empress was looking at him deeply, with that look, that little expression that It gave Yiche the illusion that the Empress had fallen in love with him. Empress, it's played. Are you still satisfied? Yiche arched his hand and asked. It took a long time before Empress Yaoqi came back to her senses and let out a hum. Well, play another song. The Empress walked to Yiche and said, stretch out your hand. Yiche didn't quite understand, but did as he was told. Next, the Empress took hold of his palm or the five-fingered kind, trenching, powering up. Yiche's brain was suddenly confused. This little hand, how it's so soft, how it's so warm. The crowd of maids and musicians next to them were also quite shocked, standing aside and covering their mouths vigorously, not daring to make a sound. Don't think too much. I'm transmitting you the score, the Empress murmured in a small voice. Soon the sheet music was transmitted. Empress Yaoqi let go of her hand with a red face. Yiche oddly glanced at the Yaoqi Empress, who had a pretty scarlet face. Didn't I say not to think about it? Then what are you blushing about? Shaking his head, he felt the sheet music. So that's it. It's not so hard. Can you pop it? The Empress was actually a little nervous in her heart as she asked the question. Could be, Yiche said without hesitation. After saying that, Yiche began to adjust the strings of the zither and prepared to play. Wait, use my violin. As the Yaohi Empress said, she took out her own supreme treasure, the tasseled Fuguang Qin. Upon hearing this, Yiche did not push back and gently swept over Empress Yaoqi's ancient zither. Tinkerbell. That melodious immortal music was gently transmitted. What a great piano. It's comfortable to touch and screams out. Yiche couldn't help but sigh. Boinging. Boinging him. Suddenly, Empress Yaoqi's face turned even redder and her delicate body trembled a little. What are you doing here, Empress? Yiche was puzzled. No, it's fine. Empress Yaoqi clenched her silver teeth. You start. Aha. Yiche nodded. Only, what he didn't know was that this tasseled Fuguang Qin had a divine soul connection with Empress Yaoqi. The divine soul sensation coming from the tasseled Fuguang Qin made her only feel as if Yiche was caressing on top of her body. Especially with that snap and pull. Empress Yaoqi felt very awkward. There was some remorse in her heart. It was all because she hadn't used this zither for 1,000 years and had forgotten about it. Boing him. But soon, with the sound of Yiche's playing the zither, the Empress couldn't help but close her eyes and began to enjoy herself. This song was left by the heavenly Tao when she attained her form. It is also the song of her destiny. Now, 1,000 years have passed, and when I look back and re-listen to it, I can truly say that the years are unforgiving. Thinking about it, Empress Yaoqi's willow eyebrows suddenly frowned. Damn, how to want to fall in love. Chapter 57. Empress, I didn't see anything. The tasseled Fuguang Qin, which was the Yaohi Empress's original treasure, had long since surpassed the grade of an extreme immortal artifact. With this, Yiche stroked the zither, and the sound that emanated from the zither instantly resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. The crowd was instantly shocked at the sound of the music. It's fairy music? Only to see that the tasseled Fuguang Qin, under Yiche's hands, continuously emitted sounds like immortal music. This caused the crowd to instantly stare in disbelief. This musical attainment, could he have reached the peak? The sound of the zither traveled out of the immortal palace, and at this moment, it was actually resounding in every corner of this heaven and earth. Anyone who heard the sound of the zither silently raised their cultivation by a large margin, which was a miracle. Many mighty emperors were shocked. They heard the sound of this zither, which came from Empress Yaoqi's tasseled Fuguang zither. But it was unbelievable that the Empress's musical attainments had reached such a terrifying realm. Has this Yaohi Empress broken through to the sacred stage? But how come there's no news at all? Ladies and gentlemen, it seems like we have to go to this discourse assembly to see how the Empress Dowager's cultivation level really is nowadays. Immortal World 3 Heavens, 9 Spirits Domain. We don't care about the other domains, but we, Penglai Domain, absolutely cannot produce a sacred rank? Good. Great Emperor Tianyi has a point. Just as the great emperors of the Penglai Domain reached a consensus in the Yaoqi Immortal Palace, a great event occurred. It shocked all the Immortal Palace disciples for 10,000 years. That is, the Empress, who used to be so high and mighty, actually danced at the sound of the zither. Moreover, it was still in front of Yiche. In the royal garden, the image of Yiche stroking the zither and the Empress dancing deeply shocked those maids and musicians. The main attendant Wan Air was the first to react, and immediately shouted coldly to the crowd, all turn around. Lord Empress's dance, would people like them be worthy to appreciate it? She somewhat couldn't believe that the Empress Lord would actually dance for Yi Che. It's unbelievable. She would rather believe that the sun had risen in the west than that the Empress would actually dance for a man. Yi Che was also surprised as he watched the Empress dance. The Empress dances for me? But don't tell me, it's a good dance. The graceful waist, elegant and soothing movements, the knitted brows, the smile, the hands and feet, all exude charm. Simply beautiful. Yi Che pretended that he didn't see it and quietly stroked the zither, but in fact, his attention was always on the Empress. Soon after the song was played, Yi Che hurriedly lowered his head and acted as if he didn't see the Empress dancing. It was only after Empress Yaoqi calmed down that she noticed that she, just now, seemed to have danced to the sound of the zither. She immediately looked around at the maids and musicians, however, and realized that they were all standing with their backs turned. The Empress let her heart drop a little. The only person who had ever seen himself dance, then, was him. She looked at Yi Che, her eyes revealing a hint of coldness and emitting a strong pressure. What did you just see? As soon as the pressure was released, everyone present felt a chill. The Empress was really angry. Huang had already expected it, lowered her head, and didn't dare to say anything. I was fully engaged in playing the zither and didn't see anything, Yi Che said. Empress Yaoqi narrowed her eyes slightly, seemingly a little disbelieving. Yi Che continued, the zither score given by the Empress is too profound, and my musical attainments are too low. All 5 senses must be put into it in order to barely play it. So? I have no idea what just happened. Dare I ask the Empress, did something big just happen? Yi Che blinked his curious eyes, and a few moments of doubt flowed out of his tone. Hearing these words, the Empress was stunned, and the heart flooded with mutterings that, did he really not see it? Indeed, when playing is too involved, it is impossible to perceive what is happening around you. Thinking of this, Empress Yaoqi was inexplicably a bit angry. She danced with such devotion. How dare you not look? It's nothing. The tune you played was very good. Every week in the future, you will play it for this emperor alone. The female emperor put away her imperial might, then threw Yi Che a golden token. This is this emperor's personalized token. Seeing this token is like seeing this emperor. Count this time as a reward for you. After the Empress finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yi Che silently put away the token and let out a long breath of relief in his heart. Phew, that scared me. You wanted to dance yourself. What's it to me? It's pretty good though. Not a bad time, of course. Earned a token. It's still attached. Hey. Ding. The Empress's favorability towards the host has risen by 5 points, rewarding her with painting the Tao of matchlessness. The tone falls. Yi Che's entire aura had improved a lot, just like a fluttering gentleman with an elegant temperament. I didn't think that I, who even struggled to draw a circle, would one day be able to comprehend the way of drawing. Little Tuzi, I recognize you. Yi Che sighed. Please remember one thing, host. With the system in place, you have no limits to speak of. Yi Che shook his head and laughed, then sat down on the gazebo, smoothly picking up the paper, pen, and ink stone on the side, intending to try a small hand first. In the hall of Yaoguang, Empress Yaoqi reclined on the edge of the bed, pestling her head and thinking for a long time. She wasn't stupid. She knew Yi Che must have seen it. Yet she wasn't offended at all. It felt natural. Soon after, the Empress got up and quietly left from the Yaoguang hall. At this time, Yi Che had already sharpened his ink. He lifted his pen, but for a moment he didn't know what to draw. Thinking about it, an image of the Yoyogi Empress dancing came to mind. Such a beautiful image that shouldn't be forgotten. Yi Che put down his pen, sketching that most beautiful moment when the Empress dances. Each stroke, extraordinarily carefully, was drawn in great detail. Unbeknownst to him, the Empress was standing behind him at that moment, silently watching him. Empress Yaoqi had only wanted to come to take a break, but in the end, she saw Yi Che painting, and she was still painting herself when she was dancing. Heh, still saying you didn't see it. The corners of the Empress's mouth curled up slightly. She didn't disturb Yi Che, but rather, she put away all her breath and squinted her eyes to watch quietly. Upon closer inspection, it was as if she could tell that the painting, herself, was dancing. The Empress was shocked in her heart. This is a spirit in the painting? His painting skills had reached such a level. I'm afraid that even myself, it's hard to compare with him. He can write poems, play the zither, and now he can paint, this little man. He's not very old, but he has quite a lot of skills. The Empress muttered in her heart. After Yi Che finished the last stroke, he then put down the brush and admired his masterpiece. The Empress in the painting is smiling wryly and has beautiful eyes. It is simply more beautiful than the real people. Well, it's pretty. Yi Che complimented the painting, not knowing if he was complimenting the painting or the person in the painting. Unbeknownst to him, the man in the painting was gazing at him from behind at the moment. Nice drawing. The Empress's voice slowly sounded. That's for sure. I'm drawing a female. Before Yi Che could finish his words, his smile instantly solidified. A chill ran down his back, and his brain buzzed. Here comes the Empress. Chapter 58. Sneakily stewing the Empress's favorite fish. Yi Che didn't dare to turn around and tried to secretly roll up the painting. He really didn't think that the Empress would come to the Imperial Garden in the middle of the night. You've got nothing better to do. Which normal people come to enjoy the flowers at night. Don't move. Draw for me. The Empress droned coldly. Then the jade hand directly snatched the painting. Up close, I couldn't help but be shocked by my own beauty. This man draws quite well. It's got that flavor. Yi Che still didn't dare to turn around, mentally muttering, this Empress is so bad. She didn't say anything even though she's obviously here. Had to wait for me to finish drawing before showing up. You? Fishing for law enforcement. Yi Che didn't even know what to say. It was even if he drew the Empress, he was still drawing the moment the Empress danced. It's no use arguing. He's drawn the evidence. Turn around. The Yaoqi Empress looked down at Yi Che. Her gaze was still cold, but there were a few hints of spring coming through between her eyebrows. With a bitter face, Yi Che subconsciously tightened his legs, clasped his hands to his chest, and turned his body around. If the ancient robes were replaced with sailor suits, this action would be somewhat sexy, Yi Che thought. The Empress looked at the painting and said icily, didn't you say you didn't see it? No, didn't read the whole. Yi Che carefully returned. Hearing this reply, the Empress gave Yi Che a rare blank look. She put the painting away and whispered, it's not bad. Every week from now on, paint one for this emperor. Yes. Yi Che nodded his head in agreement, and in his heart, he let out a sigh of relief. Just now, he was really afraid that the Empress would slap over, and with his own small body, he would have to land in injuries even if he didn't die. The Empress nodded slightly, ruffling her hair, and said, you're tired enough from playing the piano today, so go home early and rest. If you lack anything for your usual cultivation, take the token yourself and go pick it out from the treasury. No one will dare stop you. With that, he turned and left. Yi Che raised his head only after seeing the Empress leave. My painting. Yi Che has some small sadness. The painting is so detailed and subtle. He still wants to take it back, hang it on the wall, and enjoy it. As a result, in the Yao Guang Hall, the Empress took out the scroll again and couldn't help but admire herself again. It was clearly herself in the painting, but she felt that she was more beautiful in the painting. In the painting, she has a curved brow and a bright smile, as if she were a sunny, warm spring breeze. In reality, on the other hand, she was a cold stone with a face that never seemed to have any expression on it. This guy. The Empress sighed and hung the painting in the most conspicuous place in her bedchamber. Convenient to open your eyes every day. In a few moments, Xuan walked in, ready to serve the Empress in bed. When he saw the painting, his face was shaken and a huge wave was set off inside. Is this drawing of the Empress? Xuan wasn't sure because the aura was so different. Lord Empress, will you still laugh? And I don't know if it was an illusion, but it felt like those eyes in the painting blinked, and the portrait actually had an expression. The painting, absolutely. Don't look, come and serve your bed. Yes, yes. Xuan quickly came to the bedside of the Empress, but she couldn't help but mutter in her heart, which artist would have painted this? She would like to ask the other person, too, to paint one for herself. Inside the small courtyard, Yi Che stayed up all night and finished another painting of the nine-tailed Empress. In his impression, when Xiao Qingli smiled, she seemed to have squinting eyes, and two pear-shaped dimples would appear on her cheeks, gentle and sweet. With that, Yi Che hugged the painting and fell asleep. The next day, early in the morning, ow, 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 ow. Era, the little whirlwind, lay down in front of the entrance to the small courtyard and let out a howl. That scream is truly sad to see and tearful to hear. Like a cannonball, it directly roared and exploded. Yi Che was dreaming beautifully, and when he heard the scream, his entire body almost jumped up. Motherfucker, you need a beating, don't you? Yi Che cursed angrily and subconsciously lifted the Sheng evil sword, coming to the doorway and pointing the sword at Era. Woo, spaced out. Little Whirlwind whimpered in aggravation, backed up to support his standing, and, like a human, kept bowing to Yi Che with tearful eyes. Brother, living Yin Huang, I know you are a busy man, but you have to feed it. Lunch, you're stealing from us, bear with me. Dinner, you forget to feed, all right? Breakfast, and you're not on time. Excessive. Yi Che scratched his head and actually understood what Little Whirlwind meant. Hungry? Nah, there's still a spirit chicken left, take it and eat it first. Saying that, Yi Che threw the half-eaten chicken but he had left over from last night to Little Whirlwind. Seeing this scene, the pets that were locked up in the Imperial Beast Garden and were unable to come out looked at Yi Che with bated breath and kept humming. But Yi Che didn't hear it and turned around to go to the Imperial Garden. He clicked on the Yaoji Empress panel to see what he should do today to amuse the Empress. Yaoji Empress current status. Want to eat salty seafood in? Seafood? Yi Che was puzzled for a while and remembered that there was a river in the Imperial Garden. I don't know if there are any fish. In there, Yi Che murmured. Little Tunko, the fishing rod. Ding. Host master please check. Fish on the hook brand fishing rod. Excellent material, excellent grip, a rod to throw out, there will be fish on the hook. Yi Che took out his fishing rod and went to the side of the creek. It turned out to be the river, with no fishing signs erected. Yi Che laughed and silently broke the logo and patted it under his butt as a sitting stool. Then, dashing off the rod. This is a fish that I will catch today. The hooks were baitless, but exuded fascination. A deadly attraction for any fish. After the hook is in the water. Soon, the illusory koi in the Imperial Beast Garden caught the scent. They compete in the river that connects the two gardens, trying to swim across. A relatively large phantom koi carp was the first to stand out and swam rapidly towards the Imperial Garden, leaving the remaining phantom-colored koi far behind. And over at the Royal Garden, a circle of bubbles suddenly rose to the surface of the water. Yi Che felt the rod sink. A fish is biting. Haha, really caught a fish. Yi Che was pleasantly surprised, and with a forceful tug of his hands, a fish with 7 colored scales that emitted light was pulled out of the water and landed in front of Yi Che. Yi Che looked at the fat and good-looking illusory color koi and couldn't help but quip, the fish raised by the Empress are really good-looking. But what are you doing here if you're not staying well in the Imperial Beast Garden? I'm going to eat you if you bite my hook. The illusory koi kept biting the hook as it glanced at Yi Che and ignored it. It was the treasure of the Empress' heart, and it didn't think Yi Che would dare to eat it. Yi Che didn't ink, pulled out the Sheng evil sword, and with a gentle swing of his sword energy, he scraped off the fish scales of the illusory color koi. The phantom-colored koi carp panicked and kept struggling, but as strong as it was still hard to escape Yi Che's clutches. Soon, after the fish is scaled, the guts are removed and finally thrown into a pot and simmered on low heat. Yi Che also went to the Imperial kitchen halfway and borrowed some onions, ginger, and garlic. The maidservant in the Imperial catering room, knowing that Yi Che was favored in front of the Empress, and knowing that Yi Che wanted to stew fish, had even borrowed a good spirit pot. It was just that they didn't expect that the fish that Yi Che had stewed was the illusory color koi that the Empress loved. 1 incense stick later, the aroma of the fish was overflowing, wafting throughout the Imperial Garden. Yi Che couldn't help but taste it. Hiss. The freshness of the food is unbelievable. This fish soup, the Empress will love it. She's definitely going to compliment me, knowing her well enough to know what she means. Ha ha ha. Yi Che served the fish soup, filled with anticipation, and went to Yaoguang Hall. At this moment, the Empress was in a rage, reprimanding the maids. Who made today's meal? It's so bad. And it's so light. It's like drinking water. The Empress Lord rests his anger. I will let someone redo the meal. One heir hurriedly withdrew the meal. Just as she was about to order the Imperial kitchen to make a new one, a voice suddenly came. Empress-sama, this is the fish soup I personally made for you. It surely suits your taste. The moment these words came out, the gazes of the crowd instantly shifted to Yi Che. Chapter 59. Done for, the Empress has lost her koi. Empress Yaoqi narrowed her eyes slightly as she looked at Yi Che, her body unconsciously sitting upright. Fish soup? Present it. One heir received the spirit pot in Yi Che's hands and respectfully placed it in front of the table. The Empress shrugged her agaric nose, sniffed carefully, and nodded in satisfaction. The flavor. It was exactly what she wanted. She looked at Yiche with some surprise in her eyes. Strange. How did he know? I wanted fish soup. Is it possible that he's a roundworm? Thinking of this, she also made a fuss and used her divine sense to check Yiche's entire body. There is nothing unusual. The Empress wondered in her mind. So strange. Empress, fish soup is only good while it's hot. Yiche reminded. Empress Yaoqi picked up the spoon and gently took a sip. What kind of fish is this? It actually contains such thick spiritual energy? The Empress was somewhat surprised. She didn't expect that after she took a sip, there were signs of growth in her body's spiritual energy. It tastes good and fresh too. The Empress couldn't help but open her mouth wide and take several sips. But as good as it was, she always felt that the flavor was familiar, but she couldn't remember it for a while. Yiche blinked and muttered in his heart. What happens when you tell her frankly that the fish are the ones from the royal beast garden? Will she feed herself to the fish? Not so much, not so much. It's just a fish. Even if she knows, she'll probably just scold me. Yiche was very confident in himself. After all, there are 15 good feelings. But just to be on the safe side, Yiche kindly told a small lie. Empress, I went out this morning and picked it up on the road. All present. Underscore? Huang said with a dark face. Yiche, don't be too outrageous. I know it's a stretch, but the situation is what it is. Specifically, this is what it is. As soon as I opened my eyes, the fish fell out of the sky, quickly. I was careless and didn't flash. The fish just landed in my arms. Yiche gestured as he spoke, as if it was true. Looking at Yiche's quirky movements, the Empress suddenly raised her lips and smiled. But a second later, the cold demeanor resumed. All right, this emperor will go to the imperial beast garden in the afternoon, so be ready to receive him. Yes. Yiche nodded and turned to leave. After a while, Huang also quietly left. As a qualified maid of honor, the Empress was going to the imperial beast garden in the afternoon, and she had to check in advance to see if there were any more mistakes. In the garden of the imperial beasts, you all scrutinize every place well to see what's missing and if there's any dirt, so as not to affect the Empress's mood. Huang instructed the group of maids. A maid came to the pond of phantom koi, which was supposed to be a routine count, but after counting, found only 12 fish. The maid was so frightened that she fell straight to the ground and circled the pond, searching in a panic, but she just couldn't find where that 13th fish was. Where's the fish? The maid was so scared that her little face went pale, and when she was sure that one was missing, she immediately ran to find someone. The Empress is missing one of her phantom koi. It's a capital offense. She ran to Huang and told her about it. Sister Huang, the fish is missing, the maid said in panic, on the verge of crying. What do you mean? Huang didn't understand for a moment. The illusory koi carp is missing one. I have searched for a long time, but I can't find it. That maid said with incomparable fear. Huang froze immediately upon hearing this. Immediately, he said in a deep voice. All of you go along the river immediately. Hurry up. If we can't find it, we'll all be chastised. For a while, hundreds of maids went around looking for fish, and in the imperial beast garden, it was a mess. Yiche, who was teaching the dog massage techniques, seeing all the maids running towards the imperial beast garden, he thought that some kind of event had been organized and pulled one of the maids to ask, "What's the activity, running so fast?" The maid anxiously said, "The Empress's illusory color koi is gone." Yiche froze. Wasn't it the fish he stewed this morning? It's just a fish. If it's lost, it's lost, as long as so many people are looking for it. Yiche said, "You don't understand. The Empress Sama considers the phantom color koi to be the most precious treasure. A few years ago, just because the phantom-colored koi was a little lighter, the maid in charge of feeding it was sentenced to 100 years in the cold palace. Now, not to mention losing one, if the Empress finds out, she'll surely die." The maid tensed, then left without looking back and went in search of the fish. Yiche stayed in place stupidly, inexplicably a little heartbroken. That fish is also really. You told me that you are the honorable female emperor treasure. I will not stew you. But then again, the fish was caught by him, but in the end it was eaten by the Empress in her stomach. Facts aside, the Empress is also to blame. Yiche walked into the imperial beast garden and realized that there were maids all along the river. It's something that seems too small to be true. When Huang saw Yiche, she immediately asked, "Yiche, can you go down to the river and look for it?" Yiche scratched his head and put forward a hypothesis. "Sister Huang, do you think it's possible that this fish likes to be free and swam out on its own?" "Impossible. There's a boundary outside the immortal palace, and without the Empress's permission, not even a human can get out, let alone a fish. At that moment, a maid came over with a notice board that had been folded in half. Sister Wan Air, the warning sign in the Imperial Garden, it's been broken. Wan Air immediately froze and subconsciously looked at Yi Che. The only person who could enter and exit the Imperial Garden at will was him, aside from the Empress and some of her maids. Yi Che touched his nose and said somewhat sheepishly, "This fish doesn't say it's worth money. How do I know?" Yi Che. In the Imperial Beast Garden, Wan Air's furious roar resounded. Soon, a large group of maids surrounded Yi Che. Looking at the stance, he couldn't wait to dismantle Yi Che and take him to heaven. Yi Che shrunk his head and said, "Sisters and sisters, I'll talk to the Empress about this later, and I'm sure I won't implicate you." Wan Air frowned and said anxiously, "The Empress will definitely not be able to spare you, but we will definitely be chastised for our ineffective guarding as well." After saying that, as if Wan Air thought of something, she covered her mouth and asked Yi Che in disbelief, "That fish soup in the morning, it wouldn't be with?" Yi Che nodded. Wan Air almost fainted. "You secretly stewed the Empress's favorite fish and gave it to her to eat to please her? Ha ha. You are a heifer on a rocket, bull out of the solar system." Wan Air took a deep breath and said to Yi Che, "Come with me to the Empress and be punished." Yi Che asked tentatively, "Wait, Sister Wan Air, can you let me struggle a bit first? What do you want? Isn't the Empress coming to the Imperial Beast Garden this afternoon? I'll coax her to be happy then, and you guys can tell her the matter when you see that she's happy." Yi Che said. "That way, maybe we can all be punished less." Wan Air looked up at Yi Che and nodded, "Okay." She knew that the Empress had some good feelings for Yi Che, so she would tell the Empress when he had coaxed her into a good mood. That's the best thing to do at the moment. Chapter 60, Empress, I'll stew your fish. Yi Che came to the gazebo and sat down, immediately tapping on the Empress panel. Yaoqi Empress current status. Encasin. Yaoqi Empress current wish. To play a game with someone? Yi Che was relieved. As long as the Empress was happy, there was still a chance. Xiao Tongzi. Give me a quick tip. Ding. Host, don't panic. I'm here to save the day. Chess overwhelms the world. After playing, the host can have a full level of chess and be invincible to the world. Use it immediately. Yi Che said. In the next second, the chess Dao attribute instantly filled up. At this moment, he is strong and terrible. Now, not to mention the Empress, if Alpha Dog came, he would have to be beaten into a dog by me. Yi Che said confidently. Soon it was afternoon, and the Empress came out of the Yaoguang Hall. Go to the Imperial Beast Garden, the Empress said. Wan Air followed beside her, her head lowered, not daring to speak. His heart was incredibly tense, and at this moment, he could only place all of his hopes on Yi Che. You must coax the Empress. On the way, the Empress saw a number of maids looking nervous and couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be that the Emperor's pet has gotten thin again? The Empress glanced at them and shook her head. Wouldn't I be angry over such a trivial matter? This Emperor is very generous. Soon after walking into the Imperial Beast Garden, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. The pets that were usually high and mighty were actually serving Yi Che at this moment. Empress Yaoqi was doubly surprised. She didn't expect that these normally unruly pets would actually serve Yi Che so fawningly. These pets, they were all exotic beasts with odd temperaments. Even she didn't have this kind of treatment on weekdays. And now, they even all lie down at Yi Che's feet and lick madly. When did this Emperor's pet become a licking dog? Empress Yaoqi couldn't believe it. At this moment, Yi Che stood up and bowed his hand. Good afternoon, Empress Sama. As for those pets, after seeing the Empress come, they ran over, lying at her feet with a pitiful look, accusing Yi Che of mistreating them, expecting to be lovingly comforted by the Empress. But who knows? The Empress kicked them away. She said with a cold gaze, "When you are no longer unruly, I lost interest in you. Wan Air, kill all these lickspittles." Yes, Empress. Wainer nodded, thinking that this was barbecue. The entire Imperial Beast Garden was left with just the illusory koi. So how could the Empress not be furious when she realized that one was missing? Yi Che also didn't expect that the Empress would be so ruthless, killing a pet that she had raised for hundreds of years when she said she would. He was even more worried about his next fate. You're not really going to be thrown to the fishes, are you? Yi Che stepped aside, revealing the chessboard on the stone table. With a frosty face, the Empress glanced at the chessboard behind Yi Che and walked straight up, sitting on the main seat. The heart flooded with mutterings. How does this guy Know that I want to play chess? Yi arched his hand and sat across from the Empress. Lord Empress, we might as well play a game against each other? Good. If you can win against me, this emperor will heavily reward you. Empress Yaoqi said. Empress Lord, I don't want a reward. I want you to promise me a small request later. Yi said. The Empress frowned slightly at the words, her heart puzzled. What does this guy want? For good reason. Why do you want this emperor to agree to one of his demands? Does he want? Empress Yaoqi was shocked. He's got guts, and he's too big. It's simply colorful. As the Empress thought of this, she immediately said, yes. She wanted to see what this guy was up to. If he dares to make excessive demands, then this emperor will. Empress start. Yi laughed. On the chessboard, the Empress took the black pieces and handed the white pieces to Yi. I like black, you stick with white. The Empress casually said. Yi nodded. The Empress picked up a black stone with both fingers and dropped it on the board. Yi then dropped his white discs and began to lay out his plan. The Empress and Yi played chess very quickly, landing one after another on the board. The maids under the stage watched in cold sweat, all of them sweating for Yi. The Empress is unrivaled in chess and has never met an enemy in the Penglai domain. Yi, can he do it? Chessboard. Although the Empress had eaten many of Yi's white discs, Yi's chess game had taken the lead in taking shape. When the Empress confidently dropped a black stone, ready to end the battle, the Yi, one of the gods, made a move in the center of the chessboard and dropped a piece, instantly revitalizing the entire dead chessboard. The Empress froze. The black sun was cupped in his hand, but he didn't know where to lay it. From the very beginning, she thought that Yi's white pieces were all in the chess game she had set up, so she didn't pay the slightest attention to Yi's layout. It wasn't until that white piece fell just now that she suddenly reacted to the. She was set back. At this moment, she knew that no matter where Blackie played, she was losing. The Empress grunted, threw the remaining black pieces back into the chess box, and said, You win. Many thanks to the Empress for staying. Yi rose and saluted. The maids under the stage couldn't help but be happy when they heard that Yi had won. This couldn't help but make the Empress frown. They were so happy that they had lost. Were they their own maids or Yi's maids? The Empress looked at Yi and couldn't help but be curious in her heart. He is a master of the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. How the hell did he do that? Even someone as smart as himself couldn't reach this realm, but he could. How much more does he know, and how many secrets does he still have that this emperor doesn't know? Empress Yaoqi faintly said, Yi, you're really great. Not only are you good at everything, but you also understand this emperor's mind so well. Yi hurriedly arched his hand and said, Lord Empress has flattered me. I only know a little bit about this. Huan didn't want to speak. If Yi only knew a little bit about it, then these professional maids of theirs were really considered to know nothing. The Empress smiled and turned toward the pond. Seeing this, Huan rushed forward and said carefully, Lord Empress, the fish you raised. Lost one. When Empress Yaoqi heard this, the smile on her face instantly disappeared, and a strong imperial might suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire Yaoqi immortal palace. Even the 4 major immortal temples in the periphery were affected. The disciples who were practicing were interrupted, and they couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the Yaoqi immortal palace. The Empress is angry? All the disciples walked out of the door and looked at the location of the immortal palace. Some were afraid, some were glad. Everyone can sense that I am afraid. Something is going to happen. In the garden of the imperial beasts, Empress Yaoqi suppressed her anger and asked softly, What's going on? Wainer said stiffly, The fish is lost. She didn't say that it was Yi's doing. The Empress completely exploded, and a strong sense of oppression permeated the entire immortal palace. The crowd of maids even all knelt down, trembling. Gone? How could this emperor's fish, in good condition, be gone? When the Empress was furious, the sky instantly changed color, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the thick, dark clouds revealed a powerful sense of suffocation. When the Empress shifted her gaze to the maid of honor, the Yi knew that he couldn't play dead anymore. He walked up to the Empress and said weakly, Empress, the fish was stewed by me. Chapter 61. Take down the Empress. Everything she owns is mine. The moment these words came out, Empress Yaoqi froze. She didn't expect that Yi would actually dare to stew his own fish. That's a lot of nerve. Yi, you dare to eat this emperor's fish? The Yaoqi Empress crossed her arms and was a little angry. She didn't even want to eat that fish herself. Ever since the Yaoqi disappeared and the illusory koi could no longer give birth, She had not eaten any more illusory koi, so much so that she had even forgotten the flavor. Yi Che saw the Empress' gaze gradually turning cold and said stiffly, "Empress, do you still remember that one request just now? Good for you, daring to scheme against this emperor." The Yaoqi Empress looked at Yi Che and was furious. She now understood why Yi Che had bet her on chess before, hoping to be right here waiting. Son of a bitch. Thinking about this, the Empress inexplicably became even more angry. Actually dared to lie to her. Simply, not enough to die. Empress, this really can't be blamed on me. I'm just fishing for a fish. It had to bite the hook itself. Yi Che defended. The Empress froze at her words. You're saying my koi hooked itself? Right. Impossible. That phantom-colored koi has long since developed a spirit, smarter than even a human. Would it bite the hook? The female emperor stared at Yi Che in death and directly droned. Yi Che, you still dare to deceive this emperor? It seems that I have indulged you too much. Empress, it's true. Yi Che shouted. If you don't believe me, I'll fish it out for you. Seeing this, Empress Yaoqi's eyes narrowed slightly as she nodded her head and said, All right, this emperor will give you a second chance. You go fishing once more, and if you catch it, this emperor will spare your life, and if you can't, I'll chop you up and feed you to the fish. Good. Yi Che hardened his heart and went to the pond to fish. Yi Che pulled out the fish on a hook fishing rod and threw out the hook. Looking at the 12 phantom-colored koi in the pond, he prayed in his heart, Which good fish brother, bite the hook once more. Next time, I'll make sure to feed you more. Soon. It didn't even take an incense stick of time for a fish to take the bait. Yi Che was overjoyed, and with an excited face, he sent the fish to the Empress and said, Empress, look at this fish. This is how I caught it. Empress Yaoqi let out a deep breath, looked at the illusory color koi in Yi Che's hand, and shouted, Water. Yes, Empress. Take this stupid fish and bring it down to me to be stewed. Empress Yaoqi was furious and said. Waner froze, not daring to answer. You say that, Empress. Zundu? Don't go yet. The Empress droned coldly. This stupid fish has really embarrassed her. After hundreds of years of hard work, it turned out to be a stupid fish. That hook wasn't even baited and it actually bit. Pissed off old lady. Especially after seeing Yi Che's smug face. His anger was unstoppable. Don't you like fish stew? Take it and stew it. After saying that, Empress Yaoqi huffed and puffed, flinging away a group of maids and returning to the Yaoguang Hall. Wan Er led a group of maids and hurriedly chased after them. When the people walked away, Yi Che's heart sighed in relief. It seemed that the Empress was not going to bother with him. But the Empress was angry, so he, as a professional raider master, definitely had to find a way to coax it. When a woman is sulking alone, giving thoughtful comfort is a small shortcut to boosting goodwill. Thus, Yi Che silently pulled out the sword of victory and evil. With a crash, fish scales falling off. Start the pan and sear the fish. Watch me give the Empress a braised koi. In the Yaoguang Hall, the Empress sat alone on the bed with her legs crossed, her hands clasped over her chest, her head tilted to look at the beams, her delicate red lips unconsciously pouting. She hadn't been as angry as this since she attained her form in the past, but anyone she didn't see eye to eye with was superseded in place. But facing Yi Che, she rarely violated her principles. Yo-yo, what the hell is wrong with you? The Empress mentally asked herself. Outside the temple gates, a group of maids of honor lined up, ready to wait for the Empress to call on them. Wan Er wanted to knock on the door and enter several times, but she was afraid of disturbing the Empress. She was puzzled in her heart that the Empress didn't punish Yi Che at all. Could it be that the Empress had really developed a favorable impression of Yi Che? Empress she fell in love? Misery, misery. Just as she was thinking, Yi Che walked over with another pot. Stand still. The Empress is not seeing anyone right now. Wan Er said icily. She saw the pot now, and she was cold. I'm not going in, Sister Waner. Please give this to the Empress. The dishes I burned with my own hands. They smell great. Yi Che said with a smile. What dish? Waner asked. Yi Che lifted the lid of the pot, and the fish flavor instantly filled the air, teasing the taste buds of everyone present. Famous dish, braised koi. Wan Er's eyes widened as she sniffed and, Yi Che, how dare you? Even if you stole the Empress fish stew, now you dare to bring the roasted fish to anger the Empress? You're trying to kill and kill. Waner was shocked. Even if the King of Hell is your father, you can't die like this? Or do you do whatever you want and challenge the Empress's bottom line because of her favor? But in the end, Still holding the braised koi carp made by Yi Che, Huan walked into the Yaoguang Hall. If Yi Che wanted to seek death, she wouldn't stop her. When the time came for the Empress to blame, she would also blame Yi Che. Lord Empress, this is the braised koi carp sent by Yi Che. Click. Accompanied by a crisp sound, Huan did not dare to raise her head. She keenly perceived that the temperature inside the bedchamber directly dropped by more than 10 degrees. She was so scared now. After a while, the Empress stood up and said with a black face, "Get out." "Yes, yes. The fish stays." "Huh." Wainer froze. When she caught a glimpse of the Empress's gaze that wanted to eat her, she immediately put down the fish and turned to leave in one fell swoop. When the door closes tight, Empress Yaoi slowly walked up to the fish, her nose sniffing, and "It smells so good." The Empress picked up her chopsticks, picked up a piece and put it in her mouth, and was filled with surprise. "It's delicious." She chucked another piece. "It's been a long time." The Empress was enjoying herself. Phantom color koi was a spirit fish unique to the holy land of Yaoqi. She used to eat it often in the past, but as Yaoqi disappeared into thin air, she only had 13 left, and she had never been able to eat it, but could only look at it. If she hadn't been infuriated by Yi Che today, she would never have eaten it so easily. "I didn't realize that this fish would be so delicious when red hot. It was such a waste for me to steam it before." Empress Yaoqi was a bit sad. "Huh. This meat, this texture, how is it the same as that fish soup in the morning?" Empress clipped fish chopstick stalled. "Is the morning fish is?" In the Empress's mind, an extremely bold guess suddenly flashed through. "So he's stewing fish for me. Rather risk my punishment than please me. Does he love me?" The Empress was caught up in her self-imagination. The fish, it seems, has become much more flavorful. Empress Yaoqi was inside, eating with a happy face, while the maid was outside with a sad face. "Do you think the Empress will be sad and eat fish at the same time?" the maid asked worriedly. "I guess so. The illusory koi is the heart of the Empress Sama." Wanner nodded. She guessed that the Empress Sama just didn't want them to see the scene of her sadness, so she kicked them out. The ladies in waiting were talking secretly outside the door, and inside the Empress was eating happily. Yi Che returned inside the small courtyard and received a system alert tone. "Ding! The Yaoqi Empress has increased her favorability towards the host by 5 points. Reward, Yaoqi Essence." Yaoqi Essence contains the essence of the vanished Yaoqi Holy Land. Yi Che's eyes lit up. Previously, he had heard Sister Wanner say that it was because of the disappearance of the Yao Pond that the illusory color koi couldn't continue to give birth, so the Empress regarded it as a treasure. Now, if I use the Yaoqi Essence to feed the phantom color koi, will it make them continue to give birth? Another great way to please the Empress. But it's a good loss this way. You can't make anything for yourself. Yi Che was a bit reluctant to give up, but soon, he figured out a truth that you can't catch a wolf by giving up a child. When we take the Empress, everything she has will be mine. Now it is merely, for the time being, parasitic. Chapter 62. What? The Empress is mesmerized by Yi Che. The next day, early morning, in the garden of the imperial beasts. With a wave of his hand, Yi Che generously spilled 11 drops of Yaoqi essence liquid. In an instant, all the illusory koi all gathered around and frantically scrambled for them. Soon after the phantom koi swallowed it, its scales flushed red and it immediately went into heat. They both leave and find a quiet place to mate. Yi Che couldn't help but lament, these days, even fish have objects. In the pond, however, there was one single fish left. Lonely figure, looking around, but can't find a fish to go toe-to-toe with. So, had to run alone to the pointy rock and start with it, rubbing against each other. This phantom-colored koi, it even has chickens. Yi Che, who was lying on the side watching, couldn't help but marvel. Worthy of being a spirit fish, the organs are just complete. Does that female fish also have? Thinking of this, Yi Che squinted his eyes, wanting to see a bit more clearly. At this time, a small maid ran over and said, "Yi Che, the Empress called for you to go over and play the zither." Yi Che had no choice but to give up and follow the maid, going forward to play. Yi Che would not let go of the opportunity to serve the Empress. At the same time that Yi Che was heading to his chambers, in the Immortal Palace's main hall, the 4 great halls of honor gathered. Huang stood on the steps, facing a group of venerable masters with a difficult look on her face. "May I ask the Lord's servant, how come the Empress Lord hasn't been coming up to the temple to preside over the court?" Venerable Tsong Lan asked. Ever since Yi Che moved to the Immortal Palace, the Empress rarely came to the Immortal Palace. The other matters within the Immortal Palace could be dealt with by the several hall masters in consultation. However, the most important conference on the Tao, the Empress had not yet appeared to arrange it, which left them all at a loss as to what to do. There are just 7 days left. The Empress probably won't he come today? One said. Venerable Windwalker couldn't help but ask, it's been 3 days already, right? What exactly does Lord Empress have that she's in such a hurry to deal with? As soon as these words came out, the 4 great reverends, as well as the elders, immediately spoke up. What could be as important as the 100-year discourse conference? Without the Empress stepping forward, we don't know what to do next. Yes, we don't even know how to write the invitations for the discourse assembly, and which great emperors to send them to. We can't afford the consequences if we miss an invitation or make a mistake. The crowd spoke one sentence after another, making Wan Er's head spin. What could she, a maid, do if the Empress didn't come to the palace? Wait a little longer. There are still 7 days. Wan Er said stiffly. That? Let me ask, what exactly is the Empress doing in the harem? Venerable Tsong Lan asked. Before Wan Er could find an excuse to reply, a zither sound came. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of the piano is absolutely marvelous and ambiguous in every way. The crowd was instantly speechless once they heard the sound of the zither. They finally understood why the Empress didn't come to court. It is in the harem. For fun. A word suddenly came to them. From now on the king does not have a morning court. Isn't that just like the current Empress? Dare I ask Master Servant Wanner, who is playing in the harem? Venerable Li Hong, who had never spoken much, arched his hand and asked. Right. Who dared to tempt the Empress and delay the great events of the Immortal Palace? Venerable Tsong Lan said viciously. Lord Servant, go ahead and say it. We'll go together to advise the Empress. Venerable Thundercloud also chimed in. That's right. I'd like to see who's holding up the Empress. Venerable Windwalker said in a cold voice. One didn't hold back and drew the sword at his waist on the spot. The cold light is cold. One looked at Venerable Windwalker and said breathlessly. It's you Windward Palace disciple, Yi Che. Windless Night. The crowd turned their heads to look at Windless Night. They suddenly remembered that it seemed that ever since that Yi Che had moved into the Immortal Palace, the Empress no longer cared about anything. Shit. That kid. So alive? Even the Empress took it down? Feng Wui, this disciple of yours is really extraordinary. Ha ha ha. Venerable Kanglan sneered. Could it be that what you taught him was licking the Tao? Venerable Thundercloud echoed. Don't take it personally. This matter has nothing to do with me, and he only came to my Windward Palace for a few days. Feng Wuya hurriedly brushed aside his relationship with Yi Che. Indicates that he and we don't get along. When Wan Er heard this, she immediately said coldly, Nothing to do with you. If you hadn't arranged for him to live in a thatched hut, would the Empress have allowed him to live in the Immortal Palace in consideration of the face of the Immortal Palace? Wan Er was now looking at Windless Night and was very angry. Ever since Yi Che arrived, the Immortal Palace hadn't been quiet for a few days. Especially she, the main attendant, was on tenterhooks all day long, fearing that the Empress would be furious. But Windless Night was really wrong in his heart. Living in a thatched hut was Yi Che's own choice. He had asked Yi Che to move back several times. But Yi Che didn't move. What could he do? And who would have thought it possible to blow the roof off a thatched cottage in a good wind? Pressing doesn't matter to me. I'm just a punching bag, okay? The people in the Great Hall didn't even listen to Windless Night's sophistry and looked at him with contempt. You can't even make up excuses. Someone who would voluntarily live in a thatched hut? Oh, I don't believe that there will be such douchebags in the world. Old Wind, you are at least the head of a hall. How can you be so narrow-minded? Venerable Li Hong said without a trace of anger. That's right, letting a disciple live in a thatched hut. What a disgrace to our immortal palace. Venerable Tsong Lan said. Go back and I'll let my disciple live in a thatched hut as well. So maybe there's a chance to move into the immortal palace as well. That scum moved into the immortal palace and was able to gain the favor of the Empress. My disciple is bound to be able to do so with both literature and martial arts. Venerable Thundercloud thought to himself. A few Zunis cursed with their mouths, but in their hearts, they had already made their calculations. I'll go back to the whole thatched roof. After the pilgrimage was over, the crowd left the immortal hall, and as they left, they didn't forget to dig at Windless Night. Windless Night was bitter in his heart, but he could only hold it in. The first thing the three-temple venerable one did when he returned was to call his own disciples. Kanglin Hall, disciple, the rest of my master's life is in your hands. Venerable Tsonglan said in a serious tone. Master, say what you have to say. Move to the foot of the mountain and build a thatched hut to live in. A thatched roof? Dogs don't even live there. The apprentice refused decisively. By moving to the thatched hut, you'll have the chance to move into the immortal palace and live there. Venerable Tsonglan said. Woof, woof, woof. Thundercloud Hall. Apprentice, are you willing to go down the mountain and build a thatched hut to live in? Venerable Thundercloud asked. No way, I'm an iconoclast. I rely on my face to eat. Living in a thatched hut. What are you going to do with all my little fangirls? If you live in a thatched hut, you'll have a chance to move into the immortal palace. Venerable Thundercloud calmly said. What's a face? It's not like it's food. I'm on my way. The Temple of Power and Harmony. Venerable Huang was just about to open his mouth. His disciple interrupted. Master, no need to say anything, I'll go. No, disciple. The water here is too deep for you to grasp. Master, you? The disciple was touched. Venerable Huang was full of determination and said, It's better to let Master come personally. Oh? Soon, more thatched huts appeared at the foot of the three halls at the same time, and one is more broken than the other. The thatched huts they had built were still so conspicuous that they could be seen from a great distance. When this matter reached the Windwalk Palace, Windless Knight couldn't help but grit his teeth and cursed, A bunch of shameless contraptions. What face do you have to scold me at the court? Son of a bitch. Bastard. Feng Wuyao led a group of disciples, furious, and ran to scold them, only to eat the closed door. In the Imperial Garden, Yi Che had played the tune continuously for a day, and his fingers were getting cramped. But Empress Yaoqi, however, still didn't have all the fun. It's getting late, Empress. Yi Che reminded. Huh? That fast? The Empress looked at the sky. Seeing that Yi Che was leaving, her heart was quite reluctant to let go. Yi Che arched his hand and said, Lord Empress, please also go to the Imperial Beast Garden tomorrow. There's a surprise. Surprise? You're not going to move my fish again, are you? The Empress frowned. There aren't many fish left. Can you scourge something else? You'll know if you go and take a look tomorrow. Yi Che said, then returned to the small courtyard. Yi Che, you're too unbridled. This emperor is going to punish you for playing chess with me tomorrow. The Yaoqi Empress looked at Yi Che's back, her almond eyes rounded, and she droned. And this scene was coincidentally seen by Xuan, who had come to report the news. Her mind was overwhelmed with shock. The Empress is spilling the beans? Chapter 63. If you die early, I'll be a widow. Xuan pretended not to see it and came to the Empress, asking, Lord Empress, the discourse conference is just around the corner. When will you prepare the invitations? Go to the Imperial Beast Garden tomorrow and write it all together. The Empress slowly said. Xuan looked up at the Empress and carefully said, Lord Empress, today's pilgrimage, the 4 temple honors and elders. They are worthy of dictating the affairs of this emperor. Tell them that this emperor has been cultivating and is very busy. Empress Yaoqi said without a trace of anger. Xuan froze and hurriedly turned around to retreat. Every day you talk about practicing, and you don't know what you're really practicing? As he was leaving, he didn't forget to report, Lord Empress, now the great disciples of the various halls have all moved to the foot of the mountain and are living in thatched huts. They can live there if they want to. What's the big deal? Even if you live in a thatched pit, what does it have to do with this emperor? The female emperor said impatiently. Right now, she wasn't interested in anything, and there was only one thought in her head. What was the surprise of tomorrow that Yi Che was talking about? Did he want to confess? No, no, no. Although this emperor has a slight crush on him, he must not agree to him. Seeing the Empress with this look, Xuan muttered in her heart. The Empress had this expression, as if she had committed nymphomania. Ignorant girl falls in love. In the garden of the Imperial Beasts, Yi Che squatted at the edge of the pond and noticed that the 5 female koi that had finished mating had gotten a lot bigger in their stomachs. There's no telling what's in it. It only takes one day for the mirage koi to spawn, and tomorrow you will be able to see the pond, full of fry. Yi Che went back to the house to rest. The next day, Yi Che woke up early and was at the entrance of the Imperial Beast Garden, waiting for the Empress to arrive. The little whirlwind plopped down at his feet, wagging its tail, already heartened. And it didn't take long for the Yaoqi Empress to come over with her attendants. Yi Che arched his hand and said, Lord Empress, surprise? Wait a minute. The Empress waved her hand and asked her maid to hand over the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone to Yiche. I'll do the talking, you do the writing. Write it and then say your surprise. Yiche sniffs, gladly holds the pen, painting the road in the hand. The words I write is the template. The Empress, please. Sincerely invited. The great Emperor Tian comes to discuss the Tao. Sincerely invited. The great Emperor Xuan to come and discuss the Tao. Sincerely invited. The Mountain Emperor to come and discuss the Tao. The Empress took one sentence after another and directly asked Yiche to help her write the invitations. The maids were shocked. They never thought that the Empress would actually let Yiche write the invitation for the Tao Discourse Conference. It should be known that in the past, the invitations to the General Assembly were written by the Empress herself, both as a sign of respect and as a demonstration of strength. And this time, it was for Yiche to write. It's incredible. Soon, Yiche had written all the invitations. The Empress took one of the letters and glanced at it. The words on it were strong and powerful, and they were in the wood. Each stroke seems to contain the Taoist rhythm of calligraphy and painting. It's well written, Warner. Load it up and have the maids deliver it. The Empress handed the invitation to Warner. Yes. Warner answered. After the maids have all left, Empress Yaoqi stared at Yiche and slowly said, You can say surprise now. She'd like to see what kind of surprise it was. Yiche laughed. Empress, please follow me. No. The Empress hurriedly interrupted. Huh. Yiche frowned in confusion. Seeing Yiche's eyebrows furrowed, the Empress became more and more certain that she had guessed correctly. Sure enough, he wanted to confess to the Emperor. What do I do? Rejection? Or? At the moment, her mind was in turmoil. Being 3,000 years old and never having been in a relationship, the little heart was thumping a little. In the end, reason prevailed. Yiche, I can't promise you, because you will die earlier than me, the Empress carefully worded, fearing that his refusal would hurt Yiche's heart. Then there will be no one to play the piano for you, no one to play chess with you, no one to draw for you. At those words, Yiche was speechless for a long time. Is she taunting me? Empress, I know I haven't lived as long as you, but you don't have to be so devastating, do you? Besides, does the fact that I died early have anything to do with it? How come it doesn't matter? Don't I have to be a widow if you die early? Yiche was shocked when these words came out. What the hell is she talking about? No. Was she thinking out of the box somewhere? Yiche hurriedly tapped on the system panel. Yaoqi Empress current situation. Should she agree to Yiche's confession? Hiss. Pushing girl. Real shrimp head. When I'm going to confess to you. Don't be an ego tripper, okay? Yiche said with a dark face. Empress, I meant to say that the koi has given birth. The Empress shook her head and comforted. Don't feel embarrassed. It's normal to be rejected by this emperor. In her opinion, when Yiche said this, he was changing the subject in an attempt to regain face. This man, though, can't even find a topic of conversation. Koi spawn? Since the disappearance of the sacred land of Yaoji, koi have lost their ability to reproduce. Yiche, I know what's on your mind, but Yiche couldn't hold back any longer. Why didn't he realize before that this Yaohi Empress, her brain was a bit not quite normal? He grabbed the Empress by the arm and yanked her toward the pond. Empress Yaoqi froze. The first time a person of the opposite sex touched his body, there was a momentary blankness in his mind. But in an instant, it was back to normal. He's so bold. Did you get annoyed at being rejected? Trying to dominate? The Empress raised her hand, wanting to teach Yiche a lesson and let him know who was the boss. Even if it's a hard-on, she has to be the one on top. Empress, look for yourself. Yiche let go of his hand and pointed at the pond. The Empress's hand was still stopped in midair, following Yiche's hand and looking over, only to see that the originally empty pond was, at this moment, crowded with phantom-colored koi. The number is at least in the tens of thousands. They are all small fry, but in a few years, they will be big fish. The Empress' eyes were full of incredulity as she murmured, How is this possible? It's impossible for koi to give birth after the disappearance of the Yaoqi Holy Land. This really shocked her a million times. The Empress re-examined Yiche, and even used her Emperor Realm Divine Sense to probe Yiche's entire body, inside and out. But there was not the slightest sign of dissimilarity. At this moment, she was incomparably suspicious that Yiche was related to the disappearing Yaoqi Holy Land. As soon as Yiche came, he gave her lotus flowers and Yaoqi immortal lotus seeds, which had to make her associate Yi Che with the Yaoqi Holy Land. The Yaoqi Empress closed her eyes and thought for a long time. She grew up in the Yaoqi Holy Land and transformed into an emperor with an immortal lotus. She knew the power of the Yaoqi Holy Land better than anyone else. The Holy Land of Yaoqi, as the origin of the Penglai domain, connects heaven and earth, and all the endless Tao paths are evolved from it. The disappearance of the Holy Land also cut off the hope of becoming a saint in the Penglai domain. Immortal Emperor 9 was already the limit, and now Yi Che. It made her look incomprehensible. Forget it, you have your chances, and this empress won't ask questions. The female emperor sighed lightly. Then, looking out over the pond full of koi, he couldn't help but laugh. These are delicious tonics. Yi Che was still a bit angry in his heart, but when he looked at the empress and smiled, he froze. When the empress smiled, it was so nice to look at. It was like a spring breeze. What are you looking at the emperor for? Good looking. Yi Che couldn't help but say that, and after saying that, he felt that something was wrong and hurriedly lowered his head to look at the fish. Humph. Considering your merits, this emperor will spare you once, but next time you dare to molest this emperor, you will not be lightly spared. Empress Yaoqi said in a cold voice. And what just happened? You better rot in your stomach. Yi Che covered his mouth and nodded, but then thought about it and felt that it was a bit of a loss. Empress, can I ask for hush money? Yi Che opened his mouth. To what? There are so many coin now. Why don't you let me grill one? How dare you? The empress scolded, frightening Yi Che so much that he didn't dare to speak. What a cheapskate. Can't spare a single fish. The empress glanced at Yi Che, waved her hand, grabbed 2 koi carp from the pond, and faintly said, roast 2 strips, and this emperor will eat them too. Chapter 64. The Empress, hold it. In the garden of the imperial beasts. The illusory color koi that was roasted by the flames soon gave off a tantalizing fragrance and aroma. The aroma filled the entire immortal palace, and all the maids thought that it was the chef of the imperial dining room who had invented a new delicacy. No one thought that it was Yi Che and the Empress roasting koi. 1 incense stick later. The illusory koi had been roasted by Yi Che to a golden brown and crispy state, and he just wanted to take a bite. The Empress shouted, shut up. Then, skillfully, he brought out the seasoning. Cumin, spices, pepper. Yi Che looked at her familiar technique and knew that she must not have eaten a lot of fish. The colorful koi, she didn't eat them, did she? Yi Che's heart was skeptical. A large pond, only a dozen fish. Think about it is not normal. Now he understood why the pond was so big and the fish so few. Yi Che sat cross-legged next to him, but his eyes kept staring at the grilled fish. The smell of it made him crave it. After the Empress sprinkled the ingredients, she compared the size of the 2 fish. It went so far as to give the biggest one to Yi Che. Yi Che's eyes widened in disbelief as he took the fish. When did she become so generous? Seeing Yi Che's surprised look, Empress Yaoqi immediately understood what was going on in Yi Che's head. She hummed delicately, this emperor has always been generous. You mustn't be misled by some rumors from the outside world that intentionally discredit this emperor. Yi Che nodded with a smile and said, yes, the Empress is most generous. In my mind, it's number 1. The Empress looked at Yi Che with satisfaction and began to lower her head to eat the fish. The flavor, it's delicious. Yi Che took a bite and only felt the freshness and aroma. After eating, Yi Che lazily lay on the lawn, full of satiety and still a little propped up. After the Empress finished eating the fish, she looked up at Yi Che and realized that he didn't even have a trace of spiritual energy saturation. After eating a whole koi, even this emperor needs to run his energy to absorb the spiritual energy, but he doesn't need to? The Empress was surprised and shocked. What exactly is he? What is the purpose of coming to this emperor's side on purpose? The Yaoqi Empress looked at Yi Che, and even though there were quite a few doubts in her heart, she did not open her mouth to ask. At least for now, everything Yi Che did was soothing to her, and she hadn't been this happy in a long time. The Empress got up and walked over to the outside. In a while. Remember to come find me in the Imperial Garden. Yes. Yi Che lay on the ground and returned. Seeing Yi Che's lazy look, the Empress couldn't help but gently kick him. It's getting reckless. Yi Che exaggeratedly shouted a few times, pretending to be in pain and covering his calf. The Empress gave him a blank look and went back to Yaoguang Hall. Yi Che continued to lie down. The sunlight shone on his body. It was really cozy. The devouring power of the Taowu helped Yi Che completely absorb the illusory color koi's spiritual energy. Cultivation broke through to the fourth level of the Huang stage with ease. Sleeping can cultivate, eating can cultivate. If I don't become a god, who will? Yiche thought. Ding. The Empress's favor towards the host has risen by 10 points. Hearing the system prompt, Yiche clicked on the Q version of the Yaoqi Empress. Name: Yaoyin, Empress of Yaoqi. Cultivation: 9th level of Immortal Emperor. Favorability: 30, 10. Current status: Encasin. Reward: Little Xuan. What does the host want? Upon hearing this, Yiche's eyes lit up, and in his heart, he sighed. This system is still weirdly knowledgeable today. He coughed and asked, are there any little pills that can stimulate female hormones? Cough, cough. The system was silent for a few seconds before. Host, you are committing a thought crime. Quickly stop. Outside is full of no. This world seems to have no police. The system said with hindsight. In that case, wouldn't? Yiche said slowly. The system was a bit impressed, and it knew that the host, this time, had chosen the right one. Host Grandmaster, I have tens of thousands of categories here, for flirting, for the process, for afterward, everything, you see. Which ones you need? Heh. Heh. Hearing this, Yiche coldly snorted. What do you take me for? This kind of thing, I never care to do. I'm just testing you, huh? Little chicken feet showing. System, raise my cultivation level. Yiche said triumphantly. No give. I'll reward you with a broken egg and play with it myself. The system raged. On the ground, a golden light flashed, and a blackish egg appeared in front of Yiche. Yiche picked it up and looked at it, roasted on the fire. I don't know if it's good. Dinner's on you. Yiche put away the black egg and got up to go to the Imperial Garden to find the Empress. Thighs, a daily lick, that's a must. In the Imperial Garden, the Empress changed into a new set of dresses and stood quietly by the gazebo. The flowers around her, in front of her, all pale in comparison. She was wearing a semi-tulle pink dress, and her snow-white arms were hidden in the tulle. Slender thighs, half exposed. Even if the dress was loose, it couldn't hide the shapely figure. S-shaped curves, proud capital, and an angelic face. As soon as Yiche entered the Imperial Garden, he was dumbfounded. There was a momentary loss of heart and mind. Coming? Paint a picture for this emperor today. The Empress approached Yiche and said softly, Fine. Yiche withdrew his mind, picked up the pen, and with one stroke, sketched out the Empress' perfect face and delicate body. After the drawing, Yiche also put up his pen and wrote a poem on the rice paper. There's a beautiful woman in the fairy palace, absolutely unique. A smile that will make you fall in love with the city, and another smile that will make you fall in love with the country. Yiche put down his brush and said, Empress, the drawing is done? When Empress Yaoqi took a look at the painting, her eyes couldn't help but widen, completely as if she was frozen. Did you make this poem? Yiche nodded. A moment of feeling. You are really talented. The Empress couldn't help but exclaim. She was also very knowledgeable about poetry, and these 4 lines, they were perfect stanzas. Moreover, more importantly, this Yiche made it by looking at her. Could it be that in Yiche's eyes, was she really so perfect? In her heart, the Empress trembled slightly. She held the painting in her hands and admired it for a long, long time. The Empress knew that her own nature was like ice, but she had never expected that it would actually show signs of melting now. This Yiche really understood her mind too well. The Empress perceived a change in her state of mind. She was terrified of feeling like this. She was the female emperor of the Immortal Palace, the only female great emperor in the Penglai domain. Her burden is heavy. How is it possible to feel this way about a man at this moment? It's a terrible sign. Empress Yaoqi immediately adjusted her countenance to a state of indifference and suppressed her moody panic again. She waved her sleeve. This emperor is tired. You go back first. Yes. Yiche nodded his head and excused himself to leave. The Empress froze in place and kept watching Yiche's back leave. Is he really gone? At the bottom of her heart, she was actually a bit reluctant to give up at the moment. The little heart, which had never fluctuated, was now thumping in panic. What the hell is going on with me? Yiche walked on the road without looking back. The system chattered, Host, if you go back and say some lovey-dovey words now, the Empress's favoritism towards you will rise by a large margin again. Why do you say you're leaving? You know shit, Yiche said. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. After many days of observation and testing, he had already figured out the Empress's character. Typical cold on the outside, hot on the inside, and a little grumpy. Therefore, it is better to make a gesture of goodwill than to refuse it. Sometimes it's the deliberate coldness that stirs up bigger waves. Since ancient times, deep love cannot be retained, but only the setup to win the hearts of the people. Just wait, she'll take the initiative to find me, Yi Che said confidently. Chapter 65. The Empress's Personal Toys. In the Yaoguang Hall, when the Empress returned, she stared at the scroll for a long time before putting it away and calling out to Wan Er. This emperor remembers that no one lives in the Liuli Palace, right? Wan Er was stunned. What was the Empress asking about the Liuli Palace all of a sudden? Is it time to move back? The glazed hall, where the Empress used to live. Later, the Empress got tired of living there, and that's when she moved to live in Yaoguang Hall. Seeing Wan Er freeze, the Empress said unhappily, is someone else living there? No, no. No one has lived in it since the Empress moved out. Wan Er hurriedly replied. Empress, are you moving in? I'm not moving in. Let Yi Che move in and live there. It's not like him to live in the Imperial Beast Garden all the time. It's time to give him a good shelter, the Empress said casually. Wan Er couldn't help but be shocked when she heard the Empress' words. Let Yi Che live in the Liuli Palace? Hiss. Is the Empress serious? Living in the Liuli Palace, does it mean that Yi Che and the Empress have slept in the same bed? Empress, this is a bit wrong, isn't it? Wan Er tried to stop it. This news, if it gets out, will never be cleared. Today, you let him live in the glazed hall. Tomorrow, are you going to move in the bedchamber? What's wrong with that? Sort of a reward for him. The Empress waved her hand. You'll take him and move him in tonight. Yes, Wan Er answered and carefully retreated. She was now truly confused as to what the Empress had in mind. In the garden of the Imperial Beasts, when Wan Er arrived, she directly called out to Yi Che. The Empress has ordered that you move to the Liuli Hall in the future. The glazed palace? The palace in front of the female emperor's chambers? Yi Che froze for a moment. What is the meaning of this, Empress? That's right. Pack up and come with me. Good. It's a nice little yard, but it's a bit of a shame to lose the price when it's near the kennel. Yi Che picked up the black egg and followed Wan Er as he headed to the glazed hall. Sister Wan Er, this Liuli Palace, how are the facilities? Is it luxurious? Wan Er's heart was filled with speechlessness when she heard Yi Che's question. That was the palace where the Empress once lived. That's a bedchamber that's even more luxurious than Yaoguang Hall. Since the Empress was the one who resided in the Liuli Hall in the first place, the decoration of the Liuli Hall was extraordinarily careful and delicate. In the entire Immortal Palace, the best and most luxurious place was only the Liuli Palace. Outside the glazed hall, Yi Che was shocked as he looked at the glorious glazed hall. The entire palace, jade-lined and carved, was built entirely of glaze and gold, incomparably extravagant. Inside the palace, it is even more luxurious. Everything, tables, chairs, and benches are all gold and jade. Yi Che walked around inside, and the more he looked, the more shocked he became. What a living room playing badminton. It's all week. In this palace, it's perfectly fine to play soccer. Not only was there everything, but there were also 3 hot spring pools with immortal mist that had a calming effect wafting through them. Push open the window, and it's the perfect spot to enjoy the view of the fairy palace. This place is too good to be true. Yi Che couldn't help but be shocked. Don't even look at who lived here before. Wan Er said in a sour tone. What? This is a second-hand house? Yi Che was a bit surprised. Living in a house that someone else had lived in was a bit off-putting to him. Sister Wan Er, find a maid to help me clean in all aspects, especially the bed and couch. Remember to change it to a new one. I have a cleanliness fetish. Yi Che said in disgust. Wainer was shocked. Never been so speechless in my life. He actually dislikes the Empress? Where did he get the confidence? This place was previously inhabited by the Empress Sama. Wan Er didn't have the heart to say. The Empress has lived there? Yi Che was surprised. No wonder. It's so luxurious. He didn't expect that the Empress would let herself stay in her palace. There's no need to send a maid. I will clean it myself. Yi Che changed his words. Wan Er looked at Yi Che with a strange gaze and said skeptically, Oh my God, you can't be thinking of. Sister Wan Er, you're filthy, eh? Yi Che was speechless. He's a decent man. The pose should be squarely square. This is the kind of thing that, even if you do it, you won't let anyone find out. Sister One Air, it's getting late. You should go. Tell the Empress for me that I will serve her with all my heart from now on, bowing and dying. Yi Che said with a solemn face. One Air blankly glanced at him and turned to leave, going to resume her orders to the Empress. Walking to the door, he turned back and asked, "Do you need maids to wait on you when you live in such a large palace?" "No." Yi Che refused without even thinking about it. "What kind of maid do you want?" "I want the Empress." After Wan Air left, Yi Che walked to the hot spring pool. He stripped off his clothes and jumped right into the pool. Comfort. The water is just warm enough to nourish the skin and relax the mind. Fairy mist and a faint scent in the air. This smell, it's like the smell on the Empress. Did. Wan Air returned to the Yaoguang Hall and arched her hand at the Empress. "Empress, Yi Che has already taken up residence in the Lioli Hall." "Well, go down." The Empress waved her hand and rested with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and said, "Wait, bring this character post to Yi Che and have him copy it and give it to me tomorrow." "Yes." Wan Air respectfully returned. And then it's off to the glazed hall. When he saw that the gate was open, he went straight in. When she passed by the hot spring pool, Yi Che happened to finish his bath and came out of it. "Sister Wan Air, why are you back again?" Wan Air looked at Yi Che's 8-pack abs and covered her face in blush, revealing a pair of big eyes from her finger slits as she curiously looked around. "What are you doing? I saw it all." "Shame on you." Yi Che froze and looked down. "Fizzle, a word?" Wan Air immediately dropped the word post, covered her face and ran out. Leaning against the railing, gasping for air, he blushed directly to his ears. She had been practicing for more than 300 years, and it was the first time she had seen a naked man. Wan Air tried to forget just now, that blood-curdling image, but that scene was deeply imprinted in her mind, lingering. Wan Air took several deep breaths and looked back at the glazed hall. He should be able to understand the lettering. Wan Air did not dare to enter the Lioli Palace again now, slowed down for a while, and slowly walked back to the Yaoguang Palace to resume her orders. Compared to Wan Air's fuss, Yi Che was much more calm. It's all a small scene. There was even some regret that it would have been better if the one who came in just now was the Empress. That's a shame. Yi Che flung himself onto the large bed, ready for a beautiful sleep. There was also a faint scent from the large bed. It's the flavor of the Empress. I didn't realize that the smell would stay for so long. Yi Che rolled over and suddenly realized that there was something under the pillow. Long, thick, round head. Yi Che reached out and grabbed it. Hiss. Could this be the Empress' personal toy? He's seen quite a few of them in little private videos. I didn't realize that the Empress had this hobby. Thinking about this, Yi Che was not sleepy at all. He got up and looked under the bed first. Nothing unusual. Then the eyes glanced back to the row of closets. In the Yaoguang Hall, the Empress lay quietly on her bed, eyes closed. Suddenly, she sat up violently. Bad. After saying that, she headed towards the glazed hall. She suddenly remembered that she had a small toy that she had left behind in the Lioli Palace and had not brought it over. If Yi Che found out about this, where would his face be and where would his imperial authority be? I don't think he'd, go to bed this early, would he? Chapter 66. The Empress in Sleep. So beautiful. After the Yao Qi Empress rushed to the Lioli Hall, she waved her hand and quietly opened the door of the hall, then walked in. And at this moment, Yi Che was standing in front of the closet, holding a few pieces of the Empress's clothing in his hands. I can't believe it. The Empress is cold on the outside, but she likes pink. Ha ha. Yi Che couldn't help but laugh as he said that. What? The Emperor can't like pink? Just as Yi Che was laughing, an icy cold voice directly scared Yi Che to the point of shivering. Yi Che hurriedly put down the things in his hands, closed the cabinet door, and said, "Yes." With an icy cold face, the Empress looked at Yi Che, her teeth itching with anger. She has heard that a lot of men like to take the clothes that women have worn, especially close, with a little original smell of small clothing to smell, and then do some physiological activities. This man, he's not just going to take her clothes and do something bad with them, is he? The Empress waved her hand, and with the clothes and the cabinet, all of them were moved to the storage ring and taken away. It's a good thing the Emperor came early, or else these clothes would have met an untimely end. Empress, I'm just taking a look. It hurts my heart when you do that, Yi Che said with a straight face. At those words, the Empress snorted coldly. If she had just met, she might have been confused by Yi Che's big, innocent, clear eyes, but now, this dead man, he's so good at pretending. The Empress turned to the bed. Take it away first. It was a big deal. I don't think he's in bed yet, by the looks of him. But she looked over at the bed and the toy was just quietly lying on the pillow. Finished. He saw it. Empress, this? Yiche just wanted to explain. As a result, it was met with a vicious glare from the Empress. Yiche instantly understood and affirmed, Empress, tonight, I've never seen this before. Upon hearing this, the Empress nodded in satisfaction, then threatened. If you dare to say anything, this Empress will make you into this toy. Absolutely not. Yiche said. The female emperor glanced at Yiche and said indifferently, sleep in this emperor's bed and get dressed. With that, he turned to leave. Yiche didn't see that there was a touch of scarlet in the cheeks of the Yaoqi Empress as she turned around. When he looked down, he realized that he had forgotten to put on his clothes. Early the next morning, every great emperor in the Penglai domain had received an invitation. The crowd of great emperors were very shocked when they got the invitation from Empress Yaoqi. The mountain emperor looked at the handwriting on the invitation and said in shock, it seems that over these years, Empress Yaoqi's cultivation comprehension has refined quite a bit more. Emperor Tian, after reading the words on the invitation, his eyes were filled with shock. A few short words, but contains the utmost calligraphy and painting Dao meaning, is she really going to break through? His strength had progressed rapidly over the years, and he had thought to take advantage of the day of the Dao discussion conference to forcefully suppress the Yaoqi Empress and reclaim the position of #1 immortal sect in the Penglai domain. But seeing the words on the invitation, he hesitated. Emperor Tian was well versed in the Dao of calligraphy and painting, and through the words on the posters, he could tell that the Empress's mastery of the Dao was far above his. He was afraid that the current Empress was simply not something he could fight against. After pondering for a while, Great Emperor Tian said to his guards, quickly go and invite Great Emperor Hua and Great Emperor Shanyu to come and deliberate. Anyone who received an invitation was viciously shocked. In their minds, there was only one thought left. The Yaoqi Empress was already unrivaled. Of course, they didn't know that the words were written by someone else for the Empress, and if they knew, they would be even more shocked. In the glazed hall, Yiche woke up early. He took the black egg rewarded by the system and threw it in the hot spring pool to soak. Found that there is no movement, and then take the victory evil sword, cut a few swords, ripples do not break. This made Yiche curious. This egg, so hard? So, set it on the fire and roasted it. Roast you for 3 days and 3 nights. I don't believe that you can't be roasted. Yiche hummed. Then he picked up the character post that Wan Er had thrown on the ground last night and began to copy it. It is recorded on it, a whole 100 psalms. Yiche frowned slightly. This poem was really poorly written, tangible and unintentional. Although he could not compose poems, the base of the 300 Tang poems made him despise the word post very much. Yiche forced himself to endure his nausea, finished copying, and took it to Yaoguang Hall. On the way, Yiche clicked on the Q version of Yaoqi Empress. Yaoqi Empress current status. In the middle of a nap? How lazy. Yiche spat. He now understood why the Empress had been invisible in the morning. She's not going to get up until sunrise. Yiche was very sensible and chose to bother. He was curious to see what the Empress looked like when she first woke up. The maids outside the Yaoguang Hall wanted to stop Yiche, but Yiche pulled out the golden order that the female emperor had rewarded him with. The maid dared not make a move. Yiche gently pushed open the door of the room and carefully walked in. Through the bed veil, the large bed, vaguely visible, a beauty lying on the couch. With her back to the doorway, her legs pinned the futon between them, and her jade arms hugging the quilt tightly, she curled up slightly like a kitten sound asleep. A single loose black nightgown with a neckline that slipped off to reveal snow-white shoulders and a loose belly band halter. Dark and thick hair, casually spilling down on top of the high pillow, slightly revealing an absolutely beautiful side face. Underneath the flat collar back was a small waist that was in full swing. On top of the futon, a snow-white delicate small foot, but the size of a palm, very cute. Let a person cannot help but rise to play with the idea. Yiche thought he was overpowered, but facing the beauty on the couch, he felt his blood boiling at once. He crept over to them, taking the teacup on the table as cover in the process. And as he was about to approach, the Empress suddenly opened her eyes and turned her head to look at Yiche. What do you want? Yiche stopped and realized that there was a slight chill in the Empress' eyes. This emperor has long since woken up. What the hell are you doing sneaking close to this emperor's bed? The female emperor got up from the bed and said. Yi Che's head was running at high speed. He immediately thought of a way to respond. Empress, I've brought tea for you. You just woke up from a nap. Drinking some tea is good for your body. Yi Che was inspired and respectfully handed over the teacup. Just for this? The Empress took the teacup and took a few gentle sips. She did get a little thirsty. I didn't realize that the man had even thought of that. He knows my heart so well. After Empress Yaoqi finished her tea, she suddenly realized that Yi Che's eyes were very wrong, while talking to her all the time. But his thieving eyes darted everywhere from head to toe. The Empress then realized that she was still in her nightgown. Close your eyes and turn around. This emperor wants to change her clothes. Empress Yaoqi chortled coldly. Yi Che reluctantly turned around. He did see quite a bit of white stuff, just now. Also, the Empress's bib, it's actually red in color. A few seconds later, Empress Yaoqi put on her dress. Looking at Yi Che's back, he was so angry that he viciously kicked his foot. This kick directly sent Yi Che flying. Whoa shit, Empress you. Yi Che didn't finish his sentence before he crashed into a pillar, and his body was like falling apart. At this point, the system said, Host, I have a plan. It can help the Lord. You have a plan too? Speak up. Lie on the ground and play dead. What a bitter trick. Yi Che's entire body was directly paralyzed, and even his breathing control slowed down. He wanted to see what the Empress would do next. Chapter 67. The first honest meeting with the Empress. Seeing that Yi Che had been lying on the ground, Empress Yaoqi hurriedly walked over and checked the situation. Yi Che, Yi Che. The Empress shouted a few times and saw that Yi Che had directly rolled his eyes. She was shocked. No way. Had she kicked it and broken it? I didn't push. She just lightly kicked. Who would have thought that Yi Che would be directly sent flying out by himself? Hearing Empress Yaoqi's mumbling, Yi Che decided that he would continue to play dead and see if she would come with an artificial respiration. The Empress looked at the pulse and her willow brows furrowed. How could it be so weak? Did I hurt him at all just now? System. Turtle breath technique. Get to know it. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. After saying that, the Empress carried Yi Che and flew to one of the peaks of the Immortal Palace. Holy Pond Peak. There was a 10-square-meter pool at the top of the peak, a holy pool created by the Empress using up her treasured Yaoqi holy water. It is a powerful aid in recovering from injuries. At this moment, although Yi Che's eyes were tightly closed, the candle dragon's eyes made his 5 senses extremely powerful, and he was completely able to perceive everything that was happening around him. Just when Yi Che was disappointed that the Empress was going to throw him into the sacred pool, in the next second, he suddenly felt a cool swish on his body. Holy shit. It was the Empress who waved her hand and removed his clothes. That straightforward? No, Empress, what are you doing? Not the sauce. Suddenly, Empress Yaoqi realized that there was a hint of something wrong. She gave a puzzled hum. At those words, the heart of Yi Che, who was pretending to be dead, tightened. It wouldn't be discovered, would it? Soon, he heard the mumbled words of the Empress. This guy, why is his heart beating so fast? Bad. Did it come back to life? Thinking of this, she immediately used her spiritual power to place Yi Che on a huge jade stone in the center. Then he urged the water of the sacred pool to heal Yi Che's injuries. But soon, she noticed the anomaly. No matter how much she pushed, the energy contained in the water of the sacred pool was unable to enter Yi Che's body. What the hell is going on here? The Empress was puzzled. The Yaoqi sacred water rejected Yi Che. What can be done about this? Yi Che was lying naked on the jade stone, and seeing the anxious color appearing on the Empress's face, he didn't want to pretend anymore. He was content to have the Empress herself undress. This is a huge step forward. Yi Che was just about to get up, but in the next second, he froze. Just see. The Yaoqi Empress slowly took off her dress, and in an instant, that perfect petite body was revealed. What is this? What is this all about? Yi Che's heart was more than flustered, and at this moment, the Empress had already thrown her dress to the side, and then, her smooth little feet stepped into the holy pool, the water not reaching the roots of her thighs. Step by step, she slowly approached Yi Che. Gollum. Yi Che swallowed hard. It was the first time he had seen a candid Empress. I have to say, that's a hell of a body. Evenly fattened and thin, devilishly curvy. As the fragrant wind approached, Yi Che's heart surged wildly, and he closed his eyes as hard as he could, not daring to expose it. He knew that if the Empress realized at this time that he was pretending to be unconscious, then what awaited him would be a permanent coma. Whoa! The Empress cut through the water waves and stepped on the water. She stood up to the jade stone and walked over to Yi Che. Yi Che secretly said that he was finished. How did the Empress choose this angle? How is this standing position? At a glance. What do you want me to do? The next second, a hot stream flowed out of his nostrils. Yi Che's changes naturally couldn't escape the Empress' gaze. Her brows wrinkled slightly as she looked at Yi Che's nosebleed running down his nostrils, and she couldn't help but wonder, can someone who is seriously injured and unconscious also have a nosebleed? It's not like the internal injuries are getting worse, is it? The Empress cocked her head and said. Hearing this, Yi Che instantly sighed in relief. Empress, nice guess. Wow. Empress Yaoqi used herself as a guide to draw all of the water of the holy pool to Yi Che's side. It poured into him. Hiss. What a warm feeling. Yi Che roared inwardly as the majestic energy contained in the holy water was being absorbed by him in a continuous stream. The divine skill Taowu devouring was automatically functioning at this moment, crazily absorbing this power. Boom. Just a few breaths. Yi Che's cultivation level had crossed 5 realms in a row, leaping into the 8th level of the Huang stage. The Empress, who was maneuvering, stalled in her hands as shock flashed through her eyes. Jesus! She wasn't shocked by Yi Che's breakthrough speed, but rather, she was overwhelmed by the fact that Yi Che was able to perfectly absorb the energy in the holy water. Heavenly materials, elixirs, and medicines can assist cultivators in their cultivation and even help them to shed their bones. However, no matter who it was, no matter what realm, it was impossible to perfectly absorb the energy from the heavenly materials. In the process, there is bound to be attrition. To be able to absorb and refine 60% of it would already be considered superior. But now, Yi Che was actually able to perfectly absorb 100% of it, and there were still no after effects. She had been cultivating for 3 whole millennia, but she had never encountered such a situation. This simply subverts the basic common sense of the cultivation world. The Empress took a deep breath, looked at Yi Che, and said, This guy, he should be okay now, right? Her gaze returned to Yi Che, and suddenly, her pupils instantly dilated. Yi Che, who was pretending to be dead, detected where the Empress' gaze was gazing. Heart thumping. It's bad. It's going to show. Sure enough, in the next second, the Empress practically growled through clenched teeth. Yi Che, it is important to realize that a person in a coma may have a nosebleed, but it is unlikely that he or she will ever get that reaction. The Empress's pretty face was scarlet as she clenched her silver teeth and glared at Yi Che, who was lying on top of the jade stone. Ha 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 ha. Nice weather. Seeing that things were revealed, Yi Che slowly sat up after dryly coughing, and also very consciously blocked his embarrassing place. Yi Che scratched his head, his eyes dripping in the direction of the Empress. For a moment, Yi Che even had an illusion. Is this a natural fairy body? The words icy skin and jade skin couldn't be more appropriate. So in comparison, the protagonists who used to enjoy the island sci-fi movies were really rouges. Trashy as can be. At this time, Empress Yaoqi suddenly reacted. Her pretty face reddened a little, and with a wave of her hand, she released a thick mist to cover herself. If you dare to look again, I'll cut you, the Empress said in shame and anger. It's already invisible, Empress. Yi Che said. Yi Che, if you keep this up, this emperor will really get angry. Empress Yaoqi's body directly began to release imperial might. Empress, I promise next time. Yi Che quickly got up, jumped off the jade and swam back to the shore. Empress, your clothes are here. Do you need me to bring them to you? Yi Che said in a serious manner. Get out. Hearing the Empress' angry roar, Yi Che shrunk his head. Xiaotongzi, are you really not lying to me? With a favorability of 30, will the Empress really not kill me? Yi Che said uneasily. Of course. Phew. That's fine. But before Yi Che could finish his sentence, the system said again, it's fine if the favorability drops below 30. Lean. At this moment, Yi Che couldn't care less about his clothes and immediately ran away in a puff of smoke. Empress, I'm going to go back and bake an egg. I'll find you this afternoon. Asshole, give me back my clothes. The Empress was furious. The glazed hall, the black egg, which was being roasted by Yi Che on the fire, suddenly cracked a small slit. Then a raw voice, coming from the slit of the I'm convinced. Hell of an opening. Chapter 68. The black egg is broken, and the little bird comes out. Inside the glazed hall, a strange voice rang out. Yi subconsciously pulled out his victory evil sword and shouted, "Who?" Yada, yada, yada. When he approached, what met his eyes was a small, black-colored crow. Hearing the sudden sound, the little crow was obviously startled, its body shaking a few times as it tilted its head to look at Yi. The dark eyes were bright, and there were two intricate patterns in the center of the eyeballs. Yi looked at the broken eggshells on the ground and instantly understood what had happened. Turns out, it was the egg that broke and the bird that came out. Should I say no? It's quite a chic-looking gadget. Putting away the victory evil sword, Yi approached the little guy. "Gadget, what's your name?" The little crow crooked its neck and jumped headfirst into Yi's arms in a very intimate manner. "It seems that there is no name. Since you popped out of the black egg, then you will be called the black egg in the future." Yi thought about it. "Oh my god, you're so good with names, you're killing me." "Don't worry, since you're my Yi's pet, in the future, I'll take you to gallop through the immortal world and take you to eat and drink spicy food." Ha 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 ha. Yi's laughter came out and patted Black Egg's head. Yada, yada, yada. The black egg shook its feathers and stood on Yi's arm, barking nonstop with its big eyes open, looking extremely cute. The more he looked, the more he rejoiced, and it should be said, not said, that this little raven is a truly handsome creature. "Follow me." Yi took Black Egg out of the glazed hall and went to the immortal palace to sneak around. "Yi, what are you doing?" "Me? Slippery bird." He walked ahead and Black Egg followed, looking around curiously. Suddenly, a vertical eye appeared on Black Egg's forehead, but it quickly disappeared. Yi didn't see it. He was still complaining with the system. The eggs given by other systems have either dragons or unicorns in them, and even little Lolitas can pop out sometimes. "Why are you giving a crow? It's weirdly pretty, but it doesn't have any fighting power at all. When you go out and something happens, you still need me to protect it." The system couldn't listen anymore and interrupted, "Host, don't be ungrateful. This is a three-eyed raven, the divine beast of the underworld domain." "Really?" "Fake. It's actually a regular black crow." Hee. Yi was speechless. "Jojo." Black Egg fluttered his wings at this point and landed on his shoulder. Walking to the imperial garden, all the maids who saw Yi, their gazes instantly landed on Black Egg. They were so fond of the big-eyed, cute-looking black eggs that they swarmed all over them. The black egg seemed to be a bit scared and moved a bit closer to Yi. "Yi, where did you pick up that bird? It's so cute." "Come on, give me your bird. Lend me a hand." Looking at the maid's envious look, Yi carried his small hands behind his back with a smug look on his face. "My black egg is handsome. That comes with me," he said happily, coughing dryly before taking Black Egg specifically to places where there were lots of people. Wherever he passed, he attracted the gazes of countless maids. Yi was getting more and more enraged, proudly lifting his chin as he turned around the entire immortal palace. Slowly, the black egg wasn't too scared anymore as it bounced around and followed Yi. The little head was also raised vigorously, seemingly imitating Yi's appearance, and even his gaze was somewhat similar, with arrogance and complacency, becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. But after strolling around all afternoon, Yi realized something was wrong. There seems to be something odd about Black Egg's personality. In the front hall of the Immortal Palace, when he met Windless Knight also wanted to touch the Black Egg twice. Instead of letting him, Black Egg pecked him twice with his beak. When Huang passed by, with just a sweep of her gaze, the Black Egg immediately lit up with eyes, instantly revealing a cute appearance, and flew butt first to land on Huang's chest. The little head kept rubbing against it, causing Huang to giggle, while the little eyes it revealed sideways were full of enjoyment. Yi laughed bitterly. This dead bird looked quite horny. But don't wait. The birds are foaming. Night fell, thinking that the Empress's anger should almost be over. Only then did Yi bring the black egg and head to the Yaoguang Hall. He remembered that the inscription hadn't been given to the Empress yet. As the Empress's attentive little cotton, no matter what befalls her, she can't forget the task that the Empress has explained to her. Now, when Yi entered Yaoguang Hall, the maids didn't even bother to stop him. Seeing him was like seeing air. Yi just walked in. Suddenly, an embroidered pillow flew in and hit him precisely on the head. "Who? Empress, what are you doing?" Yi covered his head and complained. "Humph." The Empress coldly snorted and looked at Yi with a grim look in her eyes. It was amazing that this guy hadn't come to himself all afternoon. It's really too much. Ever since she was shown her naked body by Yi in the morning, She had a different kind of emotion towards Yi Che. It always felt as if Yi Che would disappear as long as he didn't show up for half a day. Empress, this is a word post, Yi Che said with a smile. The reason I didn't come to serve the Empress this afternoon was all because I was carefully copying this calligraphy, and I was so involved for a moment that I forgot the time. Yi Che said without blushing or jumping. The Empress took the word post, looked at it for a few moments, and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so well written. It seems like you did use a lot of effort in that case. This emperor will spare you this time. But not again." Yes, Yi Che said happily. He was just about to celebrate, but the Empress's next words made him lift his little heart again. "In the morning, you deceived this emperor and still did that kind of thing. Have you thought about how to die?" The female emperor said with a stern face. For a moment, Yi Che forgot how to answer. "This woman. Obviously you looked at me first. I haven't even said anything yet. Look at her. She's trying to punish and torture me. What to do?" And so on. Yi Che suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Whatever, let's offer the wave first." Thinking of this, Yi Che immediately turned around to pour water. The Empress had just brewed up and was ready to speak when she suddenly realized that Yi Che had actually slipped away. "Hey!" The words were stuck in her throat, and Empress Yaoqi's face instantly sank. "What do you mean? Do you want to be a bully just because you like it?" Next, Yi Che reappeared at the door of the room with a cup of warm water and said softly, "Empress-sama, I know you're going to scold me, so drink some water first to moisturize your throat. Don't wear out your voice because of me." The Empress's brow instantly stretched. "He's concerned about my voice, eh?" At once, a great deal of her anger subsided, and she put away the small leather whip that was hidden under the covers. Seeing the whip, Yi Che's eyelids jumped and carefully asked, "Empress, what you just took is?" "Humph, I was going to use it to teach you a lesson, but, seeing as you behaved quite well just now, I won't whip you." The corner of Yi Che's mouth tugged. Sure enough, every queen, who was an ace, secretly hid a small whip. "By the way, Empress, look at the pet I have, black egg." Yi Che grabbed the black egg that was hiding behind the pillar and handed it to the Empress. The Empress narrowed her eyes slightly and carefully examined the black egg, and when she saw those two patterns in the black egg's eyes, she was suddenly startled. "This is the morning tattoo and the tattoo of the past? It's the three-eyed raven of the underworld." Chapter 69. The male sex is wrong for the country. Upon hearing this, Yi Che stroked the black egg's head and looked at the Empress. Could it be that she knew where the black egg came from? It was the first time he saw scorn in the Empress' eyes. "This crow, where did it come from?" The Empress frowned, picked it up on the road. Yi Che once again dumped the pot on the road. The female emperor snorted coldly, "Good. Then don't blame this emperor for not reminding you that it's a descendant of the underworld domain's three-eyed crow. If you keep it around, the underworld domain's ghost clan and soul clan won't let you off the hook." After saying that, she thought Yi Che would be scared and then tell her the truth, but Yi Che just blinked and he laughed. "With you, Empress, what is the underworld domain?" Hearing this, the female emperor blankly glanced at Yi Che, and her small face couldn't help but feel smug. "That's not right. Why should this emperor care if you live or die?" He. "If I die, wouldn't you be bored, Empress?" Yi Che chuckled. "That's true. As long as you stay safely in the Penglai domain, this emperor will protect you for the rest of your life," the female emperor said in a domineering manner. Hearing these words, Yi Che was instantly moved inwardly. After so many days of hard service, it finally paid off. "Guys, I've made it. Listening to the meaning of this, she is going to adopt me. I'm a few decades off the beaten path at a young age, and that's called vision." Yi Che thought secretly. "Empress, it's getting late, so I'll go back first." The Empress gave a soft hum. When Yi Che walked to the door, she suddenly spoke again. "Good night." Yi Che smiled and replied, "Good night. I'll wake you up in the morning." Upon hearing this, the corners of the Empress' mouth involuntarily rose, and an inexplicable emotion surged through her heart, causing her to be unable to say whether she was happy, shy, or at a loss for words. Eventually, a nod was given. After Yi Che left, she called out to Huan, "Don't close the door tonight." Although Huan didn't know what the Empress was going to do, she still nodded her head and said, "Yes, Empress-sama." In the glazed hall, "Host, the Empress's favorability towards you has risen by another 10 points. Keep pushing harder for another film breakthrough." Yi Che was speechless. What great intelligence created this color system? Call it useful. You can't hold a fart in when you're blocked. Say it's useless. But when coaxing the Empress, good moves and bad moves, one after another, just like the omnipotent treasure box. Me too. I'm convinced. Don't talk about useless things. Where's the reward? Yiche. Host. Don't think I don't know that you were just scolding this system for being useless. The system grunted in anger. No. Yiche denied. Humph. To prove to you that this system is dangling and dangling. This time the reward is Yaoji origin. Cut. Yiche disdained. Damn. You're pretending for half a day. Isn't this reward still for the Empress? He's on the verge of becoming a courier now. Forget it. Let's give the Empress the Yaoqi origin tomorrow. The following day dawned. Yiche walked into Yaoguang Hall and realized that there was actually not a single maid at the entrance. The doors of the temple were also wide open. If the Empress knew, these maids would be punished again. Good thing I got here early. Yiche silently closed the door and walked over to the bedside. The Empress is still sound asleep. Looking at this perfect face, Yiche couldn't help but want to do something. He pulled out a quill pen. Hey, draw a little turtle. Yiche stifled his laughter while quickly drawing it. He had just put pen to paper when the Empress woke up. Yiche, you're here so early. I haven't slept enough. Yawn. The Empress sat up and rubbed her eyes, somewhat petulantly, not realizing in the slightest that he had, on his face, an extra little turtle. Empress, it's time to get up. Yiche said. Go and call Huang here. After this emperor freshens up, go to the imperial garden to enjoy the scenery. The Empress comfortably stretched her back. Yiche forced a smile and pointed at the Empress's face. Empress, your face. What happened to this emperor's face? The Empress quickly got up and went to the bronze mirror, and when she saw the little turtle on her face, she instantly blushed. Yiche. She raised her hand to hit Yiche, but Yiche dodged it. Ha ha ha, Empress, you're cute even like this. Yiche laughed out loud. The Empress broke away from his hand and used her aura to condense a mist of water, washing the little turtle off her face. Yiche, you're really bold and fat. How dare you draw me? Let's see how I'll clean you up. I'm going to draw turtles on your face too. With that, she lunged at Yiche. Empress, you can't catch me, haha. When Yiche saw that the Empress couldn't catch him, he just wanted to boast a few words, but before he could finish his words. Next, the Empress directly used her imperial might to imprison him in place. Why don't you run away? She approached slowly, a smile like a victor's on her face. Empress, you're playing tricks. Yiche cried out in sorrow. This woman, she will bully people based on her high cultivation level. Shut up. The Empress grunted softly. Then he picked up the brush and ripped off Yiche's clothes with one hand. You draw little turtles on my face. I'm going to draw big turtles on you. This emperor is not easy to bully. The moment the tip of the pen touched his skin, Yiche let out a dark cry. My dignity. Why is this Empress like a different person? Is she really taking revenge? I suspect she just craves my body. The Empress carried her brush like the wind and quickly drew a large turtle on Yiche's chest, then came closer to look at it. Gradually, she broke into a smile, like sunlight shining on snow, with a blush of beauty. Yiche thought to himself, that's just it. It's good that she's happy. Who made her own boss? Coax her to get a reward for herself. Soon, Huang came in. When she saw Yiche sitting on the Empress's bed, she was so shocked that she almost knocked over the imperial meal in her hand. At this hour, how could Yiche be in the Empress chambers? The clothes on his body were still loose, and he looked like he had just gotten dressed. Looking at the Empress again, her brows were smiling and her cheeks were like peach blossoms. Huang didn't dare to think any further. Sure enough, it still came to this. I just hope the Empress remember to take safety measures. Empress, breakfast is ready. Huang put down her chopsticks, didn't dare to raise her head, and consciously left. Yiche, let's eat together. Good. After eating, the Empress said she was going to take a bath. Yiche wanted to join in but was kicked out. He had to hold the zither and come to the gazebo first to wait for the Empress. At this time, Huang came over with a dark face. You pull the Empress to play the piano and compose poems every day. Do you know that the Tao Discourse Conference, there are still 3 days before it starts? I don't know. May I ask what is the Tao Discourse Conference? Yiche shook his head and said honestly. You. Are all you. The Empress used to be so. Huang had wanted to praise how diligent the Empress used to be, but after thinking about it, it seemed that before Yiche came, the Empress was also too lazy to care about anything. But certainly not like this, are 10 days. The morning court has not been once. Male color is a mistake. You should remind the Empress later. She still has a lot of business left to do. One heir admonished. Why don't you say it yourself? One heir rolled her eyes. I say, does it work? The Empress won't listen to anyone but you now. I'll try it later then, Yi Che said without confidence. One heir held her forehead and shook her head helplessly as she looked at Yi Che, thinking to herself, what exactly does the Empress see in him? In addition to being handsome, well-built, lucky against all odds, well-spoken, good at the piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, all good at everything. What's left? If I were an empress, I would not want to run politics either. Thinking about this, one heir somewhat understood how the empress felt. Male color is a mistake. Chapter 70. Yi Che confesses, Empress agrees. Soon, the Yaoqi Empress came wrapped in a fragrant breeze. Yi Che walked forward and said, Empress, do you want to finish your business first before hooking up to listen to the music? What business does this emperor have to attend to? The Empress was puzzled. 3 days from now is the Tao Discourse Conference, and many things are still waiting for you to handle. Yi Che said truthfully. The Yaoqi Empress was slightly displeased when she heard this and shouted, Waner! Soon one heir came in from outside. Empress sat. Report up everything that needs to be dealt with. This emperor will deal with it in a moment. Don't delay this emperor's entertainment. Empress Yaoqi said impatiently. Waner sniffed and pulled out a fold directly from her bosom. Lord Empress, these are the pending matters. Take a look at. Just pick the point and tell me. Well, the reception of the people, the place of the discourse, the residence of each clan and other issues. Upon hearing this, the Empress nodded and said, I'm relieved that you're doing your job, so watch and decide. One heir. All right, this point is taken care of by this emperor, so go down and take care of it. The Empress waved her hand. Seeing one heir standing still. Is there anything else? The Empress asked coldly. Nope. Waner shook her head. Empress Yaoi looked at her. Without you are still here? Subordinate will leave. One heir made a bow and turned to leave. Play the piano. The Empress looked at Yi Che and said. At the same time that the Empress was listening to the zither, Emperor Tian and the others began to conspire loudly. Force the palace. Must force the palace. The Mountain Emperor roared as he slammed the table. The Mountain Emperor has a point. She's been sitting in the position of the first immortal sect of the Penglai domain for so long. It's time for her to give it up. Emperor Qianhua concurred. That's what, just occupying a position without doing anything. Look at what our Penglai domain has become in these 1,000 years. Some time ago, when I went to the Regulus domain, they actually called me a little redneck and shouted that I was a country bumpkin. Damn worry. Emperor Musashi was filled with rage. Hearing the heartfelt words of a few people, the corner of the mouth of Emperor Tian, who was sitting in the first place, involuntarily tugged upwards. He was happy in his heart long ago, but on the surface, he still pretended to be embarrassed and said, the Yaoqi Empress is busy with her cultivation and is negligent in her political affairs, which is also justifiable. Cultivating? I can hear people say that she stays in the harem all day long and hasn't been to the morning court for more than 10 days. Oh, there is such a thing? Emperor Tian's eyes rolled. According to these words, what do those few people mean? 3 days later, force her to hand over the domain seal and give up her position as the talker of the Penglai domain. The Mountain Emperor coldly snorted. The domain seal, the identity symbol of the lord of a domain. For 1,000 years, it was in the hands of Empress Yaoqi. Oh! Great Emperor Tian narrowed his eyes and looked toward Great Emperor Qianhua and Great Emperor Wuzong. Both of you, what do you think? The two great emperors looked at each other and said at the same time, the same goes for us. We are bound to force the palace. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian got up and said, before a few of you came, I had already cooperated with the Violet Immortal Palace, and 3 days later, we will force the palace together. Violet Immortal Palace? Could it be that Violet Immortal Palace from the Violet domain? Their palace master, but he's also a genuine immortal Emperor 9 powerhouse. The several great emperors couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Emperor Qianhua frowned slightly. Tian, isn't it explicitly stated between realms that one is not allowed to intervene across boundaries? Doing this, if the third heaven knows, I'm afraid. What's the harm in that? Great Emperor Tian smiled blandly. For the sake of the many people in the Penglai domain, I don't think it's too much for us to do this, right? This world, it should be grateful to us. Upon hearing this, Several great emperors felt that he had a point. What they did was for the sake of the living, for the sake of this world. It's so happily decided. 3 days from now, we won't see each other again. Great Emperor Tianli raised his wine cup and said. On the other side, Yi Che finished playing a few tunes. Handing over the Yao Qi origin that he had obtained last night, he handed it to the Empress. Empress, this thing, is it useful for your cultivation? The Empress, who was taking a nap with her eyes closed, heard Yi Che's voice and opened her eyes without caring. She was just about to say that it was useless, but when she looked at the lotus-shaped Yao Qi origin that Yi Che was holding in his hand, her pupils shrank. This is... The Empress froze, unable to speak for a long time, simply unable to believe it. The Yao Qi origin, the most essential energy in heaven and earth derived from Yao Qi, nourished the entire Panlai domain. The Yao Qi disappeared, and the path to sainthood was broken. It was also the key for cultivators in the Panlai domain to break through the emperor rank and reach the saint rank. The Empress took it carefully, not daring to blink her eyes, staring at it dead on. Yes, it's true. The Empress was ecstatic. As a transformed Yao Qi immortal lotus, no one is more familiar than her, the breath of Yao Qi origin. The Empress asked excitedly, Yi Che, this origin, where exactly did you get it from? Picked it up on the road. Yi Che, like a good boy, replied. The female emperor frowned in displeasure. Yi Che, be honest with this emperor. Do you know where Yao Qi is? Yi Che shook his head, his eyes clear. Empress, I really don't know. You? The Empress gulped. After a while, he sighed. That's just it. You have your own chance. This emperor doesn't care about you. I'll take this origin, and within the immortal palace, whatever you see, this emperor will give it to you. When she said this, she was a bit weak. The value of the Yao Qi origin could not be compared even to the entire immortal palace. And counting, so far, she had already taken 2 supreme treasures from Yi Che. The original Yao He immortal lotus seed, then the current Yao He origin. What should I give him in return? Yi Che shook his head and said, Empress, I voluntarily gave these to you without asking for anything in return. You've been stuck at the 9th level of Immortal Emperor for 1,000 years, haven't you? I hope that this origin will help you break through to the Saint Realm. Oh, there's more, if that's not enough. I still have a little bit of Yao Qi essence here, and there's still a little bit left over from the last time I fed the illusory color koi. Yi Che acted quite selflessly and stuffed the Yao Qi essence into the Empress' hands again. Yi Che you. The Empress's gaze gradually became complicated. Her chest heaved and undulated as huge waves rippled within her heart. He gave me all the precious supreme treasures of his body and asked nothing in return. This is love? Jesus. So, in this world, there really is pure love. The Empress's mind was lost at this moment. Yi Che seized the moment and quietly took out the sound-retaining stone and played a sweet little song of love. The atmosphere was, all of a sudden, up. At this moment, Yi Che looked at the Empress with gradually deeper and deeper eyes and slowly opened his mouth. The world calls you an empress, but I only want you to be a spring breeze. For every inch of ground that the spring breeze's brush will carry your scent, so that your tenderness, forever, will remain in my heart. Empress, oh no, it's Yao Yin, do you know? How beautiful you are in my eyes. The moonlight spilling down is not as beautiful as 1/10,000th of you, and everything in this world is only worthy of being a reflection of you. And though I too am one of the most mediocre reflections of that, yet I am willing, with all that I am, to pursue you to the death. Hold your hand and grow old with your son. Yes, that's you, Empress Yao Qi, my treasure. Although Yi Che's words were incomparably fleshy and even appeared a bit childish, they allowed Empress Yao Qi to feel an incomparably genuine and true love in them. For many years, she had been seen as a towering presence that no one dared to approach easily. For many years, she spent her time alone, sleeping with the long nights. But how many people noticed that she was also just a youthful teenager of 3,000 years old, and thought that others could have emotions other than respect for her? But at one time, that was all just imagination. Until he came along. Thinking of this, the Empress's eyes flashed. With determination, this emperor agrees. Chapter 71. Empress, when are we going on a date? At this moment, the Yao Qi Empress no longer dared to look Yi Che squarely in the eyes. It only felt like my cheeks were becoming red and hot, and I couldn't suppress it no matter what. An inexplicable emotion came over me, both happy and shy, eager and scared. Thank you, Empress. Yiche immediately kicked away the obtrusive Guqin and quickly came to Yaoqi Empress's side, and with that, deeply embraced that delicate body in his arms. So soft, so fragrant. Feeling the warmth of his delicate body, Yiche couldn't help but float a little. I'm only agreeing for the time being, so don't give me an inch. The Empress flushed and hummed softly. Empress, don't call me Empress. You have the courage to confess, and you are still afraid to call me by my real name? Then should I call? Yiche asked. Yaoin is fine. The Empress bowed her head, a little shy. Okay, Tiny. Yiche couldn't help but smile. He's quite the little name grabber. Empress. Little Enine, I didn't expect that you would really agree to me. This moment is really like a dream. Yiche lamented. The Empress gave him a blank look and said, If I don't promise you, who else can I promise? At those words, Yiche rejoiced and hugged the Empress a few more points tighter, and also heard the sound of the other party's heart thumping. The Empress buried her head in front of Yiche's chest. Her skin tinted a haze of red due to her shyness and secreted a few crystalline beads of sweat. Yiche laughed. So, fairies also sweat. But all the drops of sweat from Little Yum Yum are as fragrant and refreshing as a lotus flower. You're the only one who can talk. The Empress arrogantly grunted, and with a slight force, broke free from Yiche's embrace. She took a long breath and pursed her delicate lips lightly, finally calming down for the time being. Even though I promised you, it's up to you to behave in the future as well. That's for sure. Little Yum Yum, my love for you is constant. For such a result, Yiche was already very satisfied. By the way, when are we going out on a date? Suddenly, Yiche pulled up the Empress' small hand and said, Dating? You. The Yaoqi Empress immediately had her eyes flowing, her lips trembling slightly, somewhat at a loss for words. This? I haven't thought about it yet. What can I do on a date between two people? I need to prepare. Little Enine is fine. I'll wait until you're ready. Yiche said thoughtfully. At those words, the Empress's slightly calmer heart once again beat rapidly. He really loves me so much. I'm always looking out for my feelings, and I'm always thinking about me. Jesus. Thinking back to the 3,000 years that she had been obsessed with cultivation, she had basically never had much contact with men, and she had never known how normal men and women should get along with each other, especially between lovers. Yiche, I need time to digest. Can you leave me alone for a while? The Empress said. Okay, Little Enine, feel free to yell at me anytime something happens. Yiche smiled and slowly turned around to leave. After Yiche left, the Empress suddenly went limp and collapsed on the gazebo bench. Luckily, at this hour of the day, no maids of honor come by. Otherwise, they would have been incredibly shocked to find that the Empress Yaoqi, who was usually so high up, as if she could never be touched by people, now had scarlet cheeks and a shy face. What to do with him? She rested her hands on her cheeks, lost in thought. I don't know how long it took, but Juan took care of everything and came over to resume her duties. But just as he arrived at the gazebo, he saw the Empress with a dull gaze, sitting on a chair, not moving at all. Juan was shocked in her heart. What was wrong with the Empress? Lord Empress, Juan carefully shouted. Huh. The Empress, who was wandering in the heavens, was startled and hurriedly sat up straight, her small face instantly taut. She looked at Juan with an unfavorable gaze. What are you doing? Empress, the matters related to the discourse assembly have all been taken care of. Well done. The Empress said indifferently. Then my subordinate will leave first. Juan arched her hand and wanted to leave this place of wrongdoing. Wait, I have something to ask you. The Empress called out to her. Juan turned around in confusion, and when she saw the Empress' cheeks flushed, her heart was overwhelmed with shock. What's wrong with the Empress today? No, I have a friend who's in love but doesn't know what to do with the other person. Do you have any advice? At those words, Juan froze. Eyes as wide as eggs. The eyes are in a trance. Fearing exposure, the Empress hurriedly emphasized, It's not me, it's a friend of mine. You mustn't think much of it. As she spoke, her gaze began to gradually dodge, and her long, slender legs unconsciously came together. Juan doesn't know what to say. Empress, you don't go out of the palace every day. What kind of friends can you have? Empress, regarding this matter, I have no experience. Juan said honestly. But I think that as long as the two of them spend a lot of time together, surely they can improve their relationship? The Empress nodded, thoughtful. Tonight, you take Yiche to the star-picking platform. she commanded. Yes. Juan answered before turning to leave. She knew that the Empress had fallen. Then in the future, wouldn't she also have to serve Yi Che? Thinking about that night, Juan cheeks also quickly blushed scarlet. In the glazed hall, Yi Che had just finished feeding the black eggs when he heard Juan shouting at the door. Sister Juan what's wrong? Yi Che curiously opened the gate. Go to the star-picking platform at night and accompany the Empress to enjoy the moon. Juan said. Yi Che was overjoyed when he heard this. Date night. Hee hee. Please tell the Empress that she will certainly arrive on time, rain or shine. Juan blankly eyed Yi Che. Don't make the Empress angry, or the consequences will be severe. Definitely coax the Empress properly. Sister Juan remember to send a jug of fine wine at night, thanks? Yi Che laughed. Juan nodded and turned around with the intention of picking the strongest pot of wine. Tashiko, come on, give some gifts. First date, can't be empty-handed. Yi Che urged. Ding. The 3 lifetimes fixation stone has been placed. When the tone fell, a few points of golden light flashed in the air, and 2 crystal stones slowly fell down. One is blue and the other is green. Host, this is the affection chopping card fixing stone. With it, you can ignore any obstacles and contact the Empress at any time. Yi Che nodded with satisfaction. With it in the future, he would never have to worry about the problem of otherworldly love again. Xiao Tongzi, give a few more. I can't be generous. There's still little Qingli in seclusion. Ding. Then send the host 5 more. Next. Red, orange, yellow, green, and purple, flashing 5 different colors of the love stone appeared. Not bad. Yi Che laughed and put away the fixation stone. Seeing that the color of the sky outside had already darkened, he immediately moved off and went to the star-picking platform. Chapter 72. First Date with the Empress. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Che arrived at the star-picking platform. The Stargazer's Terrace was very high, one of the highest places in the Empress's harem. Up there, Yi Che then saw the Empress wearing a white veil, sitting on a gold and jade chair, with a chair empty next to her. There was a table in the center with a jug of wine and 2 wine glasses. Sit, the Empress said softly. After Yi Che sat down, he picked up the wine pot and poured a glass of wine for the Empress, and in the process, he also poured a glass for himself. Empress Yaoqi raised her wine cup and drank it all in one go, which caused Yi Che, who wanted to make a toast, to freeze for a moment. He had wanted to make a toast, but the Empress lifted it up and drank it straight. There was no other way. Yi Che had no choice but to drink a cup himself. When the wine went down, Yi Che immediately felt his entire body burning hotly. Cough, cough. This wine is also too strong. Yi Che put down his wine glass and said, This wine, brewed from the blood of a Jiao dragon's essence, contains majestic spiritual power, and by all accounts, only the Emperor realm can enjoy it properly. I didn't expect that you could actually absorb it as well. The Empress was surprised. She just wanted to reach out and help Yi Che digest this power. But when she thought that Yi Che could even digest the illusory color koi, what was this wine? She withdrew her hand again. However, Yi Che was quick on his feet and grabbed it, holding it tightly in the palm of his hand. The Empress glared at him in shame and anger. Her cheeks flushed red, but her hand did not retract, allowing Yi Che to hold it in her hand and play with it. On the star-picking platform, when you look upwards, you can see the stars and the sea, and when you look downwards, you can see the full view of the Immortal Palace. Yaoqi Immortal Palace resides in the center, Wind Walking Hall, Songlan Hall, Lihong Hall, Thunder Cloud Hall, the 4 great immortal halls, like guards, arching the 4 directions. Tonight, the stars twinkle and the moon is bright. However, after Yi Che looked at it for a while, he turned his head to look at the Yaoqi Empress on the side. Noticing Yi Che looking at her, the Empress turned her head and asked, Why are you looking at me instead of the stars and moon? Yi Che lightly laughed. Although the moon is beautiful, it is not as bright as the stars in your eyes. My little Enin, who is already a stunning beauty in the sky, belongs to the perfect star river, with you by my side. Why would I need to look at the sky anymore? When the Empress heard Yi Che's words, she smiled a beautiful smile. Humph, you're so good at saying that sweet-talking men are philanderers. She grunted. Yi Che didn't reply, but instead pulled out the green-colored love stone and shoved it into the Empress' hands. Little Enin, this is my token of love for you. With it, no matter where we are in the future, we can always reach each other. The Empress held the fixation stone in her hand and curiously gently infused her aura into it. As expected, the Q version of Yi Che's appearance soon surfaced on the crystal. This stone, it's great. The Empress was surprised for a moment and rose slightly, getting closer and closer to Yi Che. Yi Che held the Empress's small hand and gently rubbed it, then stood in front of the Empress. What do you want? The Empress said in a weak tone. Yi Che's head was close to the Empress's ear and gently blew out a breath, saying, Can I kiss you? The Yaoqi Empress instantly softened, her tone soft and sticky. This emperor is a hallowed, immortal palace emperor. You cannot. Yi Che directly tilted his head and gagged and kissed her before she could finish. It's soft and has a strawberry flavor. Holding the Empress, Yi Che could clearly feel that the Empress's body was rolling and trembling slightly. The Yaoqi Empress also gradually reached out her hands and wrapped them around Yi Che's waist. At this moment, the Empress only felt like the sky was falling, completely falling in love. After kissing her for a while, Yi Che let go of the Empress, his eyes gazing deeply into hers, looking into her eyes the whole time. Empress Yaoqi's eyes were a bit evasive at first, and there was a thick scarlet red on her face, making her look very shy. However, when she looked up and glanced at each other, the phoenix eyes that looked at Yi Che were also filled with tenderness. Yi Che, I'm an empress, you? Don't mess around. The female emperor finally said stubbornly. Yi Che smiled and gently lifted her chin, his lips slowly approaching. This time, instead of dodging, the empress chose to close her eyes and took the initiative to meet her. On the Stargazer's platform, the two kissed passionately for a long time before slowly parting their lips. The Yaoqi Empress was silent for a moment and grunted. You dare to disrespect this emperor? Aren't you afraid that I will punish you? Yi Che hemmed and hawed and returned, Little Yinyin, so are you planning to use a small whip or candles? Upon hearing this, the Empress's cheeks once again flushed crimson, and she said without any good humor, I think you've drifted, daring to talk to me like that. Then, dear Empress Lord, play a song for me. Yi Che smiled and bowed his hand in salute. I used to play for you. Now why don't you play one for me? This emperor doesn't want it. Why? This emperor doesn't want to. The Yaoqi Empress skimmed her head, very arrogant. Yi Che took the guqin and said, Then we play a song together? Good, the Empress nodded then. Yi Che then sat behind the Empress and wrapped his hands around the thin waistline, grasping her soft little hands. Tiny tone, do you know why I play the piano so well? Why? Because I can lightly gather and slowly twist and wipe the compound pick. Yi Che said with a smile. Then he took Empress Yaoqi's hand and slowly plucked the strings of the zither. Ding ding, ding ding. Neither one's mind was on playing the piano, played out of tune and out of tune. There was a hint of affection in the disorganized sound of the zither. Yi Che smelled the ethereal fragrance emanating from the Empress and gradually became obsessed. And as the Empress played the zither lower and lower, she sat back a bit. Yi Che, don't. Empress Yaoqi shouted in a low voice. Yi Che sniffed and didn't reply, but instead, his hand stroked her belly, and the two of them moved a little closer together. The Empress couldn't help but bite her lips tightly and grunted in a low voice. Not here. It will be seen. Ignoring the Empress' slight resistance, Yi Che hugged the Empress from behind and planted a strawberry print on her neck. Just as he was about to move on to the next step, Empress Yaoqi stopped him with force. Okay, no more touching. The Empress straightened her messy dress and glanced at Yi Che grudgingly. Little yum yum, it's halfway through all. Yi Che protested instantly. Yi Che, you are the only man I have. I will definitely give you, but you have to. Let me have a mental preparation. The Empress gently stroked Yi Che's face and softly said. Yi Che naturally respected her thoughts and nodded. Well, Tiny, I'll wait until you're ready. The two embraced for a while longer, and it took Yi Che a long time to calm his restless heart. I'll go back to rest first. The Empress said. Can you bring me along? Yi Che asked tentatively. The Empress looked back at Yi Che and whispered, As you wish. Then with a leap, he flew down to the star-picking platform. Ha ha ha. Little Yinyin, wait for me. Yi Che laughed loudly and chased after him. Chapter 73, Going Outside the Palace of the Immortals. Soon, the Empress and Yi Che entered the Yaoguang Hall one after another. Seeing this, Wan Er took all the maids and left silently. Empress Yaoqi sat in front of the bronze mirror and began to organize her makeup. Yi Che glanced at her. A blaze flashed in his eyes, and then tiptoed quietly trying to get into bed. Tonight, he will share the bed with the Empress and explore the wonders of life. What do you want? Right at this moment, the voice of Empress Yaoqi rang out. At those words, Yi froze. Could it be that she won't let me sleep in bed? I certainly don't sleep on the floor anyway. Thinking that, Yi rushed to the bedside. Just as he was about to pounce on the teeny-tiny bed, suddenly, a force from behind yanked him back. Instantly, both eyes went black, and when he opened his eyes again, Yi realized that he had already arrived in the bathtub. Wash before you go to bed. Empress Yaoqi walked to the bedside and sat down, saying, Hey, is there some deeper meaning in the fact that Tiny Tone is making me take a bath? A few minutes later, Yi, who had washed himself and smelled good, returned to the inner chamber of the bedchamber. Little Yinine, I've washed up. Smell how fragrant I smell. Yi looked at Empress Yaoqi and laughed heatedly. Hmph, you don't smell as good as I do. The Empress grunted as she lay on the bed. She took advantage of Yi's bathing occasion. She was already changing into a nightgown, pink halter tool style. The collar was on the large side, and also a little low. The snow-white scenery was vaguely visible. Who can stand this? Yi walked towards the Empress and placed his hand on her fragrant shoulder. There was a burst of fragrance that flooded his nostrils. When Yi's hand fell, the Empress's body trembled violently. She bit her silver teeth and said, Yi, I'm not ready. You're not allowed to do that kind of thing to me, or I'll kick you out. Yi couldn't help but let out a sigh, but soon after, the Empress' next words instantly made him excited. But you can sleep with me in your arms, but no hands are allowed. The moment these words came out, Yi's blood churned up once again. Straight away, he was picking up the Empress and tumbling onto the bed in a roll. Once the candles are out and the covers are in place, tonight is destined to be a night of exploring secrets. The next day, early morning, Yi woke up leisurely. Last night was really the most beautiful sleep he had had in a while, and his heart was even more satisfied. Although he didn't do a key jab, the size of the Empress's 3 circumferences, he measured them all with his excellent maneuvers. Yi couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. Little Yum Yum's body is really good. Hearing the commotion, Empress Yaoqi also woke up, and the first thing she did when she woke up was to move her claws like the wind and rub Yi's head into a chicken nest. Well, this is much better looking. The Empress laughed joyfully. Yi didn't care much, rolled over and pressed down on her, kissed her, and asked, Little Yinine, how do you need little to serve you today? At those words, the Empress cocked her head and lifted her small chin, revealing an expression of serious contemplation. Well, it's been a long time since we've been out of the palace. Let's go outside the immortal palace today, the Empress suddenly said. Hearing this, Yi's heart became excited. That's a good idea. When do we leave? The heart is in the right place right now. The Empress finished speaking and changed into a plain dress in the blink of an eye. Before Yi could react, he grabbed Yi's shoulder and took him to disappear in the same place. A few moments later, the two came to a dynastic territory. The Dou dynasty, a great dynasty attached to the Yaoqi Immortal Palace. Among the major dynasties in the Penglai domain, it had a pivotal position. At this time, the great martial dynasty, in the imperial city, Yi and the Empress were strolling down the street holding hands. Empress Yaoi put on a human skin mask, making her entire person look ordinary. But the unique aura she exudes also attracts a lot of attention. The Empress lightly led Yi to a granny noodle shop. Granny, I'm here again. This time I want 2 bowls of noodles, the Empress said familiarly. Girl, wait a moment, The old woman nodded happily. Little Yinine, you usually don't sneak out of the palace too often, do you? Yi asked from the side. Along the way, when people see her, they all greet her warmly. Either the girl is good, or the girl has found a man. Nonsense. I haven't been out in 1,000 years. The Empress retorted, only not with a very strong bottom. Yi laughed and shook his head. If you say you're leaving the palace, why do you need to disguise yourself and sneak out? At those words, the Empress hummed and said, if I come out in a big way, won't everyone know I'm out of the palace? Then everything I've seen will be an elaborate sham they've planned, as fake as it gets. Then what's the point of me leaving the palace? As Empress Yaoqi was talking, the old woman served 2 bowls of noodles with an overflowing aroma. Thanks. That's why the only way I can see what's really going on is to sneak out, and I don't want to be left in the dark. Haha, my little Yinine is really smart. Yi complimented with a smile. That's for sure. After eating the noodles, Empress Yaoqi dragged Yi to go shopping again. Seeing the clothing store, the Empress rushed in with gusto. As a result, after going in and around, I didn't buy anything. The Empress said with a look of disgust. All the clothes in here are so ugly. Yiche, Xiokak Kahajime Andarayan. So, what are you doing in there? I say, little Enin, can we not wander around? Yiche opened his mouth. What's the point of coming out if you're not going shopping? The Empress said. Makes so much sense that I actually have no words to refute it. Yiche could only resign himself to following the Empress, following her around here and there. In favor of her, she's all look and no buy. Yiche was so angry that his teeth itched, and he never wanted to go out shopping with a woman again in his life. As we were walking, there was a sudden commotion in front of us. Just see, a dozen men is binding a young girl. The woman looks quite handsome, skin white as snow. Shin Miao, you're not allowed to fool around anymore. Quickly come home with me obediently and finish your marriage with Emperor Ouyang. And the woman named Shin Miao rushed at the man in front of her and angrily yelled, Father, I don't even like Ouyang Hao. Why are you guys forcing me to marry him? No, I don't want to. Because you're a member of the Shin family? The Shin family raised you so well and gave you a life of clothing and food. You should give everything for the Shin family. The man snapped, not to mention marrying Ouyang Hao, even if you were told to marry a chicken or a dog. As long as it's beneficial to the family, you must carry it out unconditionally. Men, take the lady away. There were quite a few onlookers, and Yiche was among them. He didn't want to mind his own business, but at that moment, a voice sounded behind him. Wait, do you have any king's law in your eyes when you forcefully rob people's girls in the street in broad daylight? Yiche heard the voice and turned around violently. Holy shit. Empress-sama, how come you've changed into a nightclothes after a few seconds of absence? Yiche hurriedly ran next to her. Little Enin, what's your look? You're cosplaying a Liangshan hero na? The Empress frowned slightly. What nonsense you're talking about from now on. Call me cloud-walking chivalrous lady. Shit, you're not so middle class. Yiche was convinced. At this time, a woman walked over and cursed. Where did the two douchebags come from? Even dare to block my Shin family's path? Get lost. You seek death. Killing intent flashed in the Empress' eyes. Yo, what? You still dare to hit me? You're tired of living. If you have the guts, come on. Snap. Yiche slapped him across the face. Such a request, which he had never heard of in his life, had to be met. The woman covered her face in disbelief and stared angrily at Yiche, who was sneering coldly at the corner of his mouth. You dog dare to hit me. Do you know who I am? Snap. You count for something. Yiche backhanded another slap and said, And do you know who I am? Coming into contact with Yiche's eyes, the woman was a little abashed, but still subconsciously asked, You, who are you? There are handsome men on Falling Star Mountain. My name is Yiche, I'm the wildest. Crowd. You're so good at this, you'll kill yourself. Chapter 74. Little tone on tone. Don't let them go. Yiche's sudden strike didn't just startle the surrounding crowd. Even the Empress looked at him with a bit of surprise. What's so surprising? Yiche laughed lightly. I've accepted the new idea of equality between men and women, no matter if it's a man or a woman who dares to be a bitch in front of me. As long as I can beat her, I'll give her 2 big pussy fights. The Empress' eyes lit up and she looked at Yiche with a smile. Equality between men and women, it's really something. The onlookers, too, were secretly nodding their heads and, this is a very reasonable statement. The woman covered her red and swollen face and cried out to the man behind her, Wan Shan, he dared to hit me. Get someone to clean him up. The man called Wan Shan walked forward with a sullen face and said to Yiche, This gentleman, why are you meddling in my Shin family's family affairs? Yiche narrowed his eyes and said, I didn't meddle in your family affairs. I beat her up because she scolded me and my wife. Am I still spoiling her? You. Yiche's words caused Wan Shan to be speechless and unable to retort. Just as he was thinking, the woman again opened her teeth and clawed up. Wan Shan, what reasoning do you have with this beast? You a prime minister afraid of him, why? Directly arrest him into the prison. Can Yiche suffer from this? He grabbed a handful of the woman's hair, and then another slap across the face. Haven't you gotten enough beatings yet? Did I give you a face? Get your attitude right. The woman couldn't have imagined it. In front of Wan Shan, Yiche still dared to hit himself. She cried and hid behind Wan Shan, saying, Wan Shan, are you just going to watch him bully me like this? You're too much of a prude. Wan Shan bellowed and called out to a dozen or so house guests. Today, no matter who you are, you, Yaoi Immortal Palace inner disciple. Yiche pulled out the identity token that Windless Knight had given him and slowly said, Oops. It turns out to be the immortal palace's heavenly pride. The old man really has eyes to recognize Mt. Taishan. Ha ha ha. Before and after only a second, Shun Wanshan's speed of changing his face shocked a street. It is deserved that people can be a prime minister. Just this mouth and face, how can the general public learn? The bystanders spat. Yiche smiled without smiling and said, Old Shun, what do you want to do by calling these people? Right. A gift. Shun Wanshan stuttered for a few seconds and changed his words. Where are the gifts I asked you to bring? Bunch of rice buckets. Shun Wanshan angrily reprimanded the household servants. Family man, we don't dare to refute it. Young warrior, help me. The bound Shun Miao, at this time, loudly shouted at Yiche. Yiche turned around and pretended not to hear. After all, it was difficult for a cleaner official to resolve family matters, and he didn't want to meddle in other people's family affairs. However, Empress Yaoqi didn't think so. She whispered to Yiche, This emperor commands you. Help her. Yiche was helpless. Why hadn't he seen before that the empress was still an old-fashioned person? Old Shan since your daughter is unwilling, this marriage might as well be forgotten. Yiche said. Tianjiao, the marriage was booked long ago. Ouyang is the third prince. Our Shen family can't afford to offend him. Shun Wanshan intended to reason with reason and move with emotion. Tianjiao, why don't you come with me to the Shen mansion? There are some treasures in my house, and I would like to ask for your help to take a look at them. Young warrior, save me. Don't listen to him. Shin Miao shouted. Shut up. I'm talking to the heavenly pride of the immortal palace. There's no place for you to interrupt here. Shun Wanshan snorted coldly, then said bitterly to Yiche. Tianjiao, although you are a disciple of the immortal palace, the Ouyang family is a royal family and is not to be messed with. I can't afford to be offended, and neither can you. You'll only die if you go against them. I know you're also acting on impulse, so there's no need to offend the Ouyang family for the sake of your little daughter, don't you think so? How about we each take a step back, and in the future in the imperial city, I, Shun Wanshan, will definitely regard you as my guest. What do you think? Yiche finished listening. It felt that Shun Wanshan had a point. He nodded and said, Old Shun your words have really enlightened me. You're a fucking genius. So, you're agreeing? Shun Wanshan was overjoyed. And Shun Miao closed her eyes in disappointment, thinking to herself that she was still naive. How could a person who met in passing be able to fight against the Dewu royal family for her? The female emperor was also stunned, and hurriedly tugged on Yiche. There is this emperor. What are you afraid of? But the next second, Yiche seriously said, Well, I'll go now and beat that Ouyang to death. Won't the problem be solved? Yeah, beat him to death, huh? Shin Wanshan looked at Yiche with a shocked expression. How did this guy come to that conclusion? Tianjiao, you didn't understand. The meaning of my words, I'll re-explain it. Shin Wanshan suspected that Yiche had misunderstood and was thinking of continuing to persuade. Yiche, however, directly interrupted, I understand what you mean. The reason for this difficult situation is all because of Ouyang existence. If that guy dies, won't the problem be solved? Yiche said. This is right. No, I didn't mean this at all. Shin Wanshan shouted back. Obviously he was the one who was fooling Yiche, but how did he in turn get fooled himself? And almost agreed with his ridiculous ideas. This man, so scary. There was no chance for Shun Wanshan to continue speaking. Empress Yaoqi directly dragged Yiche and flew to the third prince's mansion. A few breaths later, Ouyang, I've come to take your dog's life. Ouyang, who was working on a few $100 million project, stood up with his head full of questions. Huh? Ouyang was dumbfounded. He was at home, playing games with his concubine and humming a song, when suddenly he was shouted at for his dog's life. Is there any law? Is there any law? He immediately stood up and looked in the direction of the mansion gate. Who the hell wants my dog's life? And to know that you're a dog, I'm relieved that you have that self-awareness. Yiche walked into the Ouyang king's mansion while looking at him with a smile on his face. Who are you? Ouyang shouted. I'm your father, Yiche said with a smile. At this time, when the guards in the mansion saw Yiche barging in, they all immediately looked furious. They were never the only ones who stepped on others. When did anyone dare to step on them? And he also dared to insult the third prince as a dog in public. Who are you, kid? Do you know what this place is? Just dare to come here and be reckless. The person standing in front of you is the third prince. If you dare to come here and act wildly, you'll only end up dead. The guards drew their swords, and pointed them at Yi Che. Seeing this, Yi Che smiled coldly and pulled out the Sheng evil sword, standing at his side like a worldly expert. Humph! I, Yi Che, am not afraid of your great martial dynasty. Seeing Yi Che's stance, which was ready to make a move, the crowd's hearts flinched. Could it be? He's an expert? Just as the guards were hesitating, they saw Yi Che, who was full of disdain, take a step back and push the Empress in front of him, and then angrily shouted, "Little Enin, go! Don't let them go." Hearing these words, Empress Yao Qi couldn't help but have a few black lines appear on her forehead. She had just thought that her little man, the male, had risen. Yi Che didn't feel the slightest bit of embarrassment. Instead, he spoke up with a straight face, "I'm only at the 8th level of the Huang stage now. I still need to settle down for another 2.5 years. The Empress doted on Yi Che. "Don't worry, my shoulder is enough to cover you from the wind and rain." As the tone fell, the Empress released a strong aura, and dark clouds suddenly covered the entire sky, a powerful sense of oppression enveloping the entire royal residence. Ouyang Hao's legs went limp, and he directly knelt down. The guards, on the other hand, were killed by a single look from the Empress. Great martial dynasty, it's time to be destroyed. Empress Yao Qi rose up in the air, hidden in the immortal mist, and said softly, "Where is Sheng Wanwaner?" Wanaer heard the call and arrived in the blink of an eye. "Yes, Empress Sama." As this voice rang out, the entire imperial city was shocked. Female Emperor. It's Empress Yaoi. Greetings to the Empress. Up and down the imperial city, 10,000 people shouted in unison and fell on their knees. Yi Che looked at Ouyang Hao, who was kneeling on the ground. "It's only the 6th level of the Hong rank. I'm 2 realms higher than him. I should be able to beat him, right?" Thinking of this, Yi Che pulled out the Shang evil sword and suddenly stormed out with a slash. Before Ouyang Hao could react, his head was chopped off by Yi Che. "Young man, you don't speak martial arts." Chapter 75. The Day of Discussion. Great Emperors Arrive. In the palace, the king of the Dawu dynasty led the civil and military officials out and knelt down to greet them. "Greetings, Empress Sama." Empress Yao Qi looked at the Dawu kingdom king and said icily, "From today onwards, the Dawu dynasty will cease to exist." When these words came out, the Dao kingdom's ruler instantly collapsed to the ground. "For why?" "Empress Sama, I didn't do anything wrong. You made him unhappy, and that is your greatest fault," the Empress coldly said. Next, before the Dawu kingdom ruler had a chance to speak, the disciples of the 4 great halls swarmed up. Just a few breaths. The royal family of the Dawu dynasty, thousands of people were then slaughtered. "One heir, find a power to take over the great martial dynasty." "Yes," one heir answered. Seeing the overthrow of the Dao dynasty, the people of the imperial city cheered. "Emperor Dawu, that's a waste of space. Inaction all day long, fish and flesh. Those emperors are also all rice buckets. They only know how to scourge good girls. Fortunately, the female emperor came today and destroyed this bullshit Dawu dynasty. Ha ha ha." Xin Miao looked at the sky and murmured, "So she is the Empress Lord. But who is that young warrior?" In her mind, she couldn't help but recall Yi Che's handsome and peerless appearance, and a deer thumped in her heart. Did he set out to overthrow the Dawu dynasty for my sake? Shun Wanshan looked at the sky with a complicated gaze, his heart celebrating. "It's a good thing we didn't start a conflict with them, or else my Shin family would have had to eliminate all 9 clans as well." Yi Che came beside Empress Yao Qi and held her hand, saying, "Little Enin, are you still going to continue shopping?" "No more shopping, not in the mood." The Empress finished speaking, grabbed Yi Che's shoulder, and left. In the Yao Guang Hall, the Empress sat on the edge of the bed, her arms clasped over her chest, pouting in a sullen manner. Seeing this, Yi Che silently tapped on his personal panel. "Empress Yao Qi's current state. She's angry. You're still pissed off. You're the one who had to do the right thing, aren't you?" Yi Che walked to the Empress and coaxed softly, "Be good. Don't be angry." "Me. Didn't. Born. Angry. I don't believe you. Your mouth is pouting to the sky. Xiaoying, listen to me. You. Shut up. No talking." The Empress shook off Yi Che's hand with force and skimmed her head. "You don't want to be bullying on the basis of having this emperor's favor. You actually dare to lecture me now?" Yi Che blinked and said aggrievely, "Whoa shit, I haven't said anything yet. You're being unreasonable. You dare to say that this emperor is unreasonable?" With a prancing sound, Empress Yao Qi directly stood up. "Get out, I don't want to see you again." All right, don't be angry." Yiche smiled and pacified. I told you to get out. The Empress twisted her head. Really let me out? Uh-huh. All right then, I'm off. Yiche got up and bowed solemnly, then took out his own traveling bag and carried it on his back, with the appearance of leaving home. Empress Yaoqi took a look and asked in confusion, Where are you going? Wanderlust. Get back here. The Empress didn't have the heart to say. Yiche sniffed, put away his traveling bag, sat down beside the Empress, and pulled up her small hand. Let go. The Empress grunted in exasperation. Wife. Yiche shouted with a smile. You, I'm not your wife. The Empress' cheeks reddened slightly. This sound made the anger in her heart, inexplicably, disappear. He, just now on the street. I called out to your wife in front of so many people. You didn't say anything. I thought you agreed. Yiche said. Humph, that'll have to. See how you behave. The Empress snorted coldly. Don't be angry. As the lord of a domain, be generous. Yiche persuaded. I repeat, this emperor is generous. Otherwise, everyone in the entire great martial dynasty will die. The female emperor said without any good humor. She hated being called cheap. It was thanks to Yiche. If it were anyone else, they would probably have finished drinking the Mona soup by now. The most generous little yum under the sky. Don't be angry, oh. I'll tell you a story. Yiche's eyes rolled around, and he said with some unkindness. What joke? Once upon a time, a man came ashore from a bath in the river, and when the monkeys in the trees saw it, they just kept laughing non-stop, and do you know why? The Empress thought for a few seconds and said, See him without his clothes? Yiche shook his head and laughed as he explained. The monkey said, Why is this person's tail so short and long in front? Ha ha ha. The Empress instantly understood the meaning of Yiche's words, and again, she couldn't help but recall the image she saw last time. His seems to be similar to a monkey's tail, almost. A blush quickly appeared on the Empress' face, delicate and charming. Seeing this, Yiche lowered his head and kissed the Empress' red lips. After kissing for the better part of an hour, the Empress softly collapsed into Yiche's arms, her slender fingers gently on Yiche's chest, drawing circles. Tomorrow, the major powers of the Penglai domain are coming. This emperor suspects that they're here for a bad reason this time, so be careful and try not to leave my sight, understand? The Empress softly looked at Yiche and said, How dare they make trouble in your territory? I don't know, but an anomaly came from the domain seal. Someone from the violet domain came across the domain. Coming at this point in time can't be good. Yiche nodded. I will be careful. Next day, the Yaoqi Empress presided over the morning court on a rare occasion, sitting on her throne, hidden in the immortal mist. Today, there are countless sects that have come to my immortal palace to discuss the Tao. The Empress spoke. The 4 palace venerables and elders immediately stopped talking. Although it is a friendly argument, this emperor does not want the immortal palace disciples to be less skillful than others. Therefore, I also ask you to send the best disciples from each hall to go and discuss the Tao. Understand? Upon hearing this, the venerables nodded their heads and chorused in unison, We understand. Noon. A large colorful cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. Feng Wuyao, who had been ordered to receive the guests, immediately stood at the gate of the immortal palace. I didn't expect so many people to come to this Tao Discourse conference. Windless Night murmured. One could only see that countless flying spirit vessels and mounted beasts were coming from the sky, with all sorts of cool colors that dazzled the eyes. Feng Wuyao rushed forward, saluted one by one, and ordered the disciples under his door to take them to rest. Right at this moment, in the sky, a breaking sound rang out, only to see that one person with 2 disciples was actually stepping across the void. Emperor Tatsuo. The crowd marveled. I haven't seen you in 100 years. I didn't expect that great Emperor Chun Hua has refined his knowledge of space. What he has executed is none other than the divine Tao technique, treading shadows in the void. It looks like great Emperor Chen Hua has cultivated it to the extreme to be able to cross the void with his immortal Emperor realm cultivation. The crowd all looked at Emperor Chen Hua, who had descended from the sky, with envious faces. Boom. Suddenly, the earth trembled. The crowd nearly fell over. You see, in the sky, there was a giant ape the size of a mountain, running wildly, and the ground was just shaken by it. On the shoulders of the giant ape stood a man. Someone recognized it. It's the Mountain Emperor. I didn't expect that his battle pet, Tarzan Ape, was already at the 9th level of Immortal Emperor as well. Immediately afterward, another black fog drifted in from the sky, the miasma thick. The crowd's faces changed greatly, and they backed away in fear. It's Emperor Musashi. Using poison to enter the Tao, refining all of one's 5 organs and 6 bowels into poison. I heard that Emperor Musashi, some time ago, also obtained a piece of ebony soft armor, which, paired with his 5 poison evil technique, increased his battle power by at least 2 times. In the face of these great emperor-level powerhouses, Windless Knight didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow and hurriedly went forward to entertain them. And at that moment, a sound and music came from the sky. The crowd looked up and, only to see, 6 heavenly horses, with their hooves, dragging a palanquin across the sky. Emperor Tian is here. Chapter 76. The opening shocked the great emperors. On the ground, an exclamation rang out. Emperor Tian is worthy of being the first immortal emperor powerhouse of the Penglai domain. The aura is as terrifying as it is. If it weren't for the disappearance of the Yaoqi Holy Land, I'm afraid that great Emperor Tian would have broken through into sainthood long ago. I just don't know if today's Tian Emperor can compete with the Empress Lord. The palanquin landed. The surrounding crowd immediately felt an arcane aura of the great Tao. Emperor Tian stepped out of the sedan chair, his face unperturbed, followed by 4 children. He walked slowly towards Feng Wui, and in the gaze of the crowd, he nodded slightly and said, Tian sect, come to the meeting to discuss the Tao. Its voice was transmitted, and the Taoist rhythms dispersed in all directions, and could be heard both inside and outside the immortal palace. Windless Knight's heart sank, and his gaze became a bit unkind. A demonstration right off the bat? Let's see what the Empress will do to you later. Windless Knight arched his hand and said to the crowd, Welcome to the Immortal Palace to discuss the Tao. Without further ado, I'll take you all to the Grand Hall. After saying that, he turned around and led all the forces, entering the Immortal Palace. On the way, some great emperor powerhouses saw quite a few thatched huts built at the foot of the 4 temples, and there were even disciples living inside. He couldn't help but exclaim, The disciples of the Immortal Palace are truly hardworking and diligent, and are dedicated to the Tao. Hearing this, many of the great emperor's disciples were stunned and ashamed in their hearts. Could this be the reason why the Yaoqi Immortal Palace was powerful? Emperor Tian and the others narrowed their eyes slightly and were silent, but they were equally surprised in their hearts. Windless Knight couldn't help but feel a slight bitterness at the corners of his mouth as he looked at these marveling great emperors and heavenly pride from all sides. This group of disciples, how can they be that enlightened? It's all the tradition started by this Yiche kid. But after staying for so many days, we haven't seen the Empress give the order to let them enter the Immortal Palace. The crowd walked to the entrance of the main hall when they suddenly heard the sound of a zither. Ding ding, ding 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 ding, ding ding. Immortal music curled up and resounded throughout the Immortal Palace. A stunning song that shakes you to the core. With the sound of the zither, everyone seemed to have fallen into some kind of enlightenment. Their minds were in a trance, and they couldn't help but stop to admire it. Where did the fairy music come from? Hearing this immortal music, the great emperors were silent among them, but were puzzled, only to see that Yiche was above the clouds, gently stroking his zither, and behind him, colored clouds coalesced and moved in tandem. The great Taoist vision. Emperor Tian looked at Yiche, his heart shocked that this person's zither Tao had reached such a high level. I didn't realize that there was such a talent under the female emperor's door. Zither child, you don't have to compare zither later. Great Emperor Tian looked towards one of his children. Yes. The child carrying the zither nodded. He had studied the zither Tao and knew that it would be difficult to surpass Yiche's song. The crowd was all surprised by Yiche's stunning song, and for a moment, they didn't know what to do next. That ethereal immortal music, also at this moment, slowly stopped, causing many of the great emperors who were intoxicated with it to be somewhat disappointed. Such melodious immortal music, it's just not too much to listen to it for the rest of one's life. That's right. Disciples of the Immortal Palace, they really live up to their name. Many powerful people shook their heads and sighed. This music should only be found in heaven. How many times can you hear it on earth? The crowd entered the great hall in turn. Empress Yaoqi sat on the throne of the great hall, the immortal mist covering her face, and from time to time, a terrifying aura of the great Tao emanated from it. Emperor Tian was the first to say, Empress, it's been a long time. It seems like your sense of the great Tao has improved quite a bit. So is the Taoist. As the sound fell, the immortal mist dispersed. and the Empress's stunningly beautiful face surfaced in front of everyone's eyes. Facing such a beautiful face, let alone those disciples, even the several great emperors, their minds were in a trance. Can't help but marvel at how the world can produce such beautiful faces. Empress Yaoqi is still as beautiful as ever. If only I had such a beautiful wife. You're cheap, you just crave other people's bodies. Countless people longed in their hearts, fantasizing about meeting the Empress in their dreams. The people took their seats in turn, but to everyone's surprise, after Yi Che entered the grand hall, he actually sat directly next to the Empress, his seat only half a degree shorter than the Empress' throne. It was quite a bit higher than such great emperor powerhouses as Tian and Hua. Yi Che's position surprised everyone. What makes a disciple with only Huang rank strength sit so high? The Empress looked at Yi Che and reached out to help Yi Che straighten the crown of his hair. This scene fell in the eyes of the crowd, and again, their hearts were wildly shaken, and their eyes were about to fall out. Where the hell is this? The several Tianli great emperors secretly glanced at each other, and they were all quite puzzled, stating that they had never seen Yi Che before. The Empress looked at Wan Er. Wan Er understood and stepped forward. Gentlemen, you must be a bit tired after traveling all the way here. I, Yaoqi Immortal Palace, have specially prepared a gourmet meal for all of you. Not long after, a number of maids carried bowls of fish soup to each of the powerhouses at the Emperor Realm cultivation level. Looking at the fish soup, the Mountain Emperor coldly grunted. As a great emperor, what kind of food haven't I eaten before? Female Emperor, let's start discussing the Tao directly. Yeah, what's so good about this fish? Emperor Musashi said conspiratorially. Normally, they wouldn't dare to talk to the Empress like this. But this time they came, they were looking for trouble. Wouldn't be afraid of the Empress. Instead, it was great Emperor Tianli, who picked up his chopsticks and said with a smile, everyone, after all, it is the Empress's good intentions, so why don't you just take a few bites? After saying that, Emperor Tianli took the lead in eating. Just after taking a bite, Emperor Tianli was instantly shocked. This soup looked plain and ordinary, but it unexpectedly contained majestic spiritual energy, as well as the slightest hint of Taoism. This is actually a illusionary color koi. Emperor Tianli was shocked, then took a big bite. Seeing this, the other great emperors frowned slightly and moved their chopsticks. When they ate it, they immediately felt the wonders of it. It's really a phantom-colored koi. How generous of you, Empress. After the Mountain Emperor said this, he directly dropped his chopsticks and hugged his bowl and drank. Emperor Musashi did the same, and while eating, he could feel his cultivation rising. These few great emperors were still like this, not to mention the others, who couldn't wait to bury their heads in the bowl. Lord Empress, as far as I know, this illusory koi is already on the verge of extinction. You are making this move. Chen Huadadi was puzzled. The Empress said indifferently, this is all due to Yi Che, who can help the illusory koi continue to reproduce. At those words, the great emperors were shocked. Everyone looked at Yi Che with unbelievable gazes. The Yaoji sanctuary disappeared, and the phantom koi lost their ability to reproduce. This was the consensus identified by all cultivators in the Penglai domain. Now, you're saying he can help the phantom koi reproduce? With him, isn't that the same as having an endless supply of phantom koi? If that's the case, even a pig could become an emperor. It's a fucking hang-up. Emperor Tianli narrowed his eyes slightly, making up his mind in his heart. At the end of the argument, Yi Che must be taken captive. Soon, the great emperors finished enjoying the food. Great Emperor Tianli rose and arched his hand. Female Emperor, there is a painting boy under my disciples who has a slight study of the Tao of painting, and he has come today because he wants to spar with the disciples of the Immortal Palace. The Empress looked at Yi Che and was about to speak, but Venerable Thundercloud stepped forward. Lord Empress, my disciples from the Thundercloud Hall request to fight. After Venerable Thundercloud finished speaking, he immediately pushed out the clueless disciple beside him. Thunder Sledgehammer, give it to me. Lei Sledgehammer was dumbfounded. Himself a hammer swinging, no hair painting road. Your Highness, if you want to show your face in front of the Empress, can you not drag me along? Sorry, pushed the wrong person. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Honorable Thundercloud hurriedly pulled back Thunder Sledgehammer and pushed out another one. Rebbe, you're on. Yes, Your Highness. Lei Bai stepped out of the crowd rather confidently, waved a sleeve, pulled out a pen, and said, please. Chapter 77. I can't draw? I'm the stop painter. The painting boy nodded, snorted, stepped forward, said, This child immersed in the painting road for hundreds of years. A hand of painting skills have long been out of the gods. I do not know how many people come from a long way to ask for paintings, but also depends on my mood. You know. Seeing that even a painting boy dared to speak out of turn and make a big deal out of it, Lei Bai immediately stormed off. To the shocked eyes of the crowd came a blowout show. Lei Bai braced his arms, his muscles gnarled, and the muscles in his chest formed a picture. Human painting in one. Venerable Thundercloud grinned and bragged to the crowd. The two men were painting at the same time, painting plum blossoms. Soon after, the drawing boy took the lead in putting down his brush, and the plum blossom in the painting immediately flashed with golden light, and the people present, surprisingly, smelled the plum blossom aroma, refreshing the heart. Hiss! This painting is actually divine. Emperor Huang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. That's right, that's right. A disciple under the heavenly first great emperor is really powerful. And at this point, Rebbe is only halfway through the painting, and it's not good. The gap between the two was high and low. The empress frowned slightly and glanced at Venerable Thundercloud in displeasure. Is this the man you brought in? With a black face, Venerable Thundercloud yanked Lei Bai down and scolded in a low voice. You bratty bastard. I see you draw so evocatively on weekdays, but you pull your punches at critical moments. Your Highness, it's not my fault. If you have the guts to make him compete with me in drawing villain fighting pictures, I can fucking draw him to death. Shut up, shame on you. The corner of Tianning Emperor's mouth tugged upwards, his heart soothed. The immortal palace disciple is really humble. By a fluke this disciple of mine won a handful of hands. Ha ha ha. The rest of the group began to look down and communicate with each other, too. Immortal palace disciples are nothing more than that, not as good as rumored. Rather, it's a disciple under Emperor Tian's disciple who has an excellent painting skill. Yes, I'm afraid that this painting would be very difficult for someone to paint in the entire Penglai domain. Yaoqi Immortal Palace has lost miserably this time. The crowd's murmur was small, but all of those present were at Emperor Realm Cultivation, so how could they not hear it? Empress Yaoqi glanced at them lightly, her cold face unruffled. The field was instantly silent. Yi Che, you go? The Empress faintly said. Yes. Yi Che got up with a smile on his face and walked to the painting boy under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Emperor Tian's eyelids inexplicably jumped. Empress, this disciple of yours still knows the way of painting? Slightly. The Empress said softly. Emperor Tian looked at Yi Che and always felt that this brat was not ordinary. Although his cultivation is poor, but this temperament, I do not know how many disciples under his door have been killed. He must be taken back captive. Emperor Tian secretly said in his heart. Draw what? The painting boy looked at Yi Che rather disdainfully. You play the piano well, so what? In the painting world, I'm the boss. The man who can beat me hasn't even come out of his mother's womb yet. Yi Che gently smiled and said, Why don't we paint a portrait of each other? Whatever. The painting boy answered, when both put up his brush, according to Yi Che, and drew. As he drew, he couldn't help but feel jealous in his heart. Lean, what do you want to do with your good looks? Is the universe awesome? Yi Che didn't move his brush in a hurry, but kept staring at the drawing boy's drawing, commenting from time to time. Draw your eyes serious, your nose higher, and my hair isn't that short here, is it? Listening to Yi Che's ramblings, the painting boy gritted his teeth in anger and glared at Yi Che after tapping the last stroke. I've drawn it, you're drawing it or not. Yi Che looked at the painting and nodded. Not bad. I didn't expect that you would actually be able to take 6 points of my handsomeness and paint it. But in the eyes of a great man of the painting way like him, there was still a flaw. Alas, it's just a pity that only its shape is not allowed. This painting fails to draw the domineering spirit in my eyes, fails to give the portrait a soul, and is ultimately just a dead thing. Hearing this, the crowd was speechless for a while. The Mountain Emperor grunted coldly. This painting has already touched the slightest trace of Tao rhythm, and you're worthy of judging it here? If you can't draw, get your ass down there. The Mountain Emperor had just finished speaking when he felt a sudden chill on his back, and when he looked up, he saw the Yaoqi Empress looking at him coldly. Empress, I? Emperor Tian hurriedly rounded up. All right, Yi Che, why don't you draw? Yi Che didn't reply, but instead, he threw a bowl of ink onto the rice paper. Picking up a pen casually, he began to stroke the pen and wield it in an atmospheric manner. This scene stunned the crowd. What's he doing? I don't understand. Is this painting? How come it's the same way I spread sweet chili sauce? Empress, this disciple of yours is determined to cause trouble, isn't he? The Empress narrowed her eyes and was not sure what Yiche was doing, but she knew that Yiche's painting Tao had long since reached its peak. In the Yaguang Hall, the several photo albums hanging there were the best proof. Even she herself couldn't get enough of it. What do you know? This is a very high-level way of painting, the Empress said. The crowd all shook their heads, but for the face of the Empress, they didn't make any more noise, but quietly watched Yiche paint. Suddenly, the crowd didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but only felt that the person in the painting moved, and the portrait actually had an expression. The crowd shook their heads, and when they looked more closely, they seemed to be back to their original state again, a change that puzzled them. Could eyes be blurred? Why do I feel like the painting is moving? Huh? I have that feeling too. It always seems like the portrait is sneaking a peek at us. Seeing this scene, the painting boy's face was shaken, and a huge wave was set off within him. The entire person staggered backward, and his mouth couldn't help but exclaim in shock. What? This is to paint through the spirit. How is this possible? Obviously, it's not even painted yet the painting spirit has already appeared? Could it be that he is? The painting boy's scalp tingled as he thought of something unimaginable. His exclamation also managed to attract the attention of the heavenly first emperor and the others. The mountain emperor couldn't help but ask curiously, could it be what? You kid continue to say talk half, chicken short half? Although they didn't quite understand it, they knew from looking at the painting boy's expression that Yiche's painting seemed to be very impressive. The painting boy took a deep breath, trying to calm the shock in his heart, and slowly said, his way of painting has entered the realm of stopping. Brother, I admit defeat, but can I make one small request? Tell me about it. Can you sell me this painting? The painting boy pleaded. Seeing his own disciple begging in public, Tianling Emperor's face immediately couldn't stand it and he droned. Painted boy, what do you want? Don't get back yet. Harm. A painting isn't worth much, so if you want it, it's yours. Yiche dropped the last stroke and generously threw the painting to the painting boy. Thank you, brother. I never thought that I, painted boy, would meet the legendary stop painter in my lifetime. Die without regret. Seeing the painting boy's look of hating to lick Yiche's feet, the crowd knew who had won and who had lost the painting Tao competition. But the mountain emperor didn't understand. It's just a painting. How good can it be? Upon hearing this, the painting boy pointed at the portrait and said admiringly, the painting of the stop painter has given the portrait a soul. In other words, this painting is now my second life. Even if I die, as long as this painting is still there, I can be reborn with it attached. After hearing the painting boy's explanation, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The mountain emperor was even more cool air inhaled fiercely and could not stop coughing. At this moment, the gazes of everyone present, looking at Yiche, all became ambiguous. I didn't realize that the painter had this kind of skill. It's true that there are no waste professions, only waste people. The boy must be taken captive. Great Emperor Tianyi, once again, firmly said. Chapter 78. Your poison is just plain water. At this moment, the gazes of everyone in the great hall fell on him. Everyone couldn't take their eyes off of it. It was as if they were seeing another dazzling new star rising out of sight. Yiche put his hands behind his back and raised his head proudly. Toward the crowd, especially those great emperors who had screamed extremely loudly earlier, he said, if the way of painting is without me, I really don't know. How many will be kings and how many will be emperors? The painting path is as long as the night. Only I, Yiche, leave a light on. Good, good, good. Big brother Yiche is so right. The painting boy applauded excitedly. Looking at his appearance, he really hated to be Yiche's grandson. Upon hearing this, the Tianyi emperor's face was a bit ugly, and his eyes looked at Yiche with an unkind look. It wasn't good for him if the disciples under the female emperor were too good. Such a genius, if he didn't use it for him, then years later, it would definitely become a hindrance to him. This man must not be kept. Female emperor, this disciple of yours, he is indeed exceptionally talented. He must be cultivated properly. Great Emperor Tianyi smiled. I won't trouble you with that, Great Emperor Tianyi. The female emperor said indifferently. Yiche arched his hand and sat back down. Windless Night regretted. If I had known that this brat was so good at painting the Tao, I shouldn't have let him into the immortal palace. How nice it should be to stay in the Windward Palace and draw for me every day. At this time, The mountain emperor quietly slipped over to Yi Chei's side and lightly coughed a few times and said, "Little friend Yi Chei, I was a bit loud just now. That what? Can you draw one for me?" "Shan Yu." Tianyi emperor glared at him, thinking, where is your position? Tatsuwa, drag him over here, what a shame. This mountain, it is indeed unlike anything else. Great Emperor Chen Hua nodded in approval. But the next second, he walked over to Yi Chei and pulled out a token that shone with golden light. Who would want to do work for you if you ask for work without a gift? Little friend Yi Chei, this is my Qinhua sect's VIP order. With this order, come to my Qinhua sect to play, and I'll make sure that you'll have all the services you want. Give me one too. Yi Chei looked at these two great emperors and said that it was true that art students were still popular. A paintbrush can go anywhere. Yi Chei sat up straight and slightly raised his head 45 degrees, forcing himself to say, "Good deal. Just come and find me after the discourse is over." Ha 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 ha. Many thanks, many thanks. The two mountain great emperors and Chenhua great emperors laughed out loud and happily returned to their seats. As he passed by the location of the Musashi emperor, he couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that this guy, Musashi, was quite principled and actually didn't go to little brother Yi Chei and beg for a painting. It's a character to be admired. What the two of them didn't know was that Musashi was chomping at the bit. Is he not wanting to go? Is he principled? For fuck's sake, a great emperor yanks your arm as hard as he can and you try to move it? Emperor Tianyi, I dare you, immortal. You compensate the old man for the painting. Cough cough. The painting Dao competition will end everywhere. Great Emperor Tianyi hurriedly coughed. Seeing that the situation was about to fall to the Yaoqi Empress's side, Emperor Tianyi hurriedly made a wink at Emperor Musashi. Emperor Musashi nodded slightly and sent out his disciple. This disciple of mine, who has a lifelong preference for delving into the Tao of poison, likes to spend time with poisonous insects and herbs on weekdays. I wonder if, in the Immortal Palace, there is a disciple proficient in the poison Tao to compete with this disciple of mine? When Emperor Musashi finished speaking, his disciple walked to the center of the hall, his entire body skin tattooed with various venomous insect patterns. The most conspicuous thing was the tricolored spotted snake he had tattooed on his neck, lifelike and chilling. My name is Ruan Sanbu. Anyone who has been poisoned by me has been poisoned to death within 3 steps. The poison road is like a great river flowing endlessly, only my figure is independent of the tide. Ruan Sanbu looked up at the sky with an expertly despondent face and said. Hearing this, the crowd was speechless. How come these great emperor disciples are all so capable of pretending? Can you say something human? Looking at Ruan Sanbu, Emperor Tianyi nodded in satisfaction. That's a good lad, spry enough. Hee, my immortal palace is righteous, but I don't have any disciples practicing the poison Tao. Windless Knight snorted. It's fine. It's fine to know the way of healing and to be able to detoxify poisons. Emperor Musashi said indifferently. I'm just here for the trouble, whatever you've got. Upon hearing this, Ruan Sanbu pulled out a green-colored porcelain bottle, and as soon as this poison came out, the crowd felt that the temperature around them had dropped several degrees. This is the soul-hooking scatter, which is formulated from those 108 kinds of poisonous insects that are the most poisonous, together with 72 kinds of poisonous herbs, and I would call it a poison that has no cure in the world. Once the hooked soul is in your body, the poisonous insects will immediately devour your organs and bowels, and the poisonous herb juice will invade your blood vessels, and in a few breaths, you will bleed to death through your 7 orifices. When the crowd heard this, they all looked scandalized. They were most afraid of fighting with people who practiced the poison Tao because they couldn't defend themselves, and if they weren't careful, they would die a miserable death. Whoever can undo this poison, I, Ruan Sanbu, will pull myself upside down in public. Ruan Sanbu said with confidence. Seeing him so confident, the Immortal Palace disciples were even more afraid to go. This thing, it's a 7-way street if you're not careful. The Empress's willow brows furrowed. If she wasn't in the way of the discourse assembly, she really wanted to slap Ruan Sanbu to death. How dare you be so wild in front of her? Empress Yaoqi looked at the disciples of the 4 halls of the Immortal Palace, but no disciple dared to meet her eyes. Seeing that no one from the Immortal Palace had come forward, Emperor Tianyi was happy again. This poisonous path, indeed, is not something that ordinary people can cultivate. Musashi, quickly let your disciple come back. Don't make things too difficult for the Empress. Blame me. I always thought that the Immortal Palace disciples were omnipotent and proficient in the 3,000 great paths. Hearing this, the crowd nodded. Indeed, It seems that the immortal palace disciples aren't as strong as the rumors. Where in this world is there a poison that can't be undone? Fellow Taoist Xuan, you're blowing your load. Yi Che said indifferently. Dare to suppress my little yum-yum. Your brother Chul will teach you how to behave. Yi Che walked in front of Ruan Sanbu and said, all things in nature are born with each other. If there is a poison, there will be a corresponding antidote. Just because it doesn't match doesn't mean it doesn't. Ruan Sanbu coldly grunted. You mean you can cure me of this poison? Truth be told, in my eyes, your poison is just like plain water. Yi Che confessed. Ruan Sanbu stared disdainfully at Yi Che and laughed. Ha ha ha. So what if you're good at painting? Do you know what poison is? You say my poison is plain water, then you have the guts to drink it, and if you don't bleed from all 7 orifices, I'll immediately stand upside down and shit myself in public. Yi Che's face was unperturbed as he reached out to receive the green porcelain bottle. Little Tuzi, the By Blood Heart Sutra that you gave before said that it can cure all poisons. Can this poison be cured? This poison, it counts for nothing. The system despised. Yi Che smiled and prepared to drink it all in one go. Yi Che, no drinking. The Empress gave a panicked, petulant cry. Terrifying imperial might instantly enveloped the entire hall, and under this imperial might, everyone was unable to move. It's okay to lose this match, don't take any chances. Empress Yaoqi hurriedly grabbed the green porcelain bottle in Yi Che's hand, fearing that he would make a foolish move. Her eyes were clear and cold. Her eyes were like knives, sweeping over everyone present. The air within the great hall was instantly cold to the point of freezing. Everyone's hearts trembled and their backs went cold, sensing a deadly danger. If anything happens to him, all of you will die, Empress Yaoqi said in a deep voice. The moment these words came out, the breath of everyone present stuttered. A friendly argument, how can we really let something happen to an immortal palace disciple? Great Emperor Tian laughed and rounded off the conversation. His eyes looked toward Yi Che, and he was astonished in his heart. Yi Che, Yi Che, what exactly is your origin that you have caused the Yaoqi Empress to attach such importance to you? Even going so far as to go to war with all the great emperors of the Penglai domain for your sake. Yi Che was also touched. Just for your words, this period of time of attentive service was worth it. He arched his hand and said, Lord Empress, truth be told, disciple knows a little about detoxification. Trust me, this little crap poison can't help me. Chapter 79. Dude, you're a devil, right? Hearing Yi Che's words, the faces of the great emperors were astonished. You don't look like you're pretending. Could it be? Could he really unravel it? It's okay. Yi Che comfortingly patted the Empress's shoulder. With that, he took back the green porcelain bottle and drank it all in one go. After swallowing the poison, the hooker went down his throat and into his stomach. The blue blood heart sutra instantly functioned. In Yi Che's blood, many turquoise light points emerged, as if an army of 1,000,000, and in an instant, they completely annihilated that soul hooker. At this moment, the gazes of everyone in the great hall were focused on him alone. One held his breath, his eyes unblinking for fear of missing any details, only to see that Yi Che frowned and covered his stomach. Seeing this, Ruan Sanbu sneered in his heart, I'll let you pretend. In 3 seconds at most, you'll be bleeding from all 7 orifices. Emperor Tian also snorted coldly in his heart. If you can't be used for me, then you'll die. Yi Che, you. The Empress was worried. However, the next second, Yi Che suddenly let out a fart. The sound was not loud, but with the cultivation of the people in the hall, they heard it very clearly. Comfortable, this hooker tastes really bad. It's easy to get an upset stomach if you eat too much. Yi Che smashed his mouth and commented a few sentences. When the great emperors heard this, they were almost shocked to the point of dying in place. Dude, you're the devil, right? The strength of the toxicity of the hooked soul scatter was well known to the cultivators of the Penglai domain. Even if a great emperor is struck, he can only use his cultivation to forcibly suppress it and cannot expel it. And as a result, you eat it like a jelly bean? Do you have any common sense in your eyes? For a while, the sound of cold breaths being sucked out of the great hall rose and fell, just like a symphony orchestra playing. Fellow Taoist Ruan, may I ask may you poop upside down? Ruan Sanbu hadn't yet recovered from his shock, and was only awakened by Yi Che's shout at this moment. Yi Che, no, brother. I just talked blindly, you? Ruan Sanbu stammered. How could he have known that there was actually someone in this world who could unlock the hooked soul? It's broken. Overplayed my hand. Yi laughed and turned his head to Empress Yaoqi. Empress, he's cheating. Then die. The Empress coldly glanced at Ruan Sanbu, and a terrifying imperial might instantly enveloped his heart. Spare my life, spare my life. I'll pull, I'll pull. Ruan Sanbu's legs went limp, and he fell to his knees. Windless night, take him out, so as not to dirty my immortal palace. Yes. Feng Wuyao respectfully said, then carried Ruan Sanbu to a certain small corner. Yi smiled at the great emperors and returned to his seat once again. At this moment, the gazes of Tianyi Emperor and the others always fell on Yi, and those eyes were like looking at a monster. Young, but proficient in the ways of music, painting, and poison. They were tempted to ask, have you been practicing since your mother's womb? Emperor Tianyi said to the Empress, Empress, this disciple of yours, is he for sale? At those words, the crowd was surprised again. Emperor Tianyi, are you saying something serious? Yi is a disciple I've trained for many years. He's not for sale. The female emperor coldly said. Yi was hers. No one could take it away. Yi, who was in his seat, couldn't help but mutter in his heart when he heard the empress' words. Train me? That said, it's always been me who's served you, hasn't it? Seeing the female emperor's refusal, Emperor Tianyi shook his head and once again strengthened his determination to take Yi captive. On the grand hall, many disciples could not help but become envious and jealous when they saw that Yi, alone, had attracted the attention of all the great emperors. The great emperors had all cultivated for 1,000 years and had long since transcended the world. Now, however, he was fully focused on observing Yi's every move. There was even a scramble for them, hoping to come under their discipline. This scene, watching the crowd's mouth-watering, the heart cried out, enjoy this kind of treatment of people, how can not be their own? Soon after, Windless Night returned to the main hall. Did he strained upside down? Yi asked. Windless Night shook his head. He didn't. Daring. Is he challenging this emperor's authority? Go kill him. At those words, the empress was furious. Windless Night hurriedly said, No, empress. He pulled upside down, but didn't pull out the diluted ones. Pulled a big one. Hiss. There was a look of sympathy from the crowd. After a few more moments, Sanbu Nguyen walked in with a hood. The people around them were so scared that they bounced and started in place and hid. Lord Empress, it's getting late. Why don't we end today's discussion here? We'll discuss it again tomorrow? Great Emperor Tianyi said in a deep voice. His mind was a little foggy right now. He had to go back and slow down and think of a response. Empress Yaoqi nodded. Good. Waner, send all the great emperors to rest. Yes. Wan arched her hand and led the group to the Golden Light Hall. Yi, on the other hand, followed the empress back to her chambers. Night is coming, and it's a good stage for rutting. Tiny tone kiss. Boing. The empress somewhat shyly wrapped her arms around Yi's neck. The two kissed from the doorway to the bed and then to the hot tub. Yi laid down in the pool and tapped on Empress Yaoqi's personal panel. Name: Yaoyin. Cultivation: 9th level of Immortal Emperor. Favorability: 70. Current wish: to be with Yi every day. Xiaotongzi: the good sense is 70. Let me ask you, where's my reward? Were they eaten by you? Host: goodwill rewards can be saved up all the time, and the longer it sinks in, the more generous the rewards will be. I'm a professional laborer who has worked hard to serve the Empress for so many days. If you dog system dares to eat my kickbacks, I'll curse you to death, Yi said. At this time, the Empress changed into her nightgown and softly said, It's time to go to bed. At those words, Yi got up and went up to the bed in a flash. He skillfully embraced the Empress' jade body and kissed it. Now, as long as he didn't make that final step, the Empress acquiesced to him. Oing. The Yaoqi Empress couldn't help but gasp. She felt Yi's big hot hand lifting her nightgown, but she didn't stop it. Let Yi slowly explore. Yi couldn't help but look at her pair of jade legs, which were simply white and flawless. The moment the nightgown lifted, he actually subconsciously swallowed. There was the sight of the slightly bulging arc of her small pants covering her, and a feeling of dryness in her mouth. Yi thought to himself, other than the last step, there are actually quite a lot of other tricks you can play. Tiny tone, I'm coming. Just as Yi and the female emperor were enhancing their relationship, the four great emperors had gathered together again. Great Emperor Tianyi said with a sullen face, Today's Dao discourse has caused us to lose face. Tomorrow, no matter what, we must make that woman, Yao Yin, eat her words for once. Emperor Musashi was also filled with anger. That's right. She dares to threaten this emperor. I just don't believe that the four of us together will be no match for her. Emperor Tianyi nodded, and seeing that the two of them, Shan Yu and Shenhua, were silent, he asked, "The two of you, why are you silent?" The mountain emperor scratched his head and said in a jarring voice, "Tianyi, let's forget about us forcing the palace. Look at them. They invited us to dinner as soon as they came up and promised to draw for me. I'm not so good at this." Seconded. Emperor Chanhua said, "No, you too." Tianyi Emperor pointed at these two people. His high blood pressure was so close to being exasperated. What happened to the promise of being in the same boat, of honor and disgrace? A bowl of fish soup and you're bought off? Emperor Tianyi's face turned blue as he said, "Emperor Zhou has already come. What are you guys afraid of? The Northern Dipper sacred ground in the Violet domain hasn't disappeared, and the Violet Emperor is confident that he can break through to the sacred stage within 10 years, and Yaoyin is definitely no match for him. Defeat her? Then take Yi Che captive and make him serve us. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Kind of makes sense. So what should we do tomorrow? If a civil fight doesn't work, then let's compete in martial arts. This emperor doesn't believe that Yi Che's mere Huang rank cultivation can be as strong as he is. Chapter 80. This sun can become a god. The next day, dazzling sunlight pierced the clouds as a row of fairy geese flew through the fairy palace. A martial arts heavenly altar was erected outside the main hall. Each great emperor had sent out their most favored disciple. They named their names and wanted to compete with Yi Che. "Empress, your disciple must have amazing battle prowess. Can you let this untalented disciple of mine challenge him?" Great Emperor Tianyi smiled and said. The Empress lightly glanced at the few people who had stepped forward with mediocre battle prowess and reassuringly said, "Fine. Yi Che, you go. Little Yin, I'm going to what? They're all Zeus rank, and there's a U rank. I'm only at the 8th level of the Hong rank. I can't beat them," Yi Che said with a bitter face. He just wanted to develop peacefully and wait until he became a Tao Lord realm bigwig. Then he would come out of the mountains to act like a bully. Why now? Always let him fight. Cannot beat it will be beaten up. Empress Yaoqi helplessly held her forehead. She was well aware of Yi Che's battle power, which was completely undefeated by U-ranked cultivators. But she couldn't figure out how this guy could be so timid. Obviously, his sword Tao comprehension was heaven-defying and his battle power was superb, but he didn't dare to fight with anyone. Offhand, the look wasn't even faked. The Empress coaxed softly, "Don't worry, with this Empress here, nothing will happen to you." "I don't want it, little Yin, you should still send someone else." Yi Che shook his head and refused. Life is precious, a meticulous to the end is king. At this time, the Tianyi Emperor slowly said, "If it doesn't work, then forget it. There is indeed a bit of a realm gap. Damn it, you know there's a gap in the realm, and you still let your disciple challenge me by name? This bad old man is so bad." Yi Che spat in his heart. He was just about to slip away when the Empress Jade foot extended and kicked him in the ass. Then, Yi Che flew up to the heavenly altar in a strange position. "Ouch! Little Yin, you're so vicious." Yi Che covered his buttocks and looked fiercely at the Empress on the ground. This woman actually kicked him in the ass. She must be spanked red in her little, but at night. The corners of the mouths of the crowd on the heavenly altar couldn't help but twitch when they saw Yi Che, who had made his entrance in such a manner. "Letting you make a spectacle of yourself yesterday, today I'll have to beat you to a dog." The sword boy under the Tianyi sect said coldly. He was the 2nd level of the U rank, and his sword intent was solid and killing. Yi Che took a few steps back, waved his hand and laughed. "They're all friends, la. How bad is it to fight and kill? Cut the crap and make your sword." The sword boy was the first to draw his sword, and the powerful sword chi, directly on the floor of the heavenly altar, left a deep sword mark. Looking at the sword marks, Yi Che thought to himself that if this sword had cut on him, it would not have hurt. "Oh victory, evil sword, you have to give it a go," Yi Che said silently in his heart. He then held victory evil in his hand, protecting it in front of his chest, and looked at sword boy with a wary expression. Seeing this, the sword boy snorted coldly, his heart growing more and more disdainful. "Unsteady stance, no sword intent at all. It seems like you're pitifully inexperienced in battle. Today, I'll let you see what it means to be truly peerless in sword intent." After saying that, the flying cloud sword in the sword boy's hand emitted a dazzling white light and wrapped him in it. "I am the sword." A loud shout came out from the white light, and then the sword boy's figure disappeared into thin air, with only a flying cloud sword spinning in the air. When the crowd saw this scene, their faces were horrified. I didn't expect that this sword boy's sword intent is so outstanding that he has reached the realm of human sword unity. Among the younger generation of the Penglai domain, this son's comprehension of the Tao of the sword can be the first. This Yi Che, I'm afraid he's going to suffer greatly. Great Emperor Tianyi, you've taken in a good disciple. Listening to the compliments of the crowd, Emperor Tianyi smiled faintly, in a happy mood, sweeping away yesterday's unhappiness. Is this, in fact, the swordsman? Yi Che looked at this scene and was also surprised in a million ways, saying that this person was really powerful, to be able to get involved with a sword. It would be nice to be half as good as him myself. Without waiting for Yi Che to finish sighing, Sword Boy maneuvered his flying cloud sword and killed Yi Che. The sword chi was as terrifying as it was, 100 feet tall, emitting an overpowering aura that cut through the entire ring. However, Yi Che was unharmed. The victory evil sword that he blocked in front of his chest absorbed all the sword chi. Come on! Yi Che yelled out, both to bolster his own courage and to add a bit of momentum. He riveted his strength towards the flying cloud sword that was suspended in the air and slashed at it. The fifth stance of the wind and thunder sword technique. Sword intent through the heavens. One sword breaks all laws. Sword out of the wind and thunder. In an instant, on the victory evil sword, an eerie light flashed, and immediately afterward, a sword intent that was terrifying to the extreme surged out from Yi Che's body. Sword chi rushed to the sky and roared, and all of a sudden, the sky and earth changed. As for Sword Boy's 100 feet of sword chi, in but an instant, it was crushed by Yi Che's monstrous sword chi. The victory evil sword fell and directly chopped the flying cloud sword out. Ka-ching! A shattering sound rang out as the flying cloud sword broke into pieces. The sword boy even rolled straight out of the sword and slumped to the ground, spitting blood. When the people present saw this scene, their brains went blank. What? Seconds? Sword boy, he lost? Whoa shit, this Yi Che. He's gotta hang up. How come he's proficient in all the paths? After Emperor Chen Hua returned to his senses, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yi Che, he has already reached the legendary realm of sword intent. No wonder he doesn't emit the slightest sword aura all over his body. So it turns out that he has already returned to the basics. The Mountain Emperor nodded, then looked at the dark-faced Tianyi Emperor at the side and asked, Tianyi, you put aside the others. What do you think of this son? Emperor Tianyi was silent for a few seconds and slowly exhaled. Neither you nor I are as good as him. If the Holy Land hadn't disappeared, he would have been able to break through the Holy Realm, or even the Tao Realm, and perhaps he would have been able to certify as a god. Boom. Emperor Tianyi didn't use a technique to cover it up, but spoke directly. The crowd on the sidelines all heard it, and in their minds, they were all buzzing with shock. Testify and become a god. These 4 words were the lifelong pursuit of all cultivators. No one can resist the charm of those 4 words. Ever since the 5 great true gods of the ancient times fell in the river of time. During the following 10,000 years, the holy places of the immortal realm's 9 spiritual domains disappeared one after another. In today's world, not to mention becoming a god, even breaking through the saint realm was a luxury, and Tianyi Emperor surprisingly gave Yi Che such high praise. It left the crowd in awe. Yi Che blinked when he heard that, thinking, this isn't nonsense, is it? I have the blood of a true god inside me. Of course I can become a god. Yi Che walked down to the heavenly altar as if nothing had happened and walked to stand behind Empress Yao Qi. Emperor Tianyi looked at him with blazing eyes and said, if you are willing to worship under my sect, I am willing to pour out all the resources of my sect for you to use. How about it? Upon hearing this, Yi Che skimmed his mouth. You bad old man. I'm stupid to worship you. What do I want? Figure you're older? Figure you don't shower? What can you do, except give me resources? Great Emperor Tianyi, I appreciate the good intentions, but I was born as a person of Yaohe Immortal Palace, and I will die as a ghost of Yaohe Immortal Palace. Yi Che refused. All right then. Emperor Tianyi sighed. In his heart, he said, the proper way won't work, so it looks like he can only take a captive. He looked into the sky and shouted, Brother Ziwei, please still show yourself to meet me. Suddenly, the sky was covered in dark clouds, and a powerful Emperor Realm aura instantly enveloped the entire Yaoqi Immortal Palace.